Chapter 726, Scarlet Mystic Sword Immortal Sword Dao Inheritance. Talent Heavenly Sword Immortal Body. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The upgraded Monster Ranch effect was really not bad. The number of recruitment books alone had nearly doubled. The mist cores obtained from the Monster Ranch today were nearly 20 million legendary tier mist cores. It was a third more than yesterday. As for the other gains, they were about a third more than before. After that, Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath. He took these 720 million soldier-type recruitment books to the Gate of Summoning and spent 100 extraordinary tier mist cores to summon them all at once. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly as he looked at the endless recruits in front of him. Now, he had more than 1.25 billion soldiers under his command. Including the more than 41 million soldiers of the Star Alliance, he had nearly 1.3 billion soldiers under his command. This was almost the entire population of China. However, so many recruits can't go to the battlefield immediately. I have to let them train their soldiers first and increase their strength. Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he called Wu Xin over. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Wu Xin quickly came over and said respectfully. "Deputy Commander Wu. Lead 100 million veterans and these 720 million recruits to raise their levels around the Night Empire. I'll get Heras, Vicky, and Feng Luo, the three god spirits, to follow you and protect you." Zhou Zhou made arrangements. "Yes, Your Majesty." Wu Xin looked at the vast sea of recruits in front of him, smacked his lips, and agreed respectfully. After that, he asked Bai Yun, Qi Xiantian, Guo Jiao, Zi Wu, and the other generals to lead the remaining soldiers and the lords of the Star Alliance on the galaxy to continue doing the Night Empire's faction quests. He came to the Lord shop. "Old Zhou, where's the new product?" Zhou Zhou knocked on the goods counter. Then, Zhou Jinmin, who had a pair of panda eyes, walked out of the shadow of the shop. "F***ck, what's wrong?" Zhou Zhou said in surprise. "I've been obsessed with reincarnation for the past 2 days. It's just that I don't have any teammates. The party up is filled with system NPCs. It's a little boring to carry out the faction confrontation segment." Zhou Jinmin complained. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou excitedly. "How's the production of the virtual helmet going?" he asked expectantly. "The factory has been built and is already operational. In 2 days, the first batch of about 10 million virtual reality gaming helmets will be sold for the first time. You'll have teammates to accompany you then." When Zhou Zhou heard this question, he first asked Wen Yi. After receiving a reply, he told Zhou Jinmin. "There are still 2 days. Then I'll play 2 stand-alone games for the next 2 days." Zhou Jinmin said regretfully. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. He was already middle-aged, but he still played games every day. Oh? A subordinate of the Supreme Will? Then it was fine. Commodity goods. Zhou Zhou knocked on the counter again, seeing that the other party was still engrossed in the game world. When Zhou Jinmin heard this, he reluctantly came back to his senses and took out the 3 golden boxes under the counter. "Take a look for yourself," he said casually, then sat down and began to write. Zhou Zhou took a casual look and realized that this guy was actually writing a game guide. Zhou Zhou felt a little helpless. He looked at the 3 golden boxes in front of him. The first box contained a book. On the cover of the book was the figure of a sword immortal with a cold expression and a divine sword that was as red as blood on his back. "Isn't this from Qi Xiantian? Is it the goods on Qi Xiantian?" Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He looked at it. Inheritance, Scarlet Mystic Sword Immortal Sword Dao Inheritance. Inheritance quality, low-tier deity level elementary grade. Inheritance description, Scarlet Mystic Sword Immortal Qi Suanation Sword Dao Inheritance. After learning it, you will automatically master all the Sword Dao understandings that the Scarlet Mystic Sword Immortal has currently mastered. Inheritance type goods. This is the first time I've seen it. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He decided to buy it and looked at the next item. It was a purple talent crystal. Talent name, Heavenly Sword Immortal Body. Talent level, Master God Tier Elementary Grade. Talent description, as soon as the Heavenly Sword appears, all swords would bow. You were born to be a leader of the Sword Dao. You are destined to stand at the peak of the Sword Dao. Comprehending the Sword Dao is just the easiest and most interesting thing in the world to you. Most of the divine swords in the endless heavens are willing to respect you. No one in this world can surpass you in terms of comprehension of the Sword Dao. If there is, it can only be the law of the Sword Dao itself. Tisk tisk, it's Chi Suanation's talent again. Moreover, it just so happens to be the top grade talent of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Body. Looks like the Lord's shop today is specially provided by Qi Xian Tian. Zhou Zhou's surprised expression carried a hint of joy. He had been coveting Qi Suanation's talent for a long time. Especially when the other party said that he was confident that he could fight a high-tier deity level with his low-tier deity level body, he understood even more how precious this talent and the immortal sword summoning talent were. He actually had a chance to obtain one of them now. This Lord shop is indeed worthy of being at the mythical tier, unique Lord talent. Almost all the goods provided are top grade. And it seems to have followed my thoughts. It will have a higher chance of providing me with the goods I want if I want something. And if we play games with Zhou Zhenmin, it will increase the chances of top grade goods appearing. Zhou Zhou thought. The last product must be the immortal sword summoning talent. It must be the immortal sword summoning. It must be the immortal sword summoning. Let me have an accompanying divine sword too. He came back to his senses and prayed a few times. Then, he looked at the last item. In the end, what he saw was not a purple talent crystal. It was a card. Card name, Super Double Commodity Card. Card level, Special. Card effect, the Lord has this card. When shopping in the Lord shop, you can specify a good that appears in the goods counter of the shop the next day. However, the buyer has to pay double the price to buy this good. Card description, an exclusive card from the Lord shop. It can be used to buy specific goods, but you have to pay a higher price. Wasn't it summoned by the Sword Immortal? Zhou Zhou was a little disappointed. However, when he looked at this commodity law, he realized that the Super Double Commodity card was not bad. It could also be used to buy the Immortal Sword Summoning, but he would have to pay double the mist cores. And did Zhou Zhou lack mist cores? He was not lacking in them at all. Therefore, he immediately decided to buy it too. Old Zhou. How many mist cores do these three goods cost? Zhou Zhou asked. Scarlet Mystic Sword Immortal Sword Dao Inheritance is worth 5,000 legendary tier mist cores. The Heavenly Sword Immortal Body is worth 30 million legendary tier mist cores. Super Double Commodity Card is worth 100 legendary tier mist cores. What? Zhou Zhou felt that he had heard wrongly. When Zhou Zhenmin heard this, he wrote the game guide without stopping and repeated it without looking up. Zhou Zhou heard it clearly this time. There were indeed 30 million legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou was stunned. This was the first time he had heard a price of this level. Chapter 727, I was clearly here first. 30 million legendary tier mist cores? Are you serious? Zhou Zhou asked seriously. The talent of a Master God tier elementary grade can give a life form a chance to reach the Master God tier level. And the Master God tier level is already the top existence in the endless heavens. Your Majesty, don't you think that it's worth it? Zhou Zhenmin looked up and said helplessly. Otherwise, I can also say that I only need 300 Master God tier elementary grade divine crystals. He added. Zhou Zhou silently emptied most of his savings and placed them in a large spatial ring for Zhou Zhenmin. Zhou Zhenmin took it with a smile. When he checked and realized that there were indeed 30,005,100 legendary tier mist cores inside, the smile on his face immediately became even brighter. His Majesty has made a fortune recently. I can't believe you can really take this amount out. Zhou Zhou smiled so widely that his old face was like a chrysanthemum. Zhou Zhou said nothing. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. That was a total of 30 million legendary tier mist cores. A third of the wealth in a kingdom's treasure vault was only 500 legendary tier mist cores. 30 million legendary tier mist cores was equivalent to a third of the wealth of the 60,000 kingdom treasure vaults. Even though he had already obtained this master god tier talent, Zhou Zhou was not sure if he had made a profit or a loss. He took a deep breath and did not think too much about it. He first used the super double commodity card and designated the commodity as Qi Suanation's immortal sword summoning talent. After hearing Zhou Zhou agree, he took out the Scarlet Mystic Sword Immortal Sword Dao Inheritance and the Heavenly Sword Immortal Body Talent Crystal and used them on the spot. A moment later, Zhou Zhou woke up. He carefully sensed the changes in his body. He realized that a large number of Sword Dao common sense, secret techniques, and realm-related inheritances had indeed appeared in his mind. Moreover, not only were there a huge number of these inheritances, the quality was also abnormally high. Other than that, this knowledge was clearly systematic. When Zhou Zhou received it, he did not feel that it was complicated at all and accepted it abnormally smoothly. The Myriad Sword Immortal Sect is indeed good. He does have a way of teaching his disciple. Zhou Zhou felt the systematic Sword Dao inheritance in his mind and could not help but click his tongue. Then, he stretched out his right hand, and a golden divine sword appeared in his hand. This golden divine sword looked dignified and vast. One side of the sword was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, and one side had the agriculture husbandry technique. The other side was blank. It was the race's divine artifact sword of Xian Yuan. With a thought, he used spatial teleportation to arrive at the combat training room of the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. Then, he summoned a puppet dummy and waved his right hand. A chaotic sword energy shot out of the sword of Xian Yuan. Then, halfway through, this sword energy suddenly divided into hundreds of millions of tiny invisible sword threads, enveloping the puppet dummy. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, this puppet dummy's body was covered in dense sword marks. Moreover, if one could observe the interior of the puppet dummy, they would discover that it was already filled with countless sharp and fine sword marks. One of the supreme realms pursued by sword cultivators' sword chi threads. No wonder sword cultivators can fight above their level. I'm afraid even a high-tier deity-level divine artifact won't be able to withstand the attacks of these billions of sword threads with the powerful attack characteristic of these sword threads. This sword silk can probably directly penetrate the defense of the divine artifact and attack the god spirit's internal life core divinity. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. This was the horror of a peerless sword cultivator. It was useless even if you had a divine artifact. It directly ignored your divine artifact defense, divine power defense, and divine skill defense and directly hit the enemy's life core. Aren't you afraid? Then, a smile appeared on his face. From today onwards, he could also call himself a sword immortal. After that, he walked out of the advanced grade Lord's Paradise and went to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to ask for a good ancestral enhancement for Bai Yun and the others. Then, he took the teleportation array and headed to the Military Industry Alliance headquarters of the Military Industry Lord. Military Industry Alliance headquarters. When Zhou Zhou arrived through the spatial teleportation array, he realized that it was quite lively. A large number of people were gathered here. At a glance, there were at least 10,000 people. Some of them were talking loudly, some stood on both sides of the road and waited excitedly for the founding ceremony to begin. Some of them were wearing formal clothes, as if they were about to do something important. Teams of soldiers were patrolling, so there was no trouble here. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this. Even though it was far inferior to his founding ceremony, it looked at least all right. When Zhou Zhou emerged from the spatial teleportation array, he attracted the gazes of almost all the surrounding subjects. Everyone was amazed by this person's appearance. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm, not affected by such a small scene. Soon, a team of soldiers quickly ran over from afar and arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. "Would you be your majesty of the blazing sun?" the captain of the soldiers asked. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. The team of soldiers looked at each other and knelt down without hesitation. "Greetings, your majesty. Get up. Bring me to see the military industry lord and the others," Zhou Zhou said. "Yes, your majesty," the soldier said respectfully and began to lead the way. A moment later, Zhou Zhou saw the military industry lord and the descendants of the fallen country that had joined forces with him to build a kingdom. "Greetings, your majesty." After seeing Zhou Zhou's appearance, the two groups were clearly stunned for a moment. Then, after coming back to their senses, they hurriedly knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Get up. You guys are the protagonists today. I just came over to take a look." Zhou Zhou smiled. He looked at the military industry lord. In reality, the military industry lord was wearing a silver military uniform. He had a square face, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes. He had a faint beard and looked like a middle-aged handsome man. The descendant of the fallen country beside him was a rather young man. However, he was noble and had an extraordinary aura. One could tell at a glance that he was different from other ordinary people in the crowd. Are you His Majesty the Blazing Sun? My name is Aldrich. I've heard of your legend since a long time ago. My king father and some of the seniors that my king father knows have also discussed you. They all say that you are one of the future pillars of our human race. One of the future hopes of our human race." The more Aldrich spoke, the more excited he became. His eyes lit up, as if he had seen his idol. The military industry lord could not help but click his tongue when he saw his performance. At the same time, he felt a little sour. This Prince Aldrich was quite proud when he was with him. He spoke very little and generally appeared to be polite to the beauties he sent him as if he was placing barriers up from 1,000 miles away. He was never like today. Becoming like a bootlicker seeing a goddess and a fanatic fan seeing an idol after lying eyes upon His Majesty. "I was clearly here first." Zhou Zhou also saw him. However, he did not panic at all and chatted with the other party calmly. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhou took a photo with the military industry lord before heading to the spatial teleportation array, preparing to go to the Dragon Lady Lord to participate in their founding ceremony. The military industry lord looked at the photo in his hand proudly. Then, he sent it to the World Channel without hesitation and attached a paragraph. And then, the World Channel exploded. Chapter 728, The Establishment of the Four Kingdoms of the Cerulean Planet. Military Industry Kingdom. Military Industry Lord, from today onwards, the Military Industry Kingdom is officially established. Thank you, Your Majesty, for coming. Our military industry kingdom will definitely develop better and better under Your Majesty's guidance. Ha 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 ha. Dragon Lady Lord, look at how smug you are. When will His Majesty come to me? Mystic Heaven Lord, Your Majesty, we're also waiting for you here. Undead Lord, all the life forms and undead in our undead kingdom are also waiting for His Majesty's arrival at the headquarters. Good Lord, top-notch lords are actually all bootlickers. F***ck, His Majesty is actually so handsome. As expected of our Majesty. I'll lick his boots too. Previously, I didn't believe it when I heard that the military industry lord and the other top-notch lords had joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Now, such a thing really happened. Is His Majesty the Blazing Sun going to unify all the human lords on Cerulean Planet? It's good to be unified. Looking at the current situation, other than His Majesty, the Special Lord, the other lords of the Cerulean Planet are nothing in the eyes of the top lords of the myriad races. They were destroyed by a top lord with a casual wave of his hand. If we're still not unified and still want to fight among ourselves, our Cerulean Planet's human lords will die sooner or later. I'm not convinced by the other lords among the human lords of Cerulean planet, only by the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Me too. Facing the ridicule of the Cerulean planet lord on the World Channel, the military industry lord was proud instead of being ashamed. So what if I'm a bootlicker? As a bootlicker, I can at least lick it. You people who are jealous on the World Channel every day can't even lick it even if you want to. He snorted proudly and went to discuss the development of the kingdom with Aldrich. 15 minutes later. On the World Channel. Another group photo appeared. Then, the Dragon Lady Lord sent a message. Dragon Blood Kingdom Dragon Lady Lord, from today onwards, the Dragon Blood Kingdom is officially established. Thank you for coming, Your Majesty. Under Your Majesty's lead, our Dragon Blood Kingdom will definitely soar into the sky. Everyone will be like dragons. I also hope that everyone on the World Channel will join our Dragon Blood Kingdom in the future. Another 15 minutes later. Mystic Heaven Kingdom Mystic Heaven Lord, from today onwards, the Mystic Heaven Kingdom is officially established. Under His Majesty's lead, our Mystic Heaven Kingdom will definitely nurture more and more immortal Dao experts in the future and help His Majesty and the Blazing Sun Kingdom dominate the world. Another 15 minutes later. Undead Kingdom Undead Lord, the Undead Kingdom is officially established from today onwards. Our Undead Kingdom will definitely become stronger and stronger under His Majesty's lead in the future and become the strongest Lord faction in the Undead domain. I welcome all lords who have the ambition to develop the Undead-related domain to join our Undead Kingdom. Blazing Sun Kingdom Lord of the Blazing Sun at Military Industry Lord at Dragon Lady Lord at Mystic Heaven Lord at Undead Lord, thank you. Blazing Sun Kingdom Lord of the Blazing Sun, I will hold an online auction on Kingdom tokens after a while. I will sell no less than 10 Kingdom tokens in this auction. I welcome all Cerulean planet lords with strength and character to participate in this auction. Lords with bad morals, such as the Dark Martial Lord, don't take the initiative to sneak in. If I discover you, I will directly destroy your nest. Military Industry Kingdom Military Industry Lord, yes, Your Majesty. Mystic Heaven Kingdom Mystic Heaven Lord, I can help. Dragon Blood Alliance Dragon Lady Lord, I can help too. Undead Alliance Undead Lord, I have a way to detect the unholy stuff. Your Majesty, you can leave the screening of lords with bad morals to me. Zhou Zhou, who had already returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom through the spatial teleportation array, pursed his lips when he saw the Undead Lord's words. You're talking about having a method to detect the unholy in front of a living being with the light sacred dragon bloodline? He had guts. He did not reply to the other party. He went straight to the Night Temple and the Temple Lord's office. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Zhou knocked lightly on the door. Come in. Bai He's voice sounded. Zhou Zhou pushed the door open and entered. When Bai He saw Zhou Zhou in the office, he was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. Have a seat. He smiled. Zhou Zhou sat down impolitely. You brat, you actually caused such a huge commotion while I was away. Rob has already told me. However, did you really obtain so many proof of legion through raising monsters? The two of them chatted for a while. Bai He brought up the previous incident. He asked curiously. My territory does indeed have a monster ranch specially used to nurture fog monsters to collect designated loots. The proof of legion is only one of the designated loots we collected. Zhou Zhou said. Monster ranch. When Bai He heard this, his body trembled. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou with a complicated expression. He was extremely experienced. He had once heard of Monster Ranch, which was specially used to collect designated loots when he was young. It was said that only a few powerful Empire-level Lord factions or even Divine Kingdom-level Lord factions could create such a monster ranch. Moreover, even if they could do it, the price they would have to pay was huge. Finding the designated monster, setting the territory of the monster's survival, researching the growth method of the monster, choosing the time to harvest, how to increase the drop rate of the designated loots. All kinds of conditions were necessary. The Lord faction that could realize Monster Ranch had paid an unknown price. It was also because of this that, even though he knew of the existence of the Monster Ranch, he had never let the human race do it. They could not afford it. He did not expect to hear it from the Lord of the Blazing Sun today. Moreover, the other party had done it and the effect was not bad. As expected of one of the publicly acknowledged future hopes of the human race's higher UPS. He sighed inwardly. Do you still have any proof of legion? He asked bluntly. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. He took out 400 proof of legion from his king's treasure box and placed them on the table. Looking at the kingdom-level proof of legion that was piled up into a small mountain, even with Baihe with his knowledge and experience, he could not help but be stunned. You really have them? And so many of them. Good God! Baihe clicked his tongue. With so many proof of legions, it was enough for their human territory to have an additional 400 regular armies. This was undoubtedly a huge help to the extremely rare humans in the official army. However, Baihe did not touch these proof of legion immediately. Thousands of years of life let he know that everything had a price secretly marked. There was never anything free in this world. What do you want? Baihe looked at Zhou Zhou. I do have a request. However, I don't have any intention of using these 400 proof of legion to complete what I want. I just heard that the Temple Lord wanted them, and then I purely wanted to give them to our human race. If this is considered a request, then what I'm asking for should be a friendship with our human race, right? Zhou Zhou smiled. The proof of legion was indeed useless to him at the moment. He had indeed just casually taken it out and given it to the other party when he heard that the other party needed it. In any case, his monster ranch could produce so many proof of legion in 2 days. Baihe pondered and nodded. With a wave of his right hand, he put away the 400 proof of legion. What do you want? Baihe asked. The last time I revived Li Xingguang, the Temple Lord said that he owed me a favor. Zhou Zhou asked. That's right. Do you want to use this favor? Baihe asked. Zhou Zhou nodded. I want the corpse of a high-level demon. If possible, I hope it's a high-tier deity-level demon. It would naturally be better if there are higher ones. He told him his request. Chapter 729, Mystic Realm Green Bronze Mausoleum. Green Bronze Book. Is it urgent? Baihe pondered for a moment and asked seriously. There's no hurry. Sure. Baihe nodded. Leave this to me. In 2 days, I'll give you the corpse of a demon at least at the high-tier deity level. Thank you, Temple Lord. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and he immediately smiled. You're welcome. Demons can still be seen everywhere in our night temple. Baihe smiled. He was the god of abyssal nights. An existence that had once made a name for itself in the abyss alone. To him, it was not difficult to obtain the corpse of an abyssal demon at least at the high-tier deity level. In addition, you gave us so many proof of legion but I can't give you nothing. So this is for you. Baihe took out a map and a token and handed them to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and realized that there was a location called the Green Bronze Mausoleum marked on the map. As for the token, it was called the Green Bronze Mausoleum token. It was the key to open a special mystic realm. This Green Bronze Mausoleum is a special mystic realm. There are 100,000 fog monsters, the Green Bronze Knights, and a monster general called the Green Bronze General. We killed a few bronze generals and accidentally obtained a green bronze book. The effect of this green bronze book is to increase the quality of soldiers below the kingdom level by 1 grade. Which means basic soldiers can be upgraded to intermediate soldiers with the help of the green bronze book. Intermediate soldiers can be upgraded to advanced soldiers. Advanced soldiers can be upgraded to special soldiers, but special soldiers can't be upgraded to kingdom-level soldiers. But even so, it's quite precious to have the special soldiers. If you're interested, I can represent the higher UPS of the human race and give you this mystic realm permanently. But I have to tell you that after this mystic realm opens once, it will take 10 years to open again. It can't be forcefully restarted halfway, or this mystic realm will self-destruct. How about it? Are you interested? He looked at Zhou Zhou. Yes. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and agreed. He had the king of loots. Perhaps the loots of this mystic realm would change in his hands. Okay. Then I'll leave this green bronze mausoleum to you. You can go there yourself through this map or through our Night Temple's spatial teleportation array. You'll naturally know the requirements to enter the mystic realm when you arrive. It's not difficult. You'll definitely be able to enter and obtain the things inside. He said. Then I'll go take a look tomorrow. Zhou Zhou nodded. He nodded. After chatting for a while, Zhou Zhou bade farewell and left. After leaving, Zhou Zhou piloted a galaxy and planned to take a look at Wu Xin. Outside the territory of the Night Empire. Near a white platinum tier scarlet territory in the wilderness. More than 800 million soldiers wearing the standard equipment of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were methodically killing the fog monsters gathered nearby. In front of the huge number of soldiers, even if more and more of these fog monsters gathered, they could not stop their slaughter. Some fog monsters that had developed intelligence had already fled into the distance in fear when they saw this scene. Other than that, there were clergymen wearing emerald green divine robes amongst these soldiers. They were the clergymen in the shelter of the goddess of life. They cast divine arts on the injured soldiers to save or even revive them. At this moment, a slender girl holding a phoenix musket and wearing silver knight armor was watching the clergy revive the soldiers on an epic tier dragon blood horse. No matter how many times I see it, it still feels unbelievable. Yu Ling sighed softly. She had personally led the soldiers to help this group of recruits from the Blazing Sun Kingdom train since yesterday. At that time, she was shocked by the number of recruits and the unbelievable methods of these clergy. Especially the resurrection method. In the eyes of the princess of the empire, such methods were legendary. However, according to her understanding over the past 2 days, this resurrection method was actually no different from an ordinary healing technique to the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. She even knew about a general of the Blazing Sun Army who had undergone 16 resurrections and had the strength of a legendary tier. Only then did she know why this group of soldiers from the Blazing Sun Kingdom was so fierce and fearless of death. After all, if the soldiers of their Night Empire could also have such a resurrection method, even the most timid soldiers would probably have the courage to fight the enemy to the death. In the long run, who would be afraid of death? And there are more recruits today. More than yesterday, and they're not even the same batch of recruits. Thinking of this, Princess Yu Ling took a deep breath. She naturally understood what this meant. This meant that the number of recruits under the King of the Blazing Sun alone exceeded 1 billion. This number had already exceeded the total military strength of the soldiers from all over the Night Empire. Even though this sounded unbelievable, it was the truth. That King of the Blazing Sun is really an unbelievable person. No wonder so many higher UPS of the human race think that he's one of the hopes of our human race's rise. Princess Yu Ling thought to herself. Your Highness. At this moment, a knight wearing the standard equipment of the Night Empire galloped over on his horse from afar. Then, he stopped in front of her and said respectfully. Your Highness, the King of the Blazing Sun is here. Take me there. Princess Yu Ling immediately said. Your Highness, please follow me. The general nodded and ran in a direction with Princess Yu Ling. Soon, they rushed to a military tent. A handsome young man in the Emperor Dragon robe with the sword of Xian Yuan wrapped around his waist was chatting with Wu Xin. Beside Wu Xin were Vicky and the other god spirits. Long time no see. Princess Yu Ling listened from afar. After confirming that the other party was not discussing anything important, she took a deep breath and walked over, greeting him with a smile. Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness, and the soldiers of the Night Empire, for taking care of our soldiers these 2 days. Zhou Zhou said politely. He already knew that this princess had come to help in the past 2 days through Wu Xin's report. I'm ashamed. We did come with the intention of helping. But the soldiers under your command don't seem to need our help. Princess Yu Ling said. She had learned the saying I can't care less, that's above my pay grade from the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom in the past 2 days. She didn't even realize it. She, who had always had a cold personality, actually had a specially intimate attitude when she spoke. Zhou Zhou smiled. How's the situation in the Night Empire now? He asked. With the help of His Majesty's soldiers over the past 2 days. The pressure on our Night Empire has been relieved a lot. However, our situation is still not too good on the battlefield of high-end combatants. Princess Yu Ling said truthfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he suddenly said, I plan to make a trip to the Divine Sword Empire today. Princess, are you willing to go with me? With the galaxy around, it was not difficult for him to cross the spatial teleportation array and go straight to the Divine Sword Empire. Chapter 730, To the Divine Sword Empire, 1. To the Divine Sword Empire. Have you already opened all the spatial teleportation arrays to the Divine Sword Empire? Princess Yu Ling was stunned for a moment before she became excited. No. But... Zhou Zhou looked at the disappointment on Princess Yu Ling's face and smiled. Then, he snapped his fingers gently and saw a huge silver spaceship in the form of a miniature galaxy gradually appear in the sky above them. This galaxy was more than 80,000 square kilometers in size. It was comparable to Chuanya City on the Cerulean planet. It lay across the sky, and the ground was enveloped in a large shadow, as if night had fallen. Princess Yu Ling looked at the spaceship above her head and even subconsciously held her breath. Moreover, what surprised her the most was not the size of the spaceship, but the faint divine power aura emitted by it. A god spirit tier spaceship of the Machina race, she muttered. The Night Empire she was from did not have much negotiations with the Machina race. They only had some technological products spread by the Machina race civilization. As for the so-called god-tier spaceship of the Machina race, she had only read about it in some ancient books. This was the first time she had seen a spaceship of this level in reality. This is yours. Princess Yu Ling looked at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou nodded casually. Princess Yu Ling looked confused. At this moment, she felt that she, a princess from an empire-level lord faction, was like a country bumpkin. The new king in front of her, who had only established his kingdom a few days ago, was actually a member of a high-level race civilization that came from a lord faction. She shook her head to shake away this thought that she felt was a little ridiculous. With the speed of the galaxy, we should be able to reach the Divine Sword Empire in half an hour. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded in Princess Yu Ling's ear. The Night Empire was about 6.25 billion kilometers from the Divine Sword Empire. Normally speaking, it would take an hour and a half with the speed of the galaxy. However, the spatial teleportation array that Zhou Zhou had taken down in the past 2 days was naturally not for nothing. He could first use the spatial teleportation array to arrive at the closest spatial teleportation array to the Divine Sword Empire before heading to it. This way, he would only need about half an hour to reach the Divine Sword Empire. Sure, then let's go now. Princess Yu Ling said excitedly. She looked at the magnificent galaxy above her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. She had never taken a god spirit tier Machina race spaceship before. Your Highness. The general behind her hesitated and wanted to speak. The King of the Blazing Sun is trustworthy. If my King Father and Queen Mother ask me where I'm going, tell them the truth. Princess Yu Ling turned to look at the general and said coldly. Yes, Your Highness. The general did not dare to refute and lowered his head respectfully. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Then, Princess Yu Ling and him flew into the galaxy. Inside the galaxy. In a wide hall. Wow! Princess Yuling looked at the mechanical and technological settings around her and exclaimed softly. Her eyes were sparkling and very resplendent. At this moment, she seemed to have put down the airs of an empire's princess and become a little girl who had seen something new. This place is so big. Can I take a look around here? She looked at Zhou Zhou. Princess, please feel free. Zhou Zhou said casually. Your Blazing Sun Kingdom has a very high degree of diplomatic relations with our Night Empire. We don't have to be so distant. Just call me Yuling or Alina. How about I call you Zhou Zhou? Princess Yuling smiled. Of course. Zhou Zhou said casually. Why are your words so genteel? Why are you like my chi practitioner king father? Princess Yuling complained. I'm indeed a chi practitioner. Your Majesty too. She said in surprise as Zhou Zhou asked Wenya to activate and head to the spatial teleportation array. That's right. The Chi practitioner class can be considered a top class of our human race. Normally, humans with good background and Chi refinement aptitude will basically change their profession to Chi practitioners as long as they have channels for Chi practitioners. I'm also a Chi practitioner. Yuling smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded. Well, Chi practitioners had a bright future. Which human was unwilling to become a Chi practitioner? Moreover, the Divine Sword Empire we're going to this time is the immortal Dao kingdom of a Chi practitioner. The king of the Divine Sword Empire is a Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm Sword Immortal. As for the ancestor of the Divine Sword Empire, it's said that he's a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm with great divine power. Princess Yuling said. Zhou Zhou nodded. He was not surprised. The Night Empire even had a true god-tier knight like Baihe. It was quite normal for the Divine Sword Empire to have Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm experts of the same level. He even guessed that perhaps each of the 5 empires of the human race had a true god-tier existence behind them. However, if that was the case, why didn't they build a divine kingdom? Zhou Zhou was puzzled. He did not have a specific method to build a divine kingdom in his mind. Therefore, he did not know the exact reason. Perhaps he would need to increase his strength to a higher level before his bloodline inheritance could unlock this bloodline knowledge. What's this? At this moment, Princess Yuling pointed at a black helmet and said, Virtual reality game helmet. There are many virtual games inside. Yuling, if you're interested, you can play to pass the time first. We'll only arrive at the Divine Sword Empire in about half an hour. Yuling, if you still want to play after this, I can give you 10,000 virtual game helmets. Zhou Zhou said. These virtual game helmets were the first batch of gaming helmets created by Wenya's factory. They had yet to be released, so it was naturally fine to give some to this princess. Virtual reality game helmet. Is it the very popular toy in the books for the mechanical race's civilization? I heard that many life forms of high-level races and civilizations like the virtual games made by the Machina race very much. Princess Yuling curiously picked up the virtual helmet curiously and looked at it. Right. Zhou Zhou nodded. Princess Yuling played with the virtual helmet curiously for a while before putting it down reluctantly. She looked at Zhou Zhou. Her expression suddenly became serious. Your Excellency, King of the Blazing Sunday. I want to buy one of such a galaxy from you on behalf of the representative of the Night Empire. I wonder if that's possible. Don't worry about the price. We won't mistreat you. She said. Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. My apologies, Your Highness. Our Blazing Sun Kingdom can't make much of the galaxy at the moment. Therefore, we can't sell a god spirit level spaceship like the galaxy to the outside world for the time being. During this period of time, Wenya had used up all the god-tier materials in Zhou Zhou's hands to create another 2 galaxy, allowing him to have 12 galaxy under his command. But this was already the limit. Without more corresponding god-tier materials, even Wenya could not create more galaxies. It was difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice after all. Chapter 731, To the Divine Sword Empire, 2. When Princess Yu Ling heard this, regret and disappointment appeared in her eyes. But if your highness can provide some god-tier materials to make the galaxy, it's not like our blazing sun kingdom can't make 1 or 2 galaxy for the Night Empire. Zhou Zhou smiled. Really? Can you show me the god-tier materials that your country needs? Zhou Zhou nodded and asked Wenya to send him the corresponding information. Soon, a personal terminal was sent over by a spaceship robot and handed to Yu Ling. After familiarizing herself with the operation of her personal terminal, she looked at the god-tier materials needed to build galaxy. After watching for a while, Yu Ling frowned slightly. Then, she looked up at Zhou Zhou. I need to go back and discuss this with King Father, she said seriously. Of course. Zhou Zhou smiled. The god-tier materials that Yu Ling had seen had already been doubled by Wenya under his secret instructions. Which meant, if Wenya really followed the instructions and sent over all the god-tier materials needed to build the galaxy spaceships, Wenya could use these god-tier materials to build 2 more galaxy spaceships. Other than that, he also had to pay the manufacturing fee of 100 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine crystals. However, Zhou Zhou did not feel burdened by this. This was how technology monopolies worked. Nothing was for free. Friendship was friendship, and business was business. He could still distinguish such a small matter. Moreover, he would have taken advantage of the situation at this time if not for the fact that they were both humans. If it were other people of foreign races, he would have given the estimate of 5 galaxy spaceships materials to build 2 galaxy spaceships. He would also have increased the manufacturing cost significantly. In addition, he felt that Yu Ling already felt that the requirements for this god-tier material were a little too much. However, she seemed to have seen through it and did not say anything. In Zhou Zhou's eyes, this was exactly what smart people did. After a while, Zhou Zhou and company used the spatial teleportation array and arrived at a legendary tier advanced grade spatial teleportation array where Bai Yun and company were. Then, Zhou Zhou met Bai Yun and company. Greetings, Your Majesty. Bai Yun and the other generals and lords of the Star Alliance said respectfully. How's it going? Zhou Zhou asked. We just captured 2 legendary tier advanced grade spatial teleportation arrays, 3 epic tier advanced grade spatial teleportation arrays, and 3 extraordinary tier advanced grade spatial teleportation arrays. Currently, all the extraordinary tier advanced grade spatial teleportation arrays have been captured by us. On the way to the Divine Sword Empire, there are only 6 legendary tier and 11 epic tier advanced teleportation arrays left. We should be able to occupy all of them before tonight. Zhou Zhou could not help but ponder. Before he came, he had wanted to bring Bai Yun and the others to the Divine Sword Empire. Now that he heard what the other party said, he suddenly wanted the other party to occupy all the spatial teleportation arrays first. Even if he and Yu Ling went to the Divine Sword Empire in advance and told the Night Empire that they needed the support of the Divine Sword Empire, the other party would probably need him to open all the spatial teleportation arrays first so that they could teleport troops to support each other. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou decided not to bring Bai Yun along so that they did not have to waste time dithering. He had the galaxy spaceship in his hands and the high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade puppet, the pillar of the Empire. On this trip to the Divine Sword Empire, even if he encountered any enemies along the way, it would not be a problem for him to fight or escape. It was fine if he did not bring Bai Yun and the rest along. Sure. Continue to occupy the remaining spatial teleportation arrays. When you reach the Divine Sword Empire, inform me through the Bloodbat avatar. I'll go to the Divine Sword Empire in advance to greet them. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun was stunned for a moment before replying respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and flew back to the galaxy with Yu Ling. If I didn't know that your kingdom was newly built. I find it hard to imagine that you are a beginner kingdom that has just been established a few days ago. Yu Ling sighed. She saw the three god spirits Qi Xiantian, Guo Jiao, and Ziwu other than Bai Yun just now. What surprised her was, she could actually feel the threat of a mid-tier deity level or even higher from these three god spirits. It did not give her the feeling of a lesser god spirit at all. She naturally knew what this meant. This represented the three god spirits. Other than the Snow Wolf mid-tier deity level god spirit, the other sword cultivator and the low-tier deity level god spirit who used the axe both had combat power comparable to a mid-tier deity level god spirit or even higher. Yu Ling was extremely talented in perception. Therefore, she did not suspect that her perception was wrong. Then, she thought of the god spirits that Wu Xian had seen previously. There was only one thought in Yu Ling's mind. The king of the Blazing Sun's beginner kingdom was a little ridiculous. On the other side, after hearing Yu Ling's words, Zhou Zhou smiled and said nothing. In the time that followed, the two of them chatted on the spaceship while waiting to reach the Divine Sword Empire. The atmosphere was quite friendly. By the way, what river is the galaxy? Is it the river of your Blazing Sun Kingdom? Yu Ling asked curiously. The galaxy is my hometown. Zhou Zhou said. Yu Ling immediately understood. The hometown here should refer to the hometown of the human race on the cerulean planet behind Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was also thinking about Galaxy's name. He had asked Wenya privately about the origins of the name Galaxy. In the end, Wenya said, among the many spaceship models of the Machina race, there was no spaceship model named Milky Way. And most importantly, the galaxy name on the galaxy was written in Chinese on Earth. The galaxy was personally created by the Master God Tier. And the Master God Tier wrote Galaxy's name in Chinese. I'm afraid that in the eyes of that Master God Tier, my identity as a transmigrator can be seen at a glance by he. It's not a secret at all. Zhou Zhou's mind was wandering. Perhaps transmigrators in this world were not rare species at all. Perhaps there was another one somewhere, or even many transmigrators who were working hard to increase their strength and power. To those high and mighty Master God Tier, even though transmigrators were a little special, they were probably just so-so. He shook his head inwardly and stopped thinking about it. 20 minutes later. We're already approaching the territory of the Divine Sword Empire. Wenya's voice rang in Zhou Zhou and Linger's ears. Activating virtual outdoor mode. Zhou Zhou said. The next second, the bulkhead around Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling suddenly became transparent, revealing the scene outside. The two of them only took a glance before Zhou Zhou frowned, and Yu Ling's expression turned ugly. On the ground, a vast number of fog monsters covered the ground. They were like waves as they continuously attacked a city wall that was nearly 10,000 meters tall. They were like tempestuous waves on the sea, vowing to break the city wall that was blocking them. Inside the city wall was a huge military fortress stained with blood. Groups of soldiers continuously transported supplies to the city wall. Sword cultivators in all kinds of clothes were either riding flying swords to defend the city wall or rushing out of the protection of the city wall. They rode the vast sword Qi and fought a bloody battle with the fog monster. Chapter 732, Strike. In the sky were a large number of flying fog monsters that constantly flew towards the city wall, wanting to fly over the city wall to kill the human soldiers and subjects inside. However, just as they reached the sky above the city wall, they collided with a transparent membrane that covered the entire military fortress. Streaks of sword Qi crisscrossed on the transparent membrane, forming an inseparable network of sword Qi that blocked the flying fog monsters. A large number of sword cultivators would rush out and repair the sword Qi network while fighting these fog monsters. Every second, a large number of fog monsters and human sword cultivators died on the battlefield. The scene was very tragic. There are about 50 million fog monsters. Zhou Zhou glanced at the monster data displayed by Wenya and knew the approximate number of these fog monsters. This is the Diamond Tier regional territory located in the border area of the Divine Sword Empire 9 Net City. There are about 35 such military fortresses in the Divine Sword Empire. Just a military fortress was attacked by so many fog monsters. The current situation of the Divine Sword Empire. Yu Ling bit her lip, her face pale. She had come here on the galaxy to ask the Divine Sword Empire to help their Night Empire tide over the crisis. From the looks of it, the situation of the Divine Sword Empire seemed to be even worse than their Night Empire. She had a faint premonition that the journey to seek help would not be as smooth as she had imagined. Perhaps the Divine Sword Empire actually needed their help. At this moment, Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling suddenly realized that the situation below seemed to have changed. 9 Net City. The southeast of the 10 Directions Heavenly Net Sword Formation has been damaged. Formation Repair Team number 211 will be covered by Elite Swordsman Team No 1156. Heavenly Cloud Cannon number 566 is overheating. Assistant Gunner, come over and cast a spell to cool down. My flying sword is broken. Give me another flying sword. The second front lacks demon subduing talismans. Hurry up and send a batch of reinforcements over. Someone save my brother. The sounds of soldiers fighting, weapons clashing, spells colliding, city walls bombarding, and war machines operating resounded inside and outside the city walls. On the tallest city wall, a middle-aged general in silver armor looked at the battlefield solemnly. His name was Sun Wuzhe. He was the city lord of 9 Net City and the strongest person in 9 Net City. 2 more days. We have to transfer all the remaining subjects of 9 Net City to the inland city within these 2 days. This way, we can fight in peace, or die. These bastards from the Kylan Dragon Scarlet Empire. If these guys hadn't sealed the surrounding space, we wouldn't have been so passive and couldn't even fight happily. When he thought of this, his expression became gloomy. When the Kylan Dragon Scarlet Army attacked their 9 Net City, they specially used some kind of spatial sealing device to seal off all the space around 9 Net City, causing the subjects who instinctively teleport through the spatial teleportation array to be unable to move. Their soldiers could not leave this place, and the reinforcements from the outside world could not come to their 9 Net City. Their 9 Net City had already become an isolated island. Under such circumstances, the other party could attack without any scruples. However, they did not dare to fight back in full force because they had to be wary of the subjects in the city. They could only rely on the array formation to defend. As the saying went, one would lose if one defended for a long time. Sun Wuzhe knew that this couldn't go on. However, he really had no other choice. At this moment, rumble! A huge explosion occurred in the sky. Sun Wuzhe suddenly looked up and was shocked by the scene he saw. In the sky, the 10 Directions Heavenly Net Sword Formation, which was responsible for blocking the flying fog monsters, had a huge hole of more than 100 meters. A large number of fog monsters roared and swarmed towards the huge hole. A small number of fog monsters had already rushed into the array and started fighting with the sword cultivators in the city. D***MN. Sun Wuzhe didn't have time to think about why the 10 Directions Heavenly Net Sword Formation, which had never had any problems, was giving problems. His body suddenly erupted with the pressure of a low-tier deity-level god spirit, and then he shot towards the 10 Directions Heavenly Net Formation. But just as he was flying halfway, a scarlet god spirit with the head of a black Kylan and the body of a giant western dragon, exuding a mid-tier deity-level aura, suddenly appeared in front of him. You must be the Guardian General of 9 Net City, Sun Wuzhe. You have already shown your outstanding talent to be able to resist until now. Now, 9 Net City is about to be breached. Give up resisting. I can make the decision to transform a top-grade Scarlet Divine body for a talent like you. How about that? His voice rumbled as he looked at Sun Wuzhe in admiration. In the Divine Sword Empire, there are only sword cultivators who die standing. There are no traitors who live on their knees. Die. Sun Wuzhe's eyes were bloodshot. He summoned his life-bound flying sword and slashed at his opponent. Humph! I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. The Kylan dragon stretched out its black dragon claws and grabbed the flying sword that Sun Wuzhi had slashed at him with all his might. Then, he opened his mouth and bit at Sun Wuzhi. At the same time, he manifested a huge Kylan dragon head that looked like a heavenly phenomenon and bit at him. My life is over. Sun Wuzhi knew that he wouldn't be able to block or escape from this gigantic Kylan dragon Dharmalaksana. The only regret in his heart was that he did not manage to relocate the remaining subjects in Nine Net City. Nine Net City would probably be breached soon once he died. At that time, the remaining 9 Net City subjects would probably die at the hands of these fog monsters. He was filled with self-blame. But at this moment, a figure in the Emperor Dragon robe suddenly appeared in front of him. He held the golden divine sword in his hand and waved it. Thousands of golden sword chi filled with spirituality shot out from the golden sword. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of more than 10 square kilometers, covering this space like a sword domain. Then, Zhou Zhou willed and thousands of golden sword chi instantly formed a huge golden sword that was more than 10,000 meters long. It was the sword Dao phenomenon formed by the myriad sword immortal formation. Go! He pointed at the Kylan dragon Dharmalaksana and saw the golden sword suddenly change direction and slash at it. Rumble! The two collided, resulting in a shocking explosion. Before the tens of thousands of fog monsters nearby could react, they were affected by the explosion. In the blink of an eye, not even powder was left. The swordsmen nearby were not injured, under Zhou Zhou's protection. They were just in a sorry state. Sword Chi Thread Realm. Sun Wuzhi's eyes lit up when he saw this. He looked at Zhou Zhou with a strange gaze. Only such a supreme realm of the sword Dao could control such a terrifying power so easily without injuring the sword cultivators on his side. Then, Sun Wuzhi and the Scarlet God Spirit of the Kylan dragon race seemed to have discovered something on Zhou Zhou and their eyes widened. Epic tier. An epic tier human can actually withstand my Kylan dragon's bite. The Kylan dragon race's Scarlet God Spirit had an incredulous expression. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou, his expression gradually turning ruthless and resolute. Today, I must kill you even if we can't take down Nine Net City. Otherwise, you will definitely become a huge threat to my master in the future. He said in a low voice. Zhou Zhou acted as if he didn't hear what he said. He took out the pillar of the Empire puppet and materialized it to protect himself. Kill him. Zhou Zhou said coldly. Yes. The pillar of the Empire, Gerard, looked at the dazed Kylan dragon god spirit and grinned hideously. Then, he charged forward with the space-splitting blade in hand. Chapter 733, Insight Defection. Zhou Zhou turned to look at Sun Wuzhi when he saw Gerard fighting with the other party. Sun Wuzhi also looked at him with burning eyes. Are you reinforcements sent by His Majesty? He asked expectantly. No, I'm from the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The Night Empire invited me over. I have something to discuss with your country on this trip. Zhou Zhou shook his head. The Blazing Sun Kingdom. When Sun Wuzhi heard that they were not reinforcements, he was a little disappointed at first. Then, when he heard the words Blazing Sun Kingdom, his eyes revealed a confused expression. Why does this name sound so familiar? Wait. You're that King of the Blazing Sun. King of the Blazing Sun, the light of hope of the human race who obtained the title of strongest lord of all races on the battlefield of the lords of all races. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Zhou Zhou. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. The title of strongest lord of all races is real, but what is this about the light of hope of the human race? He realized that there were more and more nicknames given to him recently. I can't take on such a heavy responsibility as the light of hope for the human race. However, I'm indeed the one who obtained the title of strongest lord of all races. Zhou Zhou said. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that Sun Wuzhi was looking at him like he was looking at a giant panda. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his expression suddenly became anxious. Why are you here? Leave quickly. If those Scarlet Empire know that you're here, they'll definitely kill you at all costs. I was entrusted by someone, so I have to fulfill my mission. Zhou Zhou was not flustered. He smiled and said, and at present, as long as you and I don't expose my identity, very few people will know that I came here. Besides, I'm a lord of all races. My territory is clearly on the high continent. The supreme agreement aside, I have nowhere to run unless I give up my foundation if they really want to destroy me. Sun Wuzhe fell silent. It seemed to make sense. As a lord of all races, where could he run to? I won't reveal your identity. Sun Wuzhe raised his head and looked at Zhou Zhou seriously. Zhou Zhou nodded. He looked in Gerard's direction. At this moment, Gerard was relying on his high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade strength to suppress the mid-tier deity-level elementary-grade god spirit. Sun Wuzhe also saw this scene. He heaved a sigh of relief and was not as nervous as before. Then, he recalled his life-bound flying sword and charged towards the place where the 10 directions heavenly net sword formation had been broken. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he charged forward with the sword of Xian Yuan in hand. The two of them quickly rushed to the place where the array had been broken through. Then, they joined forces to kill all the fog monsters that had rushed into the 10 directions heavenly net sword formation. Then, they protected the array repair team and repaired all the damaged parts of the array before stopping. When the Kylan dragons, who were fighting Gerard in the distance, saw this scene, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. He had deliberately disguised himself as a normal fog monster and approached the 10 directions heavenly net sword formation. It was not easy for he to find a gap in the defense. Only then did he suddenly attack and break open a gap. Unexpectedly, it was repaired in the blink of an eye. He wanted to stop him. However, this high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit in front of him had been constantly dealing he fatal blows. This made he unable to escape at all. He didn't even dare to be distracted, afraid that if he was distracted, he would die here. Aren't you afraid that my lord will punish you for helping the supreme will? The Scarlet God Spirit of the Kylan dragon race waited for Gerard to shout. As a puppet creature, Gerard could not be bothered to speak at all. The space-splitting blade slashed down continuously, making him deeply feel what a life and death crisis was. Soon, despair appeared on the face of the Kylan dragon race's Scarlet God Spirit. He was only a mid-tier deity level. Even if he was talented, it was not enough for him to cross the gap between him and a high-tier deity level. He could feel it. He would die the moment the divine power in his body was exhausted. A sudden regret flooded over him for coming over to interfere in this matter. On the battlefield. Thank you for your help. Sun Wuzhe looked at the handsome man in front of him with shining eyes. Even though this person was only at the epic tier advanced grade, his true combat strength far exceeded his. As expected of a man who repelled a full-strength attack from a mid-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit with a single strike. Zhou Zhou waved his hand, indicating that he did not have to care. At this moment, he was also very satisfied with his current combat strength. He could have killed low-tier deity-level enemies at the epic tier with the chaos human bloodline and the power of his divine artifacts. If his bloodline and divine artifact gave him the advantage of having enough force, then the Sword Dao inheritance he obtained this morning from Qi Xiantian suddenly gave him an extremely high advantage in terms of skills. Force and skill combined. This allowed his true combat strength to break through again. He could fight enemies at the mid-tier deity level when he was at the epic tier. Such a glorious battle record! Even a prodigy like Qi Xiantian could not compare. Qi Xiantian had only used his epic tier advanced grade strength to kill low-tier deity level elementary grade enemies back then after all. While he had killed low-tier deity level elementary grade enemies when he was below the epic tier. Now that he had attained epic tier advanced grade, he could even face a mid-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit without being at a disadvantage. When I reach the legendary tier and can begin to use the Sword of New Dimension Creation, I should be able to kill mid-tier deity-level enemies. Moreover, I should have a certain level of ability to protect myself against high-tier deity-level enemies. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At that time, as long as a true god tier did not appear, he was basically not afraid of any enemies and should be able to speed up his development. He did not have to be too restricted like before. At this moment, the war was still on. Sun Wuzhi did not say anything else. He threw himself into the battlefield again and killed the powerful scarlet monsters to help the sword cultivators and soldiers ease the pressure of the battle. Zhou Zhou flew into the sky and raised his right hand. Then, he willed. Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Insight Defection. Activate. The next second, an invisible fluctuation instantly covered the more than 50 million scarlet fog monsters. A text notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your Lord exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Notification: a total of 5,125,745 black iron tier fog monsters, 4,351,571 green bronze tier fog monsters, 2,139,965 white silver tier fog monsters, 1,021,571 yellow gold tier fog monsters, 516,652 white platinum tier fog monsters, 125,511 diamond tier fog monsters, 37,756 extraordinary tier fog monsters, 3,120 epic tier fog monsters, 52 legendary tier fog monsters have betrayed their lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. Zhou Zhou nodded. Even though he had only Insight Defection captured 13,321,943 fog monsters, it was not as many as the 27 million fog monsters he had captured yesterday. It was already quite good. Chapter 734, Sword Emperor Fu Lu Yan. Patriarch Lu? I still have one chance at Insight Defection chance, perhaps I can use it on the fog monster army around the Divine Sword Empire. Zhou Zhou thought. Now that there were so many fog monsters besieging the Holy Sword Empire, it would be a waste of resources not to use them for Insight Defection. He did not think too much about it. He summoned the galaxy and gathered all the fog monsters that he had Insight Defection on. Then, before the fog monsters could react, he put them all into the galaxy. At this moment, the remaining fog monsters had first lost the deterrence of the Kylan dragon race's scarlet god spirit, and now, they had lost 1/5 of their troops. At this moment, their threat to Nine Net City immediately decreased greatly, and they had even begun to be unable to suppress the attacks of the soldiers of Nine Net City. Sun Wuzhi seized the opportunity and immediately called for the soldiers of Nine Net City to counterattack the Scarlet Army. As for him, he rushed directly to the place where the Crimson God Spirit of the Kylan dragon race was fighting and dealt with the Scarlet God Spirit with Gerard. Under the situation where the two God Spirits were dealing with the Scarlet God Spirit of the Kylan dragon race together, he, who was already in a precarious situation, could no longer resist. Not long after, his head was cut off by Gerard, who reacted extremely quickly. With the death of the Kylan dragon God Spirit, the morale of the remaining Scarlet Legion soldiers plummeted. Less than an hour later, the remaining Scarlet Legion soldiers either died or fled. The victory completely belonged to Nine Net City. Sun Wuzhi and the other soldiers looked at the battlefield that had returned to calmness. Only the blood river and corpses were left. They were in a daze. We really won. A general with a broken arm said in disbelief. Yes, not only did we win, we also defeated the attacking Scarlet Legion. In a short period of time. There shouldn't be any enemies of the same level coming. Our Nine Net City is safe. We protected this territory for His Majesty and protected the subjects behind us. A smile appeared on Sun Wuzhi's face. When the generals heard this, they laughed excitedly. However, when they saw the corpses of the human soldiers and sword cultivators on the battlefield, their laughter gradually stopped and finally fell silent. Clean up the battlefield, collect the remains of the martyrs, and do the post-war appeasement work. After a long silence, Sun Wuzhi gave out orders one after another. Yes, General. After some people heard the order, they went to work. After he had arranged everything, he came in front of Zhou Zhou and suddenly wanted to kneel on one knee. However, Zhou Zhou reacted quickly and stopped him. If you hadn't saved us, all the soldiers and subjects of Nine Net City would have died here. In the future, if you need anything at all, you can come and ask this old son for help. I, Sun Wuzhi, swear to my life-bound flying sword that I will definitely repay your kindness. Sun Wuzhi insisted on kneeling. However, Zhou Zhou was also very insistent. He did not want this hero to kneel down to him. We're both humans and don't have any aggro. Isn't it normal for us to support each other? If you really want to repay me, just pull me along if I'm in trouble in the future. Zhou Zhou said. He did not think that he was a victorious general, nor did he think that he would never be defeated. Hence, he meant what he said. Okay. Sun Wuzhi looked at Zhou Zhou's serious expression and finally nodded heavily. At this moment, a figure ran over from not far away. It was Princess Yu Ling. She held a sword in her hand and her body was stained with blood. Her face was a little pale, but she looked quite excited. Soon, she arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. As expected of you. You actually saved Nine Net City the moment you attacked. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Zhou Zhou. Just doing what I can. Zhou Zhou said. And this is? Sun Wuzhi looked at Yu Ling. I'm the princess of the Night Empire. General Sun, you can call me Princess Yu Ling or Princess Alina. So it's the princess of the Night Empire. Sun Wuzhi looked at Princess Yu Ling and his expression instantly became friendly and gentle. The 5 empires of the human race were on the same side and had a rather good relationship. In fact, the rulers of the 5 empires were sworn brothers. Therefore, Sun Wuzhi had a very good impression of Princess Yu Ling. Are you hurt? Zhou Zhou looked at Yu Ling and asked. When he came down from the galaxy, Yu Ling also came down. However, he had directly come to save Sun Wuzhi. Yu Ling knew that she could not play a role on the God Spirit level battlefield and might even become a burden. Therefore, she did not come over together. Instead, she flew directly to the city wall and fought the fog monster with the soldiers and sword cultivators on the city wall. They're just some little monsters that haven't reached the God Spirit level. They're not a threat to me. Yu Ling raised her head proudly. It was just that her face was covered with ashes. Zhou Zhou silently handed her a mirror, allowing her to see herself in the mirror. When Yu Ling saw this, her face immediately turned red. Then, she hurriedly used a cleaning spell to clean herself up. When Zhou Zhou and Sun Wuzhi saw this, they could not help but smile. Princess Yu Ling and I are here on behalf of the Night Empire to seek an audience with His Majesty. I wonder if you can introduce us. Zhou Zhou turned around and told Sun Wuzhi his business. Of course. Sun Wuzhi agreed without hesitation. The spatial teleportation array can be activated again after we remove the spatial seal around here. I'll send someone to take you to Fuyu Imperial Capital. As for me, I still need to stay here and guard the place. I won't accompany you guys. Sun Wuzhi said. Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling nodded. A moment later, a soldier came over to inform the 3 of them that they had found the enemy treasure that sealed the space. Now that the spatial seal had been lifted, the spatial teleportation array could be used normally. When Sun Wuzhi heard this, he found a general who was familiar with the Fuyu Imperial Capital and asked him to bring Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling to the spatial teleportation array to meet His Majesty. After bidding farewell to Yu Ling, Zhou Zhou followed the general into the spatial teleportation array and disappeared. Fuyu Imperial Capital. When Zhou Zhou arrived, the first thing he saw was a statue. The statue was 82,000 feet tall and looked like a handsome young man. He was dressed in Daoist robes and had a huayang scarf on his head. He carried a horsetail whisk in his arms and carried a sword on his back. Even though he had a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with sharp sword qi. That's the founding sword immortal of the Divine Sword Empire, Fuyu Sword Emperor Liu Yan. He's also the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm ancestor behind the Divine Sword Empire. Yu Ling looked at the statue and explained to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou nodded and was stunned. Liu Yan? Wait. Fuyu. Liu Yan. Sword Immortal. Does this old ancestor have another name, Liu Dongbin? Zhou Zhou asked softly. That's right. So you know about it too. It's said that when Patriarch Liu went out to cultivate, he once cultivated in a simple cave. He claimed to be a guest in the cave, so he got the title of Liu Dongbin. This almighty has many myths and legends that have spread throughout the myriad worlds. If you want to understand them, I can tell you. Yu Ling said confidently. It seemed like he admired Patriarch Liu very much. Zhou Zhou was a little confused. This feeling of the myths and legends of Earth suddenly appearing in front of him made him feel that it was unrealistic. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. It turned out that the legends of Patriarch Liu had already spread throughout the myriad worlds. It seemed that the Earth and Cerulean planet before I transmigrated were the two worlds affected. Yes, since there were Qi practitioners in the immortal world in this world, then what was so strange about the appearance of Patriarch Liu? Perhaps he would encounter Neza, Sun Wukong, or even existences at the Three Pure Ones level in the future. Zhou Zhou thought. Following that, the two of them arrived at the Fuyu Imperial Capital's Imperial Palace under the lead of the general who led the way. After passing the message, the two of them successfully met the Emperor of the Divine Sword Empire. Chapter 735, Morning Assembly. The Emperor of the Holy Sword Empire was a white-haired young man in a white imperial robe. He had a handsome face, jade-like skin, and bright eyes. He sat on the throne like a divine sword. A faint high-tier deity-level pressure emanated from him. The surrounding civil and military officials lowered their heads respectfully. There was no movement in the hall. Zhou Zhou/Yu Ling greets your majesty. Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling said respectfully. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue as he did not expect the Emperor of the Divine Sword Empire to be a top-notch high-tier deity-level expert. Rise! Emperor Liu Zhen said. His voice was steady and powerful. The two of them stood up when they heard this. Liu Zhen looked at the two of them. His gaze lingered on Zhou Zhou for a while before looking at Yu Ling. Niece Yu Ling. Long time no see. How's your king father? He suddenly smiled. King father has been doing very well recently. It's just that he often talks about you every day. He says that he's been plagued by national affairs in recent years and hasn't competed with you in a long time. Yu Ling smiled. Liu Zhen laughed out loud and said with a sigh, it's been 132 years since I last competed with Brother Ji. I must carry my sword and meet Brother Ji after the calamity in front of me passes. King Father will definitely be very happy to hear this. Yu Ling nodded and smiled. Liu Zhen nodded and suddenly commented seriously. When I divined this morning, I already knew why you were here. Don't worry, the Night Empire is in trouble. As a friend of the same race, how can our Divine Sword Empire not lend a helping hand? Liu Zhen looked at Zhou Zhou. I will send troops to support the Night Empire after nephew connects all the spatial teleportation arrays between the two countries. He said solemnly. My subordinates should be able to open the teleportation array between the two countries tonight. Zhou Zhou said. Then I'll personally bring people to the Night Empire tomorrow. Liu Zhen said without hesitation. Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling looked at each other in confusion. The two of them felt that the current situation of the Divine Sword Empire did not seem to be very good. Why did His Majesty agree so readily? Could they have guessed wrongly? Could it be that the Divine Sword Empire could handle the fog monster army they were facing with ease? At this moment, Your Majesty, you can't. At this moment, an old official in a black robe stepped forward. Our Divine Sword Empire is currently surrounded by 6 Scarlet Empires. There are more than 3 billion scarlet monsters protecting our empire. We really don't have the energy to support other countries now. The old minister persuaded earnestly. Then, he turned to look at Yu Ling and Zhou Zhou. Princess Yu Ling, King of the Blazing Sun, I'm really sorry. Under the current circumstances, our Divine Sword Empire really doesn't have the strength to send troops to help you. When the other ministers heard that someone was the first to speak, they also stepped forward to persuade Liu Zhen to retract his order. Sun Cheng, Zhou Han, Zhang Chen. You talk too much. This king has made up my mind. I will bring the 4th Pure Yang army to the Night Empire to provide support tomorrow. Our Divine Sword Empire is the leader of the 5 great empires. Now that our friends are in trouble, how can we not be an example? How many of our 5 human empires will be left after this calamity if we don't support each other? Liu Zhen looked at the ministers below resolutely. He had no intention of changing his mind. As the eldest brother of the 5 empires, he had to do this seeing that other empires were in trouble. Even if he had to withstand immense pressure. The old minister still wanted to say something. However, a majestic and vast sword intent erupted from Liu Zhen's body and covered the entire hall in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the other ministers were suppressed to the point of speechlessness apart from Zhou Zhou, who also released a majestic sword intent to resist Liu Zhen's sword intent. As for Yu Ling, she was not affected by Liu Zhen's sword intent deliberately. As such, Zhou Zhou became the most eye-catching person in the entire hall. All the ministers looked at Zhou Zhou in disbelief. They also felt the majestic sword intent on his body. It was hard for them to imagine how this young man could grasp such a shocking realm of the sword Dao at such a young age. Liu Zhen naturally noticed the difference in Zhou Zhou. He looked at Zhou Zhou with shining eyes. Then, he stood up and laughed out loud before looking at him with admiration. How rare, how rare! Judging from your age and the time you've spent, it's unbelievable that you can comprehend such a shocking sword intent in such a short period of time. Since ancient times, countless peerless sword cultivator geniuses have appeared in the human chi practitioner lineage. And among them, you are top of the list. Liu Zhen said with certainty. As soon as these words were spoken, all the ministers, including Yu Ling, who was beside Zhou Zhou, gasped slightly and looked at him in shock. Especially Yu Ling. She looked at Zhou Zhou with sparkling eyes. Even though she knew that Zhou Zhou's attainments in the sword Dao were very high from his performance in Nine Net City, she did not expect that it could actually be so high. One had to know that His Majesty was the descendant of Sword Emperor Fuyu, his words were extremely valuable. Moreover, since the other party could say that Zhou Zhou's sword Dao aptitude was ranked first since ancient times, it was very likely that the other party had included Sword Emperor Fuyu. Under such circumstances, he could still be ranked first. It was obvious that Liu Zhen approved of Zhou Zhou. Ahem! Zhou Zhou blushed slightly. His own people knew his situation. His sword Dao cultivation and aptitude were only replicated from Qi Xian Tian. How could it be as exaggerated as what His Majesty said? Before today, he had not even focused on practicing sword techniques for a few days. He felt a little embarrassed to be praised like this. At the same time, Liu Zhen looked at the other ministers and suddenly snorted. A bunch of disappointing people. You're sword cultivators, but none of you are as strong as a rising star who has only mastered supernatural power for less than a month. The ministers smiled bitterly. I've already decided to support the Night Empire. There's no need for you to say anything. General Situ, I'll leave the reorganization of the troops to you. Liu Zhen said. The ministers looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly, but no one tried to persuade him anymore. Your Majesty, Yu Ling has something to say. At this moment, Yu Ling stood up and said. Oh? Just tell me what you want to say. As Liu Zhen spoke, he was filled with the gentleness of an elder to a junior to Yu Ling. He did not have the airs of a ruler of the empire at all. Actually, even though our Night Empire has been attacked by the fog monster forces during this period of time. With the help of the King of the Blazing Sunday, the general situation on the battlefield has eased a lot. It's just that we're still a little powerless on a God Spirit level battlefield. Yu Ling said. Really? When Liu Zhen heard that, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Zhou Zhou. The other ministers also looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. They did not know how Zhou Zhou, a lord of a race that had just risen, could help the Night Empire in a war of this level. Chapter 736, Origin of the Death Sword Demonic Abyss. For real? Yu Ling looked at Liu Zhen seriously. Interesting. It seems like this nephew didn't obtain the title of strongest lord of all races purely because of luck. Liu Zhen looked at Zhou Zhou in wonder. If that's the case, I'll bring some God Spirit level combat power to the Night Empire tomorrow. He changed his mind and said. The ministers heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Liu Zhen suddenly stood up. The eunuch behind him immediately understood and shouted, "Leave the court." This court meeting would end. Then, Liu Zhen waved his hand and Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling disappeared before they could react. Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Garden. When Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling landed on the ground again, they realized that they had arrived in the blink of an eye. Liu Zhen was sitting on an exquisite table made of god-tier wood in front of them, drinking tea leisurely. My good niece, tell me the details. I'm very interested in how this nephew helped the Night Empire relieve the pressure. Liu Zhen looked at Zhou Zhou with interest. When Yu Ling heard this, she subconsciously looked at Zhou Zhou and saw him nod. When Yu Ling saw this, she told him the truth about Zhou Zhou sending hundreds of millions of troops to clean up the fog monster army near the Night Empire's territory. When he heard that Zhou Zhou might have more than 1 billion troops, even Liu Zhen could not help but gape at Zhou Zhou in shock. He could manage to garner 1 billion in troops if he added up all the forces in the Divine Sword Empire. Yet this nephew, who had just arrived in the High Continent, actually had more than 1 billion soldiers? Even if most of the 1 billion soldiers were new recruits, that was still impressive. Liu Zhen's first thought was disbelief. However, looking at the serious Yu Ling and the calm Zhou Zhou, Liu Zhen felt that this matter was very likely true. Tomorrow, I will lead some god spirits to the Night Empire. When the time comes, let me see how strong you are. Liu Zhen really wanted to see the strength of this strongest rising star of the human race. Zhou Zhou nodded without hesitation. Your Majesty, the Divine Sword Empire is surrounded by the Scarlet Fog Army, I've seen a lot along the way. Therefore, I'd like to be bold and contribute to the Divine Sword Empire. Even though it might not be of much use, I still hope to give it a try. I hope your Majesty can agree. Zhou Zhou said. You're too kind, nephew. Honestly, the situation of our Divine Sword Empire is actually not very good. We need help now. If nephew wants to help, we can't ask for more. How can I dictate what you do? I'll arrange a general for you later. Just inform him when you want to go there. He'll bring you there. Liu Zhen said. Thank you, your Majesty. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Oh yes, since you're already here and you said that the remaining spatial teleportation arrays can be opened tonight, the faction quests given to you by the Night Empire should be almost completed, right? When Liu Zhen reached the end, he looked at Yu Ling. Yu Ling was stunned for a moment before hurriedly nodding. Of course. As soon as she finished speaking, lines of text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. System announcement. Faction quests, Distant Divine Sword Empire has been completed. Faction mission reward, 78.9 million faction points. Diplomatic relations between the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire have been upgraded to the level of respect. 1 Death Sword in the Death Sword Demonic Abyss, not used. 10,000 Empire level combat class. The loyalty of the Army Extermination Knight. 1,000 legendary tier mist cores have been distributed. When Zhou Zhou saw this line of words, he could not help but smile. He opened the Night Empire faction points ranking and Elven Empire faction points ranking. Both of them were still firmly occupying the first place with the advantage of absolute faction points. Then, he took a deep breath and opened the Lord faction points ranking with anticipation. Myriad Races Lord faction points ranking. First place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 332,000,600 faction points. Second place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord 185,006,000 faction points. Third place, Human Lord of the Blazing Sun 150 million faction points. Fourth place, Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord 120 million faction points. Fifth place, Myriad Spirit Clan Spiritual Venerable Lord 81,004,500 faction points. Zhou Zhou looked at the rankings and nodded in satisfaction. He had finally entered the top 3. However, when he saw the faction points of the other lords, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. These guys' faction points are increasing very quickly. Especially the True Lord. His faction points have exceeded 300 million. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. These top-notch lords were indeed difficult to deal with. He casually opened the World Channel and found that a few lords of Cerulean Planet had already discovered the change in his ranking and were publicizing it in the World Channel. With his current identity, status, and reputation, it wouldn't be long before all the lords on Cerulean Planet knew that he had once again become one of the top 3 lords in the event. Those rumors that said he couldn't make it would naturally not be very convincing. It only took Zhou Zhou 5 to 6 breaths to check this information. After he came back to his senses, he thanked Liu Zhen and Yu Ling. "This is what you deserve." Yu Ling looked at Zhou Zhou with a strange glint in her eyes. No matter how one looked at it, the current Zhou Zhou could be considered a benefactor of the Night Empire. Therefore, he had already silently occupied a very high position in Yu Ling's heart. "Stop flirting in front of me, you two." At this moment, the two of them heard Liu Zhen laugh. Yu Ling was stunned. Then, her fair face suddenly turned red. "Your Majesty, what are you saying?" Yu Ling wished she could stuff her head into the crack in the ground. However, there was a feeling in her heart that made her blush shyly. "Your Majesty, I already have a wife." Zhou Zhou smiled bitterly. "It's normal for a man to have multiple wives. Especially a lord like you. Even though you're only a lord of a kingdom now, you might become an emperor of the empire in the future and even have higher power. At that time, if you only have one woman in your life, will you be able to do it?" Liu Zhen shook his head. Even though he was a person who focused on the Dao, there were more than 1,000 concubines in the imperial palace, so he did not agree with Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore." Liu Zhen didn't think of changing Zhou Zhou's mindset in a short period of time. He stood up and walked in a certain direction while talking about something else. "Come on. I'll bring you to the Death Sword Demonic Abyss and let you choose a good sword. With your attainments in the Sword Dao and your aptitude in the Sword Dao. Tisk tisk. I wonder which powerful sword cultivator's death sword will choose you. But don't worry, it will definitely not be bad. Niece, come over too. Even though you've already been here before, just treat it as an old haunt." Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling immediately followed. "Death Sword Demonic Abyss? What kind of place is that?" Zhou Zhou asked curiously. "Niece, tell him." Liu Zhen said casually. He couldn't be bothered to explain such a trivial matter himself. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yu Ling nodded and looked at Zhou Zhou. When she saw Zhou Zhou's clear and curious gaze, she could not help but look to the side, not daring to meet his eyes. She said slowly. "The Death Sword Demonic Abyss is a special abyss that can accommodate and nurture sword intent. It's both the divine land of the Divine Sword Empire and the divine land of our human race. Its status is comparable to the heroic spirit hall of our human race. It's said that every sword cultivator will infuse their lifelong comprehension of the sword Dao and their ultimate techniques into their intrinsic divine swords. Then, before they die, they will throw their intrinsic divine swords into the death sword demonic abyss. After the sword master dies, these intrinsic divine swords will also lose their consciousness and become death swords in a sense. It's not until an inheritor suitable for the records in the divine swords appears that these death swords will be awakened again and carry out the master selection test. The test of choosing a master is very dangerous. You have to compete with the sword devil produced by the divine sword. Only by defeating the sword devil and winning can you inherit Senior's natal divine sword. That's how the death sword demonic abyss got its name. Tens of thousands of years have passed. To this day, there are probably more than 1 million death swords in the death sword demonic abyss. Among these death swords, their previous owners were at least legendary tier sword cultivators. The highest was even a high-tier deity-level divine artifact left behind by a high-tier deity-level sword cultivator. While there aren't many, however, it also made this place a holy land of the sword Dao that countless sword cultivators and even god spirits yearn for. Yu Ling said. Zhou Zhou nodded. A moment later, after experiencing 3 twists and turns and the transfer of 2 spatial teleportation arrays, they arrived at the Death Sword Demonic Abyss. Chapter 737, Entering the Death Sword Demonic Abyss. Talent intuition triggered. Zhou Zhou looked at the Death Sword Demonic Abyss in front of him in surprise. A huge deep canyon that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers stretched across the ground. Wisps of purple demonic energy seeped out, dyeing the entire sky like the demon realm. The space around the canyon rippled continuously, as if it wanted to isolate the Death Sword Demonic Abyss from the outside world. Liu Zhen saw Zhou Zhou's expression. He smiled. The Death Sword Demonic Abyss has buried too many death swords and the will of too many sword cultivators. Over the years, the resistance of the sword cultivators in these death swords has long become demonic and has become the obsession of metamorphosis. They have also taken control of the death sword that contains them. If you want to retrieve the sword, you have to enter the Death Sword Demonic Abyss and personally come into contact with the endless death sword resistance. As long as you defeat the resistance of the death sword that is interested in you, that death sword will become a living sword again and belong to you. The sword master inheritance inside will also belong to you. Our divine sword empire and even the entire human race have so many sword cultivators. Moreover, the inheritance of sword cultivators has never stopped. Countless sword Dao geniuses can also rise in every era. This Death Sword Demonic Abyss can be said to have taken most of the credit. This is the meaning of the Divine Land. Liu Zhen said in a low voice. Zhou Zhou was even more surprised. He did not expect the Death Sword Demonic Abyss to be so meaningful to the Divine Sword Empire and even the human race. Still, Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought. If the benefits of the Death Sword Demonic Abyss were only to obtain a good sword and a superb sword Dao inheritance, then was it useful to him? In terms of swords, he had the true God-tier Divine Artifacts Sword of New Dimension Creation. In terms of sword Dao inheritance, he had grasped Qi Suanation's sword Dao realm. It was even enough to make Liu Zhen praise him. Zhou Zhou boldly asked. Are there true God-tier divine artifacts in the Death Sword Demonic Abyss? As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Zhen and Yu Ling were stunned. How can there be a true God-tier divine artifact? Our human race only has one true God-tier divine artifact. Currently, it's in the hands of the Emperor. The other human god spirits, even my ancestor, the Sword Emperor Fuyu, only have a top-notch high-tier deity-level divine artifact, the pure Yang Dao sword. Liu Zhen shook his head. Zhou Zhou blinked. There was only one true god-tier divine artifacts in the entire human race? He smacked his lips and did not mention that he had a second true god-tier divine artifacts. At this moment, Liu Zhen looked at Zhou Zhou. He seemed to have thought of something and could not help but laugh. Go on. Even though your attainments in the sword Dao are astonishing, there are still a few Sword Dao inheritances stronger than yours in the Death Sword demonic abyss. Don't underestimate the sword cultivators of our human race since ancient times. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he pursed his lips and did not say anything. This big shot seemed to have misunderstood me. I'm not that arrogant. However, he did not explain anything. He could not say that he was thinking about having a second true god-tier divine artifacts. Without another word, he flew up and quickly flew above the Death Sword demonic abyss. He looked at the scene below, which was filled with purple energy, like the Demon Realm district. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and put on a divine artifact. Then, he summoned his 14 final guard members and asked them to surround him to protect him. Then, he took out the pillar of the Empire puppet that had 9 summonings left and held it in his hand, making it easier to summon it at any time. Finally, he took out a series of life-saving methods, such as the Death Substitution Puppet, Random Teleportation Talisman, Ethereal Scroll, and other items. He used them all on himself. It would be best if after all this. Only then did he feel a little safe and fly straight down. Liu Zhen and Yu Ling, who had witnessed all this, were speechless. Liu Zhen, this kid, is quite steady. I originally wanted to tell him that I would always be watching him from above and not let him be in danger. From the looks of it, there's no need. Yu Ling also clicked her tongue and nodded. Being steady was a good trait after all. Under the Death Sword demonic abyss, Zhou Zhou was wrapped in wisps of fine sword energy. He fell into the depths of the Death Sword demonic abyss like a meteor. His arrival was like a drop of water falling into a pot of hot oil. Rumble. Buzz buzz buzz. The Death Sword demonic abyss was trembling. Countless low, irritable, suppressed, or sharp sword hums sounded. It was as if a large number of undead had been awakened under the ground. My good lord! All the death swords in the Death Sword demonic abyss were activated. Liu Zhen clicked his tongue in wonder with a surprised smile on his face. Yu Ling's eyes widened. Back then, when she entered the Death Sword demonic abyss, she had only triggered more than 10,000 death swords to respond to her. But that was it. It also made Liu Zhen sincerely praise her for being a good seedling to cultivate the Sword Dao. If she embarked on the path of a sword immortal, her future would definitely be limitless. After so many years, she had indeed felt her talent in the Sword Dao. Not to mention anything else, she was now at the epic tier. However, she could fight even legendary tier fog monsters. This was the powerful strength she had obtained after becoming a sword cultivator. Therefore, she had long realized the value of the 10,000 odd death swords. The combined cry of more than 10,000 divine swords allowed her to have her current achievements. More than 1,000,000 divine swords in the entire Death Sword demonic abyss sounded for Zhou Zhou. What kind of sword Dao aptitude was this? Yu Ling did not dare to imagine it. In the Death Sword demonic abyss, Zhou Zhou looked at least hundreds of illusory figures made of purple demonic energy charging at him with all kinds of divine swords in their hands. In the end, they were shattered by the sword chi wrapped around him before they could get close. However, there were still waves of death sword resistance. They attacked Zhou Zhou in an endless stream, and batch after batch of them died. Zhou Zhou watched this scene calmly. The Sword Dao cultivation of this group of death sword resistance had not even surpassed Qi Xiantian, so they were naturally not valued by him. He could only choose to bring a sword out when he came to the Death Sword demonic abyss. He could not attack casually. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly accelerated. After flying for about 300,000 meters, Zhou Zhou arrived at the bottom of the canyon. He looked at the illusion here. This place seemed to be a dead place and was very quiet. What greeted his eyes was grayish-white lifeless soil and the lifeless swords inserted in the soil. Zhou Zhou casually picked up a rusty sword. The hilt of this sword was still wrapped in black dilapidated tassel. It looked very old, like a broken sword that had been abandoned here. Zhou Zhou looked at it and was stunned to discover that it was a legendary tier sword. He looked at the other broken swords. In the end, he realized that every lousy sword in his sight was a legendary tier elementary grade sword at the very least. The highest was a legendary tier advanced grade sword. Zhou Zhou had yet to see any higher level swords. This death sword demonic abyss is at least tens of millions of square kilometers in size. Where should I go? Zhou Zhou pondered. Just as he was thinking, a faint feeling suddenly appeared in his mind, guiding him towards the southwest, as if there was a treasure he needed the most in that direction. Is my Lord Talent intuition working? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. He had almost forgotten that he had this Lord Talent. Chapter 738, Race Divine Artifact, Sword of Xianyuan Mountain River Plants and Tree Sword. Then, Zhou Zhou flew quickly in the direction indicated by his talent intuition without hesitation. Along the way, Zhou Zhou also quickly sensed the death sword he encountered along the way. Then, he discovered these swords. The lowest was at the legendary tier elementary grade. He even saw a mid-tier deity-level elementary grade divine sword. However, he ignored all of this. He chose to believe in his talent intuition, that it would bring him the best choices and results. On the death sword demonic abyss, Liu Zhen and Yu Ling looked into the depths of the canyon covered in purple demonic energy. They both frowned. Even though both of them were extraordinary tier and one of them was a high-tier deity-level god spirit, he could not see the situation more than 300,000 meters below. Your Majesty, what kind of sword do you think Zhou Zhou can obtain? Yu Ling could not help but ask. With this King of the Blazing Sun's unprecedented sword Dao aptitude, he can probably subdue more than 99% of the sword artifacts under the death sword demonic abyss at will. However, I can tell that he has extremely high standards. Ordinary sword artifacts shouldn't catch his eye. He will probably choose at least one divine artifact level sword. However, the death sword demonic abyss is too vast. There's also demonic energy, sword energy, obsessions, and other things that obstruct the spread of divine sense. It also greatly reduces the efficiency of finding a good sword. There's also demonic energy, sword energy, obsessions, and other things that obstruct the spread of divine sense. It also greatly reduces the efficiency of finding a good sword. Whether he can obtain a good sword that satisfies him will depend on this King of the Blazing Sun's choice. Liu Zhen pondered. Yu Ling frowned slightly and nodded. Under the death sword demonic abyss, Zhou Zhou looked at the sword in front of him. One side of the sword artifact was engraved with the scene of mountains, rivers, plants, and trees. A faint vitality spread from its surface. There was nothing on the other side. This. Could it be? Zhou Zhou's eyes were filled with surprise and even widened in excitement. He looked at the sword. Soon, a text notification appeared. Race Divine Artifact Name, Incomplete Sword of Xianyuan. Equipment Grade, Unique in the Race. As a Chinese race divine artifact ability 1 Sun Moon Star Sword, Unknown, you need to collect and fuse the Sun, Moon, Star faces of the Sword of Xianyuan to activate this race divine artifact ability. Race divine artifact ability 2 Mountain River Plants and Tree Sword. All plants planted by the humans of the cerulean planet will be loved by the mountains and rivers. Their growth time will decrease by 20%. The maximum reduction time is not more than 99.9%. The sword-holding lord and its cerulean planet subjects would be even more favored by the mountain river plants and tree sword. The growth time of plants and trees would decrease by 30%, the maximum reduction time would not exceed 99.9%, moreover, when plants matured, there was a 20% chance that the medicinal effect would increase by 50%, there was a 1% chance that the quality of plants and trees would increase by 1, and there was a 0.01% chance that the quality of plants and trees would increase by 2. Race Divine Artifact Ability 3 Agriculture Husbandry Sword, Unknown. To activate this race's divine artifact ability, you need to collect and fuse with the Sword of Xianyuan's Agriculture Husbandry Sword face. Race Divine Artifact Ability 4 Heaven and Earth Unification Sword, Unknown. To activate this race's divine artifact ability, you need to collect and fuse the hilt of the sword of Xian Yuan's heaven and earth unification. Introduction to the race divine artifact, Sword of Xian Yuan, also known as the Xian Yuan Xiaoyu sword. One side of the sword is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side is carved with mountains, rivers, plants, and trees. The hilt is filled with the art of agriculture husbandry sword, and the other side contains the strategy of unifying the world. It contains endless power. It does not only kill demons, it is also one of the important reliances of the Cerulean planet Lord in fighting for the position of Lord of all races on the high continent. It's indeed the incomplete sword of Xian Yuan. Zhou Zhou said excitedly. He had never expected this. His third incomplete sword of Xian Yuan was actually obtained in the Death Sword Demonic Abyss. Compared to it, low-tier deity-level divine artifacts, high-tier deity-level divine artifacts, and even true god-tier divine artifacts were no longer important. How could a divine artifact be more precious than a race divine artifact? Not to mention this racial divine artifact of the human race on the Cerulean planet. Moreover, the effect of this sword of Xian Yuan the mountain river plants and tree sword was ridiculously strong. Just a 20% reduction in growth time was a top-grade support effect. As for the 20% chance, it was not bad to increase the medicinal effect by 50% when plants matured. As for the last 1% probability, grass and plant quality plus 0.01% probability, grass and plant quality plus 2. The effect was even more heaven-defying. An ordinary epic tier medicinal herb, with the help of the mountain river plants and tree sword, its quality might directly increase by 2 levels and become a low-tier god-tier medicinal herb. Even though their chances of success sounded very low, one had to know that they were all large patches of seeds. Therefore, as long as there were enough of them, no matter how small the probability was, growing them was possible. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, there would not be a loss as long as the medicinal herbs were planted. He did not have to worry about the losses from planting medicinal herbs in large quantities. And the most important thing was, Linger's divine herb garden can almost be said to have gained wings with the enhancement of the mountain river plants and tree sword. Zhou Zhou thought excitedly. With the effect of this mountain river plants and tree sword, when Linger used the divine herb garden to grow medicinal herbs in the future, as long as they were medicinal herbs below the yellow gold tier, they could be reduced by 99.9%. Even legendary tier medicinal herbs could reduce growth time by 49.9%. Other than the fact that it could not work on god tier medicinal herbs, it was almost not much different from the mythical tier unique lord talent. Currently, other than a portion of the medicinal herbs bought from the outside world, most of the remaining medicinal herbs were provided by Linger. It was naturally extremely beneficial to him that Linger's lord talent had been indirectly enhanced. He came back to his senses after a long time. Then, he suddenly remembered something. He picked up the sword of Xian Yuan Sun Moon Plant sword. After sensing it, he did not feel any obsession from it. Which meant, this sword of Xian Yuan the Sun Moon Plant sword did not have a previous owner. Zhou Zhou could not help but think. The first 2 incomplete pieces of the sword of Xian Yuan were obtained from the reward of the Supreme Will. The third one was incomplete, but it was obtained from this Death Sword Demonic Abyss. And there's no sword master. In other words, it's very likely to have suddenly appeared here. This is very likely the work of the Supreme Will. And if it's really what the Supreme Will did, that also means that the last part of my sword of Xian Yuan the Heaven and Earth Unification Sword is very likely to have already appeared in a certain place in the high continent. Or it might be in an alternate world outside a high continent. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but fall into deep thought. It seemed that he had to pay attention to inquiring about this when he conquered the foreign land in the future. Then, he fused the sword of Xian Yuan the mountain river plants and tree sword with his own sword of Xian Yuan, becoming an incomplete sword of Xian Yuan that was only missing a portion of the hilt. Zhou Zhou looked at the abilities of the 3 race divine artifacts on it and could not help but click his tongue. This sword of Xianyuan could completely increase the future potential of the entire cerulean planet by several levels alone. The sword of Xianyuan could definitely be considered a top-notch divine artifact of the race even among the many divine artifacts of the race. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. He put away the sword of Xianyuan and turned into a golden stream of light, flying towards the top of the death sword demonic abyss. He had already obtained the sword, so it was time to leave. Chapter 739, Holy Sword Empire's Faction Quests. On the Death Sword Demonic Abyss, Liu Zhen and Yu Ling waited quietly for Zhou Zhou to come out. The Death Sword Demonic Abyss could allow those who entered to stay inside for at most 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days and 3 nights, if the person who entered had yet to decide which death sword to choose, then the million death swords in the Death Sword Demonic Abyss would feel that the other party was looking down on them. When the time comes, all the death swords would join forces and expel the person who entered from the Death Sword Demonic Abyss, preventing them from coming in again. From then on, they would forever lose the chance to obtain the Death Sword's inheritance in the Death Sword Demonic Abyss. On the way here, Liu Zhen had already told Zhou Zhou about this. Therefore, the two of them were preparing to wait here for 3 days and 3 nights. They would also secretly protect Zhou Zhou to prevent him from encountering any undefeatable danger. Niece. Nephew will probably stay for 3 days and 3 nights. How about you and I play Lord Chess? Liu Zhen waved his right hand, and a table appeared out of thin air on the ground. There were 2 chairs and a chessboard and chess piece made of white jade crystal on the table. Lord Chess was a game of chess that had been circulating in the high continent for a long time. From the commoners to the nobles, no matter which class it was, they were willing to play a few rounds of Lord Chess in their spare time. Not only could they pass the time, but they could also pass the addiction of roaming the high continent and fighting for the position of the Supreme Lord. Yu Ling nodded distractedly when she heard this. The corners of Chu Zhou's mouth curled up seeing that. He could clearly tell that this little girl already had feelings for the King of the Blazing Sunday. However, he naturally had no intention of objecting. Instead, he agreed greatly and even wanted to personally match-make them. As a Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, high-tier deity level, who had lived for an unknown period of time, the thing he loved to see the most in his life, other than the scene of the human race growing stronger day by day, was that a lover was finally married. A moment later, just as the two of them were about to play chess, buzz! Countless low sword hums sounded from the deepest part of the Death Sword Demonic Abyss. Liu Zhen and Yu Ling were stunned. Then, the two of them stood up almost at the same time. This is a farewell sword chant. My nephew is coming out. Liu Zhen was stunned. Yu Ling was also very surprised. How could it be so fast? They saw a golden figure shoot out from the depths of the canyon and fly in front of them, revealing Zhou Zhou before the two of them could react. Nephew, why are you so fast? Liu Zhen could not help but ask. Zhou Zhou was originally quite happy, but after hearing this, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. I'm not fast. Zhou Zhou added. I naturally emerged after finding a sword that suits me. Zhou Zhou knew that he could stay for 3 days and 3 nights. However, he really felt that there was no need to waste time. He had already obtained a supreme treasure like a race divine artifact. What should he still be doing down there? A sightseeing tour? Liu Zhen and Yu Ling nodded after a few seconds. What level of sword did you obtain? Liu Zhen asked curiously. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he didn't waste any time and directly shared the information about the divine artifact of the sword of Xianyuan mountain river plants and tree sword with the two of them. As for his main body that had already fused into the sword of Xianyuan, he definitely could not take it out. When the two of them saw the information of this race divine artifact, they were first stunned, then stunned. Race divine artifact. Liu Zhen stammered. Race divine artifact. He reacted and was immediately shocked. How can there be a race divine artifact? Impossible. When did such a divine artifact appear in the Death Sword demonic abyss? Liu Zhen was stunned. Yu Ling was even more confused. It's our cerulean planet's human race's divine artifact. I reckon that after the humans of the cerulean planet came to the Supreme Continent, the Supreme will casually threw the race divine artifacts of the humans of the cerulean planet here. Our cerulean planet's human race's divine artifacts are like this, and the divine artifacts of the lords of the other races are probably no exception. They should have also spread to a certain corner of the entire high continent and even the endless heavens. Zhou Zhou said. Liu Zhen was stunned. Then, he hurriedly looked at the information on the divine artifact of the mountain river plants and tree sword. As expected, he saw that it was a divine artifact exclusive to the humans of the cerulean planet. So it can only be used by the humans on the cerulean planet. I thought it would be useful to the entire human race. Liu Zhen smacked his lips twice, feeling that it was a pity. At the same time, he had also guessed why the other party had been able to find a race divine artifact so quickly. It's probably because the humans of the cerulean planet could sense the divine artifacts of their race, right? Liu Zhen thought. Zhou Zhou smiled. If this sword of Xianyu and the mountain river plants and tree sword could be useful to the entire human race, then even if their human race could not compare to top-notch bloodline races like the original spirit race in terms of talent, they were comparable to some races that could reach the elven and demon levels. I was wondering why nephew emerged so quickly. That's true. In front of a race divine artifact, let alone a divine artifact, even if it's a true god-tier divine artifact, you have to consider it. Liu Zhen paused at the end. The three of them looked at each other and could not help but smile. Oh yes. Now that the diplomacy between your Blazing Sun Kingdom and my Divine Sword Empire has reached the level of respect, why don't you join our Holy Sword Empire's Empire faction? Then, I will give you the strongest faction quest of the Divine Sword Empire. It's naturally best if it's completed. If you can't complete it, I won't set any punishment for you for failing the faction mission. How about that? Liu Zhen asked. Thank you, Your Majesty. I can't ask for more. Without any hesitation, Zhou Zhou immediately agreed. If it was a kingdom-level lord faction that issued him a top-notch faction quest, he might reject their faction quest in order to avoid running out of time. However, the Empire faction quests were different. The rewards for the Empire faction quests were extremely generous, even 10 times or more than the rewards for the kingdom-level faction quests. Which meant, completing an Empire-level faction quest was equivalent to completing 10 kingdom-level faction quests. He was naturally willing to accept such a thing that saved time and gave him an extremely high reward. Then, he did not waste any time and directly opened the activity icon of the King of 10,000 Kings. Then, he opened the Join the Faction option and found the Human Race Divine Sword Empire, Friendly, option. Then, he chose to join the faction. Almost in the next second, he realized that he had successfully joined the Empire's camp of the Holy Sword Empire. There was no doubt, this was definitely the work of His Majesty Liu Zhen. Liu Zhen looked at Zhou Zhou with a much friendlier gaze. Then, he said. If that's the case, then I'll hand this top-notch faction quest to you. Whether you can complete it or not depends on you. Liu Zhen patted Zhou Zhou's shoulder. The next second, a text notification appeared. Divine Sword Empire Faction, Lord of the Empire Liu Zhen issued you a faction quest. Faction quest name, Save the Divine Sword Empire. Quest's quality, Legendary Tier Advance Grade, Unique. Quest content, remove the current crisis of the Divine Sword Empire being surrounded by the Fog Monster Army from all sides and help the Divine Sword Empire recover to the peace before the calamity of the myriad races. Mission reward, 400 million faction points, the loyalty of 10,000 Qi practitioners, Epic Tier, 100 Legendary Tier Mist Cores, and a random special building blueprint for the cultivation path of Qi practitioners. Chapter 740, Flying Sword Capital, the Divine Craftsman City. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Even though the rewards of this faction quest were not as rich as before, his faction points had reached a total of 400 million faction points. Zhou Zhou actually did not lack any fancy rewards now. What he lacked were faction points that could help him increase his ranking. While this faction quest seemed a little difficult to complete, as long as the number of soldiers increased by a few times every day. In less than 10 days, he was confident that he had enough troops to sweep through all the fog monsters in the Divine Sword Empire. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou chose to accept this faction quest without hesitation. You brat! You are so bold! As expected of you, who can obtain the strongest lord of all races? He's actually so bold when accepting such a difficult faction quest. Liu Zhen watched as Zhou Zhou accepted the faction quests without hesitation. He looked at him with even more admiration. Let's go! I'll bring you guys out for a meal. At the same time, I'll let my royal descendants take a good look at what their role models are like. At the very least, they have to learn from your boldness. Liu Zhen laughed. Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling did not refuse. Anyway, it was just a meal. Then, Liu Zhen brought Zhou Zhou, Yu Ling, to eat a royal banquet with 70 to 80 direct descendants of the Divine Sword Empire. At this banquet, Zhou Zhou or Yu Ling ate quite happily. Furthermore, the descendants of the royal family did not look down on others like in the novels. Instead, they were all polite and had extremely good attitudes. They even took the initiative to befriend them, making Zhou Zhou praise the other party's royal family's education. As a chaos human with extremely sharp senses, he could sense that these imperial family descendants were not pretending in front of him. Instead, they were sincere and friendly from the bottom of their hearts. This was very rare. In the end, this banquet could be considered to be a joyous occasion for the host and guests. After the banquet ended, Zhou Zhou brought up the matter of finding trouble with the Scarlet faction that had besieged the Divine Sword Empire. Liu Zhen called a man over. His name is Ruoji, and he's the strategist of the first Pure Yang army under me. He's also a legendary tier elementary grade warlock. He's currently presiding over the Divine Sword Empire's intelligence collection of the surrounding fog monster army. If you have any questions in this regard, just ask him directly. Even if it's a relatively confidential intelligence question, he can answer it. Liu Zhen said. Greetings, Lord Ruoji. Zhou Zhou nodded at him. He looked at him. Ruoji was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, but he did not know how old he was. He was wearing a reddish-brown strategist's outfit. He was thin and had a gentle face. His eyes seemed to be able to see through all the schemes and strange things. He could grasp everything and gave off a very reliable feeling. King of the Blazing Sun, you're too kind. Ruoji smiled politely. This King of the Blazing Sun's reputation was like a newborn sun. It had already shocked the entire human race. Who in the entire human race or even countless foreign races didn't know of him? In fact, many higher UPS of the human race thought highly of him. They even called him one of the future hopes of the human race. Even though he, Ruoji, was trusted by His Majesty, he did not dare to neglect such a human prodigy. I heard from His Majesty that you want to cause trouble for the Scarlet Fog Army that besieged our Divine Sword Empire. What's the target? Ruoji asked kindly. Naturally, it's a place with many scarlet monsters attacking our city. The more the merrier. Zhou Zhou emphasized again. As soon as these words were spoken, be it Liu Zhen, Yu Ling, or Ruoji, they all looked at him in surprise. Could it be that this kid was deliberately showing off in front of His Majesty? Ruoji guessed. Okay. He didn't think much of it and nodded with a smile. After that, the two of them did not say anything else. After bidding farewell to Liu Zhen, they turned around and walked towards the exit of the Imperial Palace. As you've requested. The most heavily besieged place in the Kingdom of Sword is undoubtedly the Divine Craftsman City. The Divine Craftsman City is a city of craftsmen in the Holy Sword Empire that is specially used to forge weapons and armor. Nearly 50% of the craftsmen of our Divine Sword Empire are gathered inside. These blacksmiths are extremely good at forging armor and ordinary standard weapons, especially in forging flying swords. They even have the reputation of flying sword capital in our Divine Sword Empire. The Divine Craftsman City is located at the northwest border of the Holy Sword Empire. To allow the Divine Craftsman City to continuously produce weapons, armor, and even flying swords, His Majesty invests a lot of resources in it every year. Especially rare ores and resources. More than 70% of the rare ores and resources that our Divine Sword Empire harvests every year will be invested in the Divine Craftsman City. Because of this, the Divine Craftsman City has gathered a large portion of our precious resources and a large number of craftsmen. Because of these 2 points, the Fog Monster Army has targeted the Divine Craftsman City. If they can capture the Divine Craftsman City, obtain the national ores resources in the city, and transform all the craftsmen into fog monsters or kill them, the strength of these fog monsters will immediately be clearly enhanced, and our Divine Sword Empire will be clearly severely injured. Ruoji said solemnly. Even though we want to send more troops to the Divine Craftsman City, the various places in the Divine Sword Empire are already in a hurry. All the troops have long been sent out. There's no way to squeeze out additional troops to support the Divine Craftsman City. If King of the Blazing Sun can alleviate the pressure of war in the Divine Craftsman City, everyone in the Divine Sword Empire will be indebted to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a text notification appeared. Divine Sword Empire Faction, Lord of the Empire Liu Zhen issued you a faction quest. Faction quest's name, Rescue. Quest's grade, Epic Tier Advance Grade. Quest content: as a light industrial city with a large number of craftsmen and a vast amount of rare mineral resources, Divine Craftsman City is very important in the eyes of the Divine Sword Empire, but it is also very important in the eyes of the fog monsters. Please go to the Divine Craftsman City and use all your means to ease the pressure of war in the Divine Craftsman City. Mission reward: 10 million faction points, 1000 extraordinary tier blacksmith/carpenter/tailor's allegiance, 1000 epic tier mist cores. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he did not hesitate and took it. In any case, it was just one insight defection. It would be a waste not to do it. Don't worry, my lord. I'm not confident in saving the entire Divine Craftsman City since my soldiers are not by my side now. However, if it's just to ease the pressure of war in the Divine Craftsman City, I can do it alone. Zhou Zhou smiled. Oh. Ruoji looked at him in surprise, then nodded. Come with me. Okay. Chapter 741, The Threshold of a Divine Artifact Forger. Ruoji brought Zhou Zhou to a spatial teleportation array and was about to leave when he saw a figure rushing over from behind. It was Yu Ling. Don't you want to talk to His Majesty for a while? Zhou Zhou was stunned. I wanted to come over and help. Yu Ling blushed slightly and said naturally. Zhou Zhou nodded. He did not activate high-level telepathy at all times to sense the thoughts of others. It was a little disrespectful after all. Furthermore, if he was discovered by an expert, it was very easy to offend him. Therefore, Zhou Zhou did not know what Yu Ling was thinking. He did not think too much about it and entered the spatial teleportation array with Yu Ling. The spatial teleportation array flashed. Zhou Zhou and the others disappeared. Divine Craftsman City. The Divine Craftsman City was an epic tier territory. It was extremely vast. When Zhou Zhou and the others appeared, the first thing they saw was a huge yellow gold tier hammer that was more than 3,000 meters tall. It stood in the middle of the city. Then, they heard the clamor of war that seemed to reverberate in their ears, as well as the sound of iron striking. They looked over. The shops on both sides of the street were either blacksmith shops, carpenter shops, tailor shops, war machinery shops, flying swords shops, and so on. In the distance, he could see mines, metallurgical factories, and other medium-sized factories. Apart from the fact that the architectural style was a little immortal-like, Zhou Zhou even felt as if he had arrived at an industrial city. The three of them simply registered with the soldiers beside the spatial teleportation array. After confirming that they were not spies, the three of them were invited to the city wall by a deputy general who had rushed over. On the city wall, Zhou Zhou and the others looked at the battlefield. Then, Ruoji's expression turned serious, and Yu Ling was even more shocked. On the battlefield outside the city wall, the army of fog monsters that covered the sky and the earth was continuously attacking the city wall and the array barrier in the sky. The battle between the human soldiers and the fog monster army continued. A large number of soldiers were dying or injured every moment. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood that was like rust. All he could see was blood. From a third-person perspective, at this moment, the Divine Craftsman City was like a victim surrounded by thousands of killer bees. It even looked a little terrifying. The Divine Craftsman City is currently besieged by the Jiju Scarlet Legion of the Jiju Scarlet Empire. The Divine Craftsman City is currently besieged by the Jiju Scarlet Legion of the Jiju Scarlet Empire. With such a large number of Scarlet Army soldiers, if it weren't for the fact that our Divine Craftsman City usually accumulates a lot of war weapons, I'm afraid we would have been occupied and slaughtered by these bastards. The Deputy General's expression was somewhat bitter. Ruoji knew that the other party was asking the Empire for reinforcements, but how could the Empire have extra troops to support them now? Therefore, he could only pretend not to understand and introduce Zhou Zhou to her with a smile. I see. But we're not just here to inspect the war. Do you see this young hero beside me? He's the king of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. You should have heard of his name long ago, right? We came here this time because this king of the Blazing Sun took the initiative to suggest that we come over to help. The general was stunned. Then, she looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze. King of the Blazing Sun. The human lord who snatched the strongest lord of all races from the hands of many top-notch lords, nnra.com. He said in disbelief. Exactly. Ruoji nodded proudly. After a moment of silence, the general suddenly turned around and ran away. The three of them slowly typed out a question mark. What was going on? Why was he running? The deputy general returned and brought an old man with pale hair and a golden hammer on his back. I'm Tai Lian, the city lord of the Divine Craftsman City. Greetings to the warlock Luo and the king of the Blazing Sun. Even though Tai Lian was old, he was very polite to Ruoji and Zhou Zhou. So it's City Lord Tai. It's an honor to meet you. Ruoji greeted Zhou Zhou telepathically. This City Lord Iron is a legendary tier advance grade blacksmith and a legendary tier advance grade strongman. It can be said that he has already reached the peak of mortals in terms of life profession and combat classes. However, his dream is to become a divine artifact forger, so before he found the inheritance of a divine artifact forger, he had no way to advance. Until now, he is still comprehending the secrets of the profession of a divine artifact forger. What a pity! If only our Divine Sword Empire had the inheritance of a divine artifact forger. Otherwise, he might have become a divine artifact forger by now. Ruoji sighed. A divine artifact forger. Zhou Zhou pondered. Thanks to the bloodline inheritance in his mind, he had some understanding of this god-tier profession. The requirements to change professions to become a divine artifact forger were very high. First, he had to have the complete inheritance of the divine artifact forger profession. Secondly, a blacksmith had to be a legendary tier advance grade and was only a step away from god tier. Thirdly, the blacksmith had to have a god tier strength type combat profession. The three conditions combined into one. Only then would it be possible to create a basic divine artifact forgers. And if he wanted to become a brilliant divine artifact forgers, he still had a long way to go. It could be seen how difficult it was to become a divine artifact forgers. Even for Zhou Zhou. Right now, he only had a few forging blueprints at the level of a low-tier divine artifact. They were all legendary tier weapon forging blueprints carried by a few legendary level enemy blacksmiths. In the end, they were killed by his soldiers in the war and dropped higher tier divine artifact forging blueprints. Zhou Zhou was not interested in these blueprints. After all, the low-tier deity level god divine artifacts in his hands were almost piled up into a small mountain. Who cared about a few low-tier deity level divine artifact blueprints? He casually threw it into the king's treasure box, preparing to use it after obtaining the complete inheritance of the divine artifact forgers. And at the moment, these blueprints were also difficult for Tai Lien to become a divine artifact forgers. It was like giving a university student a research thesis at the academician level. It was not enough to explain the scientific and technical knowledge contained in a university student's thesis power to make a university student immediately become an academician. There was too much basic professional knowledge in it. It wasn't something that could be made up for with just a divine artifact blueprint. So it's City Lord Tai. It's an honor to meet you. Zhou Zhou said politely. The King of the Blazing Sun actually knows about me. Tai Lien looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. Zhou Zhou was about to think of a response when he saw Tai Lien shake his head and say, "But that's not important anymore. King of the Blazing Sun, you just said that you wanted to come to my place to help. I wonder how many troops you brought." To be honest, King of the Blazing Sun, our divine craftsman city is in imminent danger. We urgently need external reinforcements. Tai Lien looked at Zhou Zhou expectantly. I'm alone. Zhou Zhou pondered for a second before saying honestly. Tai Lien was stunned. Then, he could not help but look disappointed. He was already old, but now, he seemed to have aged dozens of years. "Thank you for coming to help, King of the Blazing Sunday. This decrepit still has things to do, so I'm not worthy of all of you. King of the Blazing Sun, if you want to do anything, feel free to do so." Tai Lien forced a smile. Then, he turned around and left. Zhou Zhou was speechless. Did this person think that this is above my pay grade? Now that the Divine Craftsman City is in deep danger, City Lord Iron has a heavy burden on his shoulders. He has a lot of matters to deal with at all times. King of the Blazing Sun, please don't blame him. Ruoji quickly tried to salvage the situation. How come? Zhou Zhou shook his head. I'm going to help the Divine Craftsman City now. I'll be back soon. It won't take too long for the two of you to wait here. He continued. Don't you need a soldier to help you? Ruoji was stunned for a moment before asking. No need. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Ruoji looked hesitant. Lord Ruoji, it's fine as long as we believe in the King of the Blazing Sunday. For King of the Blazing Sun to be able to reach this point, how can he be a rash person? He definitely has his own confidence and means. At this moment, Yu Ling suddenly said. Ruoji was stunned for a moment before nodding. Well, he had worried for nothing. Zhou Zhou looked at Yu Ling in surprise and nodded. Then, without hesitation, he flew into the sky and stood inside the array barrier. Chapter 742, The Upper Limit of Insight Defection. Leaving. Zhou Zhou scanned the area a few times and quickly found a target. It was a ferocious yaksha with purple-black skin, a golden steel fork in his hand, and a pair of fangs. He emitted the aura of a low-tier deity-level elementary grade Scarlet God Spirit and was fighting another Sword Immortal of the Divine Craftsman City. The Sword Immortal's face was pale, and the aura on his body was a little unstable. The 9 flying swords surrounding him were also swaying. It was obvious that he had fought too many battles and had consumed too much divine sense and magic power. On the other hand, the Yaksha Scarlet God Spirit looked full of energy and had powerful magic power. It was completely suppressing the Sword Immortal of Divine Craftsman City. I'll choose you. He took out the Sword of New Dimension Creation and held it in his hand. He condensed the legendary tier elementary grade chaos origin power in his body and activated the myriad sword immortal formation before slashing at the other party. Yes, he felt that the chaotic origin power in his body had already advanced to another level and broke through to the legendary tier elementary grade just after he summoned Gerard to kill the mid-tier deity level Kylan dragon race Scarlet God Spirit. At this realm, he could already barely use the true God tier divine artifacts, the Sword of New Dimension Creation, to launch his attack. Of course, that was all. If he wanted to use the divine artifact law ability in the Sword of New Dimension Creation, it was far from enough. At the very least, he had to advance to the low-tier deity level or even the mid-tier deity level before he could use the divine artifact law ability of the Sword of New Dimension Creation. On the other side, facing this sudden attack, this low-tier deity level elementary grade Yaksha Scarlet God Spirit could not react at all and was directly beheaded. The sword cultivator was stunned when he saw this. Could it be reinforcements from the Empire? He thought in surprise. Then, he hurriedly turned around and looked at Zhou Zhou, who had put down the Sword of New Dimension Creation. The Sword Immortal's eyes were blank. As the worshipped God Spirit of the Divine Sword Empire, he knew the other God Spirits of the Divine Sword Empire. However, he had never seen the young man in front of him before. What was going on? Who was he? On the other side, Zhou Zhou was also a little surprised to see that he had actually killed a low-level low-tier deity Scarlet God Spirit with one strike. His original intention was to injure the other party and take the opportunity to use his insight defection. He did not expect it to be accidentally killed. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips, very satisfied with his strength. Of course, he was most satisfied with the power of the Sword of New Dimension Creation. As expected of true God-tier divine artifacts. Now that he could use this Sword of New Dimension Creation, his combat strength should be comparable to most mid-tier deity-level God Spirits. If he was facing a high-tier deity-level God Spirit, even if he could not defeat them, he could still escape. At the thought of this, a smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Then, he did not waste any time. He first retrieved the corpse of the killed Scarlet God Spirit and placed it beside the corpse of the other Scarlet Dragon God Spirit in the king's treasure box. Then, he raised his right hand and willed while the enemy's morale was affected after killing a Scarlet God Spirit. Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Insight Defection. Activate. The next second, an invisible fluctuation instantly covered the 230 million Scarlet Fog monsters. A text notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your Lord exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Notification: a total of 20,489,965 Black Iron Tier Fog monsters, 13,359,810 Green Bronze Tier Fog monsters, 8,165,985 White Silver Tier Fog monsters, 5,426,521 Yellow Gold Tier Fog monsters, 2,284,453 White Platinum Tier Fog monsters, 202,187 Diamond Tier Fog monsters, 68,741 Extraordinary Tier Fog monsters, 6,187 Epic Tier Fog monsters, 151 Legendary Tier Fog monsters have betrayed their Lord faction and become your loyal subordinates. Zhou Zhou looked at the Insight Defection result and smiled. There were a total of 50 million Fog monsters. It directly reached the upper limit of the number of Insight Defections for Extraordinary Tier Insight Defection. This was the first time he had Insight Defection, which had reached the upper limit of his Lord talent. Normally, how can there be so many fog monsters gathered together to make me Insight Defection? It was just as he thought. This King of 10,000 Kings event is both a calamity and an unimaginable opportunity for me. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. After that, he secretly released a galaxy that had entered the spatial concealment state. At the same time, he secretly ordered the fog monsters of the 50 million Insight Defection to quietly withdraw from the current battlefield and enter the galaxy to hide. When the time comes, Zhou Zhou put the galaxy into his internal world again, and the 50 million fog monster soldiers could safely and smoothly reach his hands. Then, Zhou Zhou flew down from the sky and landed beside Ruoji and Yu Ling. As soon as he came down, the two of them leaned over and looked at Zhou Zhou with burning eyes. Especially Ruoji. At this moment, this strategist looked at Zhou Zhou as if he was seeing a resplendent jade. The King of the Blazing Sun's attack is indeed extraordinary. He actually killed a low-tier deity Scarlet God Spirit with a single strike as a legendary tier. In time, King of the Blazing Sun, you will definitely become a pillar of our human race. He praised sincerely. With the strength of a legendary tier elementary grade, he killed a low-tier deity Scarlet God Spirit with a single strike. This child's future could no longer be described as only limitless. Even if he could not become the lord of all races in the future, his strength alone was enough for him to occupy the upper echelons of the human race. He might even be able to become an achievement true god tier and become a pillar of the human race like Bai He and Liu Yan. At the same time, he was an expert that all races had to respect. You flatter me. Zhou Zhou said humbly. You too, get ready. We can leave in a while. You're leaving just like that. Well, I guess you can indeed leave after killing a low-tier deity Scarlet God Spirit. Ruoji was stunned for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. He felt a little regretful that he did not see more of this lord's battle scenes. But at this moment, Yu Ling exclaimed in surprise. This battlefield. Why do I feel that the attack of this fog monster army has suddenly become much weaker? She said uncertainly. Ruoji was stunned. Then, he immediately looked over and saw what Yu Ling was talking about. However, as a strategist who had experienced many war scenes, his observation skills were much more detailed than Yu Ling's. Therefore, he quickly saw through more things. Not only is it much weaker, but it's nearly a quarter weaker. Moreover, there's something wrong with this fog monster army. Why do I feel that there are fewer and fewer of them? Ruoji was stunned. In his life, he had experienced tens of thousands of battlefields of all sizes. However, he had never seen such a strange battlefield situation. Then, they suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhou Zhou in disbelief. Zhou Zhou, is that you're doing? Yu Ling asked in surprise and anticipation. Ruoji also stared intently at Zhou Zhou. It's just some small tricks. But that's all I can do today. If these fog monsters in the Divine Craftsman City increase tomorrow, I'll come again. Zhou Zhou did not explain further. However, this made the two of them look at Zhou Zhou even more fanatically. Ruoji took a deep breath and decided to tell His Majesty what he had seen and heard on this trip when he returned so that His Majesty would value this King of the Blazing Sun even more. He looked at the celestial appearance Zhou Zhou and had a premonition. If the Divine Sword Empire could establish a stable friendship with the King of the Blazing Sun and even borrow the power of this King of the Blazing Sun, then their Divine Sword Empire might be able to advance to a higher level and even do something that the human race could only dream of. NNEA.cm. It sounded a little ridiculous for an empire to want to borrow the power of a beginner kingdom king. However, Ruoji firmly believed in his intuition. After that, Zhou Zhou retracted the galaxy in spatial concealment and the 50 million fog monster army inside. Right on the heels of that, they told the Deputy General and asked him to inform City Lord Tai Lian that they had left. Then, they entered the spatial teleportation array and left. Zhou Zhou still had a lot of things to do and could not stay here any longer. When Tai Lian rushed over, he only saw an empty spatial teleportation array. Seeing this, Tai Lian hurriedly asked the soldiers guarding the spatial teleportation array. After knowing that Zhou Zhou and the others had left, he stood on the spot in a daze for a while. Then, he bowed deeply to the spatial teleportation array. He did not get up for a long time. Chapter 743, The Law Skill Zhou Zhou Wants. When Zhou Zhou and the others returned to the capital and wanted to meet Liu Zhen, they were informed by a servant that Liu Zhen was dealing with government affairs in the Pure Yang Hall. At that moment, he would not receive anyone. If that's the case, why don't we return to the Blazing Sun Kingdom first? Lord Ruoji, please inform His Majesty that we've returned when he's free. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. Don't you want to stay for a while? Ruoji hurriedly urged him to stay. He still wanted to keep her in the palace for a period of time to nurture the friendship between the two countries. This King of 10,000 Kings event will only last for a month. I can't stay any longer. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Since he had already given this reason, Ruoji could not say anything. He could only watch as Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling left the palace through the spatial teleportation array. Then, Ruoji turned around and walked deeper into the palace. After Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling returned to the Night Empire, the two of them separated. Then, Zhou Zhou directly returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. After returning to the capital, Zhou Zhou first took out the corpse of the mid-tier deity-level Kylin Dragon God Spirit and the corpse of the low-tier Yaksha Scarlet God Spirit, intending to see what the spoils of war of the two Scarlet God Spirits were like. However, it was a pity that the most valuable loots on these two Scarlet God Spirits were only two low-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine artifacts. After extracting them, they became 6 mid-tier deity-level divine artifacts. Among the other important spoils of war, Zhou Zhou put away the divine crystals for himself. As for the other two mid-tier deity-level Book of the God Spirit and Secret Manual of the Hero Inheritance, Zhou Zhou directly placed them in the military merit exchange system for the soldiers who had performed the most outstandingly in the war. Then, he entered the cultivation room and continued to comprehend the Lord's laws. Time passed quickly. Night covered the earth in the blink of an eye. The scarlet fog descended. In the cultivation room, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. His expression was thoughtful as he played with the Bodhi Supreme in his hand. I'm already a legendary tier elementary grade now. I'm not far from becoming a legendary tier advanced grade and becoming a god spirit. With the enhancement of my Lord talent, I should be able to reach the threshold of becoming a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit in less than 10 days. But I still feel that my comprehension of Lord's law is still far inferior. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. He had not even fully comprehended the Lord's law behind the Black Iron tier Lord talent, Hand of Wealth. Not to mention, he had comprehended the most important and core Lord law skill. He had a feeling that he had to achieve the God Spirit slot with the Lord law skill. Only then could he truly step onto the path of the Supreme God Spirit. He had to achieve the achievement God Spirit slot with the Lord law skill. Only then could he truly step onto the path of the Supreme God Spirit. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Then, he suddenly thought of something and opened his Lord talent list. His gaze swept across these Lord talents one by one, and finally landed on the mythical tier unique Lord talent, Lord Shop, and another mythical tier unique Lord talent, Ultimate Algorithm. These two Lord talents are the closest to the Lord talent of ruling among all my Lord talents. The former can allow me, a Lord, to have the power to rule other subjects, bloodlines, and even items. The latter can allow me to rule all the computational power of the Machina race. If I can comprehend the Lord laws behind these two Lord talents, I will definitely be able to see the true meaning of ruling from them and master a control-type law skill. But the grades of these two Lord talents are too high. The Lord laws contained in them are too complicated. I can't comprehend them. Zhou Zhou smiled bitterly. For the first time, he felt that the quality of the Lord talent was too high. It was also a burden. If other lords heard this, they would probably scold him for not knowing the hunger of a hungry man. But it was indeed his true thoughts at this moment. What should I do? Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, his gaze slowly landed on the Bodhi Supreme in his hand. Bodhi Supreme. A fawning smile appeared on his face. What? Bodhi Supreme seemed to have seen the expression on his face and said warily. Can you help me resolve my confusion? I'm I can't. The Bodhi Supreme rejected Zhou Zhou directly before he could finish speaking. If you want me to clear your doubts again, you have to pay off the debt first and then give me enough knowledge to clear your doubts before I can help you. Bodhi Supreme snorted. That will take a few days. Zhou Zhou was helpless. Just a few days and you can't wait? Bodhi Supreme asked. I'm planning ahead. Zhou Zhou gradually fell silent. He did seem to be a little too anxious. In any case, he was still a long way from becoming a legendary tier advance grade. Why was he in such a hurry? He suddenly became vigilant. It seemed that his life had been too smooth sailing. Now that he had encountered a little obstruction, he actually became a little anxious. That wouldn't do. He took a deep breath and looked at the Bodhi Supreme in his hand. I was in too much of a hurry. All right. I'll keep instilling the bloodline inheritance in your mind for the next 2 days until it's enough for you to clear my doubts. That's more like it. Bodhi Supreme was satisfied. In its eyes, this lord that had yet to mature still had many shortcomings. However, at the very least, he knew his limits and would correct his mistakes in time. He can be molded. Most importantly, the talent of the Lord's Law was shockingly high. In short, his future is promising. I am with the right person. The Bodhi Supreme thought to itself. After that, Zhou Zhou did not waste any time and directly began to instill the bloodline inheritance he had grasped into Bodhi Supreme. A moment later, Zhou Zhou, who was instilling his bloodline inheritance into Bodhi Supreme, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Your Majesty, Legion Commander Bai Yun and the rest have returned. Currently, Legion Commander Bai Yun is requesting an audience outside the door. Alia's voice sounded. Let her in. Zhou Zhou said casually. Yes, Your Majesty. Alia left. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou also stopped instilling bloodline inheritance and said to Bodhi Supreme, I'm a little tired today. Let's continue tomorrow. Sure. At this rate, you should be able to completely repay the debt you owe me and save up enough to officially resolve your doubts in another 2 or 3 days. Bodhi Supreme was also very satisfied with today's gains. At this moment, Your Majesty, Bai Yun requests an audience. Bai Yun's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Zhou Zhou put away the Bodhi Supreme and said. Soon, Bai Yun walked in. Greetings, Your Majesty. She said respectfully. How is it? Have you captured all the spatial teleportation arrays? Zhou Zhou asked casually. Everything went well. They've all been captured. We originally encountered 2 low-tier deity-level Scarlet God spirits along the way and wanted to stop us, but they were repelled by Qi Xiantian and the others. Bai Yun reported. Zhou Zhou nodded. With this spatial teleportation array that completely connected the 2 human empires, his faction quests could be considered to have been completed. Even though he had already received the mission reward in advance. Chapter 744, War Summary. Your Majesty. Deputy Commander Wu has already led all the new recruits back. Furthermore, our soldiers have already passed through the Triumphal Arch once. I have already recorded the advancement of all the soldiers and the gains of the loots. Please take a look, Your Majesty. After Bai Yun finished speaking, she took out a list of battles from her spatial ring and handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. Today, they had killed a total of 320 million fog monsters. Among them, Bai Yun and the rest led more than 400 million soldiers. In the process of seizing the spatial teleportation array to the Divine Sword Empire, they eliminated a total of 110 million fog monsters along the way. On the other hand, Wu Xin led 100 million veterans and 720 million new recruits to kill a total of 210 million fog monsters in a day around the territory of the Night Empire. It sounded like an exaggeration, but if one counted every soldier, they would realize that some soldiers might not even have killed a single fog monster in a day. At most, they would help each other and share the promotion energy obtained from killing a fog monster with a few soldiers. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips. No wonder Yu Ling said that the situation on the battlefield had improved a lot with the help of his soldiers. Over the past 2 days, the recruits under him had killed almost 300 million fog monsters. There were only about 1 billion fog monsters attacking the Night Empire. Now that 3/10 of it was gone, wouldn't the pressure be relieved a lot? He didn't think too much about it and continued reading. With the enhancement of the King of Lutes and the title of the Strongest Lord, they obtained a total of more than 11,000 low-tier deity-level divine crystals, 1,061,300 legendary tier mist cores, 10,629,600 epic tier mist cores, 121 million extraordinary tier mist cores, 165 million diamond tier mist cores, 369 million white platinum tier mist cores, 682 million yellow gold tier mist cores, 1,412 million white silver tier mist cores, 2,836 million green bronze tier mist cores. More than 12 billion 50 million skill books and 15 billion 12 million equipment. More than 9,000 low-tier deity-level divine artifacts. Basic materials, 3,600,000,9,900 units. More than 40 million units of basic elemental gem resources. There were more than 2 million units of thunder element gems. More than 3 million units of life elemental gems. More than 1 million units of death elemental gems. 12 million origin crystals. 245,672 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 212 Holy Spirit tier scarlet divine crystals. 514 low tier deity level Book of the God Spirit. 35 Hero Inheritance secret manuals. Then, in terms of the increase in the combat strength of the soldiers, the total number and strength of Zhou Zhou's soldiers had also increased greatly throughout the day. Other than his own inside defection army of 63,321,943 fog monsters. The 20% inside defection troops handed over to him by the Lords of the Star Alliance had also reached 6,222,890 fog monsters. All three of them added up to a total of 69,544,833 fog monsters. And now, excluding the troops of the Star Alliance, the total number of troops under Zhou Zhou's command had already reached 1,322,074,382 soldiers. Among them, were 35,499,341 black iron tier soldiers, 19,158,710 green bronze tier soldiers, 676.3 million white silver tier soldiers, 360,079,010 yellow gold tier soldiers, 196,331,700 white platinum tier soldiers, 28,355,439 diamond tier soldiers, 6,108,413 extraordinary tier soldiers, 254,100 epic tier soldiers and 599 legendary tier soldiers. In addition, Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin and Ghost God General Luo Sheng had broken through to the legendary tier advance grade. Soul Arrow Wu Tu had broken through to legendary tier intermediate grade. The original Spirit Race Ansel had broken through to epic tier intermediate grade. The other heroes and generals had also improved greatly in terms of strength. Zhou Zhou looked at the list and nodded slightly. When he saw the distribution of strength among the last soldiers, he could not help but be speechless. Among the soldiers under his command, there were hundreds of millions of white silver tier, yellow gold tier, and white platinum tier soldiers. On the other hand, there were a lot fewer soldiers at the other levels of strength. Zhou Zhou was well aware of the reason for this. He had recruited too many new recruits in the past 2 days. However, with the epic tier blessing of the war god, these soldiers' strength increased rapidly. This resulted in the number of white silver tier, yellow gold tier, and white platinum tier soldiers under him being so much more than the soldiers at other levels. It doesn't matter how many new recruits there are. Under the blessing of the war god, It won't be long before these new recruits become the high-end combat power under my command. Zhou Zhou's lips curled up slightly. The Lords of the Star Alliance now have a total of more than 65 million troops. In addition to the soldiers I have now, I now have more than 587 million soldiers under my command. He nodded, then returned the list of battles to Bai Yun. I've already placed the Hero Inheritance and Book of the God Spirit in the military merit exchange system. Remember to find someone to discuss and reward them to the soldiers who perform the most outstandingly and need them the most. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully before continuing. Your Majesty, I have something to tell you. What is it? Deputy Commander Wu told me just now. It's too obvious that we've been killing fog monsters around the Night Empire to train our troops these past 2 days. Currently, there are already at least 3 Empire-level fog monster army and 40 Kingdom-level fog monster army that are stirring up trouble with our Blazing Sun Kingdom. I reckon that they will take revenge on our Blazing Sun Kingdom soon. I understand. Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought. This was within his expectations. After all, these fog monsters were not wooden figures. If he trained his soldiers so wantonly and used their lives to train his soldiers, he would definitely attract their counterattack. However, Zhou Zhou was not afraid. Ability. It was the reason why he dared to do this. He had already killed one of the Empire-level monster army. The current him. His strength had increased greatly again. Even if a few more Empire-level monster army came, he would not be afraid. Oh yes! How many heroes does our Blazing Sun Kingdom have now? He suddenly asked. Currently, there are a total of 68 heroes in our 4 legions who hold various important positions within the legion. If we distribute the Hero Inheritance Manual that we obtained today and let the contributing soldiers accept these hero inheritances, our Sun Kingdom will have 105 heroes. Bai Yun said. When Zhou Zhou heard this, a smile appeared on his face again. 105 heroes. This number had already exceeded 100. If this was placed on some small races, it would probably be equivalent to the number of heroes in their race. But now, it was only the number of heroes in his small beginner kingdom. If news of this got out, who knew how many life forms would call it ridiculous? Now, Zhou Zhou was even more confident in dealing with the monster army that wanted to take revenge on him. Your Majesty, Legion Commander Wu Tu requests an audience. Alia's voice came from outside. After Zhou Zhou let the other party in, Wu Tu quickly came over. Greetings, Your Majesty. Wu Tu said respectfully. What is it? Your Majesty, I've already sorted out all the information on the 16 enemy countries that you asked me to sort out previously. Also, His Majesty asked me to investigate the 5 scarlet monsters that the Supreme Will detests. I've already investigated 2 of them today. Your Majesty, please take a look. With that, Wu Tu opened his personal terminal and sent an intelligence report to Zhou Zhou. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he opened his personal terminal and found the information Wu Tu had sent him. Then, he projected the information into the air so that everyone present could see it. Chapter 745, Alliance of the 16 Kings. Garlos, Castro. Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, and Wu Tu looked at the virtual image projected in the air in front of them. At the top was the information on the 16 people of foreign races. Zhou Zhou looked at it, which was recorded in this intelligence information. These 16 enemy countries now had a total of about 56 million troops. They had even formed an alliance called the 16 Kings Alliance. As for who this alliance was guarding against, it was clearly written on it. It was his Blazing Sun Kingdom. Your Majesty, actually, when the alliance of 16 kings was first established, it only had about 35 million troops. However, they might have heard of our Blazing Sun Kingdom's reputation during this period of time and were so frightened that they hurriedly went all out in the country. They forced most of the superhumans and subjects in the country to enlist. Only then were they barely able to gather more than 56 million soldiers. Nonetheless, since it's a compulsory recruitment, most of these recruits are very weak. Only a small number of recruits who are combat professionals are slightly stronger. However, because most of them don't have any combat experience in the army, their strength isn't comparable to the military professionals. Wu Tu said. Military professionals were better at performing on the battlefield because of their profession characteristics. Therefore, on the battlefield, military professionals usually performed better than combat professionals. However, if it was a 1v1 battle outside the battlefield, then combat professionals could often defeat military professionals of the same level. This was also the biggest difference between military professionals and combat professionals. Zhou Zhou nodded. He looked into Bai Yun's eyes and understood what she meant. He could not help but laugh. There were more than 56 million soldiers. In the past, they would probably think that the other party was very strong. But, what was 56 million soldiers for him, who had nearly 1.4 billion soldiers? He managed to obtain this amount of soldiers just by one activation of incite defection. I'll leave it to you, Bai Yun. Tomorrow, I want to see the territories of these 16 kingdoms filled with the flags of our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. There was no hesitation in her voice. Capture 16 kingdoms in a day? Bai Yun's eyes were filled with anticipation. She had only heard such stories in myths and legends when she was young. At that time she felt that a general who could do such a thing must be a great hero who could support the heavens and the earth. He must be an extraordinary figure. She did not expect that she was going to do the same now. She took a small breath and her eyes became determined. There was still a long way to go, this was only the beginning. It was far from enough to achieve 16 kingdoms in a day if she wanted to sit firmly in the position of the number one general beside His Majesty. There were too many outstanding talents by His Majesty's side. She had to become a general in myths and legends that was enough to be praised by all the life forms of the myriad races. She also has to be the most outstanding general in order to steadily become the number one general beside His Majesty. Bai Yun thought to herself. Zhou Zhou did not know the change in Bai Yun's heart. After looking at the strength of the 16 kingdoms and confirming that he could crush this so-called 16 Kings alliance, he looked directly at the two scarlet fog monsters that Wu Tu had found and were hated by the Supreme Will. The first fog monster was named Garlos. According to the information, he was a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit from the Doro Crimson Empire. The other party was the deputy commander of an empire-level Scarlet Army in their empire. He was good at close combat, but other than that, he had no other characteristics. At this moment, the other party was following the empire-level Scarlet Army and besieging a human advance kingdom called Tianzi 1.6 billion kilometers away. The second fog monster was a fog monster named Castro. According to the information, the other party was originally a life form from the Heavenly King's boundless universe. Later on, the world he was in was invaded by the fog monster faction. At that time, he chose to fight for his world, but he was defeated and captured by the fog monster. Then, because of his extremely high talent, he was recognized by a big shot in the fog monster camp and transformed into a fog monster. However, Castro had an unyielding nature. He would not be able to change that even though he had transformed into a fog monster. Not long after, this guy actually defected from his camp and became a lone fog monster that roamed the high continent. This guy's original strength was low-tier deity-level elementary grade. After he defected and left, he took pleasure in challenging and killing experts of the same level on the high continent. Occasionally, he would even cross realms to fight. After such a long time, not only did he not die, he had even made a breakthrough in strength. Now, he had already become a mid-tier deity-level elementary grade Scarlet God Spirit. During the current calamity of the myriad races, the other party began to specially assassinate the god spirit level experts of the various empires in the High Continent to weaken the combat strength of the lord level forces of the High Continent's empires. They attacked cities and territories in the High Continent with the Scarlet Empire behind them. The results were quite fruitful. It was said that they had already captured one empire of the people of foreign races. He even said in this invitation, as a lone Scarlet God Spirit, Castro was not only extremely strong in frontal combat, he was also extremely good at escaping and hiding. This was also the reason why he had been able to roam freely in the High Continent for so many years without being successfully retaliated against by his enemies. Now, the other party was appearing at a place 5.4 billion kilometers away, as if he wanted to attack the Orc God Spirit of a nearby Orc Empire. Then, Zhou Zhou opened the other information. In the end, with their reading speed, it took them more than half an hour to finish reading. After reading it, Zhou Zhou immediately looked at Wu Tu. "Where did you get all this information?" he asked in surprise. "Your Majesty, this is all thanks to the Dark Walker job change statue in our territory. Dark Walkers have the ability to create the Demon Concealment Ointment, and the Demon Concealment Ointment allows us to treat us as members of the Fog Monster Camp when we encounter Fog Monsters. That's why I have an idea. I order the soldiers of the Heavenly Map Army to disguise themselves as members of the Fog Monster Camp through the Demon Concealment Ointment when exploring the information of the Fog Monster faction. Then, they will take the opportunity to sneak into the Fog Monster Camp, greatly reducing the difficulty of spying. I obtained the information about these two fog monsters that are hated by the Supreme while using this method. Even though we encountered some small risks along the way, it's not worth mentioning compared to the value of the information we obtained." Wu Tu said. "I remember that the Demon Concealment Ointment only has a high chance of making the fog monsters treat us as members of the Fog Monster Camp, right?" Zhou Zhou frowned. Chapter 746, Second Generation Dark Walker Potion. "Your Majesty, you're busy every day so you may not know that. Ever since the Dark Walker statue and let all the subjects in the territory change their profession to Dark Walker, the people from the Alchemy Union have begun to research the three profession secret medicines, the Dark Walker's Demon Vanquishing Powder, the Demon Concealment Ointment, and the Sacred Redemption Medicine. Then, they realized that if they increased the level and quality of the medicinal herbs used to make the Dark Walker secret medicine and added some outstanding supplementary medicinal herbs, it could greatly increase the medicinal effect of the secret medicine. Just yesterday, two of these three potions, namely the Demon Concealment Ointment and the Sacred Redemption Medicine, have already been optimized by the alchemy pharmacists of the Alchemy Union. Among them, the second generation of Sacred Redemption Medicine can allow living beings that have been transformed into fog monsters for a period of time to return to their normal life form. And the Demon Concealment Ointment can already make the living beings smeared with the Demon Concealment Ointment have a 100% chance of being mistaken by the fog monsters as a member of the Fog Monster Camp. Unless the difference in strength between the living beings smeared with the Demon Concealment Ointment and the fog monsters they encounter exceeds a major level, they will definitely not be recognized," Wu Tu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou was stunned. There was actually such a thing. He thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that Zheng Yuankai had indeed sent him a document about the Alchemy Union yesterday. It was just that he had always been used to letting Zheng Yuankai deal with the matters in the territory. In addition, it was not a major matter that endangered the territory, so he did not take a look. So that document was about this. Zhou Zhou understood why the alchemy professionals of the Alchemy Union had the ability to modify and increase the effect of the Dark Walker potion. The first batch of professionals of the Dark Walker were just ordinary life forms who were not even professionals. When the fog monster first descended, the medicinal herbs they could come into contact with were extremely limited. Under such conditions, the effect of the secret medicine they could create would naturally not be too high. However, with the resources Zhou Zhou had now and the rich potion knowledge of the high-level alchemy professionals of the Alchemy Union, he could naturally easily develop the Dark Walker secret medicine with stronger effects. In the future, as the research time increased, the various resources and conditions that Zhou Zhou had increased, and the profession level of the alchemy professionals in the alchemy union increased, it was not impossible for them to develop the Dark Walker's secret medicine with a stronger effect. Well done! Zhou Zhou patted Wu Tu's shoulder and said with a smile. Your Majesty, you flatter me. It's because the Dark Walker's potion is too useful. I've read many historical books, but this is the first time I've known of such a practical potion with such an effect. If these secret medicines could circulate throughout the entire high continent when the scarlet fog first descended, perhaps the high continent today would have become different. Wu Tu did not take the credit. Instead, he sighed about the effect of the Dark Walker's secret medicine. Zhou Zhou nodded. The effect of the Dark Walker's secret medicine was indeed ridiculously good. Then, he thought of something and opened Linger's chat to initiate a video call. Soon, Linger appeared on the other end of the video. Big brother. Linger looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. Linger, how's the production of the Dark Walker's secret medicine recently? Zhou Zhou went straight to the point. When Linger heard that, she immediately said. Big brother, you asked me to buy 10 billion copies of the first generation Dark Walker's secret medicine last time. I've already bought them all. Currently, we have already made the first generation of the Dark Walker's secret medicine an official quest. We have mobilized the subjects and organizations of the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom to make it. About 2 billion have been made so far. Also, yesterday, Prime Minister Zheng asked me to buy more medicinal herbs to make the second generation Dark Walker's secret medicine. I've also begun to buy them on the World Channel, the territory of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, and the territories of the Lords of the Star Alliance. However, because the medicinal herbs needed for the second generation Dark Walker's secret medicine are higher level, there aren't many medicinal herbs bought so far. I can only make about 300 million sets of the second generation Dark Walker's secret medicine. Linger was clearly very familiar with this business and said directly. How many mist cores did you spend in total? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. Each of the first generation Dark Walker's secret medicines only costs 5 black iron tier mist cores. 10 billion copies of the first generation Dark Walker's secret medicine cost a total of 1,500 legendary tier mist cores. The second generation Dark Walker's secret medicine is more expensive. Each of them will cost 2 white silver tier mist cores. Therefore, a total of 1,800 legendary tier mist cores were spent on 300 million second generation Dark Walker's secret medicines. Linger said. So cheap. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder and said generously. Then continue to buy. Buy as much as you can. In addition, if we can plant the medicinal herbs needed for these secret medicines ourselves, we can also focus on planting them. 10 billion might seem like a lot, but it was actually not much to split evenly with each soldier. Not to mention that she had only collected 300 million copies of the second generation of the Dark Walker's secret medicine. It was not enough for his soldiers to share at all. Therefore, he still had to create a large number of Dark Walker's secret medicines. Yes, Your Majesty. Yu Ling was a little surprised, but she did not ask further and nodded in agreement. Zhou Zhou did not chat further and closed the chat box. He looked thoughtful. Originally, he planned to sell the extra Dark Walker's secret medicine to the Cerulean planet's human race, or even the entire human race, or even other Lord factions that fought against the fog monsters. The effect was such a good Dark Walker's secret medicine and the manufacturing cost was so low. A large number of factions would probably be willing to buy it even if he increased the cost by a few times. When the time comes, he would obtain incomparably shocking profits. However, now, since his production capacity was limited, he could only give up on this idea for the time being and think about it in the future. After that, the three of them discussed the order in which they should deal with these two groups of enemies. Then, they quickly decided to follow the order of ease before difficulty. Tomorrow, they would deal with the 16 Kings Alliance first before dealing with the two fog monsters that the Supreme Resistance hated. I'll do it now. Bai Yun stood up and said. Then, she bade farewell to Zhou Zhou and left. Wu Tu also left quickly. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou went straight to the cultivation room and continued to comprehend the Lord Law behind the Hand of Wealth. Command-type law skills were only the beginning of becoming a Lord Law-type God Spirit. The Lord's Law behind the Hand of Wealth was also a part of the entire Lord's Law. Zhou Zhou would have to comprehend and master it sooner or later, so it was not a waste of time to master it in advance as long as he did not use it as a nomological skill to become a god in the end. One of the 16 Kings Alliance Ghost Darkness Kingdom. Spectre Palace. In a vast dark purple hall, 16 life forms emitting extraordinary tier and epic tier auras were gathered here. Some of them emitted the aura of the netherworld, some had blazing flames burning on their bodies, some were wearing royal robes with strange tower patterns, and some emitted the aura of witchcraft that made people not dare to approach. The auras they emitted were different, but they were all silent at this moment. No one spoke, making the already quiet hall even more deathly silent. If someone familiar with the life forms present was here, they would definitely be able to recognize immediately that the 16 life forms in different forms in the hall were the monarchs of the 16 countries that formed the 16 Kings Alliance. At this moment, they actually disregarded the past and gathered together. Chapter 747, Conspiracy. After a long time. Have you heard the latest news about the Blazing Sun Kingdom? The king of the Fire Spirit Kingdom suddenly said, breaking the silence. I heard. This king is here for this. Speaking of which, is that news true? The king of the Rhoda Kingdom could not help but ask. If you're asking if the Blazing Sun Kingdom defeated an Empire-level Scarlet Army from the Scarlet Empire yesterday, this king can say that it's true. The king of the Spiritual Insect Kingdom said hoarsely. That's not all. Just today, I received the news. The king of the Blazing Sun led more than 800 million soldiers and severely injured the fog monster faction that besieged the Human Night Empire. At least 200 million fog monsters died at the hands of the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The king of the Demon Soldier Kingdom said in a low voice. What? An army of more than 200 million fog monsters was destroyed in a day. That's impossible, right? Even a butcher can't kill them so quickly, right? What's so fast about killing 200 million with 800 million? Currently, fog monsters are everywhere in the entire high continent. Other than the fact that there are fewer fog monsters within the protection of the Lord's faction, which ownerless land outside the protection of the Lord's faction hasn't been occupied by fog monsters, Big Brother? As long as the fog monsters are dense enough, it won't be strange for 800 million soldiers to kill 1 billion soldiers a day, let alone 200 million. The Blazing Sun Kingdom actually has more than 800 million soldiers. Then what's the point of establishing this alliance of 16 kings? We can just disband and surrender. It was true. As soon as these words were spoken, some of the monarchs of the 16 countries present were really tempted. This was because even though the king of the Blazing Sun was fierce and decisive to the enemy and never left anyone alive, he treated his own people, even those who had just surrendered, as if they were from the same hometown. They wouldn't be treated as outsiders. He was willing to use everything good on his own people. The treatment was ridiculously good. When the people of foreign races heard this, they exclaimed that they wanted to change their nationality. Moreover, the king of the Blazing Sun liked to use the locals to govern the locals. Even the king of a defeated country had a high chance of continuing to be the king of his country after surrendering. It was just that the name had changed from king to governor, and the treatment and benefits had changed slightly from before. In other aspects, it was almost no different from before. Both the original king of the Aurora Kingdom and the original king of the Titan Kingdom had set a very good example on this point alone. At the thought of this, many of the kings present were even more tempted. However, they did not say it out loud. Instead, they were secretly observing the other monarchs. The king of the Blazing Sun is so strong. The more than 56 million of our 16 kings alliance is simply a joke to them. There's definitely no way out if we fight head-on. Do the kings have any other thoughts? A monarch said worriedly. When the other monarchs heard this, they lowered their heads and looked down. No one said anything. They had some thoughts. However, none of them dared to say anything. At this moment, wouldn't anyone be dumbfounded if they were deliberately provoked by other monarchs with ulterior motives and attacked together? That's not right. The human Knight Empire is a rather distant empire from us. How do you know such distant news? A king suddenly reacted and asked curiously. I found out through the lords near my territory. Their world channel can send messages to each other. I also learned about the Knight Empire from their world channel. The King of the Blazing Sun defeated an empire-level Scarlet Army head-on as a lord of all races and then defeated more than 200 million fog monsters. This news will probably spread throughout the entire High Continent and even the myriad worlds before long. This King of the Blazing Sun is famous again. The King of the People of Foreign Race said with a dark expression. Since this King of the Blazing Sun is so powerful, why don't we move our countries? Even though the relocation of the parliament will greatly damage the foundation of our countries, it can at least protect the seeds of our countries. It might not be impossible for us to seek revenge from the King of the Blazing Sun when we rise again in the future. Another king of the people of foreign race suggested softly. When the other kings of the people of foreign races heard this, their expressions were either frown, disdain, serious, or deep in thought. Don't make such a decision unless you encounter a desperate situation. But we can make it our last plan. A people of foreign race said in the end. The monarchs nodded. This king has another idea. At this moment, the king of the Demon Soldier Kingdom said. Oh? What do you think? The other kings of the people of foreign races looked over. Since we can't deal with the enemy, the King of the Blazing Sun, we might as well find other powerful existences to deal with him. That King of the Blazing Sun made such a great reputation. At the same time, it means that he has imperceptibly established a huge number of enemies. We can completely lure those enemies over and help us deal with the King of the Blazing Sunday. We can completely lure those enemies over and help us deal with the King of the Blazing Sunday. Towards the end, the Demon Soldier King's voice gradually became ruthless. This king feels that we have to do this for the sake of survival and the continuation of the country. The other monarchs fell silent. They widened their eyes and looked at the Demon Soldier King. They did not expect the Demon Soldier King to dare to say such treacherous thoughts. Lure the Scarlet Fog forces over to deal with the King of the Blazing Sun? Are you going to be a traitor in our Supreme Will's camp? However, it had to be said that this could also be a way to resolve their current predicament. Moreover, it was a very likely method to succeed. At this moment, the Fire Spirit Kingdom's king suddenly sneered. This king once heard of something. It's said that the ancestor of the demon soldier race was once close to the power of the fog monsters. It's even said that he was the spirit of a weapon of a mighty figure in a fog monster camp. Don't tell me you want us to lure the fog monster faction here to lure the wolf into our house and turn to the enemy. Towards the end, the Fire Spirit Kingdom's king's body erupted with blazing scarlet gold flames. A pair of scarlet gold fire eyes looked at the king of the Demon Soldier Kingdom with sharp eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? The expression of the king of the Demon Soldier Kingdom changed. He stood up and looked at the king of the Fire Spirit Kingdom coldly. The other kings of the people of foreign races hurriedly persuaded them when they saw this. Only then did they sit down again, but they also did not like each other. A moment later, the meeting of the kings ended. The 16 monarchs were about to leave. Just as the Demon Soldier King was about to leave alone, he suddenly saw a few figures standing in the shadows not far away, as if waiting for him. The Demon Soldier King narrowed his eyes. King of Spiritual Insect Kingdom, King of Dark Soul Kingdom, King of Savage Elephant Kingdom, King of Ground Hill Kingdom. Everyone, are you waiting for me? The king of the demon soldiers said calmly. King of the demon soldiers. The spiritual Gu King stood up. It was wearing a colorful witchcraft king robe and had 7 to 8 worm sacs of various colors on its body. Strange insect cries came from inside. We're interested in what you just suggested. Maybe we can find a place to discuss it in detail. I wonder what the king of the demon soldiers thinks. The spiritual Gu King said hoarsely. Sure. The demon soldier king swept his gaze across these monarchs and nodded slightly. Chapter 748, Breaking Through 2 Billion. Master God Tier Talent Summon the Immortal Sword. The next day, Zhou Zhou woke up from cultivation. He activated the Hand of Wealth and reached into the void to take out 2 Grandpa Mao. If I had this skill on Earth in the past. Even if I can't afford a car or a house, at least I won't have to worry about food and drink every day. Zhou Zhou lamented. Then, he put away the 2 bills. Then, he walked out of the advanced grade Lord's Paradise and came to the Gate of Summoning. Zhou Zhou looked at the huge Gate of Summoning in front of him and chanted the summoning in his heart. The next second, the Gate of Summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of new subjects walked out. After spending 100 extraordinary tier mist cores to accelerate, the 14,700 new subjects quickly walked out of the Gate of Summoning. Greetings, my lord. The 14,700 new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 480 professionals this time. Among them were 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade spatial archmage, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade holy light knight, 1 extraordinary intermediate grade martial artist, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade chi practitioner, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade array master, 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade army extermination knight, and 1 extraordinary tier intermediate grade necromancer. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals below extraordinary tier. The quality of today's summoning is so high. Zhou Zhou looked at the 7 extraordinary tier ultimate professionals and raised his eyebrows slightly. Each of their 7 extraordinary tier class could make a beginner kingdom faction treat them as VIPs in the outside world. He did not expect them to appear in front of him together today. His luck had exploded. Then, he did not think too much about it and asked the officials beside him to bring them to their respective places of work and life. After that, he ordered Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the other generals to gather all the territory soldiers and enter Mu Gu's ranchland continent. A moment later, Zhou Zhou flew out of the ranchland continent with the army and returned to reality. He looked at the mountain of soldier-type recruitment books and soldier-type class certificates in the king's treasure box and smiled. Then, he did not waste any time and went straight to the Gate of Summoning. He spent 100 extraordinary tier mist cores to summon 360 million violent storm spirits and 360 million king of yellow gold. Zhou Zhou could not help but fall into deep thought as he looked at the recruits standing all over the ground. With the addition of this batch of recruits, the number of soldiers under his command had officially exceeded 2 billion, reaching 2,042,074,382. So many soldiers, he had to find them a place to live. Otherwise, sooner or later, his king of the blazing sun was about to be filled with soldiers. At that time, the other subjects would not be able to live normally. His blazing sun kingdom, as an extraordinary tier regional territory, had a total area of more than 54 million square kilometers. It looked vast. However, in such a large area, only about 1/10 of the territory could be used as a residential area. It was actually barely enough to accommodate 2 billion soldiers and other subjects, but it would be too crowded. It would be a little troublesome to place the soldiers in other territories of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. He had to bring the army out every day. If they scattered the soldiers, it would waste a lot of time on the round trip. It was not in line with Zhou Zhou's needs. Put them in the galaxy for the time being. The interior of the galaxy is vast. One galaxy can accommodate 1 billion soldiers. I have 12 galaxy under my command now. Even if one of them is reserved for the Heavenly Map Army, the remaining galaxy is enough to accommodate 10 billion soldiers to live, train, and live. However, in reality, we have to build the corresponding barracks buildings. We can't let the soldiers live in the galaxy all the time. The foundation of a soldier is still on the ground after all. Zhou Zhou thought. Your Majesty, I'll lead my troops to take down the 16 King Alliance now. At this moment, Bai Yun came to his side and said respectfully. How many soldiers are you bringing with you? Zhou Zhou asked. 300 million soldiers. Okay, go. Remember to bring a few god spirits of our country. Even though the forces of the 16 King Alliance are far inferior to ours, they should still have some foundation in the god spirits. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun nodded. Then, she turned around and left. Right on the heels of that, Zhou Zhou asked Wu Xin, Feng Luo and Vicky to lead the remaining veterans and these 720 million new recruits to the surrounding territory of the Night Empire to train. Then, he arrived at the Lord's shop. Then, he saw Zhou Zhenmin with dark circles under his eyes and wearing a virtual game helmet. He was laughing and playing the game gloomily at times. Old Zhou! Bring the new goods up before I play with you. Zhou Zhou called him. Give me a minute. I'm about to be addicted. Old Zhou said anxiously and continued to be engrossed in the game world. Zhou Zhou! He was not in a hurry. In any case, most of the things he had to do today had been arranged for his subordinates to do. He was not in a hurry for the rest. A minute later, Zhou Zhenmin put down the virtual game helmet with regret and satisfaction. Then, he quickly walked in front of Zhou Zhou. Thank you, Your Majesty, for distributing 10,000 virtual game helmets in advance and letting me feel the joy of having teammates. Zhou Zhenmin chuckled, looking like an old urchin. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he reacted. Yes, he had given Yu Ling 10,000 virtual game helmets. It seemed that she had already taken them back and distributed them yesterday. You saw Yu Ling? Yu Ling? That little girl? I saw her. Zhou Zhenmin nodded. But she only went online for a while before going offline and leaving. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not ask further. Then, Zhou Zhenmin took out 3 golden boxes from under the counter. In the first box was a yellow gold tier advance grade accessory equipment. In the second box was a weapon. It was the enhanceable weapons that the ghost god had given Luo Sheng, the ghost god demon slaying halberd. Unfortunately, even though this ghost god demon slaying halberd had a good growth rate and could grow to a low tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact. But firstly, Zhou Zhou did not lack low tier deity level divine artifacts. Secondly, this ghost god demon slaying halberd lacked the ghost god on earth skill that attracted Zhou Zhou the most, so it was even less attractive to him. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was really not interested in this divine artifact. However, Zhou Zhou was still willing to buy it with the mist core if the price was not high. Then, Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and his gaze landed on the last item. It was a golden talent crystal. Zhou Zhou looked at it. Talent: summon the immortal sword. Talent effect: a life form with this talent is born a favorite of the sword Dao Law. The sword Dao Law will personally forge a perfect enhanceable intrinsic divine sword for the owner of this talent. It's here. This talent. Zhou Zhou looked excited. Then, he looked up at Zhou Zhenmin. How much are these 3 goods worth? He asked. That yellow gold tier advance grade accessory, the bright jade pendant, is worth 20 yellow gold tier mist cores. Enhanceable weapons ghost god demon slaying halberd. It's worth 100 legendary tier mist cores. Master god tier talent summon the immortal sword is worth 10 million legendary tier mist cores. When Zhou Zhou heard this, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch even though he was already prepared. A master god tier talent worth 10 million legendary tier mist cores. Chapter 749, Enhanceable Divine Artifact Regal Sacred Deo Sword. Alright, it was actually acceptable. The profits from the Monster Ranch's mist cores this morning alone had reached nearly 30 million legendary tier mist cores after all. It was naturally not a problem to take out a third to buy a Master God tier talent. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath. He took out a spatial ring and threw it to Zhou Zhenmin. Boss is generous. Zhou Zhenmin took it and read it. Then, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Zhou Zhou did not reply and left with the 3 goods. In a study room in the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. In a cultivation room. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 goods he had just brought back from the Lord's shop and naturally ignored the yellow gold tier advanced grade accessory. He also casually put away the growth weapon, the ghost god demon slaying halberd, prepared to reward any general he liked with it in the future. Then, his gaze landed on the last summon, the immortal sword talent crystal. Zhou Zhou picked up the talent crystal and took a deep breath. Then, he chanted to absorb it. The next second, the golden talent crystal suddenly shattered into countless golden light spots and flew into Zhou Zhou's glabella. Zhou Zhou was already familiar with this scene. He watched calmly as the light spots fused into his glabella and fused with the soul in his glabella sea of consciousness. Zhou Zhou's sea of consciousness was enveloped in a vast chaotic airflow, revealing a chaotic color. His soul was also chaotic. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the center of the chaotic airflow, allowing it to revolve around him. From time to time, it would rush into his soul and turn into nourishment for his soul to grow. This scene looked as if Zhou Zhou's soul was a chaos ancient god guarding the chaos. After the golden light fused into the soul body, Zhou Zhou's originally chaotic soul actually emitted a faint golden light. At this moment, a sudden mutation occurred. A huge golden divine dragon head suddenly broke through the chaotic airflow and appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou looked at it calmly. The unknown golden divine dragon head also lowered its head and looked down at him. "Who are you?" Zhou Zhou asked. "You are qualified to know my name. I am the #1 dragon in the world. Regal Dragon Ao Zun." The regal dragon Ao Zun looked at Zhou Zhou with his golden and dignified dragon eyes and said in a rumbling voice. Zhou Zhou's body trembled. Regal dragon Ao Zun. The legendary dragon race. It was in existence on the same level as the extreme world-honored dragon that he had seen before. Moreover, he naturally did not forget that the Emperor Dragon robe he was wearing was created with this big shot's inspiration. That's not right. From its words, his level was probably much higher than the extreme world-honored dragon. Such an existence basically disdained lying, so what he said should be true. "Is Your Excellency Ao Zun here for my intrinsic immortal sword?" Zhou Zhou asked. "There's no need to say anything else. Prepare to accept your immortal sword." The Emperor Dragon Ao Zun did not say anything else. After saying this, he suddenly roared at the sky. Roar! At this moment, the world shook. With the blazing Sun Kingdom's territory as the center, and all the living beings in a radius of 1 trillion kilometers heard this soul-shocking dragon roar in their hearts. This dragon roar seemed to contain supreme dignity. When all the living beings heard this dragon roar, those with weak will could not help but kneel down. Even if one's will was strong, they could only barely maintain not to kneel, but his face revealed extreme shock. What happened? Is this a dragon roar? What kind of dragon can emit such a terrifying dragon roar? It's the dragon roar of the legendary dragon race. A legendary dragon race has descended upon the high continent. When the dragon roar gradually disappeared, all the living beings gradually recovered from it. Then, they started discussing fervently. Some life forms were puzzled, some were afraid, some were excited, and some were worried. Of course, there were also some life forms who could tell that this dragon roar came from the legendary mythical tier dragon. There were even some existences who could tell that this was the roar of the Emperor Dragon. The appearance of the Emperor Dragon. Could it be that a new regal has appeared? They muttered. Blazing Sun Kingdom. In advance grade Lord's Paradise. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. I didn't expect that. The talent of summon the immortal sword actually attracted the appearance of a mighty figure like the regal dragon. Was Qi Xiantian like this back then? I don't think so. Qi Suanation's summon the immortal sword summoned the scarlet mystic immortal sword. And mine is. Zhou Zhou raised his right hand. A dazzling golden sword appeared in his hand. The hilt of the golden sword was carved with a high-spirited and domineering regal dragon. The sword body was like autumn water, looking reflective. The blade was extremely sharp. Just being exposed to the air naturally caused dark and deep spatial cracks to crack in the space around the blade. It could not even heal. Just as it was about to heal, it was cut into pieces by the sharp sword energy that pounced on it again. A Supreme Emperor's aura appeared from the divine sword. He felt extremely oppressive just by approaching it. This is the Regal Dragon Sacred Dao Sword. Zhou Zhou muttered. Divine Artifact Name, Regal Sacred Dao Sword. Divine Artifact Grade, Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Enhanceable. Divine Artifact Law 1 Regal Prestige, as a Regal recognized by the Legendary Tier Dragon Race Regal Dragon, you will naturally have supreme pressure when you control the Regal Sage Dao Sword. Any existence in front of you will feel an extremely strong pressure. At the same time, the pressure on any existence will not cause any negative impact on you. You can take the initiative to activate and turn off the effect of this Divine Artifact Law. Divine Artifact Law 2 Regal Charm, you are a natural Regal recognized by the Legendary Tier Dragon Race Regal Dragon. You have an indescribable extreme temperament and charm. When you persuade others to submit to you, they will easily submit to your temperament and charm and be willing to serve you until they die. When you want to do something, your subordinates will help you with all their might. Your enemies might even defect from their faction and become your subordinates. Divine Artifact Law 3 Regal Luck, as a natural Regal, your luck exceeds 90% of the life forms in the world. You will often encounter good luck in your daily life. When you encounter danger, it will be easier for you to turn misfortune into fortune. Divine Artifact Law 4 Destiny Regal, as a natural Regal, you are extremely compatible with the Regal Law. When comprehending the Regal Law, your comprehension ability will increase by 10 times. Divine Artifact Law 5 Regal Dragon Protection, when a natural Regal encounters a fatal threat, you can summon the Regal Dragon itself and personally protect yourself once. However, you can only summon it once. After this time, this Divine Artifact Law will disappear permanently. Prompt 1, the soul has been forced to recognize you as its master. It cannot be removed. Prompt 2, as the grade of the Regal Sage Dao Sword continues to increase, the effects of its various Divine Artifact Laws will also increase in enhancement. It can be upgraded to a Master God Tier Advance grade. After Zhou Zhou saw the effect of the Regal Sage Dao Sword's Divine Artifact Law, he could not help but gasp in shock. Then, he was overjoyed. As expected of a Master God Tier Lord talent. Not to mention giving him a Divine Artifact with top-notch growth potential. The effect of this Divine Artifact was also extremely powerful. There was no need to mention the abilities of the first few Divine Artifact Laws. The fourth Divine Artifact Law ability, the Destiny Regal, made Zhou Zhou unable to help but be overjoyed. This was because this was the ability he needed the most. The Regal Law was the Lord Law. For the past 2 days, he had been worried about how to speed up the comprehending of the Lord's Law. Now, he was actually given a buff that specialized in comprehending the Lord's Law. It would be strange if Zhou Zhou was not pleasantly surprised. Not to mention the last Regal Dragon's protection, a Divine Artifact Law ability. Tisk tisk. The Regal Dragon itself had appeared to protect him. That was a Regal Dragon. It was at least a Master God Tier existence. If he could personally appear to protect him, no one in the myriad worlds other than the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord should be able to hurt him. Even though he could only use the Regal Dragon's protection once, it would not be able to hide the power of this Divine Artifact Law. Chapter 750, The Favor of the Two Emperors. Zhou Zhou stood up and hung the regal sacred Dao sword on his waist. Then, he looked at the sword on his waist and could not help but laugh. This was because he had a total of 3 swords hanging on his waist. One of them was the race divine artifact of the cerulean planet's human race, the sword of Xian Yuan. The second was a true divine artifact sword of new dimension creation. The third was the regal sacred Dao sword he had just obtained. Any one of these 3 divine swords would be enough to make countless life forms go crazy in the outside world, even god spirits. However, they were all hanging from Zhou Zhou's waist and looked a little crowded. Zhou Zhou was not worried that the 3 divine swords would be lost because they were already soul-bound to him. He could sense their location even if they were billions of kilometers away. With the thought, the 3 divine swords would transmigrate and appear in front of him. Unless someone used some special seal to isolate Zhou Zhou from the divine sword after it was stolen, it would basically not be lost. However, if there was really an enemy who could personally take down the divine sword from him, at that time, Zhou Zhou would probably be unable to protect himself, so it did not matter if he lost the divine artifact or not. But it's still a little ostentatious, Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he willed. The special divine sword aura on the sword of Xian Yuan and the regal sacred Dao sword gradually disappeared, making them look like 2 ordinary sword accessories. As for the sword of new dimension creation, Zhou Zhou did not even need to care about it. It was usually in a state of seclusion. Only when he used it personally would it reveal the terror of its true god-tier divine artifacts. Therefore, he did not have to worry about others being able to tell that this divine sword was special. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly saw a new message in his friend list. Until now, Zhou Zhou also had many friends in his friend list. However, in order to avoid being disturbed, Zhou Zhou set most of his ordinary friends to receive messages but not alert him. Only some good friends would be set to receive messages and alert him, such as Ling Er, Li Ye, Zheng Yuankai, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Qi Xiantian, Guo Jiao, and the others. However, those who were on good terms with him usually did not send him messages because they would come over to see him directly because they had something on. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was quite surprised to see this news. Then, he realized that the person who sent the message was none other than Yu Ling. She had added him as a friend through the Night Empire Camp channel. Now, she was also sending him a message through this friend slot. Yu Ling, Zhou Zhou, Uncle Lu brought the god spirits to our Night Empire. Do you want to come over? Blazing Sun Kingdom, Lord of the Blazing Sun, I'll go over in a while. Yu Ling, all right, tell me when you arrive. I'll pick you up. Blazing Sun Kingdom, Lord of the Blazing Sun, okay. Zhou Zhou closed the chat box and stood up to head to the Night Empire. Actually, he had the idea of going to the Night Empire today. Yu Ling's news gave him a reason to go. A moment later, Zhou Zhou arrived at the capital of the Night Empire through the spatial teleportation array. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation array, he saw Yu Ling waiting not far away. I'm here. Zhou Zhou walked over and patted her shoulder. You're here. Let's go. I'll bring you to see my king father and Uncle Lu. When Yu Ling saw Zhou Zhou, a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. Then, she pulled him towards the imperial palace. Zhou Zhou looked at his right hand that was being held tightly by the other party and pondered for a few seconds. He did not say anything and let her pull him towards the capital. At the same time, Yu Ling, who was pulling Zhou Zhou along, was blushing while pretending to look calm, as if nothing had happened. However, after running for a while, Yu Ling could not help but look at Zhou Zhou. She took a look and turned back. Then, she could not help but take a second look. The third look. The fourth look. She looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze, unable to look away. Zhou Zhou. Who would understand? Zhou Zhou, why do I feel that you're even more handsome than before? And you seem to have a better temperament. Yu Ling said in a daze. At this moment, she felt that Zhou Zhou was shining. This light was so dazzling. As a result, she felt that it would probably be difficult for her to accommodate other men in the future. This was because no matter how outstanding the other men were, they would probably not be able to surpass the man in front of him. Zhou Zhou looked at Yu Ling's condition and then at the regal sacred Dao sword at his waist. Was this sword's strength so strong? Well, he had the top appearance and temperament of a celestial appearance to begin with. Now, coupled with the enhancement of the regal charm, and his current charm, even the goddess of life would have to call him her husband if she was here personally. Ahem. Even though this example was a little exaggerated, it was not far off. Zhou Zhou looked up in a certain direction without leaving a trace. Then, his expression returned to normal. At the same time, just as Yu Ling brought Zhou Zhou to the imperial palace to meet the two emperors, at this moment, the two emperors were also looking at the two of them through an illusory water mirror in a hall. Haha, old Ji, it seems that your daughter is already deep in love. Liu Zhen pointed at the two people in the illusory water mirror and laughed at a tall and handsome emperor beside him. This emperor was no one else. It was the Empire Lord of the Night Empire, Ji Yun. My daughter has grown up. I can't control her anymore. Ji Yun smiled bitterly. Come on, don't pretend to be obedient after taking advantage. Liu Zhen rolled his eyes at Ji Yun. Then, he pointed at Zhou Zhou in the water mirror and sighed seriously. This kid is the most outstanding lord among the lords of our human race. Even among the abnormal lords of all races, he has made a name for himself. Moreover, both you and I know how his territory is developing. If you're not satisfied with your future son-in-law, you can give him to me. There are still some descendants of national beauties among my direct bloodline. As for feelings, there will always be nurturing. Liu Zhen chuckled, his tone carrying a rare hint of seriousness. When Ji Yun heard this, he glanced at him and said, haven't you always liked to let your children and juniors freely choose the love they want? Why do you suddenly want to force a match? Haha! With this kid's appearance, who wouldn't fall in love with him when they see him? What's wrong with a forced match? Do you believe that even if I bring over the girls who have long had someone they like among my descendants, they will immediately fall in love with Zhou Zhou once they lay their eyes on him? Then, they will have to thank me, their ancestor, for finding them a good husband that is hard to find in the world. Liu Zhen pursed his lips. Ji Yun stopped talking. The more he looked at Zhou Zhou's appearance in the water mirror, the more he felt that what Liu Zhen said was very likely to happen. Such appearance and temperament are rare in the world. How did the heavens give birth to such a monster? This is too unfair to other life forms. Ji Yun shook his head. With his appearance and temperament, he can easily make a name for himself in this world even if he doesn't have anything else. Liu Zhen also sighed. The two emperors fell silent for a while. My daughter knew Zhou Zhou first. Don't do anything rash. Ji Yun suddenly said. So what if they got to know each other first? Is your daughter allowed to know him but not my daughter and my great-granddaughters? Liu Zhen said disdainfully. Aren't you ashamed? Does Sword Emperor Fuyu know what you're like? Ji Yun was pissed off. He travels the immortal world and is free and happy every day. How can he have the time to care about me? Liu Zhen said. Then, the two of them started arguing without giving in. Your Majesty, Princess Yu Ling, the King of the Blazing Sun requests an audience. At this moment, the respectful voice of an attendant suddenly came from outside the hall. The two emperors, who were arguing and fooling around, instantly returned to their upright postures, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 751, Two Faction Quests. Ahem! Let them in. Ji Yun's voice returned to its previous dignity. Soon, Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling walked in under the lead of the attendant. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, King Father. The two of them said respectfully and led the way. No need for formalities. Ji Yun sized up Zhou Zhou. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Zhou Zhou, it's already the 6th day of the King of 10,000 Kings event. How do you feel? Is there anything difficult? Oh yes. How's the situation in your Blazing Sun Kingdom? How many fog monster armies are around your Blazing Sun Kingdom? He asked with concern. There's nothing difficult about it. It's just that I don't have enough faction points. As for the Blazing Sun Kingdom, other than an Empire-level Scarlet Army that came the day before yesterday and was destroyed by my troops, I haven't discovered any other Scarlet Army. As Zhou Zhou spoke, he sized up the Emperor of the Night Empire. Even though he had long known what this Emperor looked like through Wu Tu's information, this was the first time he had seen it in reality. At the same time, the two emperors were also secretly clicking their tongues. Why did destroying an Empire-level Scarlet Army sound so light coming from him? Not enough faction points. Ji Yun thought for a moment and said. Perfect. Today, the Emperor of the Divine Sword Empire brought 6 god spirits to me, preparing to deal with the few Scarlet God spirits surrounding the Night Empire with me. I remember that your Blazing Sun Kingdom also has a few god spirits. Why don't you bring it over and slaughter the gods with us? During this process, I'll distribute a different number of faction points to you according to your performance. How about that? Of course. The loots belong to whoever kills the Scarlet God spirits during the god slaying process. If we work together to kill the Scarlet God spirits, the loots extracted will be distributed according to your contributions. How is it? Ji Yun said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou Zhou immediately said. He could tell that this Emperor of the Night Empire did not expect him to contribute much during the god-slaying process. He was probably just looking for a reason to give him faction points. What a good person! Count me in. At that time, follow me back to the Divine Sword Empire and help me deal with the Scarlet God spirits surrounding our Divine Sword Empire. I won't mistreat you in terms of faction points. Liu Zhen also smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, lines of quests notifications appeared in front of him. The Lord of the Night Empire's faction Ji Yun and the Lord of the Divine Sword Empire's faction Liu Zhen has jointly issued a faction quests to you. Faction quests name, God Slaying. Quality of quests, High Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade. Quest description, the Lord of the Night Empire faction Ji Yun and the Lord of the Divine Sword Empire faction Liu Zhen want to join forces with you to eliminate the Scarlet God spirits around the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire. During the quests, you and your subordinates will be rewarded with a different number of faction points based on your performance during the quests. Mission Reward: when you and your subordinates kill a low-tier deity-level elementary grade Scarlet God spirit without anyone interfering, you will be rewarded with 10 million faction points. When killing a low-tier deity-level intermediate grade Scarlet God spirit, he was rewarded with 20 million faction points. When killing a low-tier advanced grade Scarlet God spirit, he was rewarded with 30 million faction points. When killing a mid-tier deity-level elementary grade Scarlet God spirit, he was rewarded with 50 million faction points. When killing a mid-tier deity-level intermediate grade Scarlet God spirit, he was rewarded with 70 million faction points. When killing a high-tier deity-level Scarlet God spirit, he was rewarded with 100 million faction points. If you kill the Scarlet God spirits with the help of outsiders, you will be given faction points according to your combat contribution. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the faction quests. This faction mission rewarded him with enough faction points. Then, he suddenly thought of something and frowned. Why don't you look very interested? Ji Yun asked curiously when he saw his expression. Could this kid be looking down on the points for these faction quests? It's not that I'm not interested. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun looked at each other and could tell that the other party was hiding something. However, since the other party did not want to tell them, they did not ask. On the other side, Zhou Zhou looked at the faction quests in front of him and sighed inwardly. As the lord of all races that was most valued by the human race, he could obtain such top-notch faction quests with many faction points from the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire. What about the True Lord, the God Shepherd Lord, the Great One Lord, and the other top lords? As the top lords of all races, there must be countless Empire-level lord factions rushing to give them top-notch faction quests. It was definitely impossible for him to surpass the True Lord and the others in faction quests. He still had to earn extra money. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. After dealing with all the faction quests on the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire's side, he would use the Eye of the Heavens anger as the foundation to hunt those fog monsters that the Supreme Will hated. Earning extra income was much more efficient than doing official faction quests. Your Majesty, I want another faction quests. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and suddenly said to Ji Yun. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun were stunned. Then, not only were the two of them not unhappy, but an extremely obvious smile appeared on their faces. Tell me quickly. We can help you as long as it doesn't violate the Supreme Agreement and can help you increase your ranking among the myriad races. Ji Yun said seriously. This was also why he was not angry when he heard Zhou Zhou's sudden request. Instead, he was happy. They were not afraid of Zhou Zhou's request. She was afraid that Zhou Zhou would not have any requests to make. This was because it was very likely that Zhou Zhou no longer had a way to continue increasing his ranking. My soldiers are training around the Night Empire. From the beginning of the training until today, my soldiers have eliminated more than 300 million fog monsters. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun understood what he meant before he finished speaking. Ji Yun immediately said solemnly. I'll give you another faction quest. Currently, there are many fog monsters around our Night Empire. Not only are these fog monsters seriously threatening the lives of my subjects, they also severely affect the external trade and development path of the Night Empire. I hope that you and your Blazing Sun Kingdom can kill these fog monsters so that my Night Empire can reproduce the peaceful scene before the calamity of all races. I will send the reconnaissance army of the Night Empire to help you investigate where a large number of fog monsters are gathered so that you can save time searching for them in order to help you successfully complete this faction quests. As soon as he finished speaking, a text notification appeared. The Lord of the Night Empire faction Ji Yun has issued a faction quest to you. Faction quest's name, Eliminate the Fog Monsters. Quality of quests, Mid-tier deity level elementary grade. Quest description, the Lord of the Night Empire faction Ji Yun feels that the fog monsters currently in the surrounding territory of the Night Empire are seriously threatening the territory of the Night Empire and the safety of the subjects. In order to resolve this problem, Ji Yun hoped that you could kill these fog monsters, 312,564/1,000,000,000, and return the Night Empire to its former peace. Even if this peace was very limited. Mission reward, 500 million faction points. Zhou Zhou looked at the simple and crude faction quests and finally smiled. Chapter 752, Deal. Zhou Zhou's greatest motive for coming to the Night Empire this time was actually for this faction quests. Otherwise, wouldn't he not be able to earn any faction points after killing so many fog monsters during his training in the past 2 days? Zhou Zhou would not make such a loss. He had to squeeze the value of so many dead fog monsters to the maximum no matter what. It had to be said. 500 million faction points was already quite high. It was already comparable to the faction points he obtained from killing 10 fog monsters that were hated by the Supreme Will. This trip was not made in vain. Put aside the fog monsters my soldiers have dealt with. There are still more than 600 million fog monsters left. At the speed at which my soldiers train. As long as nothing goes wrong, we should be able to deal with these fog monsters in 3 to 4 days or even more. Use a few days to exchange for 500 million faction points and it would be a huge profit. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied and did not think too much about it. After telling the two emperors and Yu Ling that he would look for the god spirits in the territory, he left the hall and prepared to look for Wu Xin. This time, Zhou Zhou planned to bring a few powerful god spirits with him to hunt scarlet god spirits with Liu Zhen and the others. He currently had 6 scarlet god spirits under his command. Other than Vicky, Feng Luo, and Qi Xiantian brought by Bai Yun. Currently, the god spirits around the territory of the Night Empire were Heros, high-tier deity level elementary grade, Ziwu, mid-tier deity level elementary grade, Guoqiao, low-tier deity level elementary grade. Zhou Zhou prepared to bring Heros and Ziwu along and let Guoqiao guard Wu Xin and the veterans and recruits alone. Even though Guoqiao only had the strength of a low-tier deity level intermediate grade. However, if he was forced to activate the dragon-slaying will, his strength could directly increase to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Even Heros and Qi Xiantian might not be able to defeat he with such strength. In addition, Wu Xin had also mastered the small god serum myriad spirit army formation. His combat strength was comparable to a low-tier deity. Coupled with the terrifying speed of the galaxy, they had no problem protecting themselves and escaping. Even if they encountered a life-threatening danger, they could just inform him directly. He could either fly back on the galaxy or return through his return to the city talent. He could immediately support them and resolve the danger they might encounter. Zhou Zhou. Just as Zhou Zhou was thinking, Yu Ling's voice came from behind him. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He turned around and saw Yu Ling jogging towards him. "What's wrong, Yu Ling?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Do you still remember what I told you yesterday? It's about buying the galaxy. I told my king father when I came back." He agreed. After saying that, Yu Ling carefully took out a spatial ring from her waist and handed it to Zhou Zhou. There are a total of 5 materials needed to make the galaxy, as well as the cost of making 500 low-tier deity level intermediate grade divine crystals. I'll leave them to you. I wonder when I can finish making it. Yu Ling asked expectantly and nervously. With so many god-tier materials and 500 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine crystals, it was a considerable wealth even for the Night Empire. She could not help but be cautious. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. Instead, he first sent his consciousness into the spatial ring. Then, he quickly saw a mountain of spaceship manufacturing materials and 500 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine crystals. Zhou Zhou put away the spatial ring. His expression did not change, but he was very happy. So many god-tier materials for the galaxy were enough to make 10 galaxies. Even if he had to give 5 to the Night Empire, he could still have 5 left and earn 500 low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine crystals. About 3 days. In 3 days, I'll personally send you 10 galaxy. Zhou Zhou said. 3 days? So fast. Yu Ling's eyes widened. She thought that such a god-tier spaceship would take at least half a year or even a year to build. Zhou Zhou nodded. Each of the 10 galaxies given by the Lord Talent had its own galaxy low-tier deity-level elementary-grade manufacturing factory. In other words, it was a spaceship factory that specialized in making the galaxy and its exclusive intelligent life forms. To Wenye, who controlled all the galaxy. As long as there were enough materials, he could completely use these 10 spaceship factories to build the galaxy in an assembly line. Under such circumstances, it would only take half a day. Wenye could assemble a galaxy through a galaxy star god manufacturing factory. In the remaining 2.5 days, it was the time when you had to process and modify these raw materials. Then I'll tell my king father this news now. Oh yes. If Uncle Liu Zhen asks, can I tell him about this too? Yu Ling was about to leave when she suddenly thought of this and turned around to ask Zhou Zhou. Of course. You don't have to keep this a secret. If you can introduce me to more customers, I can give you a 30% discount the next time you book the galaxy from me. Zhou Zhou immediately nodded. He could not wait for this matter to spread throughout the entire human race. When the time comes, he shouldn't have to worry about the materials for the galaxy. He might even be able to use this matter to turn it into a long-term profitable national industry. Really? Yu Ling's eyes lit up. For real? Zhou Zhou nodded seriously. Then just wait for my results. I'll go back first. Yu Ling hurriedly left. He could tell that she valued this matter very much. Zhou Zhou did not stay any longer. After leaving the capital, he took out a galaxy from his internal world and handed all the materials that Yu Ling had given him to Wenyi. He asked her to order 10 galaxy to build the galaxy at the same time. This way, he could obtain 10 galaxies in 3 days. Then, he piloted the galaxy straight to Wu Xian's location. In the northwest of the Night Empire. Wu Xian was leading more than 1,742 million Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers and more than 65 million soldiers under the command of the Star Alliance Master to eliminate all the fog monsters they encountered along the way. As everything was about killing the fog monsters and increasing the strength of the recruits under their command, Wu Xian and the others did not occupy a few low-level regional territories along the way. Instead, they chose to continue hunting the fog monsters elsewhere to increase the strength of the recruits with the greatest efficiency. Under the radar function of the galaxy's powerful low-tier deity-level elementary grade, the fog monsters within a radius of billions of kilometers of the galaxy had nowhere to hide. They were discovered by the radar and then eliminated by the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom who rushed over on the galaxy. How did it feel to have a total of 1.8 billion soldiers kill all the fog monsters in the range of the spaceship's radar? Wu Xian could be very honest. If there was one word to describe the current situation: awesome. This invincible war method that could be said to be sweeping even made a veteran like him, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, feel the hot blood in his chest stir. Maybe in less than 2 days. We'll sweep through more than 90% of the normal fog monsters surrounding the Night Empire. Wu Xian thought. Chapter 753, Killing the High-Tier Deity-Level Intermediate-Grade Scarlet God Spirit. One had to know that yesterday, they had only led more than 800 million soldiers to eliminate nearly 200 million fog monsters. Today, he had brought a total of 1.8 billion soldiers. As long as no high-tier deity-level Scarlet God spirits appeared to stop them, it was not impossible for them to destroy 400 to 500 million fog monsters today. To other factions, even if they had 1.8 billion soldiers, they might not be able to do this. This was because they could not quickly reach another location where the fog monster army was. However, the galaxy's terrifying speed and powerful radar search function allowed their Blazing Sun Kingdom to make up for this shortcoming, allowing their efficiency in destroying the fog monsters to reach an astonishing level. That was why Wu Xian was confident that they could deal with all the fog monsters surrounding the Night Empire in 2 days. Old Wu, do you have wine? At this moment, Guo Jiao walked over and said. His face was red, and he smelled of alcohol as he spoke. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot. We've killed too many people in the past 2 days. We might encounter Scarlet God spirits coming to take revenge at any time now. Can you drink so much wine at this time? Wu Xian looked at him and said helplessly. He preferred military discipline and strict teams. Therefore, he actually did not like Guo Jiao being like this. However, even though Guo Jiao was in the Blazing Sun Army, he was actually not under anyone's control. As someone with high-tier deity-level combat strength, Guo Jiao only needed to personally deal with powerful enemies when they appeared. In other aspects, even Zhou Zhou did not ask much of him. Wu Xian also knew about this. Therefore, he could not say anything to Guo Jiao. Haha, old Wu, you don't understand. As a traditional dragon slayer, wine is a treasure to me to increase my combat strength. You see, I'm drinking. Actually, I'm already prepared to fight at any time. Guo Jiao smiled drunkenly. After saying that, he burped. The corners of Wu Xian's mouth twitched. He hesitated for a moment and took out a jar of wine from his spatial ring. As soon as the wine came out, an extremely mellow wine fragrance dissipated. Guo Jiao's eyes lit up. This is my precious good wine. It's called Twilight in the Cup. I can't bear to drink it myself. You have to take it easy. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt that his hand was empty. Then, he realized that his treasured Twilight in the Cup had already disappeared. He looked up and realized that it had indeed fallen into Guo Jiao's hands. Good wine. Good wine. I knew that this wine was extremely good when I smelled it. Burp, thank you, big brother Wu. Wu Xin. If he did not have any alcohol, he was old Wu. If he had alcohol, he became old brother Wu, right? Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Guo Jiao's expression change. Enemy has appeared. Guo Jiao carefully placed the wine on the table at the side and pulled out his 2 axes from behind. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot. You interrupted my drinking. What a damn fellow! See if I don't cut he into meat filling. Old Wu, leave the wine for me. I'll come back after killing a scarlet god spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Jiao had already rushed out of the galaxy at an astonishing speed and flew in a certain direction outside it. Wu Xin also came back to his senses. Galaxy 6, who was the enemy that His Excellency Guo Jiao mentioned just now? He said calmly. In Galaxy number 6. Even though the intelligent life form he was riding on the galaxy was created by Wenya and was under her jurisdiction. Captain. From the direction where His Excellency Guo Jiao flew, the enemy he mentioned should be a high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade Scarlet God Spirit that had just entered the range of our radar. Galaxy number 6 said. A high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade Scarlet God Spirit. Wu Xin raised his eyebrows slightly. Even after Guo Jiao erupted with the dragon-slaying will, he only had the strength of a high-tier deity-level intermediate grade. Moreover, it did not last long. Facing a Scarlet God Spirit of the same combat strength, Guo Jiao was actually in a certain danger. Invite His Excellency Heros and His Excellency Ziwu to help His Excellency Guo Jiao. Don't let him fight alone. Wu Xin ordered. Okay, Captain. Galaxy number 6 fell silent after saying that. More than 10 seconds later, its voice sounded again. Reporting to the Captain, His Excellency Heros and His Excellency Ziwu have been informed. The 2 of them have already gone to support His Excellency Guo Jiao. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Heros and Ziwu turned into 2 streams of light and flew quickly in Guo Jiao's direction. They quickly met up with him. However, when the high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade Scarlet God Spirit saw this scene, it was immediately shocked and turned to escape. Guo Jiao and the others did not have any way to stop him and could only watch him escape. Wu Xin, who saw this scene through the virtual screen, sighed slightly. Then, he comforted himself. It was acceptable to scare them away. As long as they did not stop him from training and completing the mission given to him by His Majesty. At this moment, he suddenly saw something and his eyes were filled with surprise. More than 100 kilometers away, Guo Jiao, Heros, and Ziwu were looking at the fleeing Scarlet God Spirit. Heros and Guo Jiao were fine. The 2 gods did not have enough desire to fight at this moment. However, Guo Jiao was different. F***ck, a dignified high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit ran like a rat when it saw the 2 of you coming. Stop and fight me if you have the ability. I'm willing to fight you one-on-one. Guo Jiao was drunk and angry. Heros and Ziwu looked at each other and smiled. This was the first time they had encountered a low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade God Spirit as reckless as Guo Jiao. Come on! Just as the 2 gods were about to return to the spaceship. Your Majesty! Guo Jiao suddenly looked into the distance in surprise. Then, he laughed out loud. Then, he activated the dragon-slaying will and suddenly increased his strength from the low-tier deity-level intermediate grade to the high-tier deity-level intermediate grade. Then, he rushed over. When Heraus and Ziwu heard Guo Jiao's shout, they hurriedly turned around and saw Zhou Zhou standing more than 10 kilometers away from the high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade Scarlet God Spirit that had just escaped. Beside him was another high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade Scarlet God Spirit. It was Gerard, the high-tier deity intermediate-grade Scarlet God Spirit he had summoned with the Pillar of the Empire puppet. At this moment, the two of them were forcing the fleeing Scarlet God Spirit back in their direction while Guo Jiao attacked from behind. Heraus laughed when he saw this and dispelled the idea of returning to the spaceship. He also turned into a ball of fire and rushed up, blocking the other direction of the Scarlet God Spirit's escape. Ziwu felt a little helpless. He was lazy by nature and liked to be lazy. But now that His Majesty was here, no matter how much he wanted to be lazy, he did not dare to be so blatantly lazy in front of His Majesty. He could only fly up and stand with Guo Jiao. They were very particular about blocking the way. He specially left a gap, as if he wanted to give the other party a way to escape. It was also because of this that this high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade Scarlet God Spirit always thought that it had a way out, so it had no intention of fighting Zhou Zhou and the others to the death. It tried to escape while resisting Zhou Zhou and the others. The result was that this Scarlet God Spirit could not defeat Zhou Zhou and the others. Even if it wanted to escape, it could not escape the pursuit of Zhou Zhou and the other God Spirits with the galaxy. In the end, when the divine power in his body was about to be exhausted and he could not successfully escape, he realized that he had fallen into a desperate situation. At this moment, he, who had consumed nearly 90% of his divine power, could not even fight to the death in exchange for a chance of survival. In less than a moment, the Scarlet God Spirit was killed by Heraus' saber. Awesome! Heraus had a comfortable expression as he felt promotion energy comparable to 81 high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade Scarlet God Spirits pouring into his body. He felt that after a few more kills and supplementing his comprehension of the laws, he even felt that he could break through to the high-tier deity-level intermediate grade. Chapter 754, 100 million faction points. Ziwu looked envious. He had enough nomological comprehension. If he could personally kill that high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade Scarlet God Spirit, he felt that he should be able to directly break through and reach the mid-tier deity-level intermediate grade. However, such a thing was not something that could be done just by thinking about it. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as Heraus felt the pleasure brought to him by the boundless promotion energy. If I encounter such a battle again, I'll have to work hard. Ziwu could not help but have this thought. In any case, His Majesty had mastered the ability to revive and had an extremely generous reward for his subordinates to kill God spirits. In addition, he could obtain a large amount of promotional energy by killing God spirits. In that case, there was no reason for him to refuse to kill the enemy for His Majesty. Ziwu quietly changed his mind. On the other side, Zhou Zhou also extracted the corpse of this high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade Scarlet God Spirit. The result satisfied him. This was because this high-tier deity level had a mid-tier deity level divine artifact in his hand. After extracting it, it directly turned into 3 high-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifacts. In addition, he obtained a true God tier intermediate grade book of the God Spirit and a true God tier intermediate grade hero inheritance secret manual. Other than that, when Zhou Zhou extracted his corpse, he also used the ability of the Lucky Star to obtain an additional loots. However, he was not as lucky as last time and did not obtain another puppet with high-tier deity level combat strength. He only obtained another mid-tier deity level divine artifact. It was still acceptable. Compared to the gains he obtained, the Pillar of the Empire puppet was not worth mentioning after being used once. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the Book of the God Spirit and the Hero Inheritance Manual and thought about who to give them to. Bai Yun had already given it to him, so there was no need to consider it. He thought for a moment. In the end, he decided to give it to Wu Xin to give him a chance to advance further. Wu Xin had joined his Blazing Sun Kingdom a long time ago. Moreover, with his rich EXP, he had already made an indelible contribution to the development of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's army. Wu Xin's talent was gradually becoming normal with the addition of more generals. However, Zhou Zhou naturally would not forget his previous contributions. After making a decision, he looked at the mission notification that had just appeared. Faction quests hint: you and your subordinate have successfully killed a high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit without the interference of external forces. You are rewarded with 100 million faction points. Zhou Zhou looked at the quest's notification and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Not bad. Obtaining 100 million faction points on the first day was a good start. While the other lords were extremely happy to obtain hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of faction points every day, 100 million faction points was definitely an unimaginable number for 99.9% of the lords of all races. Compared to those top lords of all races. Even if I don't have their powerful and deep racial civilization foundation, I still have an advantage that they definitely can't compare to mine at the moment. Those are my second best territory development and powerful subordinates. Zhou Zhou was still confident in this aspect. At this stage, there's definitely no lord who can do what I can do. I have several high-tier deity-level combatants under my command and can even easily kill a high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit. Even the true lords can't do this. If one of the top lords like the True Lord, the God Shepherd Lord, the Great One Lord, and the Spiritual Venerable Lord has my current strength. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue just imagining that scene. If that really happened, there was almost no suspense in this Lord of all races competition. Top-notch lords had deep foundations to begin with. Coupled with the fact that they had powerful strength in the early stages. The position of the Lord of all races could almost be said to have been reserved in advance. Fortunately, this did not happen. Otherwise, it would be too despairing for the other lords. After returning to the galaxy, Zhou Zhou handed the Book of the God Spirit and the Hero Inheritance to Wu Xin. Wu Xin was stunned. He was about to say something when he saw Zhou Zhou wave his hand and stop him from saying anything else. Uncle Wu, there's no need to decline. We've all seen your contribution. You deserve it. Zhou Zhou said. Wu Xin was speechless. He looked at the Book of the God Spirit and the Hero Inheritance manual in his hand and smacked his lips. Originally, he wanted to say that he planned to retire soon. After all, the Blazing Sun Kingdom already had so many outstanding generals. His ability was no longer as outstanding as when he first joined Blazing Sun City. Under such circumstances, he would retire after succeeding and leave his position to the later generations. He could also leave a good reputation. Now that His Majesty had suddenly given him such a precious God Spirit inheritance, how could he say anything? Thank you, Your Majesty. I won't let you down, Your Majesty. Wu Xin hesitated for a while before finally accepting Zhou Zhou's good intentions. What to do? His Majesty had given him too much. Zhou Zhou did not mind seeing this. Then, he told him about the faction quests he had accepted and the need to take Heros and Ziwu away. Don't worry, Your Majesty. With me around, I will definitely ensure the safety of these recruits. With me around, I will definitely ensure the safety of these recruits. Zhou Zhou nodded. Even though Guo Jiao was usually carefree and liked to drink, he was quite at ease when it came to serious matters. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will definitely protect these recruits. Wu Xin also said. Contact this king through my personal terminal if you need anything. This king will rush over immediately. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, he took out a galaxy and brought Heros, Ziwu, and Gerard in. Your Majesty, what kind of method is this? As soon as he boarded the spaceship, Heros pointed at Gerard in surprise. Ziwu also looked at Gerard curiously. The two gods were naturally not unfamiliar with this powerful enemy. Back then, they might not have been able to subdue the other party if not for the fact that they were a group of god spirits. At this moment, seeing that the other party was actually standing obediently beside His Majesty. It would be strange if the two of them were not curious. On the other side, Zhou Zhou took out the pillar of the Empire puppet and threw it to the other party. Heraus hurriedly took it. When he saw the attributes of the pillar of the Empire puppet, his body immediately trembled, and his hands trembled. He almost lost his grip and let it fall to the ground. Ziwu, who had also seen the pillar of the Empire puppet, widened his eyes. "There's actually such a treasure in the world!" he exclaimed. "This thing is more practical than a high-tier deity-level divine artifact without looking at the number of times it can be used." Heraus also looked envious. Then, he returned it to Zhou Zhou reluctantly and complained. "Your Majesty, don't throw such a precious thing to me like a normal item in the future. I was so shocked that I almost dropped it on the ground just now. What if it breaks?" Chapter 755, Bai Yun's Strategy. Zhou Zhou took it indifferently. This was how he treated people he trusted. Moreover, this was a high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade treasure. It would be a waste of its grade if it accidentally fell to the ground and broke. He looked at Gerard, who was standing a step behind him. Every time the pillar of the Empire puppet summoned Gerard, there was no specific summoning time limit. After Gerard, the summoned creature, consumed all the divine power in his body, he would naturally dissipate. At the same time, it meant that he had completely consumed the number of summons. Judging from the divine power in Gerard's body, he should be able to fight another battle. A moment later, Zhou Zhou returned to the Night Empire. In front of the imperial city, 14 existences emitting the pressure of god spirits were standing there. They were the 7 god spirits of the Night Empire and the 6 god spirits brought by Liu Zhen. Among these god spirits, there was the city lord of the 9 Sieves fort that Zhou Zhou was familiar with, Sun Wujia. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun were standing in front of them. However, this was not the main point. The point was, at this moment, they were looking at Zhou Zhou, Heraus, Ziwu, and Gerard in surprise. 2 high-tier deity levels and 1 mid-tier deity level. This. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun were stunned when they saw the god spirit brought by Zhou Zhou. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun could tell that Gerard was essentially a summoned creature and not a true high-tier deity level. But even so, a high-tier deity level and a mid-tier deity level also surprised them. One had to know that even in their Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire, high-tier deity level worshipped god spirits were also very rare. Every high-tier deity level worshipped god spirit had a status comparable to Liu Zhen and Ji Yun. Even the two of them were only at the high-tier deity level, they definitely could not mistreat existences at the same level as them. Are this high-tier deity level and mid-tier deity level really the worshipped god spirits of your Blazing Sun Kingdom? Liu Zhen could not help but ask. That's right. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun looked at each other and suddenly felt a sense of urgency that they were about to be surpassed by their juniors. Come on! In the end, the 2 Empire Lords did not ask further. Then, Ji Yun made a request to Zhou Zhou, hoping to use his galaxy to head to the location of the Scarlet God Spirits. The reason for doing so was that he and Liu Zhen wanted to experience the real experience of the galaxy for themselves. If it was really good, then Liu Zhen and Ji Yun would personally advertise for Zhou Zhou and promote the galaxy to other human territories. Facing free advertisements, Zhou Zhou naturally had no reason to refuse, so he took out another galaxy from his king's treasure box and let the 14 god spirits of the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire enter the galaxy. After they entered the galaxy, they were immediately surprised by the technological spaceship buildings inside. After a while, Ji Yun walked over and handed a map to Zhou Zhou. Nephew. This is the approximate distribution map of the Scarlet God Spirits around the territory of my Night Empire who are eyeing it covetously. Follow the distribution of the Scarlet God Spirits on this distribution map and search for these Scarlet God Spirits one by one. Ji Yun said. Yes, Your Majesty. Haha, you don't have to be so polite. You're a great benefactor of my Night Empire, and my daughter, Yu Ling, is so familiar with you. Just call me Uncle Ji and Lu Zhen, Uncle Lu. Ji Yun smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded and took the map. There were 10 god spirits around the Night Empire at first. However, in the past few days, another 5 scarlet god spirits appeared around the Night Empire, so there were 15 god spirits marked on it. Among them were 10 low-tier deity scarlet god spirits, 4 mid-tier deity level scarlet god spirits, and 1 high-tier deity level scarlet god spirit. Zhou Zhou looked at the location of the only high-tier deity level scarlet god spirit and pondered for a second before crossing it out. Why did you cross it out? Ji Yun was stunned. I encountered this high-tier deity level intermediate grade scarlet god spirit called Jyuda on the way here. He was killed by my subordinates. Zhou Zhou said casually. Ji Yun. Lu Zhen. The other god spirits? Killed him. Lu Zhen said in disbelief. He had even discussed with Ji Yun how to deal with the only high-tier deity level intermediate grade scarlet god spirit before Zhou Zhou returned. The 2 god spirit teams they brought did not bring other high-tier deity level god spirits after all. Instead, they brought a clear group of mid-tier deity level and low-tier deity level god spirits. Therefore, the 2 of them would definitely have to deal with the only high-tier deity level intermediate grade scarlet god spirit personally. They were already prepared, but they were actually told that he had been dealt with. Lu Zhen and Ji Yun looked at Zhou Zhou with complicated expressions. They realized that they seemed to have underestimated this strongest lord of all races from their human race. Zhou Zhou and the others did not waste any time after that. They immediately steered the galaxy and flew in the direction of the closest low-tier deity level intermediate grade scarlet god spirit, Deer Forest. At the same time, about 200 million kilometers away from the Blazing Sun Kingdom. In the sky above the yellow gold tier regional territory, the Wind and Thunder Forest. An invisible galaxy was hovering here. In the spaceship, Bai Yun was sitting in the main general's seat, listening to the report of a diplomat intelligent robot in front of her. Bai Yun could not help but click her tongue in wonder after listening to it. The 16 Kings Alliance has actually split into 3 factions because of internal conflict. The first faction is led by the Fire Spirit King. They insist on a strategy of not submitting to our Blazing Sun Kingdom. There are a total of 9 kings in this faction who support the Fire Spirit King. The second faction has the King of the Demon Soldiers as their leader. They feel that our Blazing Sun Kingdom is invincible and even the Alliance army of the 16 Kings Alliance can't withstand the sharpness of our Blazing Sun Kingdom's army. Therefore, they now have the idea of introducing powerful external lord forces to interfere. They even want to collude with the Fog Monster forces to deal with our Blazing Sun Kingdom together. There are about 5 kings in this faction who support the Demon Soldier King. The third faction is an underground faction. They use the Car Cloud King as their leader and are afraid of the powerful strength of my Blazing Sun Kingdom. They have long had the intention to join my Blazing Sun Kingdom. There are about 10 kings in this faction who support the Car Cloud King. This includes the 11 kings, including the Car Cloud King. Some of them are currently in the camp of the Fire Spirit King on the surface, while the rest are in the camp of the Demon Soldier King. Tisk. My arrangements last night were not in vain. I actually heard such interesting information. We came at the right time. Bai Yun's lips curled up slightly. She immediately had a rough idea of conquering the 16 Kings Alliance after receiving His Majesty's instructions last night. Therefore, she did not sleep at all. She found Wu Tu overnight and asked him to find some spies and intelligence personnel from his Heavenly Map army to head to the 16 Kings Alliance. Then, she spread the news that the Blazing Sun Kingdom's army was about to attack in the various kingdoms of the 16 Kings Alliance, causing almost all the 16 kingdoms to enter a state of panic. At the same time, she also found some smart bots from Wenya to be diplomats of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Wen personally controlled them and asked them to go to the 16 Kings Alliance to convey the news that their Blazing Sun Kingdom would send an army to attack the various kingdoms of the 16 Kings Alliance tomorrow. At the same time, she asked Wen to hear the thoughts of these kings. She did not expect to really hear such important news. Chapter 756, The Disappearing Scarlet God Spirit. Then does the king of the Car Cloud Kingdom sincerely want to join my Blazing Sun Kingdom? Or does he look like he's defecting on the surface, but he's actually harboring evil intentions? Bai Yun asked cautiously. At this moment, even though she already had a huge strength advantage, it was precisely because of this that she did not want to be deceived on such a small matter. Otherwise, she would feel unhappy even if she won in the end. Lord Star God said that according to their mental activity data, they shouldn't be lying. Instead, they sincerely want to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom. The diplomacy intelligent robot said. Bai Yun nodded slightly. The Lord Star God was the Galaxy Star God, which referred to Wen. As an elementary grade low-tier God-tier intelligent life form, the huge difference in life level allowed Wen to easily see through the thoughts of a few extraordinary tier and epic tier kings with the help of the robot's body. In addition, when Lord Star God came into contact with the Flame Spirit King, the Flame Spirit King had given us a hint during our conversation. The other party roughly hinted that if we can help the other party deal with the kingdom of the Demon Soldier King's faction, it is willing to lead all the kings of its faction to join my Blazing Sun Kingdom. According to the judgment of Lord Star God, the other party is not lying to us on this point. The diplomat robot said. Bai Yun thought for a moment and said, "Let me see the conditions they proposed to submit to us." When the diplomacy intelligent robot heard this, its mechanical pupils suddenly lit up. Then, a virtual screen was projected in front of Bai Yun. Bai Yun took a closer look and nodded slightly. Their conditions were probably that some of them still had to maintain their original status after submitting, which was to have the position of governor like the original king of the Titan Kingdom. In addition, the subjects in their country had to have the same benefits, status, and treatment as the other subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. There were no overboard requests. Bai Yun thought for a moment and understood. They wanted too many conditions. But did they dare to bring it up? There was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. If they dared to raise excessive conditions to submit and make the Blazing Sun Kingdom disagree, the Blazing Sun Kingdom would directly not talk about this and come knocking on their door. At that time, they would have no place to regret even if they wanted to. Those who could become kings were not fools. They knew that the person who understands the times was a wise man and knew when to stop. That was why they proposed these conditions that were at least more reasonable and would not make the Blazing Sun Kingdom feel impatient after careful consideration. This is the benefit of having strength. According to His Majesty. This is called, subduing others without fighting. A faint smile appeared on Bai Yun's face. Then, she got the diplomacy smart bot to compile a report and send it to Zhou Zhou to ask for His Majesty's opinion. A moment later, Zhou Zhou sent a reply. Bai Yun looked over. He realized that His Majesty had basically agreed to most of the other parties' conditions. However, there was a change. That was, Zhou Zhou allowed these kings who submitted to become the governor after submitting. However, if these governors and corresponding officials were discovered to be unable to govern after taking office, he could remove them from their positions at any time and send someone else to take over. Bai Yun naturally had no objections to this. She directly handed this opinion to the diplomacy intelligent robot and asked it to inform the Flame Spirit King and the others. Soon, the other party replied. They agreed. Seeing this, Bai Yun stood up and calmly ordered as she walked towards the command platform. Galaxy number 9, inform His Excellency Vicky, His Excellency Feng Luo, and His Excellency Qi Xiantian. We can move our limbs now. Yes, Legion Commander. At the same time, just as Bai Yun was about to start the War of Destruction, Zhou Zhou's god-slaying operation was also in full swing. However, Just as they killed 3 scarlet god spirits and were about to continue killing more, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. About 360 million kilometers west of the outer area of the Night Empire. This was a vast desert. Its name was the Flaming Hot Sun Desert. It was a diamond-tier natural disaster forbidden area. Zhou Zhou and the others were here. As far as the eye could see, there was yellow sand and very few life forms. This was because the average temperature of the air here was more than 1000 degrees Celsius, which was already 1/6 of the temperature on the surface of the Sun. Other than some mutated creatures that were naturally resistant to high temperature, there were only some fire elemental life forms that could live here. However, this temperature was naturally nothing to Zhou Zhou and the others. There was naturally no need to mention Heros and the other god spirits. Even though Zhou Zhou was not a god spirit yet, the chaos human constitution contained in his body was enough for him to easily withstand the high temperature. Not to mention that the 10,000 legendary tier elementary grade skills in his skill bar could easily withstand these high temperatures. These skills were all loots he had obtained from the war. Even though he had law skills on him, these skills were not very useful. However, it would be a waste not to learn. He had already learned it. What if he used it one day? Your Majesty! At this moment, a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit from the Night Empire appeared from afar and quickly flew in front of Ji Yun. Your Majesty, there's no trace of the scarlet god spirit, Cruel, in the southwest. Ji Yun frowned slightly and nodded. A moment later, another low-tier deity-level intermediate grade life form of the Divine Sword Empire flew in front of Liu Zhen from afar. Your Majesty, there's no sign of the scarlet god spirit, Cruel, in the northeast. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun looked at each other. In the following period of time, the other human god spirits who had gone out to search for the scarlet god spirits also returned from afar. Your Majesty, we didn't find anything in the southeast desert. Your Majesty, no scarlet god spirits have been discovered in the sky. Your Majesty, I don't have any either. Soon, all the human god spirits had returned. As for the results of their search, they did not discover any traces of the scarlet god spirits they wanted to hunt on this trip. This is already the 3rd scarlet god spirit that has disappeared, Ji Yun said in a low voice. They must know that we're chasing them, so they're hiding. It's also possible that they're gathered together and discussing how to counterattack. Liu Zhen sneered. This group of scarlet god spirits are all unwilling to suffer losses. Zhou Zhou could not help but ponder when he heard the 2 emperors' words. According to the information he knew, the scarlet fog monsters were not stragglers. Not only did they have their own lords, kingdoms, empires, and divine kingdoms, they even had their own world channel with the help of the Crimson Overlord. Therefore, it was not impossible for an ally to be killed and send a message to their friends on the world channel before they died to tell them to be careful of the Lord of the Supreme Will faction. What should he do now? Zhou Zhou pondered. Chapter 757, Special Treasure Wisdom Demon Crown. Zhou Zhou had a way, which was the compass of the soul of vengeance. This treasure from the battlefield of the end had been used more often after he had the Lord talent of the collector. Moreover, he knew how to repair this compass, so it was not impossible for him to take it out and use it now. Actually, he could also ask the Bodhi Supreme, but he had yet to repay his debt, so there was a high chance that the Bodhi Supreme would not answer his question. Just as he was thinking about what to say, Ji Yun flipped his right hand and took out a golden crown. On the golden crown were 5 7-colored gems side by side. However, 3 of them were shattered, leaving only the other 2 7-colored gems intact. Then, Zhou Zhou saw Ji Yun take off the crown on his head and put it on. Then, Zhou Zhou was shocked to see that a pair of ferocious and terrifying flesh eyes and a bloody mouth filled with sharp teeth actually opened on the golden crown. This monster image was in stark contrast to the image of the golden crown. Zhou Zhou suddenly felt a sense of danger, as if this monster could bring him danger. Little Ji, why are you looking for me? At this moment, The crown monster opened its mouth and said in a low and hoarse voice. Ahem, there's a junior here. Give me some face. Ji Yun said awkwardly. The crown monster did not answer. Ji Yun did not waste any time and immediately asked, I want to ask you something. May I ask where the Scarlet God spirits who are coveting our Night Empire are now? If you need a limited distance, then let's go to the Scarlet God spirits within a radius of 50 billion kilometers of the Night Empire. Ji Yun had just experienced the extreme speed of the galaxy and knew that the galaxy's hourly speed was 50 billion kilometers per hour. That was why he suggested this distance. The crown monster closed its eyes. A moment later, Zhou Zhou and the others suddenly heard a crack, as if something had cracked. Zhou Zhou looked in the direction of the voice. Another of the 5 rainbow gems on the crown above Ji Yun's head shattered, leaving only a complete and undamaged rainbow gem. Just as Zhou Zhou was guessing what was going on, the crown monster opened its eyes, and then blood-colored light shot out of them. Then, the gods and Zhou Zhou saw that this blood-colored light had actually formed a blood-colored map in midair. On this map, there were 16 black light spots gathered in one place. Those black light spots are the location of the Scarlet God spirits you want. Little G. If there's anything you don't understand, you must ask me again in the future. I'll give you an answer. He he he. As the arrogant and cold laughter gradually disappeared, the blood-colored eyes and sharp teeth on the golden crown also gradually disappeared, allowing the crown to return to its previous state, as if nothing had happened. So they're here. However, I didn't expect there to be 5 more Scarlet God spirits. They should be the helpers we just called in. Brother Lu, you're right. They do have ulterior motives. Fortunately, we discovered them in advance. Otherwise, if we let these 16 Scarlet God spirits ambush us in secret and launch a fatal blow at a critical moment, our Night Empire will probably be destroyed. Ji Yun's expression was solemn. From the distance, it should be about 23 billion kilometers north. With the speed of the galaxy, we'll be there in half an hour. Lu Zhen's expression also became serious. At this moment, Ji Yun realized that Zhou Zhou had been looking at the monster crown on his head. He could not help but say, it's a treasure called the Wisdom Demon Crown. Its function is to answer 5 questions from the owner. For every question answered, one of the wisdom gems on the demon crown will shatter. After all 5 wisdom gems shatter, the demon crown will open the seal and release the monsters inside. But don't worry. Even though this treasure is dangerous, it will be safe as long as we don't use the 5th problem. When I return, I'll abandon it in the spatial turbulence. The spatial turbulence is very strange. At that time, even I will find it difficult to retrieve it and use it to answer the last question. Ji Yun said seriously. Even he, a high-tier deity level, might not be able to withstand the temptation of being able to answer questions. Therefore, he chose to banish it permanently into the spatial turbulence to prevent such a thing from happening in the future. Your Majesty, can you trade this monster demon crown with me? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. Ji Yun and Lu Zhen were stunned. Then, Ji Yun hesitated. Don't tell me you want to use this last chance to get an answer. Even though this monster demon crown looks ordinary, I can feel that the demonic creatures inside are not to be underestimated. If you release it, it will definitely be very dangerous for you. Your Majesty, don't worry. I can guarantee you that I won't release it. Zhou Zhou said seriously. No joke. With his current strength, he had never triggered his danger prediction talent even when facing a high-tier deity level. Yet, just a glance at this monster demon crown today actually made him feel a sense of threat. He naturally knew how terrifying this monster demon crown was. Therefore, he would not release such a terrifying demonic creature to harm him. However, he had the Diamond Tier Lord talent, the Collector. He could increase the number of times he could use it when facing such a treasure with a limited usage. If he obtained it and extended its usage through the Collector Lord talent, it would not be too late to throw it away when the extended usage could not be used. Sure. I believe you have the ability to control yourself. There's no need for a deal. In the end, Ji-yoon looked deeply at Zhou Zhou before taking off the wisdom demon crown on his head and handing it to him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou Zhou took it. But he did not put it in the king's treasure box. Instead, he carefully placed it in a separate spatial ring. Come on. Let's see what these Scarlet God spirits want to do when they gather together. Ji-yoon said in a low voice. Even though they knew that there must be some trap when the 16 Scarlet God spirits gathered together. However, their strength was not bad either. There were a total of 3 high-tier deity levels. Secondly, they had all seen the speed of the galaxy and felt that they could retreat calmly even if they encountered any danger. Most importantly, even as the monarchs of the 2 empires, their trump cards were unimaginable to normal Scarlet God spirits. This was also their greatest confidence in daring to go over. Zhou Zhou had no objections. This was because his danger prediction talent and talent intuition lord talent did not give him any hints of danger, proving that this trip was most likely safe. They boarded the galaxy and flew north of the Night Empire without saying anything else. Chapter 758, Borrowing a Divine Artifact. The destruction of a group of god spirits. Half an hour later, an extraordinary tier wilderness regional territory. A galaxy that had entered spatial concealment was floating in the sky. Zhou Zhou, Ji-yoon, Liu Zhen and the others were observing the scene below through virtual external scene mode. In their vision, a hall-emitting scarlet fog stood on the wasteland. The aura of the 16 Scarlet God spirits emitted from them. Zhou Zhou and the others looked at each other and could see the confusion in each other's eyes. What are they doing inside? Can you tell? Ji-yoon asked. No god spirits spoke. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He looked at the Scarlet Palace, but the building information given to him by this palace was actually a series of question marks. However, there was no warning sign in his heart, which meant that even though this palace looked mysterious, there was actually not much risk. After a while, Liu Zhen said, "Don't approach that palace first. Let's attack it from afar and see if we can force them out and probe their methods. If we encounter anything wrong, we'll return to the galaxy." The gods had no objections. This was indeed a good idea. Liu Zhen looked at Zhou Zhou. Nephew, you haven't entered the god spirit level yet. Don't interfere in a battle of this level first. Just let His Excellency Heros and the others follow us. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded in agreement and said. However, everyone, I have a way to temporarily increase your combat strength. What method? Tell me. Ji-yoon was stunned for a moment before saying immediately. The other god spirits were more or less disapproving. In their eyes, they were the high and mighty god spirits while Zhou Zhou was only a lord of all races who had just arrived in the high continent. Even if he obtained the title of the strongest lord of all races in the previous Supreme Will event and had a high-tier deity level expert as his subordinate, how much combat strength could a lord who was not even at the god spirit level increase the god spirits like them? However, even though they thought so in their hearts, they did not show it on the surface. But in the next moment, they widened their eyes and looked at Zhou Zhou in disbelief. I have some low-tier deity-level divine artifacts that I can lend you temporarily. However, everyone knows how precious divine artifacts are, so I want to ask everyone to sign a contract book with me before borrowing my divine artifact. There's only one term on the contract. I hope seniors here can keep the fact that I have divine artifacts a secret. Zhou Zhou said. Sign it, we'll definitely sign it. Good kid, you hit it well. Tell me, how many divine artifacts do you have? Liu Zhen and Ji-yoon looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. Previously, the news that Zhou Zhou had traded 10 low-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine artifacts to the human race through Baihe in exchange for the protection of the refugees who had gone to the Blazing Sun Kingdom for 30 years had been secretly spread among the higher UPS of the human race. Zhou Zhou had also completely attracted the attention of the higher UPS of the human race because of this matter. They felt that Zhou Zhou had already grown to the stage where he could repay the human race. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun naturally knew about this. They did not expect that this kid actually had a divine artifact. Could it be that it was really as those higher UPS of the human race said? Was Zhou Zhou's luck so good that he would trip over an ownerless divine artifact when he went out? When Zhou Zhou heard Liu Zhen's words, he pondered for a few seconds and said, "About a dozen sets." Liu Zhen? Ji Yun? The other god spirits? They looked at Zhou Zhou and thought that their ears had gone wrong. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else. With a wave of his right hand, a total of 14 sets of low-tier deity divine artifact outfits floated in front of the gods. The gods were dumbfounded. It had to be said. This scene caused a huge visual impact on the god spirits present. Am I dreaming? A female god spirit from the Divine Sword Empire looked at these sets of divine artifacts and felt a little dizzy. The other god spirits did not speak. This was because they also felt that they were dreaming. Did you obtain a high-level true god tier treasure? Liu Zhen could not help but ask. Only a high-level true god tier would probably have the ability to obtain so many low-level divine artifacts. He had guarded the abyss for tens of thousands of years, but he had only obtained so many low-level divine artifacts and contributed them all to the higher UPS of the human race. For tens of thousands of years, some of these divine artifacts were damaged, some were lost, and some were snatched away by experts of the people of foreign race. Therefore there were not many left. Zhou Zhou said nothing. It was even more ridiculous than this after all. Liu Zhen did not ask further. Then, Zhou Zhou took out a contract and wrote the content of the contract. The other god spirits immediately walked up eagerly. After seeing that the content of the contract was correct, they signed their names without hesitation. Then, they excitedly came to the 14 sets of divine artifacts and began to choose divine artifacts that were suitable for them. Actually, there was nothing to choose from. This was because even though the divine artifacts Zhou Zhou took out did not have any characteristics, they were basically suitable divine artifacts. Most god spirits could use them directly without worrying about being unable to use them. Seeing this scene, Zhou Zhou also nodded slightly. This time, they should give me a portion of faction points after killing the Scarlet God spirits, right? He thought. The faction quests, God slaying, stated that if they killed the Scarlet God spirits with the help of external forces, the faction points would be distributed according to their contributions. Now that he had lent these Empire God spirits so many sets of low-tier divine artifacts, he did not know how many faction points he could obtain from them. On the other side, the god spirits who were choosing divine artifacts suddenly saw Heros and Ziwu motionless at the side. Why didn't you choose? A god spirit went forward and asked. His Majesty has already given us a set of divine artifacts. Ziwu said indifferently. With that, the entire set of divine artifacts on him lit up with the dazzling light of divine artifacts according to his will. Heros did not even say anything, not even looking at the divine artifact outfits. With a high-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifact given to him by His Majesty, he had long looked down on these low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifacts. The other gods. This light was so dazzling that they shed tears of envy. Soon, all the god spirits had already put on their divine artifacts. At this moment, they felt the powerful power enhanced by their divine artifacts and instantly felt that their confidence had reached an unprecedented peak. This raised their morale to an unprecedented high. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun were even more satisfied when they saw this. In the god spirit team of their two empires. Other than the fact that the two lords of the empire were high-tier deity level, the other god spirits were all mid-tier deity level and low-tier deity level, and low-tier deity level occupied the majority. Originally, they felt that their combat strength should be slightly higher than those Scarlet God spirits. Even though the advantage might not be great, it should be able to let them win. However, with this set of divine artifacts, the low-tier deity-level god spirits among them should be able to fight mid-tier deity-level god spirits next. Mid-tier deity-level god spirits would even be able to guarantee that they would not die in front of high-tier deity-level god spirits. Under such circumstances, their combat strength had directly increased by a large level. Then, the outcome of the next battle should be a steady crushing. What to do? An entire set of divine artifacts could give them such a huge increase in combat strength. Didn't they want to ambush us? We can also take them by surprise. After we go out later, don't reveal our divine artifacts first. We'll give them a surprise when they confidently rush close. At this moment, Liu Zhen suddenly said. The eyes of the other god spirits lit up and they nodded in agreement. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. As expected of an old god spirit. It was sneaky and sinister. Then, Liu Zhen and the others did not waste any more time. They flew out of the galaxy and looked down at the Scarlet Palace below. Get ready! Attack! Ji Yun and Liu Zhen ordered one after another. All the god spirits threw the offensive law skills they had prepared at the Scarlet Palace on the ground. 14 law skills emitting various divine power lights descended from the sky and hit the palace. The ground fell silent for a second. Boom! It was as if the world had collapsed with a shocking bang. An explosive mushroom cloud emitting all kinds of divine power light soared into the sky and spread in all directions in the blink of an eye. In less than a moment, all the wilderness, forests, deserts, lakes, rivers within a radius of more than 5,000 kilometers. All of them were devoured by the explosion. But fortunately, there were no other life forms here because this place was already occupied by these scarlet god spirits. There were only some fog monsters outside the range of the explosion. If a life form was within 2,000 kilometers, they could also feel the air suddenly become extremely hot. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes at this scene. This was the destructive power of a god spirit. The other god spirits also looked at the scene below. They were also very excited that they could actually cause such destructive power. In such a shocking explosion, if they themselves provided half of the lethality, the other half was definitely enhanced by the divine artifacts they were wearing. At this moment, they realized even more how powerful the divine artifact on them was. At this moment, Liu Zhen, Ji Yun, and Zhou Zhou suddenly felt something and lowered their heads to look down. Their eyesight was extremely astonishing. They saw the Scarlet Palace in the explosion at a glance. The Scarlet Palace that was originally emitting scarlet fog was not destroyed after this round of law skill attacks. Instead, it suddenly became illusory. The next second, the Scarlet Palace suddenly released scarlet light that shot in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it included Liu Zhen, Ji Yun, and the other scarlet god spirits, including Zhou Zhou, who was in the galaxy. If one looked down from a high altitude, they would discover that the illusory Scarlet Palace had released a scarlet light barrier, trapping Zhou Zhou and the others inside. On the scarlet light barrier, one could vaguely see a ferocious and dignified three-headed, six-armed, skinny demon king pinching 3 different divine seals to maintain the stability of the light barrier. Chapter 759, Hell Demon Heaven Imprisonment Array. In the scarlet light barrier. Ha ha ha! Your Majesty is wise. This group of stupid human god spirits actually took the initiative to attack the array core and activated our heaven imprisoning hell demon array. Tisk tisk, this is the first time I, Cruel, have seen a god spirit with a death wish coming to my door. The Lord of the Empire of the Night Empire, oh! There's also the Lord of the Divine Sword Empire. Ha ha ha, what a huge gain! After we take them down, it's almost equivalent to us conquering the 2 empires of the human race. This battle record will definitely be appreciated by the Crimson Overlord. Big gain, big gain. More than a dozen ecstatic cries sounded. 15 streams of light flew up from below and appeared in front of Liu Zhen and the others. There were 15 scarlet god spirits. Thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. Ji Yun and Liu Zhen did not panic. Instead, they first looked at the strength of the 15 Scarlet God Spirits. Then, they realized that among these 15 Scarlet God Spirits, there were 3 high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirits, 5 mid-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirits, and 7 low-tier deity Scarlet God Spirits. Their strength was about the same as the humans. Then, they sized up the Scarlet Light Barrier. A few seconds later, Liu Zhen said, "Even though the Hell Demon Heaven imprisoning array they mentioned trapped us here, I don't think the strength of this light barrier is very high. Give us some time and we should be able to break through this light barrier and leave." On the other side, Ji Yun felt the changes in his body as he said slowly, "This Hell Demon Heaven imprisonment array seems to have the effect of suppressing my strength. I feel that my strength has been suppressed by about 20%. How was your suppression?" "I'm suppressed by about 30%. I'm suppressed by about 50%. I'm also suppressed by 50%. After Ji Yun finished speaking, the other god spirits immediately said. Ji Yun nodded. Low-tier deity-level god spirits were suppressed by 50% by the Hell Demon Heaven imprisonment array. Mid-tier deity-level god spirits were suppressed by 30% by the Hell Demon Heaven imprisonment array. As a high-tier deity level, he was suppressed by 2 levels. Liu Zhen was probably the same. "Is this their trump card?" Ji Yun said softly. Then, he and Liu Zhen looked at each other and smiled. If Zhou Zhou had not lent them the divine artifact, this Hell Demon Heaven imprisonment array might really pose a huge threat to them. However, with the 14 divine artifacts that Zhou Zhou had lent them, they could basically ignore this so-called Hell Demon Heaven imprisonment array. Even with the suppression of this Hell Demon Heaven imprisonment array, their strength could suppress these Scarlet God Spirits with the enhancement of an entire set of divine artifacts. The human God Spirits of the other 2 empires also realized this. They looked at these Scarlet God Spirits. Not only were they not afraid, but they also looked eager. On the Scarlet God Spirit's side. "Where's 7th brother?" The Scarlet God Spirit in the lead was wearing a purple robe and a black crown. There were 3 pairs of black vertical eyes side by side on his face. At this moment, he frowned slightly as he looked at the other Scarlet God Spirits. 7th brother was killed by the attack of these guys just now. The other Scarlet God Spirit immediately sent a voice transmission. When Black Eye heard this, it looked at Liu Zhen and the others with even colder eyes. He was the current lord of the Thousand-Eyed Scarlet Empire, a beginner Scarlet Empire. During this calamity of all races, his Thousand-Eyed Scarlet Empire occupied one of the 3 Scarlet Empires that besieged the Night Empire. Originally, they were besieging the Night Empire well. They felt that after a while, they should be able to slowly eat the Night Empire, a tough nut to crack, a tough cookie. However, today, he suddenly learned that 2 of the Scarlet God Spirits he had brought to the High Continent had suddenly lost contact. Moreover, he also learned that another Scarlet God Spirit had suddenly died today in the Scarlet Empire that besieged the Night Empire. The lords of the 3 empires immediately realized that something was wrong. Then, they only understood after knowing the last words of the dead Scarlet God Spirits on the World Channel before they died. It turned out that the Night Empire had already joined forces with the Divine Sword Empire to counterattack against the Scarlet God Spirits, causing them to lose 3 Scarlet God Spirits. This time, as the Lord of the Scarlet Empire, they definitely could not express anything. Therefore, they took the opportunity to join forces and prepared to use this opportunity to ambush and kill all these human God Spirits who dared to leave the country. Black Eye even took the initiative to suggest that he participate in the battle himself. This was because in his Thousand-Eyed Scarlet Empire, other than the high-tier deity level, the other high-tier deity levels were still guarding the Guardian Empire in the Empire and had not come to the High Continent. As for the other 2 Scarlet Empires, they had sent a high-tier deity level to participate in the battle. If he didn't bring a high-tier deity level combatant over, he might not be able to reap much benefits from this counterattack. Therefore, he could only do it himself since he had no manpower to use. However, he never expected that as the party in the ambush, one of their scarlet god spirits died in battle at the beginning. Moreover, they died aggrievedly from the unknown law skills of these god spirits of the human empire. This made him very angry. At the same time, he felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, with the enhancement of the Hell Demon Heaven Imprisonment Array, no matter how strong the joint attack of these god spirits of the human empire was, they could not directly kill one of them, right? As for why they were not injured, it was because they were obscure. They formed a mid-tier deity-level military formation called Heartslayer. This military formation could allow them to jointly defend against attacks from the outside world. However, if the attacks from the outside world exceeded the upper limit of their military formation defense, the additional damage would focus on one of the Scarlet God spirits forming the array. And seventh brother was that unlucky person. At this moment, even though the Black-Eyed King was puzzled that the other party's destructive power exceeded his expectations, causing seventh brother to die accidentally. However, when he saw that these god spirits of the human empire had already fallen into the range of the Hell Demon Heaven Imprisonment Array's military formation and were suppressed by the strength of the Hell Demon Heaven Imprisonment Array, he quickly forgot this doubt. He licked his purple lips, his eyes burning with ambition. Today, he would kill the god spirits of these two human empires. Then, he would replace their human empire and build his own Scarlet Empire on this high continent. Compared to the rich resources of the high continent, the resources in the Scarlet World where the thousand-eyed Scarlet Empire was could only be described as poor. Not to mention that the Crimson Overlord would give him additional rewards for establishing a Scarlet faction in the high continent. In short, there were many benefits. This was also the reason why he came to the high continent to develop the new territory of the empire. Kill. Black Eye did not waste any more time. It called for the other two high-tier deity-level Scarlet God spirits and rushed towards Liu Zhen, Ji-Yun, and Heros. As for Gerard, he had already consumed all the divine power in his body on the way here and disappeared. However, seeing this, Zhou Zhou summoned another Gerard without hesitation and joined the battle to deal with the three high-tier deity-level Scarlet God spirits together. When the other Scarlet God spirits saw this, they also rushed up with ferocious roars and stood together with the other mid-tier deity-level and low-tier God spirits. After the two sides fought for a while, the 12 Scarlet God spirits suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why are these human race God spirits so strong? Chapter 760, 10,000 Feet Mountain Sword World. The Scarlet God spirits were stunned. The other party's law skill attacks on him were extremely painful. As for the law skill attacks that he had really hit the human God spirits, this group of God spirits from the human empire had indifferent expressions. What was going on? All the Scarlet God spirits felt as if they were fighting a human God spirit that was a level higher than them. This made them feel a little suspicious. When did the human race have so many experts? At the same time, the God spirits of the human empire felt completely different. He did not even feel anything when he saw the other party hit him. He hit the other party, but it made the other party scream in pain. This feeling could only be described in one word. Awesome. Therefore, the human God spirits gradually let go of themselves and no longer had so many scruples. They attacked these Scarlet God spirits with all their might. There were even some human God spirits who simply gave up on defense and relied on the super strong defense of the divine artifact armor to blindly pursue offensive attacks. In the end, even though they were accidentally injured, they beat these Scarlet God spirits until they were indescribably miserable. They even had the thought of escaping. Zhou Zhou watched this scene and silently asked Wenya to stay at least 3,000 kilometers away from them. The aftershock of this group of God spirits battle. If it was on Earth, Earth would probably be destroyed by now. Even though Galaxy was a low-level spaceship, it could not withstand the full-strength battle of these God spirits. A moment later, Black Eye, who was fighting Ji-Yun, looked back at the battle situation of the low-level Scarlet God spirits while in combat. In the end, he only took a glance before he felt his vision turn black. This was because the Scarlet God spirits that they had brought with them were being suppressed and beaten by the God spirits of the human empire. In fact, 4 or 5 of the Scarlet God spirits were already seriously injured and looked like they would not be able to hold on for long. What's going on? Black Eye was furious. This was different from what he had imagined. He observed carefully before realizing something. He immediately turned to look at Ji Yun, who was fighting him. To deal with us? You actually borrowed so many divine artifacts from the other 4 empires of the human race. The god spirits of the other human empires are actually willing to lend you their divine artifacts, he said through gritted teeth. Even though these human god spirits had controlled the light of their divine artifacts to conceal themselves. But as the ruler of the Scarlet Empire, he could still tell at a glance that each of these human god spirits had a complete set of divine artifacts on them. Only this possibility could explain the source of the divine artifacts on these human god spirits. However, there were almost 100 divine artifacts in total. The other human empires were actually willing to lend it to them during the calamity of the myriad races? Black Eye felt that it was ridiculous. The human race was actually so willing to sacrifice themselves for others? Ji Yun was expressionless, but he actually wanted to laugh. This fellow had actually misunderstood. However, he didn't say much, nor would he reveal that the divine artifacts on every god spirit came from Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou already had enough light on him. If it was revealed that he had many divine artifacts, he would probably provoke a group of terrifying and greedy enemies. At this moment, the 2 high-tier deity-level Scarlet God spirits on the other side also realized that something was wrong. The god spirits of this human race empire were actually wearing divine artifacts to fight them. How could they match up then? The 2 high-tier deity-level Scarlet God spirits immediately had the thought of leaving. The situation was already unfavorable to them. If they continued to waste time, it would not be beneficial to them. They might even die. They looked at each other and then flew in opposite directions in tacit understanding. Trying to run. Liu Zhen snorted coldly when he saw that his opponent had actually given up on escaping. He raised his right hand and saw a finger-sized black translucent sword floating in his hand. Then, Liu Zhen formed a seal and chanted an incantation. Then, he used his sword fingers to gently point at the miniaturized transparent heavy sword. 10,000 feet sword. Go! He shouted softly. The next second, the 10,000 feet sword suddenly flew into the sky and quickly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 10,000 feet sword-shaped black mountain. With a bang, it suppressed the area within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Even the Hell Demon Heaven imprisonment array set up by the Black Eye King was suppressed by the 10,000 feet sword-shaped black mountain. The surface of the 10,000 foot long sword-shaped black mountain was actually covered in dense black heavy sword chi. The 2 high-tier deity-level Scarlet God spirits originally wanted to rush out directly, but as soon as they touched the sword aura barrier on the surface of the black mountain, they were directly rebounded by the sword aura barrier. When they saw this, they were already prepared. They immediately took out their teleportation scrolls, wanting to use teleportation to escape. In the end, after they injected divine power into the teleportation scroll, they realized that the teleportation scroll could not be used anymore. The expressions of the 2 Scarlet God spirits finally changed. There was no way to charge out. Teleportation could not teleport them away either. This place that they had planned for an ambush had actually trapped them inside. Haha! How's the effect of my 10,000 feet mountain sword world? When Liu Zhen saw this scene, he immediately felt happy and laughed out loud. If I kill you, I'll be able to leave. Faced with such a predicament, Black Eye and the other 2 high-tier deity-level Scarlet God spirits were triggered. They turned around and charged at Liu Zhen. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Liu Zhen snorted coldly when he saw this. He picked up his high-tier deity divine artifact, the Lu Ming sword, and rushed towards them. At the same time, Heros and Gerard also rushed up. The 5 high-tier deity levels fought in the blink of an eye. The area within a radius of 100,000 kilometers had become the battlefield of the 5 high-tier deity levels at this moment. Just the aftershocks of the battle could easily cover an area of 2 to 3,000 kilometers. In this range, even low-tier deity level deities had to hide far away. Otherwise, they might be affected by the aftershocks of their battle. This was also Zhou Zhou's first time seeing such a scene. He could not help but fly out of the spaceship and watch this peerless divine battle from the sky. In addition, he was also very cautious. After walking out of the spaceship, he directly used the space-time boundary of the Sword of New Dimension Creation, placing himself in a temporarily isolated space-time boundary. This space-time region had its own independent rules of time and space. Only true God-tier experts and above could probably discover his existence. Therefore, he was not worried that he would be discovered by these Scarlet God spirits when he came out to watch the battle. On the other side, these Scarlet God spirits all began to risk their lives, perhaps because they realized that they had fallen into a desperate situation. They used all kinds of trump cards, law skills, secret techniques, and taboo techniques, raising their combat strength to an extremely high level in a short period of time. For a moment, Liu Zhen and the other human god spirits, who originally had the advantage, gradually showed signs of being unable to suppress the other party. Even the human god spirits who had divine artifacts had begun to be injured. However, all the god spirits present knew that the sudden increase in strength of these Scarlet God spirits was only temporary. As long as the human god spirits could withstand the pressure during this period of time, when the strength of these Scarlet God spirits returned to normal, the backlash of various taboo techniques would continuously eat into them. At that time, the combat power of these Scarlet God spirits would decrease drastically. When the time comes, that was when they would sound the horn of counterattack. The human god spirits were enduring and were also waiting for the eruption. However, the sudden death of a human god spirit from the Divine Sword Empire changed the situation suddenly. Chapter 761, The Flower Sword Immortal's Gift. God Tier Secondary Profession Immortal Plant Master. Brother Luo. A furious roar sounded. A sword beam instantly flew in front of the corpse of a human god spirit that had fallen into the desert, revealing the figure of a sword immortal in flowery clothes. He hugged the corpse of the dead sword immortal and looked at the other party's lifeless face. His pupils immediately constricted, and then the expression in his eyes gradually became a little crazy. When the other sword immortals saw that a sword immortal had actually died on their side, their bodies trembled endlessly. A shocking killing intent and sword chi gradually rose from their bodies. Then, they saw the sword immortal in flowery clothes turn to look at the Scarlet God spirits. He suddenly formed a seal with his hands, and blood-colored sword beams suddenly shot out from him. In less than a few seconds, his flowery clothes were dyed red. Unsealed Sword Forbidden Technique. Flower Sword Immortal is going all out. A worshipped god spirit from the people of foreign races from the Night Empire said with a heavy expression. The Unsealed Sword Forbidden Technique was a secret sword immortal technique of the Divine Sword Empire. Sword immortals who used this secret technique could obtain a huge increase in strength in a short period of time at the cost of their lifespan. The more lifespan they consumed, the higher the strength they could obtain. A low-tier deity-level sword immortal could even deal with a mid-tier deity-level enemy if he consumed most of his lifespan. However, even though this combat strength enhancement effect was powerful, most Qi practitioners were actually unwilling to use such a forbidden method as pursuers of longevity. As for the sword immortal, it was a small number of Qi practitioners who were willing to use such a taboo technique in order to pursue their thoughts. That was also the reason why the other Qi practitioners were most unwilling to provoke the sword cultivators faction amongst the Qi practitioners. Who would be willing to become enemies with a Qi practitioner who was good at attacking and was willing to risk his life for no reason? The 3 other Sword Immortals who were on good terms with Sword Immortal Luo followed suit and unleashed the Unsealed Sword Forbidden Technique too. The 4 Sword Immortals who used the Unsealed Sword Forbidden Technique, coupled with their divine artifacts, allowed them, who were originally only low-tier deity-level god spirits, to directly possess mid-tier deity-level combat power. This immediately reversed the situation. After a while, the taboo spells of these scarlet god spirits finally ended. All kinds of backlashes came one after another, causing their combat strength to decrease to an astonishing level in a very short period of time. This made it easier for the god spirits of the human empire to fight. In less than a moment, a scarlet god spirit was killed by the human god spirits. It was as if a domino switch had been turned on in the following time as the first scarlet god spirit died in battle. Scarlet god spirits died in battle one after another. 2 hours later, all the scarlet god spirits present had died in battle. Then, among the god spirits of the human empire, other than the 4 sword immortals who were unable to continue fighting, the other god spirits turned around without hesitation to help Liu Zhen and the others deal with the 4 scarlet god spirits. Liu Zhen's side already had a certain advantage. There were so many low-tier deity-level and mid-tier deity-level god spirits coming to help. In less than a moment, Black Eye and the other 2 high-tier deity-level scarlet god spirits died under the siege of these god spirits. On the battlefield, even though Liu Zhen, Ji Yun, and the god spirits of the other 2 empires had obtained victory, they did not look happy. Flower Sword Immortal was currently surrounded by immortals. She hugged Sword Immortal Luo's limp body and remained silent. Flower Sword Immortal and Tri-Talent Sword Immortal Luo Yuan are close friends. Their friendship has always been a legend even among us Qi practitioners. There have even been stories about the 2 immortals in some small worlds. I didn't expect that today. A god spirit from the Night Empire lamented. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun also watched this scene in silence. Suddenly, Ji Yun suddenly thought of something. He suddenly clapped and said excitedly, "How could I forget that my good nephew has a method to revive immortals? I'll go look for him now." After he finished speaking, he went to look for the galaxy. "No need, Your Majesty. I'm here." At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Then, Zhou Zhou flew over from afar and arrived in front of the immortals and gods. "Your Majesty, you must save my best friend. As long as you are willing to save my best friend, I, Hua Qinglong, am willing to do anything." The white-haired Flower Sword Immortal immediately carried Sword Immortal Luo to Zhou Zhou and looked at him with bloodshot eyes. With that, he directly took out his spatial ring and then took out the corpse of the mid-tier deity-level elementary grade scarlet god spirit he had just killed with all his might. He handed them all to Zhou Zhou with trembling hands. "Don't worry. There is someone capable of reviving Tri-Talent Sword Immortal in my territory," Zhou Zhou said. However, he did not take the spatial ring and the corpses of the god spirits. After this battle, even though Zhou Zhou did not participate in the battle directly, everyone could be considered comrades who had experienced life and death battles together. He had also witnessed the loyalty of these sword immortals. He was more or less moved. Under such circumstances, Zhou Zhou did not want to have anything to do with benefits when it came to reviving his comrades. If he wanted the corpses of these scarlet god spirits, he could have obtained them in his own way. There was no need to use such a method. "Please accept them." However, Flower Sword Immortal resolutely handed over his spatial ring and the scarlet god spirit's corpses. Just as Zhou Zhou was about to say something, he heard Liu Zhen say, "Nephew, take them. We sword immortals hate owing karma to others the most. Since you have agreed to Flower Sword Immortal's request to save Flower Sword Immortal's close friend, Flower Sword Immortal has to return the favor to you. Otherwise, once he owes you such karma, he will probably have inner demons in his heart in the future. When that happens, be it his cultivation or Sword Dao realm, it will probably be very difficult for him to make another breakthrough. He might even be in danger of losing his life." Zhou Zhou was stunned when he heard this. He immediately took the other party's spatial ring and the corpse of a low-level mid-tier deity-level scarlet god spirit without hesitation. When Flower Sword Immortal saw this, a faint smile finally appeared on his face. Even the blood in his eyes faded a little. However, his white hair and visible wrinkles proved that the after effects of him using the unsealed sword forbidden technique were still with him. Zhou Zhou looked at the Scarlet God Spirit's corpse and realized that the most valuable commodity on he was only an advanced-grade divine artifact. He retracted his gaze and looked at the spatial ring. He glanced at the thing inside and raised his eyebrows slightly when he made it realize him as its master. This was because Flower Sword Immortal's spatial ring did not have any divine artifacts or god-tier treasures. Most of it contained various Sword Deo manuals and notes related to Flower Sword Immortal's Sword Deo comprehension. There was only one other item type left. There were all kinds of books piled up like a small mountain. And what was recorded in that book was actually a complete set of low-tier deity-level elementary-grade immortal plant master secondary profession inheritance. It recorded a rich variety of medicinal herbs, plants, and cultivation methods from low-level spiritual plants to high-level immortal plants. Zhou Zhou looked up at Flower Sword Immortal in surprise. He did not expect this Sword Immortal to actually have a god-tier secondary profession. Chapter 762, Liu Zhen's Deal. Thank you for your legacy, Senior Flower Sword Immortal. I will make good use of it and find a suitable successor for you. Zhou Zhou said seriously. As long as your majesty thinks it's useful. Flower Sword Immortal nodded. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at the other three Sword Immortals whose lifespan had also decreased greatly because they used forbidden techniques and the other Empire God Spirits and Sword Immortals who were either lightly injured or seriously injured. He pondered for a few seconds and looked at Liu Zhen. Uncle Liu, most of our gods and sword immortals are already injured. How should we resolve the crisis of the myriad races in the Divine Sword Empire? When Liu Zhen heard this, he looked at the god spirits and sword immortals in front of him. After a few seconds of silence, he said firmly. We'll continue tomorrow. But they are injured now, and Flower Sword Immortal and them can't continue fighting because they used forbidden spells. How can they fight? They could well perish. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before hurriedly saying. Flower Sword Immortal and the other gods who can't fight can choose not to fight. But the other god spirits and sword immortals must fight. Liu Zhen was exceptionally determined when he heard this. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou and said in a deep voice. God spirits will not allow themselves to be easily injured because once they are injured, they will need hundreds or even thousands of years to recuperate and recover from their injuries without external help. But we don't have that much time to recover. If we let these fog monster armies wander around our human empire for a day, hundreds or even tens of millions of human life forms will die at their hands. After hundreds or thousands of years, our human race has long been destroyed. We don't have time to recuperate. Even if I have to fight to the death, I have to keep fighting. This is one of the reasons why we human powerhouses exist. As Liu Zhen spoke, he looked at Zhou Zhou. There was another reason he didn't say. That was, he knew that Zhou Zhou's King of 10,000 Kings activity would only last for a month. After a month, it would end. Today was already the 6th day. 1/5 of the event time had passed. There was not much time left for Zhou Zhou. They knew that it was very difficult for Zhou Zhou to fight against those top lords alone. The great race civilization behind them was something that the human civilization could not compare to. The behind-the-scenes help they could give their lords was also something that their human civilization could not catch up to. But could they give up because of this? Of course not. It was not easy for them to encounter an opportunity that could allow humanity to rise to the top of the myriad races. Even if they had to risk their lives and become one of the nameless skeletons under Zhou Zhou's feet, they had to support him and let him grow to the peak of the myriad races. So what if they were injured? They would perish at most. Some would die, so that others may survive. The reason why the human race had been able to survive such a cruel era of struggle until now was because of this belief. It had even existed for a longer time than those races and civilizations that were much stronger than their human civilization. They were already used to this, and they had long been prepared to sacrifice themselves for the future of the human race. Zhou Zhou. I remember that after you resurrect a god spirit, the god spirit's injuries will directly recover, right? Liu Zhen smiled. Yes, but the capable person in my territory can only revive mid-tier deity level elementary grade god spirits at the moment. Zhou Zhou said. That's good. Liu Zhen looked at the other human god spirits and said in a low voice, did you hear that clearly? From tomorrow onwards, all existences below the mid-tier deity level elementary grade, don't be afraid of death when fighting. If you die, I will naturally ask the King of the Blazing Sun to revive you. If one day, even Zhou Zhou will not be able to revive you, you will forever be engraved in the history books of our human race. No matter how strong or weak you are, you will forever be heroes of our human race. Let's kill these scarlet monsters right now. Avenge the deaths of our human clansmen. Fight to the death for the continuation of our human civilization. Are you willing? Liu Zhen roared at the end. Kill. The other human god spirits roared when they heard this. Under the furious roars of the gods, the sun and moon lost their light, and the mountains and rivers changed color within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. The matter of resurrecting them is up to you. Amidst this earth-shattering roar, Liu Zhen looked at Zhou Zhou and said. Zhou Zhou looked at Liu Zhen. With his 6 senses, he could roughly guess the other party's thoughts even without relying on his high-level mental perception. He looked at Liu Zhen for a few seconds before nodding without saying anything. Then, he waved his right hand and saw many bottles of potions and medicinal pills appear in the air. Without exception, these potions and pills emitted the auras of low-tier and mid-tier deity level. Zhou Zhou did have high-tier deity level potions too, but he did not take them out, seeing that Liu Zhen and the others did not seem to be injured. I obtained these potions by chance. We still have a lot of battles to fight. Even though these potions can't immediately heal your injuries, they can still relieve, suppress, and help you slowly recover your injuries. Seniors, come and get what suits you. Zhou Zhou said. Liu Zhen and company were stunned when they saw this scene before laughing. The mid-tier deity level and lesser deities of the other 2 human empires looked at each other. Then, they walked over one by one and chose suitable healing medicines for themselves. At the same time, they also handed the corpse of the scarlet god spirit they had killed to Zhou Zhou. During this process, they tacitly did not even say a word. Even Liu Zhen and company walked over and handed the corpse of the high-tier deity-level scarlet god spirit they had killed to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou did not refuse and accepted them all. Soon, all the medicinal pills and potions were chosen. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he said, since everyone has chosen to hand over the scarlet god spirit's corpse that you killed with all your might, please choose 2 of the divine artifacts on you and give them to you. Don't refuse, or I might also suffer from karma. The immortals fell silent. To them, the 2 divine artifacts were too precious. What are you looking at? Pick quickly. Liu Zhen immediately scolded with a smile. Then, he and Ji Yun came in front of Zhou Zhou. Nephew, you seem to be very interested in the corpses of high-level existences. Ji Yun asked curiously. My drop rate is hundreds of millions of points higher than other life forms. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said without hiding anything. Ji Yun and Liu Zhen looked at each other and nodded in their hearts. In fact, they also guessed it. Zhou Zhou had just confirmed it. They guessed that their nephew's drop rate was probably 10% or 20% higher than others. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so eager for the corpses of high-level god spirits. So you're born lucky. Liu Zhen patted Zhou Zhou's shoulder. Then how about we make a deal? We'll bring you the corpses of the scarlet god spirits or the god spirits of the people of foreign races. Then, we'll trade them with you. Then, you'll give us divine artifacts as the price for buying the corpses of high-level existences. How about that? Liu Zhen looked at Zhou Zhou with bright eyes. The human race, no, most of the races in the myriad races, were really lacking in divine artifacts. That was why he suggested this idea to Zhou Zhou. With such a talent by his side, it would be a waste of resources if he didn't use it as leverage. Chapter 763, The Destruction of the 16 Kings Alliance. Sure. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard that. Then, how about I use 2 low-tier deity-level divine artifacts to trade for the corpse of a lesser god spirit who had a divine artifact of the same level when he was alive? Mid-tier deity level and high-tier deity level, and so on. If the corpse didn't have a divine artifact when it was alive, I can also use a divine artifact of the same level to exchange for it. How about that? Zhou Zhou carefully raised his conditions. Actually, he could give more. In any case, he already had a mountain of low-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine artifacts. Even if it was the corpse of a low-tier god spirit who had a divine artifact of the same level when he was alive, he would be able to make a killing if he directly gave the other party an entire set of divine artifacts, 6 of them. However, with his current strength and status, it was really not appropriate for him to state such ridiculous terms. He was not afraid that Liu Zhen and the others would covet it. It was just that it was really not suitable, and it was also inconsistent with his personality that had always pursued noble development. On the other side, Liu Zhen and Ji Yun were stunned. It was not that Zhou Zhou had given too little. It was because Zhou Zhou was proposing to give too much. It had to be known that the corpse of a low-tier deity-level god spirit who had a divine artifact of the same level when he was alive was usually impossible to obtain a divine artifact that he had. The more precious the spoils of war, the lower the probability of them dropping after all. Treasures like divine artifacts had a probability of less than 10%, or even less than 1%. This was also one of the reasons why so many god spirits had died in the war over the years, but divine artifacts were still decreasing in number. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun's original thoughts were, even if Zhou Zhou said that they were willing to exchange the corpses of 3 low-tier deity-level god spirits with divine artifacts of the same level for a low-tier deity-level divine artifact, they would be willing to accept it. Unexpectedly, it had actually become a corpse of a low-tier deity-level divine artifact of the same level in exchange for 3 low-tier deity-level divine artifacts. Mid-tier deity level and high-tier deity level god spirit corpses too? Are you serious? Ji Yun could not help but ask. Zhou Zhou looked at their expressions and had an idea. He immediately nodded with a faint smile. Okay. Let's follow this. Liu Zhen hurriedly agreed, afraid that Zhou Zhou would go back on his word. 100 legendary tier enemy corpses can also be exchanged for a low-tier deity-level divine artifact. Not only did Zhou Zhou not go back on his word, he also suddenly remembered that legendary tier weapons and equipment could also become low-tier deity-level divine artifacts. He immediately added, Okay. Liu Zhen hurriedly said again. The faces of he and Ji Yun were filled with unconcealable bright smiles. God spirit level enemies were hard to kill. However, don't they kill a large number of legendary tier enemies at once? This divine artifact. They were definitely going to grab them. The smile on Zhou Zhou's face was very happy. Even though he was not lacking in low-tier deity-level divine artifacts now. However, if he could have a few more, dozens, or even hundreds of divine artifact mountains, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After that, Zhou Zhou and the Immortals returned to the galaxy and directly returned to the Night Empire. The Night Empire. After Zhou Zhou and the others returned, Liu Zhen brought his empire's god spirits and returned to the Divine Sword Empire through the spatial teleportation array. Zhou Zhou did not stay. After bidding farewell to Ji Yun, he returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom with Heros, Ziwu, and Flower Sword Immortal. After returning to the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Zhou Zhou temporarily arranged for Flower Sword Immortal to stay in a luxurious guest room in Advance Grade Lord's Paradise. Senior Flower Sword Immortal, please wait a moment. My capable person with the ability to revive has gone out to battle with my subordinates. He hasn't returned for the time being. Zhou Zhou explained. Carol Molly was currently leading the army of clergymen and following Wu Xin. She was in charge of treating the wounded and would probably not be back until the evening. Flower Sword Immortal did not say anything and only nodded. Zhou Zhou nodded and left. As soon as he came out, he saw Aaliyah running over quickly. Behind her were Bai Yun, Qi Xiantian, Vicky, and Feng Luo. Greetings, Your Majesty. The three of them said respectfully. How was your trip? Zhou Zhou asked with a smile. We didn't let Your Majesty down. We've already completely taken over the 16 Kings Alliance. Currently, the 16 beginner kingdom lords of the Alliance of 16 Kings have all submitted to our country from top to bottom. Their territories have also become the territory of our Blazing Sun Kingdom. These are the 16 kingdom tokens of the 16 Kings Alliance. Bai Yun raised her hands respectfully. Right on the heels of that, a golden light flashed and a total of 16 kingdom tokens floated in the air. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he could not help but smile even though he had strong self-control. He walked over and put away the 16 kingdom tokens with a wave of his right hand. At the same time, the moment he put away the kingdom token, a large number of dense and repetitive text notifications appear one after another. As there were too many of them and too many repetitions, Zhou Zhou looked at the last one. Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord Announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun for successfully breaking through a beginner kingdom lord faction. Reward, Reputation Rating +3. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel Announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord Talent Notification. Congratulations, you have captured a kingdom and triggered the Diamond Tier Lord Talent Embrace of the Conqueror. You have obtained the loyalty of 3 heroes with an Extraordinary Tier Hero Fate level slot and 1 hero with an Epic Tier Hero Fate level slot. Note, they are rushing to your territory. Please note the latest new subject list. The Lord of the End Class Hint. You have destroyed a beginner kingdom level lord faction and collected 5% of the power of the Law of the End. The grade of the Crown of the Final has increased by another step. Current collection progress of the power of the Final Law, 145%. You can upgrade the Crown of the Final. The Lord of the End Class Hint. You have destroyed a beginner kingdom level lord faction and collected 100 points of Final Nirvana power progress. You can use 100 points of Final Nirvana power to exchange for a chance to revive after death and increase your strength greatly after revival. Current power of Final Nirvana, 1600 points. Current number of resurrections, 9. The Lord of the End Class Hint. You have destroyed a beginner kingdom level lord faction. A member of the Final Guard has received your summon. You can summon him. Current number of Final Guard members, 30, summonable. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face after reading it. This time, Bai Yun led her troops to conquer the 16 Kings Alliance. First, he directly obtained 48 reputation rating points. In other words, 48 talents with reputation rating were about to come to his territory tomorrow. Secondly, with the enhancement of the Diamond Tier Lord Talent Embrace of the Conqueror, he would obtain 48 Extraordinary Tier Heroes and 16 heroes with Epic Tier Hero Fate level slots tomorrow. Third, the number of times he could revive had also increased from 9 to 25. Fourthly, his Final Guard had increased by 16 from 14. He could summon a total of 30 Final Guards under his command. The fifth benefit was the Crown of the Final that had just been notified that it could be upgraded. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou saw the Crown of the Final appear in his hand. Chapter 764, Low-Tier Deity Level Advance Grade Crown of the Final. Zhou Zhou looked at the grayish-white crown with 3 small mountains in front of it. It looked ancient and mysterious as he chanted to upgrade it. The next second, wisps of grayish-white airflow seeped out of the void and slowly wrapped around the crown of the final, preventing outsiders from seeing the scene inside. Zhou Zhou looked solemnly at the grey airflow wrapped around the crown of the final. As expected of the final chi that's comparable to the chaos chi. He muttered softly. He felt a chill run down his spine uncontrollably. He finally understood why the many bloodline inheritances in his mind had once said that the power of the end was a taboo power and could not be touched. This was a power that could truly end everything. He shook his head and didn't think too much about it. A moment later, the final chi wrapped around the crown of the final gradually dissipated. An even more ancient and mysterious desolate-looking crown appeared in front of him. He looked at the upgraded new crown of the final. Soon, information about the divine artifact appeared. Divine artifact name, Crown of the Final. Divine artifact grade, low tier deity level advanced grade, enhanceable. Divine artifact ability 1 power of the end, as the Lord of the End, the power of the end that can end all things surges in your body. When you attack any matter, you have a 10% chance of shattering it. When attacking any life form, you have a 1% chance of directly killing it. Divine artifact ability 1 power of the end, as the Lord of the End, the power of the end that can end all things. When you attack any matter, you have a 10% chance of shattering it. When attacking any life form, you have a 1% chance of directly killing it. Divine artifact ability 3 The final descends, you can collect the power of the law of the final by destroying the Lord's faction. After collecting enough power of the law of the end, you can increase the grade of the crown of the final and unlock more abilities of the crown of the final. Current collection progress of the power of the final law, 45%. Divine artifact description, the Lord of the End's exclusive divine artifact. It contains the power of the end of all things. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. After this upgrade, even though it had only changed from a low-tier deity level intermediate grade divine artifact to a low-tier advanced grade divine artifact, it was simply not worth mentioning to Zhou Zhou, who had a large number of low-tier deity divine artifacts. However, the effect of the crown of the final allowed it to stand out among the many divine artifacts. While the probability of upgrading had only increased by 2% and 0.5%, which looked insignificant as the two unreasonably domineering laws of instant death and shattering, even the most insignificant increase could be said to be a huge increase. It's just that I'll have to spend more effort to level up next time. Zhou Zhou looked at its upgrade requirements and raised his eyebrows slightly. Now that he had conquered a beginner kingdom, he was only given 5% of the power of the final law to collect progress. Which meant, if he wanted to upgrade the crown of the final from a low-tier advanced grade to a mid-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifact, he would need to conquer at least 11 more beginner kingdoms. He wondered how much progress would conquering an intermediate kingdom or even an advanced kingdom give him in collecting the power of the law of destruction. Zhou Zhou thought. With his current strength, conquering an empire might not be feasible. The strength of an empire was in all aspects after all. Population, territory, logistics, military, generals, war machines, trump cards, connections. An empire-level lord faction would not have any shortcomings in any of them. The number of experts was only a portion of the empire's powerful foundation. If he dared to bring his 2 billion troops to find trouble with an empire now, even if it was only a beginner empire, he dared to believe that the other party could invite a true god tier to deal with him in minutes. For example, Baihe from the Knight Empire and Sword Emperor Fuya from the Divine Sword Empire. However, it should not be a big problem to conquer an intermediate kingdom or an advanced kingdom. I'll take my time. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry. The most important thing for a lord was never to fight for just one moment. The most important thing was development. Under the mighty power of time, if there was anything he wanted, he could slowly develop it without dying. Then, he opened his friend list and found the small group he had established when he sold the kingdom token. In the end, he realized that there were already more than 100 people in this small group that only had 5 to 6 people back then. Moreover, these people were all top-notch lords among the Cerulean planet lords. Zhou Zhou nodded. It seemed that the military industry lord and the others had worked hard in this aspect after he said that they could recruit people from outside to participate in the next Kingdom token auction. Then, he typed. Blazing Sun Kingdom Lord of the Blazing Sun, currently, I have obtained 15 new extraordinary tier advance grade Kingdom tokens. This king prepares to hold an auction on these extraordinary tier advance grade Kingdom tokens tomorrow. If you want the Kingdom tokens to establish a kingdom, come quickly. The highest bidder will get them. Overlord Lord, you're finally here. Military Industry Kingdom Military Industry Lord, haha, what a fast speed. The Overlord Lord should be able to get what he wants now. In addition, Your Majesty, you've stunned us this time. You've made a total of 16 Lord announcements on the Cerulean planet. Good Lord, the World Channel is about to go crazy. Your Majesty, hurry up and say something. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't stop for a while. Dragon Blood Kingdom Dragon Lady Lord, congratulations to Your Majesty on your consecutive victories in 16 beginner kingdoms. Tomorrow, I will send someone to Your Majesty's Blazing Sun Kingdom with 50 Drake Cubs to Your Majesty as a congratulatory gift. Mystic Heaven Kingdom Mystic Heaven Lord, I will also bring a congratulatory gift to the Blazing Sun Kingdom tomorrow and personally congratulate His Majesty. Military Industry Lord Military Industry Lord, I've just contacted a group of old researchers. They once researched and made neutron super weapons on the Cerulean planet. Tomorrow, I'll bring them and related information over and ask Your Majesty to take a look. Undead Kingdom Undead Lord, Your Majesty, I will also go to Your Majesty's Blazing Sun Kingdom tomorrow and bring a million undead army as a congratulatory gift to Your Majesty. Undead Kingdom Undead Lord, Your Majesty, are you really not going to consider bringing me along during your battles? Boo-hoo! Zhou Zhou chuckled as he looked at their replies. The corners of his mouth twitched when he saw what the Undead Lord said at the end. He thought for a moment and began typing. Blazing Sun Kingdom Lord of the Blazing Sun, forget it. Event time is precious. This king has something to do tomorrow. If you come, you might not be able to see me. Just send the congratulatory gift. As for the Undead Lord's words, he ignored them. Go dig up the graves and corpses yourself. Don't blame me. You can only blame your Lord talent for being naturally at odds with mine. To be honest, the Undead Lord's undead resurrection talent was indeed very top grade. Even though it was only at the epic tier, it was not inferior to some legendary tier Lord talents. However, Zhou Zhou's talent was to consume corpses while his talent was to accumulate corpses. Towards this, Zhou Zhou had no choice. Then, he casually sent 4 red packets to the 4 of them. Each red packet contained 100,000 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates and 1 million King of Yellow Gold class change certificates. The 4 of them quickly opened the red packet and sent the word F***CK in the chat group. Chapter 765, I'm His Majesty's Loyal Hound. The Perturbed Linger. They were building new kingdoms as well, but they had about 3 to 4 million soldiers in each of their kingdoms even with the enhancement of the Cerulean Planet Lord Alliance and the forces left behind by the destruction of the countries. Most of the soldiers were basic military types. There were very few beginner soldiers, intermediate grade soldiers, and not a single high-level soldier type. Not to mention special tier and kingdom level soldier types. They did not expect that His Majesty was actually so generous to give them so many special grade soldier type class change certificates and even a kingdom level soldier type class change certificate. They once again felt that joining the Lord of the Blazing Sun was indeed the right choice. Then, after they came back to their senses and immediately thanked their emperor. Zhou Zhou looked at the thank you messages they sent in the chat group and did not mind. He had already obtained more than 1 billion soldier-type class change certificates from the King's Treasure Box and the Violent Storm Spirit. In the past, he would definitely want to sell it. However, he was no longer short of mist cores now, so he had no intention of selling them. Therefore, he kept them until now. Now, he had a new idea. Since the soldiers under his command no longer needed these 2 soldier-type class change certificates, he might as well reward them to his Star Alliance, the Military Industry Lord, and the Dragon Lady Lord. This way, not only would he not lose out, but he could also increase his side's strength. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou opened the Star Alliance Lord chat group and distributed 2 million King of Yellow Gold class change certificates and 1 million Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates to each of the 312 Star Alliance Masters. A total of 312 Star Alliance Masters meant giving away 312 million soldier-type class change certificates. It was enough for them to change all the soldiers under them to high-level soldier types. Then, the rest could still be used for a long time. When the Star Alliance Masters saw so many high-level soldier-type class change certificates, they immediately caused a commotion. Spiritual Medicine Lord, thank you, Big Brother. Wind Dust Lord, Your Majesty, my God. Paper Immortal Lord, I'm Your Majesty's loyal hound. Destroyed City Lord, it's fine to be loyal to His Majesty, but you have to protect your integrity, brother above. Gold Merchant Lord, thank you, Your Majesty, for the big red packet. Lord of Azure Mystic, I was on the way back when I suddenly received a big red packet from His Majesty. I was pleasantly surprised and did a jazz dance for the other lords in the cabin. Lord of Starfall, His Majesty suddenly issued so many high-level soldier-type class change certificates. Is there a big battle to be fought? Blueberry Lord, with these soldier-type class change certificates, I'm not afraid even if I have to go head-on against an Empire-level Lord faction. Great Sage Lord, my intrinsic treasure saber is already yearning for the enemy's blood. Blazing Sun Kingdom Lord of the Blazing Sun, everyone has been fighting alongside this king during this period of time. This king also knows that everyone has worked hard. It's just some class change certificates. Everyone, feel free to use them. In the future, if any of your lords perform outstandingly in war, this king will have everything you need, including high-level soldier-type class change certificates, high-level treasures, mist cores, and even divine artifacts. Lord of the Lu family, I'm willing to acknowledge Your Majesty as my foster father. Silver Spear Lord, Your Majesty, you're too polite. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let me criticize this unfilial son for Your Majesty first. Lord of the Dragon Well, didn't you notice the divine artifact His Majesty mentioned? His Majesty actually has a divine artifact. Fertile Land Lord, hee, I knew about it long ago. Gold Merchant Lord, Your Majesty is impressive, awesome. I was wondering why the equipment on those generals was especially dazzling. So it's the light of a divine artifact. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Even though he had sent out a lot of news about the divine artifact, he had indeed never taken the initiative to publicize it. Other than a small number of lords and friends who were close to him, the others were indeed not too sure. He did not say much. He found Ling Er alone and gave her a kingdom token before she sent a message. Blazing Sun Kingdom Lord of the Blazing Sun, Ling Er, I'll give you this kingdom token. Hurry up and build your kingdom. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother, this is too precious. I can participate in the auction and auction it myself. Blazing Sun Kingdom Lord of the Blazing Sun, you're my younger sister, and the kingdom token is mine. Why are you auctioning for it? Don't worry, the kingdom token is a very rare thing to other lords, but your big brother can have as many of them as he wants. Just take it. To the current Zhou Zhou, he really could have as many beginner kingdom tokens as he wanted. If it was not enough, he would just find a few more beginner kingdoms of the people of foreign races. Moreover, Ling Er's spiritual medicine city had almost become the Blazing Sun Kingdom's exclusive medicinal herb production base. It had contributed greatly to the development of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Linger had also invested almost all her energy in nurturing medicinal herbs and making potions for the Blazing Sun Kingdom. She did not even have time to care about the development of her territory. Under such circumstances, Zhou Zhou had to help his sister no matter what. He thought for a moment and typed again. Blazing Sun Kingdom, Lord of the Blazing Sun, tomorrow, I will send an army to your territory and help you conquer a beginner kingdom near your territory. Then, I will give you this kingdom as the foundation for you to build a kingdom. Blazing Sun Kingdom, Lord of the Blazing Sun, then, I'll send you 3 more legendary tier heroes with fate level slots. This way, with the kingdom token, the 3 conditions for establishing a beginner kingdom are basically gathered. This way, you should be able to build a kingdom that belongs to you in the shortest time possible. Currently, he already has more than 100 heroes under his command. Moreover, with the enhancement of a large number of high-quality hero inheritance secret manual, the heroes with the lowest fate level among them were all legendary tier heroes. There were even many heroes with low-tier and mid-tier deity level hero fate level slots. Therefore, it was really nothing to give Linger and the 3 legendary tier human heroes. However, Linger did not know much about it. Linger was stunned when she heard Zhou Zhou's promise. After a while, she came back to her senses and hurriedly typed a reply. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother, I'm worried that I won't be able to be a good queen. Blazing Sun Kingdom, Lord of the Blazing Sun, read more books and practice more at deploying people. Just be a conservative ruler. Even if you destroy the kingdom, I'll give you another beginner kingdom. Blazing Sun Kingdom, Lord of the Blazing Sun, and be confident in yourself. Your big brother is very serious. You're actually very talented as a lord, especially in managing medicinal herbs. I've heard about it recently. Everyone says that you're the #1 supplier of medicinal herbs to the human race on the Cerulean planet. Zhou Zhou was not lying. The spiritual medicine city was currently developing extremely well. It was not inferior to people who were good at developing territories like the Gold Merchant Lord and the Paper Immortal Lord. Moreover, Linger's Spiritual Medicine Alliance had almost 60% of the Cerulean planet lords who specialized in the medicinal herbs trade on the World Channel. Linger had so many Cerulean planet lords in her hands, but there was no chaos so far. It could be seen how strong Linger's ability was. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was really confident in letting Linger build her own spiritual medicine kingdom. Chapter 766, War Summary. Linger also felt Zhou Zhou's encouragement. She took a deep breath and determination appeared in her eyes. Then, she typed. Spiritual Medicine Lord, I won't disappoint Big Brother. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. He chatted with Linger for a while more before closing the chat box. Then, he opened the World Channel. As expected, he saw the Lords of Cerulean Planet discussing enthusiastically about the 16 Lord announcements on the Cerulean Planet. Zhou Zhou looked at it for more than half an hour and was also secretly satisfied for more than half an hour. Half an hour later, Aaliyah came to tell him that Deputy Commander Wu Xin had led the army back to the Blazing Sun Kingdom and was requesting an audience with Bai Yun. Let them in. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Aaliyah said respectfully and left the study. Soon, Wu Xin and Bai Yi walked in. Wu Xin/Bai Yun greets Your Majesty. The two of them said respectfully and led the way. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at Wu Xin. Did you encounter any accidents today? Your Majesty, everything went well. Wu Xin said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Your Majesty, Bai Yun handed over a war list and a spatial ring with both hands as she spoke. Deputy Commander Wu and I have already asked all the soldiers to pass through the Triumphal Arch just now. This is the specific war list. The spatial ring contains the corpses of enemies above the legendary tier and the corpses of heroes of the people of foreign races. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Zhou Zhou took it and opened the list of battles. Today, they had eliminated a total of 620 million enemies. Among them, Bai Yun and the others led 300 million soldiers. When they conquered the 16-king alliance, they cooperated with the Flame Spirit King and the other kings and eliminated more than 10 million enemies of the people of foreign race led by the king of the Demon Soldier Kingdom. They also controlled the remaining 43,003,650 people of foreign race soldiers of the 16-king alliance. As time was tight, these surrendered soldiers were not brought back yet. They were still being guarded by the Flame Spirit King. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and told Bai Yun that there was no need to bring these people of foreign race soldiers back to join his army. These 16 people of foreign race kingdoms also needed strength to protect their territories after becoming his subordinates after all. It was good for these local soldiers to stay. Bai Yun nodded respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and his gaze returned to the list of battles to continue reading. On the other side, Wu Xin led more than 1,742 million Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers and more than 65 million soldiers under the command of the Star Alliance Master. In a day, he killed more than 610 million fog monsters around the territory of the Night Empire. There were less than 200 million fog monsters in the entire territory of the Night Empire. It seems that I can complete the Night Empire faction quest, eliminate the fog monsters tomorrow. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. The speed at which he completed the mission was much faster than he had estimated at the beginning. The Scarlet God spirits around the Night Empire had been destroyed by them today. There were not many left of the fog monster army. It seemed that the Night Empire should be completely safe for a period of time after tomorrow. This way, he could also focus on doing the Divine Sword Empire's faction quests. He stopped thinking and continued reading. The corpses of a total of 620 million enemies were enhanced by the titles of the King of Lutes and the Strongest Lord. They obtained a total of 3,161,821 legendary tier mist cores, 28,601,650 epic tier mist cores, more than 310,000 extraordinary tier mist cores, more than 520,000 diamond tier mist cores, more than 711,000 white platinum tier mist cores, more than 1,225,000 yellow gold tier mist cores, more than 2,960,000 white silver tier mist cores, and more than 6,562,000 green bronze tier mist cores. There were more than 25,610,000 skill books and more than 30,014,000 pieces of equipment. 10.21 trillion units of basic materials. More than 80 million units of basic elemental gem resources. There were more than 10 million units of thunder element gems. More than 8 million units of life elemental gem resources. More than 10 million units of death elemental gems. More than 32 million origin crystals. 548,212 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 501 Holy Spirit tier scarlet divine crystals. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the resources of the life elemental gem and the death elemental gem. These resources and the more than 3 million life elemental gems and 2 million death elemental gems in his hands were just enough to increase the level of his territory. He suppressed the urge to immediately upgrade his territory and continued to read. In addition, in terms of the increase in the combat strength of the soldiers, even though the total number of soldiers under Zhou Zhou had not increased much, their average strength had increased greatly. In terms of the total number of soldiers, the 20% of the Insight defection troops handed over to him by the Lords of the Star Alliance had reached 21,505,860 fog monsters. Excluding the troops of the Star Alliance, the total number of troops under Zhou Zhou's command had already reached 532,529,549 soldiers. Among them, were 15,528,731 black iron tier soldiers, 10,305,730 green bronze tier soldiers, 1,095,214,200 white silver tier soldiers, 668,305,640 yellow gold tier soldiers, 256,796,880 white platinum tier soldiers, 35,508,583 diamond tier soldiers, 8,125,210 extraordinary tier soldiers, 535,001 epic tier soldiers and 689 legendary tier soldiers. In addition, Soul Arrow Wu-2 had broken through to the legendary tier advance grade. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario, the Dragon King of War and Strength Extreme Dragon had broken through to the legendary tier. The original Spirit Race Ansel had broken through to the legendary tier elementary grade. The other heroes and generals had also improved greatly in terms of strength. Zhou Zhou looked at the list of battles and was silent for a while before frowning slightly. The speed at which the soldiers' strength increased seemed to have slowed down, he thought. His gaze landed on the last 689 legendary tier soldiers. The total number of legendary tier soldiers had only increased by more than 100. Honestly, this was already a lot. Even in an advanced kingdom, their king would probably wake up laughing in the middle of the night if he could increase his strength by more than 100 legendary tier soldiers in a day. But Zhou Zhou was different. He had the epic tier Lord Talent blessing of the war god. And he remembered that when he looked at the list of battles yesterday, there were more legendary tier soldiers than this. Today, they had eliminated about twice the number of enemies as yesterday, but the efficiency of their strength increase was even lower than yesterday. Zhou Zhou quickly understood the reason. Has the number of recruits increased too much? Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. In order to increase the strength of this group of recruits, he specially ordered the veterans to bring the recruits to hunt the fog monsters. Under such circumstances, the strength of the recruits increased rapidly, and the speed at which the veterans increased would naturally slow down. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but ponder. Chapter 767, Epic Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Zhou Zhou pondered. The solution to this matter was easy. There were two simple methods. The first method was to temporarily slow down the increase in the strength of the recruits and let the recruits and veterans increase their strength on the battlefield. He did not have to let the veterans guide and protect the recruits. This way, the speed at which the recruits' strength increased would definitely decrease, but the speed at which the veterans' strength increased would definitely increase again. Of course, due to the increase in the total number of troops, even if the strength of the veterans increased, they should not be comparable to before. Secondly, expand the range and scale of the war and let his soldiers face stronger enemies. A treasured sword edge was tempered from scratch. As long as they dared to challenge stronger enemies, be it recruits or veterans, the speed at which their strength increased could recover to its previous level, or even faster. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and decided to choose the latter. With his current total military strength of more than 2 billion, there was indeed no need for him to play with weak enemies every day. Over time, it would not be beneficial to the growth of his soldiers. Then, he looked at the spatial ring. Rows of corpses were neatly placed inside. At the top were the corpses of 6 low-tier deity-level enemies. The remaining were the corpses of 1,265 legendary tier enemies. There were also the corpses of 24 heroes from the people of foreign races. With a thought, Zhou Zhou used his consciousness to extract the loots from their corpses in his spatial ring. Soon, the enemy corpses were all extracted. He obtained a total of 1,265 low-tier deity-level books of the God Spirit. 73 hero inheritance secret manuals. More than 25,000 low-tier divine crystals. More than 17,000 low-tier deity-level divine artifacts. 2,530 low-tier divine spark fragments. 36 mid-tier deity-level divine spark fragments. More than 70,000 low-tier deity-level materials, minerals, potions, building blueprints, and other loots. 56 points of mid-tier deity-level materials, minerals, potions, building blueprints, and other loots. 18,975 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. The remaining loots were things that Zhou Zhou looked down on. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Not to mention anything else, if these books of the God Spirit were distributed, the generals of the various armies under his command would all become people with the potential to become gods. Then, he took out another spatial ring. The spatial ring inside was nothing else. It was the scarlet God Spirit corpse that the human God Spirits and Sword Immortal had given him after he, Liu Zhen, and the other Empire God Spirits went out to complete the God-slaying quests today. There were a total of 16 of them. Among them was the corpse of a low-tier deity-level elementary-grade Scarlet God Spirit. Liu Zhen and the others had discovered it when they were cleaning up the battlefield. It had died from their initial joint attack. Zhou Zhou also extracted their corpses. The result surprised Zhou Zhou. This was because even though there were only 3 mid-tier deity-level divine artifacts on the corpses of the 3 high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirits, there were only 6 low-tier deity-level divine artifacts on the remaining mid-tier deity-level and low-tier deity-level bodies. Zhou Zhou only obtained 9 high-tier deity-level divine artifacts and 18 mid-tier deity-level divine artifacts when he extracted them. However, other than that, Zhou Zhou also obtained 3 true God-tier books of the God Spirit, 1 true God-tier elementary grade hero inheritance secret manual, and 150 true God-tier divine crystals. Most importantly, he even obtained an epic tier Scarlet Lord talent sphere. The remaining loots were some normal ones. Zhou Zhou took a look and put them into his king's treasure box. Then, he took out the hero inheritance secret manual and the book of the God Spirit below the true God tier and handed them to Bai Yun. Same old rules. Whoever performs the best and has the most needs will be rewarded with these hero inheritance secret manual and the book of the God Spirit. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. A look of surprise flashed across Bai Yun's eyes when she saw so many hero inheritance manuals and the book of the God Spirit. Then, she said respectfully. Also, inform the kings of the Fire Spirit Kingdom and ask them to gather all the lords in the territory of the 16 King Alliance Kingdom the day after tomorrow at the latest. I want to see their talents. If you see someone I think is strong, I won't be stingy with the rewards. Oh yes. Get the Flame Spirit Country Lord and the other country lords to come over. I want to take a look at them too. Zhou Zhou said. This was also an old custom. Seeing their talents was just an excuse, his true intention was to take the Lord talent crystal fragments from them. There were a total of 16 Lord fragments in the territory of all the lords. Zhou Zhou's eyes were filled with anticipation. He wondered how many Lord talent crystal fragments the lords of the 16 countries could provide him in total. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. Gather 100,000 elite soldiers and let them recuperate for a while. After resting, follow me to the Green Bronze Mausoleum. Zhou Zhou said. Even though it was already late, his soldiers were all dark walkers and could already ignore the influence of the scarlet fog. However, even so, it was better not to go out at night. Firstly, they could recuperate and let the soldiers, who had already experienced a bitter day, rest well. Secondly, according to the bloodline inheritance in his mind, when the scarlet fog completely descended at night, other than the strength of the fog monsters being greatly strengthened, some strange things would also appear in the scarlet fog. It could be an extremely powerful fog monster, a dangerous scarlet mystic realm, a door to an unknown place, or even a strange raving that would make life forms go crazy. Even though they appeared very rarely, they still had to be wary. After all, facing these extremely dangerous strange things, not to mention Zhou Zhou, even high-tier deity-level existences had a high chance of dying when traveling. Even true God-tier existences would probably escape in a sorry state if they encountered some special and strange things. Even though Zhou Zhou had the talent to avoid danger, he did not want to take the initiative to come into contact with these strange things. However, there was a spatial teleportation array that led straight to the Green Bronze Mausoleum in the human territory, so this trip was not very dangerous. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully again. She had long heard His Majesty tell her about the green bronze mausoleum, so she was already prepared for this. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he looked at Wu Xian and seemed to have discovered something. He was slightly stunned before saying in surprise, "Uncle Wu, are you about to break through? This is all thanks to the True God Tier Intermediate Grade Book of the God Spirit and the True God Tier Intermediate Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual that His Majesty gave me previously. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to understand this last barrier and see the wonders of that God Spirit in my entire life." Wu Xian said gratefully. "Sure." Zhou Zhou also smiled and nodded. "Uncle Wu, go into seclusion early. I see that you're about to break through." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wu Xian nodded and left. Bai Yun stared blankly at Wu Xian's back as he left. "Teacher, has also broken through?" Chapter 768, Epic Tier Lord Talent Reincarnation Sacred Palace. 1. Bai Yun pursed her lips. She knew that His Majesty had always valued her and would favor her with many resources. Compared to the many resources she had obtained, Wu Xian had actually obtained much fewer cultivation resources than her. Even so, Wu Xian was also one step ahead of her and was about to embark on the path of becoming a god. However, she had yet to touch that step. She felt that she had let His Majesty down for treating her so well. "Bai Yun." Zhou Zhou's gentle voice sounded. "Your Majesty." Bai Yun came back to her senses and said hurriedly. "Bai Yun, people who achieve great things require a certain calmness. The more anxious you are, the less likely for you to get what you want. The path is already in front of you. You just have to walk slowly. Don't be anxious. I don't need you to immediately become a god spirit." Zhou Zhou said slowly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Bai Yun's body trembled. Then, she seemed to understand something and her voice gradually became determined. Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yun, whose aura was changing slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed that his territory would welcome 2 new human god spirits tomorrow. His mind wandered. Actually, Bai Yun was not inferior to Wu Xian. In fact, she was even stronger than him in some aspects. For example, Bai Yun had always maintained the heart to work hard and was willing to learn humbly from anyone. Even if that person's status was far lower than hers, she was still willing to learn the other party's strengths. At the same time, she had the ambition to make contributions. Wu Xian had always had the thought of retiring. With this thought in mind, Wu Xian actually did not have much room for improvement. Even though Zhou Zhou had given the other party the True God Tier Book of the God Spirit and the Hero Inheritance, this spiritual vitality was not something that could be regained in a short period of time. Zhou Zhou understood her feelings. Many people were the same. When he was young, he had unlimited energy and the standards of his dreams were extremely high. He even thought of changing the world. However, as he grew older, he encountered too many realistic things. In addition, his energy had fallen, and his abilities in all aspects had decreased. His cognition would gradually change, and the standard of his dreams would gradually decrease. He began to want to pursue some stable and practical goals. Later on, he became older, so he began to learn to let himself go and began to prepare for retirement. He could only gradually hide his dreams when he was young. Occasionally, when he saw envious young people, he would sigh with envy and say, "It's good to be young." Then, he would leisurely drink a cup of chrysanthemum wolfberry tea. Zhou Zhou was different. When he first entered university in his 20s, he immediately gave up. His dream was to find a leisure job with insurance and money. He had taken 50 to 60 years fewer detours than the others. If not for the sudden change in the world, Zhou Zhou would not have become like this. Speaking of which, it was precisely because of Wu Xian's mentality that Zhou Zhou chose to let Bai Yun, who had good potential, temperament and fighting spirit even though she did not have enough experience, continue to be the only legion commander of the Blazing Sun Army and let Wu Xian, the old general, hold the fort. Now, it seemed that even though his choice could not be said to be perfect, at least there were no mistakes. This was enough for Zhou Zhou. Has the demon soldier kingdom really submitted to the Scarlet Force? After enlightening Bai Yun, Zhou Zhou asked curiously. According to the letters we found from the palace of the demon soldier kingdom, the demon soldier kingdom is indeed in collusion with a high-level crimson kingdom called the Meng Nian. However, the demon soldier kingdom perished too quickly. The high-level crimson kingdom probably hasn't reacted yet. Bai Yun said. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. As long as a high-level Scarlet Empire was not related to a true god tier, he did not have to worry too much. Oh yes. Where did you put the loots of the spiritual Gu kingdom and the bloodline loots of the other people of foreign races? Zhou Zhou thought of this and immediately asked. He had not forgotten the 10,000 Gu insect royal bloodline of the spiritual Gu kingdom with unlimited potential. Whether his chaos human bloodline could be upgraded again depended on this 10,000 Gu insect royal bloodline and the bloodlines produced by Zhou Zhou. They have already been placed alone in His Majesty's 12th Royal Treasure Vault. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and let Bai Yun leave without saying anything else. After Bai Yun left, Zhou Zhou was the only one left in the room. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to absorb the bloodline loots. Instead, he took out the epic tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. His eyes lit up as he looked at the purple ball of light wrapped in a wisp of scarlet aura. My luck has been pretty good recently. I actually obtained 3 epic tier Lord Talents in a row. Then, his expression turned serious as he looked at the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere and chose to purify it. The next second, a golden light flashed on the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. When he looked again, its message had changed. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Treasure grade, Epic Tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the Epic Tier Lord Talent Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain an Epic Tier Lord Talent. Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Zhou Zhou frowned. What kind of Lord Talent was this? It sounded like some kind of special building? He did not think too much about it. With a thought, a new text notification appeared. Absorb this Lord Talent Sphere, Epic Tier. Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second, the Epic Tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless purple light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column had been updated again, and a new word, Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Epic Tier, appeared. My 30th Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he opened the details of this talent. Lord Talent, Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Epic Tier. Reincarnation Sacred Palace, you will have a special building in your body. Reincarnation Sacred Palace. It's indeed a special building type Lord Talent. And it's actually in my body. Zhou Zhou was surprised. Then, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed what was different in his body. Soon, he realized that in the internal world of his original spirit race bloodline, a towering but very dilapidated netherworld palace actually appeared out of thin air. He looked at it. Only one of the main halls of this netherworld palace was still intact, and this main hall alone occupied more than 1,000,000 square kilometers. The other halls looked like they had already turned into ruins. According to the information given to him by this netherworld palace, they could only be opened after repair. Repair? How? Zhou Zhou was puzzled. However, he did not think too much about it and looked at the information of this building. Chapter 769, Epic Tier Lord Talent Reincarnation Sacred Palace, 2. Building name, Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Building level, Special Unique. Building function 1 Gate of Time Reincarnation, collect the power of a certain independent world and throw it into the gate of time reincarnation. You can permanently open the gate of time to this world. The gate of time recorded the passage of time and space in this world. The Lord of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace could condense a ticket to the passage of time by consuming the mist core/divine crystals and throw a wisp of his or another life form soul/soul into the gate of time through this ticket. He could transform into a life form's avatar and experience the passage of time in this world to undergo a magical journey of his soul. When a life form clone dies in the time world, the life form clone will restoration to become a soul/divine soul and return to its main body. It will not affect its main body's state in reality. Building function 2 endless years. You can adjust the time flow ratio between the time world and the real world by consuming mist cores/divine crystals. Building function 2 space-time reincarnation gate. Sealed. This Lord talent needs to be upgraded to the legendary tier to be activated. Building function 2 boundless space-time. Sealed. This Lord talent needs to be upgraded to the legendary tier before it can be activated. Building function 3 eternal samsara sacred gate. Sealed. This Lord talent needs to be upgraded to the mythical tier unique before it can be activated. Building function 3 eternal immortality. Sealed. This Lord talent needs to be upgraded to the mythical tier unique to be activated. Building hint 1 current world record, high continent. Building hint 2 when there are more than 100 recorded worlds, this Lord talent will automatically increase to legendary tier Lord talent. Building hint 3 when the Lord of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace has half the control of the Supreme Origin Great Cosmos, this Lord talent will automatically increase to the mythical tier unique Lord talent. Building hint 4 this Lord talent cannot be upgraded with the Lord talent origin crystal. Building description: it was once one of the world origin treasures of the reincarnation boundless universe. Later, it was taken away by the Supreme Will and refined into a supreme treasure with unbelievable abilities and unbelievable potential. It's actually a Lord talent that can be upgraded. Zhou Zhou looked at the information of this building and raised his eyebrows slightly. The last time he had seen such a Lord talent was on the peaceful times. He did not expect to encounter another one today, and the upper limit of his level was actually the mythical tier unique level. However, its upgrade requirements were ridiculously high. Not to mention upgrading to the legendary tier Lord talent. Upgrading to the mythical tier, unique Lord talent, actually required him to have half of the control of the Supreme Origin Great Cosmos. What kind of joke was this? If he had the complete control of the Supreme Origin Great Cosmos, he could directly become the Lord of all races. He was probably not far from having half of the control of the Supreme Origin Great Cosmos even if he did not reach the level of the Lord of all races. At that time, he might not even need a mythical tier unique Lord talent. Most importantly, it could not use the Lord talent origin divine crystals to increase it yet. In other words, he could only follow the requirements written on it to increase this Lord talent. Zhou Zhou looked at the upgrade requirements for this Lord talent and was speechless. This was a pure late-stage Lord talent. It seemed that it was impossible to upgrade it in a short period of time. He stopped thinking about those unrealistic thoughts and his gaze landed on its first 2 building functions. The Gate of Time Reincarnation. Endless years. It looks a little like the Master God tier space in some infinite novels. Zhou Zhou scratched his chin. This Lord talent would definitely be a top-grade Lord talent suitable for novices to set sail when he first arrived in the high continent. However, he had already established a kingdom. Wasn't this Lord talent a little late? We can't judge so early. Let's test its effect first. With a thought, Zhou Zhou used the time reincarnation gate and a text notification appeared. Reincarnation Sacred Palace hint. Please choose the time ticket you want to condense. 1. Soul avatar of the main body. Condensing the ticket for this period will be placed before 1600 years. It will consume 10 legendary tier mist cores. 2. Lonely old man in his later years, untalented, sickly, born in the human race's high sun kingdom floating cloud city. The ticket to condense this period will be placed before 512 years. It will consume 5 black iron tier mist cores. 3. Outstanding Chi practitioner owner of the Heaven tier fire spiritual root, fire poison body, level 6 Chi refinement cultivator. He is from the Wind Thunder sect, one of the 5 great empires of the human race, the Great Xia Empire. He lived before 1011. The ticket to condense this period will be placed before 1011. It requires 10 yellow gold tier mist cores. Prompt 1. The strength of the living being condensed from the time ticket cannot exceed the upper limit of the owner's own strength. Prompt 2. You can consume 1 legendary tier mist core to reforge the tickets from the previous years. Interesting. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he tried to reforge it. Reincarnation Sacred Palace hint, please choose the time ticket you want to condense. 1. Soul avatar of the main body condensing the ticket for this period will be placed before 1000 years. It will consume 10 legendary tier mist cores. 2. The fetus in Su Hui's womb, no talent, no illness, and relatively high soul talent. It comes from the human heavenly dew kingdom. The ticket to condense this period will be placed before 360 years. It will consume 2 black iron tier mist cores. 3. Water spirit dragon of the Black Abyss Dragon Palace, pure-blooded dragon with a water elemental dragon body. Talent summoning the wind and rain. Talent heavy water. Concealed 3% of the divine beast, the azure dragon, bloodline in its body. Early stage nascent soul realm dragon. Born in the Black Abyss Sea, Black Abyss Dragon Palace. Favored by the Black Abyss Dragon King Ao Ching. The ticket to condense this period will be placed before 658 years. It will consume 5 yellow gold tier mist cores. Prompt 1. The strength of the living being condensed from the time ticket cannot exceed the upper limit of the owner's own strength. Prompt 2. You can consume 1 legendary tier mist core to reforge the tickets from the previous years. Zhou Zhou looked at the changing time entry option and raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze wavered between option 1 and 3. In the end, he chose option 1 to give it a try. There was no cooldown anyway. After he chose the first option, a new text notification appeared as the 10 legendary tier mist cores in his spatial ring disappeared. Reincarnation Sacred Palace hint, endless years has been activated. Please choose the ratio of time flow you need. 1, 1:100, 100 days for 1 day in the real world. Using this time flow ratio requires 100 legendary tier mist cores per day. 2, 1:1,000, 1000 days for 1 day in the real world. Using this time flow ratio, it will cost 1000 legendary tier mist cores a day. 3, 1:10,000, 10,000 days for 1 day in the real world. Using this time flow ratio, it will cost 10,000 legendary tier mist cores a day. Zhou Zhou chose option 3 without thinking. The rich had the right to be so willful. Chapter 770, Time World. Saha Empire. The next second, an ancient netherworld gate appeared in the hall. The netherworld gate was engraved with various planes, worlds, and universes. It recorded the stories of countless normal life forms, extraordinaries, heroes, and even god spirits. There were an endless amount of them. Ordinary people would easily fall into the charm of these mysterious and ancient stories. However, this naturally did not affect Zhou Zhou. However, he felt a slight pain in his soul just as he was about to take a closer look. Then, he felt that about 1% of his soul origin had been separated from his soul and thrown into the door. Boom! The gate of time reincarnation suddenly let out a low rumble. Then, with an ear-piercing friction, a small crack slowly opened. At the same time, an image suddenly appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. 1,000 years ago. Humanity King Huang Kingdom. White Platinum Tier Region Territory Big Year City. The human soldiers were fighting a small Scarlet Army faction. The flames of war raged on the ground. The sound of weapons clashing, the soldiers roaring, the sound of flesh being torn apart. All kinds of voices sounded continuously. Zhou Zhou stood on the city wall and saw this scene of war. Tisk! The descent was fast enough. He was a little surprised. Then, he frowned when he saw the scene in front of him. But, even though I know that this is just something that happened in the past, I'm still a little unhappy to see this scene. Then, he willed. The next second, 30 grayish-white auras quickly surged out of his glabella and formed 30 humans more than 2 meters tall in front of him. They wore grayish-white helmets and grayish-white armor. Some carried a grayish-white spear on their backs, some held huge swords, some carried bows, some held huge hammers, and some held golden maces. There were all kinds of weapons. They exude an aura that seemed to come from the end of the world. It was terrifying. They were his 30 final guard members. Go! Destroy these fog monsters! Zhou Zhou ordered. Yes, my lord. The final guard said respectfully. Then, they turned into 30 streaks of grayish-white light and flew in all directions. Zhou Zhou watched this scene calmly. He was not worried about their safety. This was because each of them had the same strength as him and had also reached the legendary tier elementary grade. Moreover, as a Divine Kingdom soldier type, they were only at the legendary tier elementary grade when facing any existence below the God Spirit realm. Even if it was a pure-blooded dragon, they had an extremely high chance of winning in a one-on-one situation. Even when facing low-tier deity-level elementary grade God spirits, with the foundation of the Divine Kingdom soldier types, especially the power of the instant death laws and the power of the shattering laws, they were not afraid at all. On the other hand, a low-tier deity-level God spirit might be afraid of them. After all, if a low-tier deity-level elementary grade God spirit was unlucky and the final guard members triggered the instant death rule, they would die on the spot even if they were God spirits. The instant death law skill was so unreasonable. If the nomological laws of shattering were triggered, their armor, weapons, and even their divine bodies might be shattered. This was an extremely painful loss for the God spirits. On the battlefield in front of him, Zhou Zhou had also observed it. This small Scarlet Army faction did not even have many legendary tier fog monsters, let alone the Scarlet God Spirit. Therefore, even if he did not make a move, the 30 final guard members beside him could easily take them down. In fact, that was indeed the case. When the 30 final guards began to show off their skills in Taisui City, the Scarlet Monster soldiers, who had been suppressing the human soldiers in Taisui City and were about to attack the city, were immediately forced to retreat. The final guards were very smart. They knew that they were outnumbered, so they focused on killing the Scarlet powerhouses in the small Scarlet Army. As the Scarlet experts were killed one by one, the small Scarlet Army was soon thrown into chaos. Then, they were forced to retreat by the defenders of Taisui City. 2 hours later, all the Scarlet Fog monsters in Taisui City either died on the battlefield or fled. Grand Duke City was now completely safe. The surviving soldiers and subjects all looked relieved that they had survived the calamity. We survived. We actually survived. It's all thanks to those benefactors who attacked just now. That's right. Where's my benefactor? The soldiers and subjects of Taisui City were just about to look for their benefactors when they suddenly realized that their benefactors had disappeared. In the sky, in a fast-moving galaxy. Zhou Zhou was standing inside the galaxy, looking at the map of the Blue Emperor Kingdom that he had found in the ruins. The closest human empire to the Kenghuang Kingdom is the Saha Empire. Zhou Zhou looked at the information on the map and muttered. The Saha Empire. One of the 5 great empires of the human race. Other than the Night Empire and Divine Sword Empire that Zhou Zhou knew about, there were also the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire. The Saha Empire was a religious country dominated by Buddhism. It was said that Buddhism was prevalent in this human empire. Even the cultivation path was a traditional Buddhist cultivation path. Buddhist cultivators' exclusive realms were Spirit Attraction, Foundation Establishment, Sarara, Buddha Heart, Out of Body, soul splitting, body fusion, tribulation transcendence, death, Vajra, Arhat, Bodhisattva, true Buddha, and Buddha. Zhou Zhou was naturally not interested in these things. The reason why he went to the Saha Empire was because he wanted to find a stable place to comprehend the Lord's laws. He did not intend to stay for any longer than just for an hour in reality. According to the time flow ratio of 1:10,000, an hour in reality was equivalent to 10,000 hours in the time world, which was a total of 416 days. With such a long time, he was completely confident that he could completely comprehend the incomplete Lord talent behind the Hand of Wealth, a black iron tier Lord talent. The rest of the time could be used later. It wouldn't disappear anyway. A moment later. The Saha Empire. Boundless Imperial City. When Zhou Zhou arrived, he revealed his identity as a legendary tier expert and was quickly received by the Buddhist cultivators. After he explained his purpose for coming, the Buddhist cultivator in charge of entertaining him quickly arranged a special cultivation cave abode for him. Zhou Zhou also gave the other party 200 legendary tier mist cores as a fee for renting a cultivation cave abode. Benefactor, you can cultivate here quietly. I promise that no one will disturb your cultivation for the next 2 years. When the monk saw the 200 legendary tier mist cores, his eyes lit up and he took them with a smile. Zhou Zhou nodded nonchalantly. As a time world, everything inside was an illusion. Even the galaxy he was on was simulated by the time world. Therefore, Zhou Zhou naturally did not mind spending 200 fake legendary tier mist cores. Chapter 771, Law Skill Black Iron Hand of Wealth. Origin of the Wisdom Demon Crown? After sending the monk away, Zhou Zhou turned around and entered the cave abode. Then, he closed the door and went straight to the cultivation room. He sat cross-legged on a praying mat and took out a crown. It was the Wisdom Demon Crown that Ji Yun had given him. Zhou Zhou looked at the Wisdom Demon Crown, took a deep breath, and put it on his head. A moment later, after realizing that there was no reaction from the Wisdom Demon Crown, Zhou Zhou calmly took it down. Indeed, the simulated Wisdom Demon Crown can't answer my question. I thought the simulated Wisdom Demon Crown could be used in the time world. Zhou Zhou shook his head. If that was the case, the simulated Wisdom Demon Crown could be used infinitely. Unfortunately, this bug could not be fixed. Then, he took out the simulated Bodhi Supreme and realized that the ability to simulate the Bodhi Supreme to increase comprehension could still be used. However, it was the same as the simulated Wisdom Demon Crown. The simulated Bodhi Supreme could not answer the question either. It did not even have its own intelligence. It was just a dead thing. Then, he took out the Regal Sage Dao sword and was pleasantly surprised to discover that its Destiny Regal Divine Artifact Law ability could also be used. With Bodhi Supreme and the Regal Sage Dao sword, I have the ability to double increase my comprehension. Coupled with the terrifying difference in time flow between the time world and the real world, my comprehension of the Lord's laws will definitely improve quickly. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This was the most useful benefit to him at the current stage of the reincarnation sacred palace. One had to know that promotion energy could be obtained quickly in a short period of time by killing enemies. However, there were very few ways to quickly improve one's comprehension of Lord's law in a short period of time. The Book of the God Spirit and the Divine Spark Fragment were one of the few methods that could quickly increase a life form's comprehension of nomological laws. However, this was useless against Zhou Zhou. This was because the path he took was the strongest law in the legends, the path of the Lord's law. This path, since ancient times, even though there were countless prodigies, very few life forms had walked this supreme path. Even most of the god spirits had never heard of the existence of the Lord's law. Therefore, it was basically impossible for Zhou Zhou to use the Book of the God Spirit and the Divine Spark Fragment to improve his comprehension of Lord's law and become a god through this nomological path. Currently, he could only rely on himself. And now, the appearance of the reincarnation sacred palace gave him the possibility to quickly increase his comprehension of the Lord's laws in a short period of time. He did not think too much about it. He closed his eyes and activated the Supreme Eye. With the Bodhi Supreme in his left hand and the regal sage Dao sword in his right, he began to comprehend the Lord's law contained in the Hand of Wealth. An hour later. In reality. In the study. Zhou Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Then, he waved his right hand and saw Grandpa Mao, who was half the height of a person, appear in front of him. Right on the heels of that, he waved his right hand again, and a full 100 black iron tier mist cores appeared in front of him. I've completely mastered the Lord talent of the black iron tier Hand of Wealth. Thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. Zhou Zhou lamented. In the 416 days in the time world, Zhou Zhou did not dare to waste any time. No matter what trouble the outside world caused, he did not go out to watch the commotion. He stayed in his cultivation cave abode and focused on comprehending the Lord's laws. With the terrifying comprehension enhancement brought to him by the Bodhi Supreme and the regal sage Dao sword. Until the last 10 days, he had finally fully comprehended the Lord's law contained in the Hand of Wealth, and from it, he understood his own law skill Black Iron Hand of Wealth. It was the ability he had just used. Then, he opened his Lord Talent list and clicked on the Hand of Wealth's Lord Talent, wanting to see what changes it had undergone. Lord Talent, Hand of Wealth, Black Iron Tier, Nomological Law Enhancement. Specific Talent Effect 1, with the Hand of Wealth in hand, consume the energy in your body and scoop it into the void. You can obtain 100 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. Specific Talent Effect 2, when you and your subject extract the spoils of war from the corpse, there is a 100% chance of obtaining an additional mist core equivalent to the corpse's strength realm. Zhou Zhou looked at the obvious change in the Lord Talent of the Wealth Hand and a smile appeared on his face. Firstly, he could only randomly obtain 1 to 100 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores previously. Now, he could definitely obtain 100 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. The Hand of Wealth could only be used once a day previously, while there would be no upper limit to its usage. However, it would consume the chaotic origin energy in his body. With the chaotic origin energy in his body, it was not a problem for him to use it 1 to 2,000 times a day if he wanted to. With this Hand of Wealth, he could earn 200,000 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores a day, which was the total value of 2 Diamond Tier Mist Cores. However, even if he used it 1,000 to 2,000 times, the benefits were still too low. Zhou Zhou would not specially do such manual labor just to obtain some Black Iron Tier Mist Core. Finally, specifically, Talent Effect 2. Originally, when extracting the spoils of war from the corpse, there was a 1% chance of obtaining an additional mist core equivalent to the strength realm of the corpse. Now, it has directly become 100%. It seemed that there were not many of them. However, he could not underestimate it. However, when Zhou Zhou saw that the 3 words were still at the Black Iron Tier, his expression could not help but turn strange. It was actually a Black Iron Tier Lord Talent? Based on the Hand of Wealth's current talent stats, Zhou Zhou felt that it was not a problem to evaluate it as a Silver and Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent. It should be the effect of the nomological law enhancement at the side. He decided not to think any more about it. Let it be as long as it didn't affect his usage. Next, I'll condense another time ticket for another identity and try the effect of the other identity. But before that, let's try the effect of the Wisdom Demon Crown first. Zhou Zhou flipped his right hand and saw a golden crown appear on it. It was the Wisdom Demon Crown. Zhou Zhou was about to put it on his head when the Bodhi Supreme's excited voice suddenly appeared in his mind. How about giving this to me? As long as you give it to me, I can directly cancel the debt you owe me previously. Do you think I'm stupid? The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched twice. Then, he pointed at the Wisdom Demon Crown. Even though there are restrictions when using this wisdom demon crown, I have a way to ask it 4 to 5 free questions. As for the debt I owe you, I can pay it off in 2 days. In that case, why should I give it to you? Bodhi Supreme sneered when he heard that. This thing has a lot of after effects. Are you sure you can handle it? You know where it came from? Zhou Zhou immediately understood what he meant and asked curiously. There's a crazy soul imprisoned inside, and he was once called Totbirth. Bodhi Supreme wanted the wisdom demon crown very much because he did not bargain with Zhou Zhou's question. Instead, he directly gave the answer. Totbirth, the wisdom master god of the 10 great master gods. Zhou Zhou was shocked. Chapter 772, Black Iron Tier Lord Talent King. Then, Zhou Zhou reacted. What do you mean by a former soul? I can't tell you that, unless you ask me how many questions I can answer. However, I can tell you one thing. This wisdom demon crown is related to a big secret of the wisdom master god tier. If he finds out that the wisdom demon crown is in your hands and you know that this is his secret, he. Bodhi Supreme smiled sinisterly. You tricked me. Zhou Zhou's expression was a little ugly. If Bodhi Supreme didn't tell him that this wisdom demon crown was related to the wisdom master god tier, wouldn't he be able to use it normally? Wouldn't he not have to worry about being harmed by the wisdom master god tier? After all, Ji Yun had owned the wisdom demon crown for so long and had never seen his being targeted by the wisdom master god tier. Looking at the way his handed the wisdom demon crown to him, he probably didn't know that the wisdom demon crown was related to the wisdom master god tier. As for Bodhi Supreme, he seemed to have read his mind and mocked. Don't tell me you think that as long as you don't know this secret, the wisdom master god tier won't be able to find you. How can an existence like him be someone you can infer? Perhaps one day, he will suddenly want to see this crazy soul that he has sealed and find you. At that time, even if he sees that you don't know anything and spares your life, can you guarantee that he won't set up any confidentiality measures for you? To the 10 master god tiers. Even if it's a supreme agreement, it's not like they don't have the capital to violate or even destroy it. Zhou Zhou said nothing. He admitted that Bodhi Supreme's words were indeed reasonable. Can I throw it away? Zhou Zhou suddenly realized. Why would you rather throw it away than give it to me? Bodhi Supreme could not help but complain. Isn't giving it to you the same as still being with me? Zhou Zhou asked. Don't worry, I have a unique method to block the wisdom master god tier from the wisdom demon crown. Bodhi Supreme said. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and suddenly said with a heavy expression, but this is the first gift His Majesty Ji Yun gave me. He just gave it to me, but I gave it to you. The next time I see His Majesty Ji Yun, His Majesty Ji Yun asks me how the wisdom demon crown is doing. Then how should I answer? Furthermore, Princess Yu Ling is also my good friend. How can I increase the number of gifts her father gave me at will? Bodhi Supreme said. What do you want? Zhou Zhou tapped the crown with his finger. Give me 3 answers. Bodhi Supreme. Bodhi Supreme, deal. Zhou Zhou immediately felt that it was a pity. This guy actually agreed so readily. It seemed like he had bid too little. However, there was no reason to go back on his word. Zhou Zhou could only take out the wisdom demon crown and hand it to Bodhi Supreme. It was unknown what method the Bodhi Supreme had used to make him disappear, but Zhou Zhou felt that the other party might also have a storage space. However, he didn't ask. Instead, he said seriously. I want to use one question right now. Ask away. Bodhi Supreme said in a good mood. I want to know, with the conditions I have now, how can I comprehend a Lord Law skill before I reach the threshold of becoming a God Spirit? Zhou Zhou said. When I let you walk on the path of the Lord's Law, I knew that you would ask me this question sooner or later. This is also the most difficult period for all existences who have walked the path of the Lord's Law. Bodhi Supreme encouraged. Then, its tone suddenly changed. It smiled and said, but you're much luckier than them. Because, you have me. On the matter of guiding life forms on the path of becoming a god through the Lord's law. Other than the best effect of the Supreme Will's personal guidance. The only existence second only to his guidance effect is me. Show me all your black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. Bodhi Supreme said confidently. Zhou Zhou looked suspiciously at the Bodhi Supreme in his hand. Then, he followed its request and took out all the black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. He piled them more than a meter high and placed them in front of it. Bodhi Supreme flew out and spun around the fragment. Soon. Found it. Bodhi Supreme said. The next second, 10 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments flew out and landed in front of Zhou Zhou. Fuse it into a black iron tier Lord Talent origin divine crystals. Bodhi Supreme said. Zhou Zhou did as it said. In any case, there were only 10 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. He really didn't lack this. Sure. Bodhi Supreme looked at the black iron tier Lord Talent origin divine crystals that had been successfully fused and said in satisfaction. Just integrate this Lord Talent. In the future, focus on comprehending this Lord Talent. After comprehending it, upgrade it, and then comprehend the upgraded Lord Talent. When you can completely comprehend the Lord Law contained in its extraordinary tier Lord Talent, you can rely on the Lord Law skill you comprehended to become a Lord Law God Spirit. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He immediately took the black iron tier Lord Talent origin divine crystals and looked at them. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere King. Treasure grade, black iron tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the black iron tier Lord Talent King. Treasure description, a Lord Talent sphere purified by the Supreme Will. You can obtain a yellow gold tier Lord Talent after absorbing it. Absorb this Lord Talent sphere, black iron tier. King? What an easy name. This thought flashed across Zhou Zhou's mind. Then, without much thought, he chose to absorb this Lord Talent. The next second, this black iron tier Lord Talent sphere immediately turned into a black light spot and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. In his Lord Talent column, the ordinary black iron tier Lord Talent, King, appeared. The 31st Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou said. Then, he opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, King, black iron tier. King, as the king of subjects, you can mark a subject that belongs to you and control everything they have, including but not limited to appearance, bloodline, skills, weapons, law skills, and even illusory fate. The effect of this Lord Talent is actually like this. Controlling everything. Zhou Zhou pondered. This did indeed have a hint of a governing law skill. He thought for a moment, then closed his eyes and activated the king's innate ability. The next second, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in his mind. On this virtual screen were countless faces of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's subjects. There were nearly 3 billion of them. From a high-tier deity level like Heros to an ordinary dog. They were all included in the king's Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou had a feeling. As long as he wanted to, he could mark any life form that appeared on this virtual screen. He could even replace the marked subject with a thought. He could even let himself live as the other party and inherit everything the other party had. What a terrifying Lord Talent! Zhou Zhou was secretly shocked. This was the first time he felt that the Black Iron Tier Lord Talent could be so strong. Chapter 773, Marking Guojiao. Ranking. He thought for a moment and asked Alia to call Guojiao over. Guojiao appeared in no time. Greetings, Your Majesty. Guojiao said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he told Guojiao everything about him wanting to mark Guojiao and the meaning of this mark. Are you willing? Zhou Zhou asked finally. Guo Jiao was one of the few powerful subjects in his territory who could jump levels and erupt with the combat strength of a high-tier deity level intermediate grade with the strength of a low-tier deity level intermediate grade. Even though Qi Xiantian could do this, their abilities overlapped, so Zhou Zhou still chose Guo Jiao. "I'm willing," Guo Jiao said without hesitation. What was wrong with being marked by his king? As a subject of the Dragon Slayer King and a dead loyal subject of Zhou Zhou, he could not wait to offer everything he had to Zhou Zhou. Coupled with the existence of the small resurrection spell, they were not even afraid of death. Why would they be afraid of this? On the contrary, they were afraid that something would happen to the Lord because he was not strong enough. After all, the reason why their territory had the big and small resurrection spell was because of His Majesty. If something happened to His Majesty one day, the big and small resurrection spell would also disappear. They did not want that future to appear in front of them. Zhou Zhou nodded and activated his king ability to officially mark Guo Jiao. Zhou Zhou immediately felt an extremely obvious connection between the two of them after he marked it successfully. Through this connection, Zhou Zhou could instantly borrow Guo Jiao's appearance, bloodline, skills, weapons, law skills, and even the illusory fate. Appearance, bloodline, skills, law skills, and other things were fine. Even if Zhou Zhou borrowed them, it would only be equivalent to him making a temporary copy. Guo Jiao could also use them normally and would not be affected. However, if it was weapons, energy, mental strength, and other consumption items, Zhou Zhou was equivalent to extracting it from Guo Jiao. It could be said to be extremely domineering. With my current strength and Guo Jiao's full strength, coupled with the true God-tier divine artifacts sword of new dimension creation, Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Under such circumstances, his strength could probably be ranked among the top among the high-tier deity level. Of course, they were still ants in front of a true God tier. At the same time, Guo Jiao also felt Zhou Zhou's mark on him. However, his expression did not change. He did not care at all. After that, Zhou Zhou did not chat much. After letting Guo Jiao leave, he entered the time world of the reincarnation sacred palace again. However, this time, he did not continue the remaining time of the previous tickets. Instead, he spent 5 yellow gold tier mist cores to condense a new time ticket, which was the identity ticket, the water spirit dragon of the Black Abyss Dragon Palace. Then, through the passage of time, he spent 100 legendary tier mist cores to open a 1:100 time flow ratio and entered the time world. He came out helplessly. Why is this Black Abyss Dragon Palace's water spirit dragon's comprehension so poor? To think that it's a pure-blooded dragon. When I entered, it was as if I had entered the body of an old man. The comprehension ability to comprehend the laws has decreased by more than 100 times. The sensitivity to laws has also decreased by more than 100 times. Most importantly, this water spirit dragon doesn't have any aptitude for the Lord laws at all, nor do it have many Lord talents on me. I can't comprehend the Lord laws at all when I enter the time world with this body. At most, I can comprehend some water laws, heavy water laws, and vortex laws. Zhou Zhou shook his head. There was a time that he felt that a high-level bloodline creature like the dragon race was a very high-level existence. However, as the level of his chaos human constitution increased, coupled with the appearance of the concept of Lord Law aptitude, he suddenly realized today that pure-blooded dragons did not seem to be much stronger. In the future, I'll enter time with my main body and comprehend the Lord's law. The time tickets for other identities don't seem to be of much use to me for the time being. Zhou Zhou thought. Of course, it could not be said to be useless. When he opened the time world of the reincarnation sacred palace to the soldiers in his territory to use, allowing them to experience the tempering and cultivation of the time world in a short period of time and greatly increase their strength in a short period of time. Under such circumstances, the high-quality status randomly obtained from these years' tickets was extremely useful to those soldiers with poor aptitude. Even those low-quality entrance tickets could allow the soldiers to experience the hardships and tribulations of time in the time world to sharpen their temperament and will. Temperament and resistance. It might be useless when his strength was low. However, as his strength increased and he even reached the God Spirit level, in the eyes of God Spirits, the importance of temperament and resistance was comparable to potential talent. Even Zhou Zhou planned to use an ordinary time entry body to sharpen his temperament and resistance in the time world when he had nothing to do. Look at the rankings. I helped the 2 Empire Lords and so many Empire God Spirits today. I should have obtained many faction points, right? I wonder how many rankings I can increase. After Zhou Zhou understood the usage of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, a ranking appeared in front of him. He looked at it. Myriad Races Lord Faction Points Ranking. First place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 500 million Faction Points. Second place, Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun 379 million Faction Points. Second place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord 2 to 54 million 6,000 Faction Points. Fourth place, Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord 210,000 Faction Points. Fifth place, Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord 123 million 9,000 Faction Points. I'm only in second place. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. One had to know that he had obtained a total of 229 million faction points in one day. And this actually did not surpass the True Lord and become first on the Myriad Races ranking? What a fierce True Lord! Zhou Zhou's expression was solemn. Could this guy complete 1 or 2 faction quests in a day? However, what he did not know was that just as he was marveling at the strength of the True Lord, the other top lords of the myriad races also called the Lord of the Blazing Sun a big pervert. It was not difficult to understand why the True Lord could obtain a large number of faction points in a short period of time. The foundation of their race was available after all. There were not many restrictions in this event even with the restrictions of the Supreme Agreement. The Lord of the Blazing Sun was different. If not for his performance in the previous event, he was a lord from a nameless human race. Under such circumstances, this guy could actually withstand the pressure of so many top lords of all races and forcefully rush to second place on the rankings. What kind of counterattack plot was this? Chapter 774, Fuse the bloodline of the 10,000 Gu Emperor race. Legendary tier Chaos Human Bloodline. When the higher UPS behind some race civilizations heard that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had actually suppressed the lords of many top races and ranked second on the Lord ranking, they immediately felt that the name of the Lord of the Blazing Sun looked dazzling again. At the same time, in the hearts of the other lords of the myriad races who came from ordinary backgrounds, the impression given to them by the Lord of the Blazing Sun slowly changed. They were all from normal races and had also been suppressed by those top-notch races. It was like everyone came from the same poor place. Now that they suddenly heard that a child from their hometown had actually been admitted to King Bei University, the other villagers naturally felt that this was a matter that brought honor to their ancestors. At the same time, it gave them a feeling and ambition. They felt that there was no need for them to be so afraid of those high-level bloodline races while they were now also ambitious because they might be able to achieve what the Lord of the Blazing Sun achieved too if they work hard. It was right not to debate whether these two thoughts were right or wrong. However, this at least allowed these lords of ordinary races to have the desire to advance again. They no longer felt that they were the companions of some high-level race civilization like before. Under such circumstances, the Lord of the Blazing Sun naturally became the role model of these lords of all races who came from ordinary backgrounds. Speaking of which, Zhou Zhou looked at the rankings for a while, especially at the name of the True Lord, before closing the rankings. I can't slack off. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he walked out of the advanced grade Lord's Paradise and came to the 12th Royal Treasure Vault. The Royal Treasure Vault was built by Zhao Chongshao and Wenya after Zhou Zhou established the Blazing Sun Kingdom. He had built a total of 2 treasure vaults. The first was the Military Supplies Vault. Such treasure vaults were specially used to store and protect military supplies. At the same time, they were also used to store military merit exchange resources in the military merit exchange system. The other was the Royal Treasury. The Royal Treasury was specially used to store and protect Zhou Zhou's personal collections and non-military type treasures. Of course, if it was the most precious treasures, such as the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, divine artifacts, special building blueprints, rare mineral resources, rare gems, and so on, Zhou Zhou would keep them close to his king's treasure vault. After Zhou Zhou arrived at the Royal Treasury and performed the bloodline verification at the door, he successfully opened the door and walked in. After looking around, he quickly found the location of the bloodline loots of the spiritual Gu Kingdom and the other people of foreign races in the southeast corner. Zhou Zhou immediately walked over and realized that most of the bloodline loots were all kinds of hearts. They were contained in a crystal device that isolated air and energy to maintain the vitality of the heart. There were more than 100,000 of them. Even though most of them were duplicates. Zhou Zhou took a glance and quickly discovered that there were more than 100,000 legendary tier advance grade 10,000 Gu insect royal bloodlines inside. Seeing this, he did not take it immediately. Instead, he first absorbed and fused all the people of foreign race bloodlines that could strengthen his chaos human bloodline in the other bloodlines. However, it might be because these bloodlines were all normal bloodlines below the extraordinary tier. After Zhou Zhou absorbed it, he realized that he did not let his chaos human bloodline break through to the legendary tier elementary grade. Instead, it remained at the epic tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou felt helpless. Was it so difficult for this chaos human bloodline to advance to the legendary tier? After fusing dozens of people of foreign race bloodlines, his chaos human bloodline actually did not move at all. He could only pick up the remaining bloodline, the 10,000 Gu insect royal bloodline, and begin to fuse it. He first controlled 10,000 sets of 10,000 Gu insect royal bloodline to fuse them. Soon, a heart emitting a rich chaotic light appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. What kind of F***ing light pollution bloodline is this? Zhou Zhou complained. Then, he looked over. Bloodline name, 10,000 Gu Emperor Clan Bloodline. Bloodline level, High Tier Deity Level Advance Grade. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain the bloodline of the 10,000 Gu Emperor race. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the bloodline ability of the 10,000 Gu Emperor race during their growth. I can still continue to fuse with the bloodline of the Master God tier elementary grade 10,000 Gu God race. Unfortunately, I only have more than 6,000 portions of the 10,000 Gu insect royal bloodline left. Zhou Zhou looked at the remaining 6,000 portions of the 10,000 Gu insect royal bloodline and frowned slightly. Now that the spiritual Gu kingdom was destroyed, it would be difficult to find more descendants of the 10,000 Gu royal family. I can ask Bodhi Supreme if there are any high-level bloodlines of the 10,000 Gu race left in this world. However, using a precious opportunity to dispel my doubts in exchange for a Master God tier elementary grade bloodline. This might not necessarily be a profit. Zhou Zhou rubbed his chin. He thought for a while and stopped thinking about it. He first fused this 10,000 Gu Emperor clan bloodline into his chaos human bloodline. You have absorbed one portion of the 10,000 Gu Emperor clan bloodline, high tier deity level advance grade. Your chaos human bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to the legendary tier bloodline. Your six senses powers have been greatly enhanced. You have awakened the high tier deity level 10,000 Gu Emperor race talent Emperor of venomous insects poison body. You have awakened the high tier deity level 10,000 Gu Emperor race talent Emperor of venomous insects poison body. You have awakened the high tier deity level advance grade 10,000 Gu Emperor clan talent Gu God affinity. You have grasped the inheritance of the 10,000 Gu royal family's Gu worm, the 10,000 Gu holy scripture, book 2. You have grasped the common sense inheritance of the 10,000 Gu Emperor clan. You have grasped the secret inheritance of the 10,000 Gu king. Zhou Zhou opened the specific information of these abilities and talents. Race talent name, Emperor of Venomous Worms Poison Body. Talent level, High Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade. Talent description, as a member of the 10,000 Gu Emperor clan, not only are you born good at controlling all kinds of Gu worms and even God Tier Gu worms, you can also accommodate all kinds of Gu poison and God Tier Gu poison. As a member of the 10,000 Gu Emperor race, the divine blood surging in your body is the best nourishment for the growth of the Gu. More than 90% of the Gu in the endless heavens could not harm you. When you encounter an ownerless Gu, there is a high chance that the Gu will take the initiative to find you and yearn to acknowledge you as its master, even if it is already owned. Your physical fitness will increase slightly with every normal Gu poison you absorb. Your physical fitness and soul quality will increase greatly with every rare Gu poison you absorb. Not only will your physical fitness and soul quality increase greatly with every God Tier Gu poison you absorb, there is even a higher chance of obtaining additional talents. Zhou Zhou looked at this talent and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 775, Book 2 of the 10,000 Gu Holy Scripture. Resurrecting the Tri-Talent Sword Immortal. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. As expected of a high-tier deity-level race talent. Just the fact that more than 90% of the Gu in the endless heavens could not harm him made him feel that it was not a loss. Not to mention the innate abilities of the other 10,000 Gu Emperor races. He looked at the other talents. Race talent name, Immunity to Toxin. Talent level, High-tier deity level Advanced Grade. Talent description, as a member of the 10,000 Gu Emperor clan, your resistance to toxins exceeds most life forms in the endless heavens. You are immune to high-tier deity level Advanced Grade and any toxins below. Race talent name, Gu God Affinity. Talent level, High-tier deity level Advanced Grade. Talent description, as a physique owner of the 10,000 Gu Emperor race who is closest to the Gu God, most of the Gu in the world are willing to treat you as their emperor and revere you supremely. Not only can you command these Gu without signing a contract, you can even summon the resistance of the Gu God under certain circumstances, allowing a high-tier deity-level divine Gu to appear and protect you. Race talent hint, summoning the protection of the divine Gu requires consuming the energy in your body. If the energy in his body is insufficient, he will not be able to summon the divine Gu. If the energy is exhausted, the divine Gu will disappear. When Zhou Zhou saw this, the smile on his face deepened. There was naturally no need to mention the effect of the high-tier deity-level Advanced Grade Toxin Immunity. Its practicality could be said to be maxed out. The Gu God's affinity was also extremely strong. On the surface, it looked like a passive ability. However, when Zhou Zhou looked at it this way, it was a summoning skill. Moreover, it was a skill that could summon a high-tier deity-level existence. So terrifying. As expected of a high-tier deity-level race talent. Zhou Zhou sighed. Looking at it this way. He had another god-tier fighter. Not bad, not bad. As for consuming the energy in his body, he did not have to worry at all. He had just marked Guo Jiao. At this moment, it was equivalent to having 2 energy reserves in his body. Under such circumstances, it was naturally easy to summon a high-tier deity-level divine Gu. Then, he closed his eyes and looked at the illusory purple book in his mind. On the cover of the book was a huge black worm eye. It was the 10,000 Gu Holy Scripture. At this moment, it had already automatically unlocked the second volume with Zhou Zhou's 10,000 Gu Emperor body. The second volume of the 10,000 Gu Holy Scripture not only recorded more poison worms, Gu control techniques, and some common sense and profound knowledge that needed to be understood when making Gu worms. Moreover, it also recorded some cultivation methods for God-tier Gu worms. For example, the fate Gu that could affect fate and create a fated marriage. A 9 revolutions Acacia Gu that could make a woman fall head over heels for him in the blink of an eye and wish she could offer herself to him. A longevity limitless Gu could escape 3 calamities and 5 tribulations and extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. A Heaven's Will Gu could greatly increase his comprehension ability in a short period of time. A Defeating God Gu could greatly reduce the enemy's luck. A Calamity Extermination Gu could devour lightning tribulation. All kinds of magical Gu nurturing methods made the experienced Zhou Zhou envious. There are some God-tier Gu worms that I can get my subordinates to collect materials to make. However, the other God-tier Gu should be the exclusive method of the immortal world's Gu cultivators. I'm afraid most of the rare immortal tier materials to make such Gu can only be produced in the immortal world. Unless I master the channel to the immortal world, I shouldn't be able to make these God spirit level Gu in a short period of time. Zhou Zhou asked curiously. However, it was not impossible. Be it Qi Xiantian, the mystic heaven lord, or His Majesty Liu Zhen of the Divine Sword Empire, they should have grasped the method to go to the immortal world. Zhou Zhou planned to ask tomorrow. If he could forge some top-grade God Spirit tier Gu worms in the 10,000 Gu Holy Scripture, he would have a few more trump cards. After upgrading his bloodline, Zhou Zhou went to Flower Sword Immortal's residence and found him. Are you going to revive Brother Luo now? Flower Sword Immortal stood up excitedly. Senior Flower Sword Immortal, come with me. Zhou Zhou nodded and smiled. Then, he brought him to the shelter of the Goddess of Life. In the shelter, the man in the Sword Immortal quickly found Carol Molly, who was praying. After she finished praying, Zhou Zhou called her over. Your Majesty could have just called me over when you arrived. Why wait so long for me to finish my prayers? Carol Molly was embarrassed. I respect your faith. Zhou Zhou shook his head and did not say anything else. He told her about wanting to revive Tri-Talent Sword Immortal. The Tri-Talent Sword Immortal is a low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade human god spirit. I can revive him. Carol Molly smiled as she said. These words made Flower Sword Immortal extremely excited. Carol Molly looked at him strangely, but she didn't say anything. Then, Carol Molly brought the two of them to the statue of the Goddess of Life. Zhou Zhou looked at the statue of the Goddess of Life that looked intimate and gentle. He was grateful to this god. It would probably be a long time before he knew that his heart had gone the wrong way if not for him. Now, not only had he avoided the wrong path, he had also comprehended a Lord-type law skill that was enough to become a Lord-type God Spirit. This was all partly because of this god. Your Majesty, please give me 50 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals and the Tri-Talent Sword Immortal's Divine Items. At this moment, Carol Molly's voice came. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses. A low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade God Spirit requires 50 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals to revive. What about low-tier deity-level advanced-grade God Spirits? He asked curiously as he handed her 50 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals. 100 Faith Divine Crystals. A mid-tier deity-level elementary-grade God Spirit would require 200 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals. A mid-tier deity-level intermediate-grade God Spirit would require 500 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals, and a mid-tier deity-level advanced-grade God Spirit would require 1000 Faith Divine Crystals. High-tier deity-level elementary-grade God Spirits would require 2000 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals, high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade God Spirits would require 5000 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals, and high-tier deity-level advanced-grade God Spirits would require 10,000 Life-Form Faith Divine Crystals. Carol Molly replied. Zhou Zhou's mouth fell open. Resurrecting a high-tier deity-level advanced grade actually required so many Faith Divine Crystals? Zhou Zhou exclaimed in his heart. Originally, he had used a day to obtain hundreds of Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals and felt that he was already quite rich. Only now did he know that the Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals in his hands were actually not enough to revive a high-tier deity-level elementary-grade God Spirit. I have to expand the scale of my war in order to obtain more Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals. After Zhou Zhou came back to his senses, he thought to himself. Only by expanding the scale of the war and killing more and more fog monsters could more Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals drop under the huge number of fog monsters. The number of Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals had been increasing in the past few days, which indeed proved this point. Chapter 776, Resurrecting the Tri-Talent Sword Immortal. Then, Carol Moley came in front of the Flower Sword Immortal. Do you have the divinity item of the Tri-Elements Sword Immortal? In your cultivation language, it's an item nurtured by his magic power. She asked. Yes. Flower Sword Immortal was stunned previously, but he hurriedly began to search his spatial ring and took out a jade pendant. This is the soul accumulating immortal jade given to me by Brother Luo. It was nurtured by Brother Luo for many years and was given to me later. Is that okay? Flower Sword Immortal said nervously. Sure. Carol Moley sized up the soul accumulating immortal jade and nodded. Then, she turned around and went to the bed made of the divine tree specially used for resurrection. She placed the soul accumulating immortal jade on it and began the divine art ceremony of the great resurrection spell. Flower Sword Immortal. In a while, Her Excellency, the Goddess of Life's will descend. At that time, you can't offend Her Excellency. Zhou Zhou reminded. Her Excellency the Goddess of Life. Flower Sword Immortal was originally nervous about Tri-Talent Sword Immortal's resurrection and was immediately shocked when he heard this. The Goddess of Life. One of the legendary 10 Master God tiers. He was also a saint tier existence in their immortal Dao civilization. Such an existence could even casually suppress a high-level bloodline race with his own strength. Even if he was still worried about the resurrection of the Tri-Talent Sword Immortal, he lowered his head and did not dare to look up at the statue of the Goddess of Life again. Just as he lowered his head. Boom! A terrifying God spirit pressure suddenly descended. At this moment, a tall, dignified, yet intimate and natural female figure appeared in the depths of the hearts of all the living beings within 100 kilometers. It was Her Excellency, the Goddess of Life. The subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom had all seen this scene before, so they were not flustered this time. Instead, they looked at this goddess curiously and yearningly. However, no matter how they looked at it, they could not see what the Goddess of Life looked like. This made them understand a principle. God spirits could not be looked at directly. Carol Moley, who was closing her eyes and chanting, suddenly opened her eyes slowly. He first glanced at Flower Sword Immortal before his gaze landed on Zhou Zhou. Then, he seemed to have discovered something and nodded with a smile. Not bad. Looks like you've found the right path. He said. Thank you for your guidance previously, Your Excellency. Zhou Zhou hurriedly said. I was just mentioning it casually. To be honest, I'm also surprised that you found the right path. The Supreme Law. It's been a long time since I've seen a junior like you. The Goddess of Life sighed. Zhou Zhou felt that Her Excellency's words seemed to mean something, but he did not understand what Her Excellency was referring to. Just as he was about to mince his words carefully into a question, he saw the Goddess of Life's gaze land on the soul accumulating immortal jade in front of him. Then, he waved his hand and sprinkled an emerald green divine power on the soul accumulating immortal jade. He saw a phantom being pulled out of thin air and landed on the soul accumulating immortal jade. Then, it gradually condensed into the figure of a young sword immortal wearing a three-colored Daoist robe. He carried the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man on his back and had a handsome face. It was the Triolent Sword Immortal Luo Yuan. Brother Luo. Flower Sword Immortal could no longer control his emotions. He rushed up and pounced on he as tears rolled down, soaking the other party's clothes. Luo Yuan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Then, he slowly raised his eyelids, revealing a pair of blank eyes. I'm dead, aren't I? Luo Yuan was stunned. You were indeed dead. However, His Majesty ordered me to invite the God Spirit I believe in to revive you. Carol Moley stood aside and said calmly. At this moment, the Goddess of Life had already left. He, who had just been possessed by the Goddess of Life's will, looked a little pale. Fortunately, Zhou Zhou had just handed him a tonic for God spirits. He could sense that his physical condition was rapidly recovering. Thank you very much. After Luo Yuan understood the situation, he stood up to thank Zhou Zhou. You don't have to thank me. Thank the person beside you. Zhou Zhou waved his hand and pulled Carol Molly away, leaving only Tri-Talent Sword Immortal and Flower Sword Immortal staring at each other in a daze. In a corner, Zhou Zhou pulled Carol Molly here and stopped. Then, he let go of Carol Molly's hand, which was a little red. Your Majesty. Why should we leave? Carol Molly was a little puzzled. Of course it's to give the couple, who have just experienced life and death, a space to be alone. Zhou Zhou said. Aren't the two of them men? Carol Molly asked curiously. It was Zhou Zhou's turn to look at her strangely. Can't you tell that Flower Sword Immortal is a female sword immortal? Carol Molly was stunned. Ah? Female sword immortal. I've always thought that he was a male sword immortal. He began to doubt life. She's clearly a female sword immortal. You actually couldn't tell. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Then, he suddenly remembered that the god spirits of the two human empires seemed to have always thought that Flower Sword Immortal was a male sword immortal. It was the same for Carol Molly. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and understood why. It was probably because Flower Sword Immortal had used some secret technique to hide her gender, making the other god spirits think that she was a male sword immortal. However, facing the extremely powerful Six Senses Chaos human, Zhou Zhou, he could directly determine his gender from the perspective of six senses. Under such circumstances, the disguise mystic technique that he was very confident in was useless. The two of them chatted for a while before Flower Sword Immortal and Tri-Talent Sword Immortal walked over from behind. Thank you, Your Majesty of the Blazing Sun, for saving my life. If Your Majesty needs anything in the future, Your Majesty can tell me directly. I, Luo Yuan, will definitely come no matter if it's going up a mountain of blades or going down a sea of fire. Luo Yuan said seriously. I've already said that you should thank the person beside you. Zhou Zhou waved his hand and said indifferently. Luo Yuan and Flower Sword Immortal looked at each other and smiled intimately. Your Majesty, you saved my life, so I want to stay in Your Majesty's territory during the time Your Majesty, the King of 10,000 Kings, is active and contributing to Your Majesty's future war operations. Luo Yuan turned around and said solemnly to Zhou Zhou. What about Uncle Lu? Zhou Zhou was stunned before saying. I've already reported it to His Majesty. His Majesty agrees with me. Luo Yuan said. That's good. Welcome, Senior. Zhou Zhou immediately smiled. As for the god spirits who could help him, he naturally hoped that the more the better. What about Senior Flower Sword Immortal? Zhou Zhou looked at Flower Sword Immortal. The king fed me, so I share the worries of a king. I want to return to the Divine Sword Empire to help His Majesty. Flower Sword Immortal shook his head. The reason why His Majesty could agree to Luo Yuan's idea was because the King of the Blazing Sun had saved his life. For such a favor, Luo Yuan had to stay here to repay him. This was the bottom line of a sword immortal. He had to abide by it. Otherwise, he might not be able to think straight, and it might even cause his Sword Dao realm to stagnate. He, on the other hand, no longer had much to do with the King of the Blazing Sun, so he naturally had to return to the Divine Sword Empire. Zhou Zhou nodded. After that, Flower Sword Immortal did not stay any longer and left through the spatial teleportation array. After the other party left, Zhou Zhou also lent Luo Yuan a set of low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine artifacts, making the other party stunned. Chapter 777, Upgrading the Territory. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else. He gathered all the god spirits in the territory and made up for the lack of divine artifacts for Vicky, Feng Luo, and the other god spirits who did not have a full set of divine artifacts. From there, they also had a divine artifact that matched their strength realm. All the low-tier god spirits in Zhou Zhou's territory who served him had divine artifacts that were compatible with their strength realm. Zhou Zhou gave one reason for replenishing their divine artifacts. The divine artifact is lent to them. The goal was to welcome the increasingly serious war situation in the future. However, if they could make contributions in the future, they could choose to buy the divine artifacts they lent them by consuming military merits. Hearing this news, all the god spirits who had obtained the divine artifact were overjoyed. If a god spirit could have a full set of divine artifacts, he would have already surpassed most god spirits of the same level. And now, His Majesty has given them this opportunity. He had to grasp it. Then, Zhou Zhou called Wu Tu over and asked him about the scarlet forces that wanted to deal with him. Your Majesty. Currently, the 3 Empire-level Scarlet Legions and the 40 Kingdom-level Scarlet Monster Army are scattered everywhere to gather troops. The other party seems to have heard of our reputation. If they don't gather enough troops to make them confident in sending troops in the short term, I'm afraid they won't easily lead troops to attack. Wu Tu said respectfully. Keep an eye on them. Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds and said. In addition to the 3 Empire-level Scarlet Legions and the 40 Kingdom-level Scarlet Legions, it was impossible to gather 2 billion troops in a short period of time no matter how much they raised. As long as they mobilized no more than 2 billion troops, did not have any powerful war machines, or did not invite the true god tier to descend or other external forces, they were nothing to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was also cautious, so he asked Wu Tu to continue paying attention to them. Then, Zhou Zhou and Wu Tu chatted for a while before Wu Tu left. The next second, 4 trillion units of basic materials, 5,000 extraordinary tier mist cores, 1 million origin crystals, 20 million units of basic elemental gems, 30 million units of high-level elemental gems, and 10 extraordinary tier territory tokens disappeared. Boom! A golden light immediately enveloped the entire advance grade Lord's Paradise. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. The advance grade Lord's Paradise that was clearly much larger and decorated with a more luxurious and dignified style appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your advance grade Lord's Paradise has been upgraded to an extraordinary tier advance grade building. Your territory has been upgraded to extraordinary tier advance grade. Your extraordinary tier intermediate grade 5 elements amplification array has been upgraded to the extraordinary tier advance grade 5 elements amplification array. Territory token endurance increased to 10 billion/10 billion. Your territory has expanded to 500,000 km times 500,000 km times 100,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic building blueprint treasure chest, extraordinary tier advance grade. Lord talent notification, the upper limit of the enemy lord's power that you can induce inside defection has been increased to high tier deity level intermediate grade. Lord talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your goddess of life's shelter has increased. I've finally advanced to the extraordinary tier advance grade territory. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He could not help but sigh when he thought of the 30 million high-level elemental gems needed to upgrade. A total of 16 kingdoms high-level elemental gem resources, coupled with the remaining high-level elemental gem resources, were needed to gather the number of high-level elemental gems needed for this upgrade. Thinking of this, he suddenly opened the next requirement to upgrade his territory nervously. Then, his expression turned bitter. Construction upgrade, 1 trillion units of wood, 1 trillion units of fine sand, 1 trillion units of metal, 1 trillion units of stone, 5,000 extraordinary tier mist core, 1 million origin crystals, 10 million units of basic elemental gems, 10 million units of thunder elemental gems, 10 million units of life elemental gems, 10 million units of death elemental gems, 10 extraordinary tier cities, 100 extraordinary tier lifestyle professionals, 10,000 extraordinary tier military. Professionals, 10 extraordinary tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhou looked at the upgrade request. I can satisfy the quantity of basic materials, mist cores, origin crystals, basic elemental gems, thunder elemental gems, lifestyle professionals and military professionals. However, isn't the number of life elemental gems and death elemental gems required too high? He could not help but complain. Then, he looked at the number of life elemental gems and death elemental gems in his king's treasure box. He still had more than 1 million life elemental gems and more than 2 million death elemental gems after leveling up. As for the thunder elemental gems, which were also high-level elemental gems, they were also one of the loots of the violent storm demon spirit and were produced in large quantities through the monster ranch every day. Therefore, these thunder elemental gems were an endless mineral to Zhou Zhou, so he had never worried about them. If only I still had the mineral source of the life elemental gem and the death elemental gem. Zhou Zhou thought regretfully. However, such things depended on luck. It was not something he could have just because he wanted it. For example, the Lords of the Star Alliance under his command. They would bring a new batch of fog monsters over every day and let Zhou Zhou's subordinates check if there were any loots worth high value among the loots dropped by these new monsters. This way, they could be placed in the monster ranch to be nurtured. This was how the mechanical fear falcon and the iron-eating bear came about. It was a pity that during this period of time, while the loots dropped from the new fog monsters they sent over were varied, which had no lack of elementary, intermediate grade, and even advanced grade soldier types, this was naturally nothing to Zhou Zhou, who had the special soldier type King of Yellow Gold and the kingdom level Violent Storm Spirit. The only time the most valuable loots appeared was a special soldier type class change certificate, special soldier type recruitment books, and some drops needed by other special soldier types called the Mammoth Halberd Soldiers. Wu Xin reported these loots to Zhou Zhou as soon as they appeared. After Zhou Zhou found out, he immediately came over to understand the professional characteristics of this Mammoth Halberd Soldier. Chapter 778, Upgrading the Gate of Summoning. Upgrade of the Lord Talent. In the end, Zhou Zhou realized regretfully that this special soldier type called the Mammoth Halberd Soldiers actually overlapped with the characteristics of the Yellow Gold King class, which was also a special soldier type. They were all melee soldier type class and were good at close combat. Their defense was extremely strong. If he had to squeeze out a few points of difference, it could only be said that the Mammoth Halberd Soldiers were more in line with the concepts of land tank and charge heavy tank. They had strength but not agility. As for the King of Yellow Gold, even though they were slightly inferior to the Mammoth Halberd Soldiers in terms of defense and strength, they were better at land, sea, and aerial combat, without any shortcomings on the battlefield. Especially in aerial combat. The King of Yellow Gold could fly into the sky and block the attacks of the enemies from the sky, thereby protecting the violent storm spirit mages behind them in a more comprehensive manner. As for the Mammoth Halberd Soldiers, they could not fly. They could not make up for their lack of agility even if they had the wings of the Fear Falcon on them. This was undoubtedly very fatal. This was because in Zhou Zhou's current thoughts, close combat soldier types were to be meat shields for the violent storm spirit to successfully cast spells. His violent storm spirit was the main firepower that determined the outcome of the battlefield after all. Zhou Zhou might only adjust their roles if his melee soldier type's battlefield performance could surpass mages like the violent storm spirit. Therefore, after understanding the class characteristics of the Mammoth Halberd Soldiers, Zhou Zhou decided to imprison the fog monsters that dropped the class change certificate and recruitment books for collection. As for the monster ranch, King of Yellow Gold would continue to occupy it. It could be seen from this that he really had to rely on luck if he wanted to find the required monster loots in the vast fog monsters. However, Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry. He could take his time since he was very patient. Speaking of which, other than the Life Elemental Gem and the Death Elemental Gem that troubled Zhou Zhou, the other two requirements, 50 extraordinary tier territory tokens and the upgrade of the kingdom to an intermediate kingdom, were nothing to him. Bai Yun had taken down 16 people of foreign race kingdoms in a day. These 16 kingdoms alone provided 24 extraordinary tier territory tokens. He had just used 10 pieces, so he still had 14 pieces left. He still needed 36 more. At this rate, 2 more Operation 16 Kings will do. Zhou Zhou thought. There were not many things in the high continent, just a lot of countries. He could just attack the Crimson Kingdom if he was worried that he would cause trouble. There was no need for a reason for the lords of all races to attack the Scarlet Lords. Coincidentally, there is only the condition of conquering 2 beginner kingdoms that are not under the Crimson Overlord's command, 0/2, that has not been fulfilled among the conditions for my beginner kingdom to advance to an intermediate kingdom. When my kingdom is upgraded to an intermediate kingdom, my territory can also be directly upgraded to epic tier elementary grade. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he came to the gate of summoning and spent 200 billion units of basic materials and 5,000 extraordinary tier mist cores to upgrade it to extraordinary tier advance grade. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your gate of summoning has been upgraded to an extraordinary tier advance grade building. You can summon plus 700 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 500 professionals every day among the subjects. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 6, you can summon 18,800 subjects a day. You will definitely summon 507 professionals every day among the subjects. Zhou Zhou's expression did not change after reading it. After the gate of summoning was upgraded to extraordinary tier advance grade, the number of basic summoning subjects had reached a total of 2,800. After being enhanced by the Glory of the Pioneer 6, it directly doubled to 18,800 people. However, even though there were almost 20,000 subjects, this number was still not even a fraction of the number of subjects attracted by the beauty talent. Naturally, he was not excited. Still, it was better than nothing. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements for the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade: 100 billion units of wood, 100 billion units of fine sand, 100 billion units of metal, 100 billion units of stone, 100,000 extraordinary tier mist cores, territory level upgraded to epic tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou took a look and turned to leave, returning to the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. At the same time, he asked Aaliyah to call Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Moli over. A moment later, in a study room, the 3 of them came in front of Zhou Zhou. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Mugu and the others said respectfully. "Same old rules. Tell me about your respective improvements." Zhou Zhou said directly. Mugu was the first to stand up out of habit. "Your Majesty, my current strength is already that of an extraordinary tier advance grade rancher. I already have a total of 15,000 monster shepherds under my command. In addition, the number of monster ranches in my ranchland continent has also increased from 600 to 700 today. Moreover, the maximum capacity of each monster ranch has increased from 600,000 to 700,000 and the total area of my ranch continent has increased from more than 1 million square kilometers to more than 1.5 million square kilometers." Mugu reported. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. It had to be said that every increase in the level of the monster ranch would bring a huge increase in strength to his territory. 490 million fog monsters would be appearing in Mugu's 700 monster ranches tomorrow. With so many fog monsters and the enhancement of his King of Loots, the production of the monster ranches would reach an astonishing level tomorrow. The more he thought about it, the more obvious the smile on Zhou Zhou's face became. He was even looking forward to tomorrow. The 100 new monster ranches will all be used to nurture the violent storm demon spirits. Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds and said. The last 100 monster ranch spots were all given to the King of Yellow Gold. This time, he would give it to the violent storm spirit. The violent storm spirit was his true main force and confidence in starting a war after all. Yes, Your Majesty. Mu Gu said respectfully. Then, he retreated to the three of them. Zhang Fugui slowly stood up. Your Majesty, the number of our mysterious merchant has increased from 80,000 to 100,000. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 50,000. In addition, the strength of all our mysterious merchant has also increased to extraordinary tier advance grade. The internal space of each mysterious merchant's mysterious business ring has also increased from the original 2 million cubic meters to 3 million cubic meters. Zhang Fugui said with a smile. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Finally, it was Carol Molly's turn. At this moment, she had already recovered from the Great Resurrection spell ceremony. Her face had regained its rosy color, and she looked holy and stunning. Your Majesty, the shelter of the Goddess of Life has also been upgraded to the extraordinary tier advance grade. Currently, the shelter of the Goddess of Life has a total of 15 million clergymen, 15 million priests, 15 million nuns, and 15,000 life paladins. And my strength has also jumped to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Carol Molly said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Even though the god spirits in his territory already had high-tier deity-level existences, Carol Molly would definitely not be able to revive with her current strength if such an existence died. However, there was no choice. He could only take things slow. Chapter 779, Two Great Empire-tier soldier types of the human race. What a pity! The small resurrection spell can't revive a god spirit that has just died. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about the death of a high-tier deity level. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. This was something Carol Molly had told him immediately when she advanced to a god spirit. The small resurrection spell could only revive ordinary life forms below the god spirit realm. Once a life form reached the god spirit realm, his ordinary body was turned into a divine body formed by divine power. The small resurrection spell was helpless against such a divine body. He could only rely on the great resurrection spell to revive. A moment later, on a vast drill ground, Zhou Zhou stood on the high platform and looked at Bai Yun and the 99,999 elite soldiers behind her. 689 legendary tier soldiers from the various armies of the Blazing Sun Kingdom stood right at the front of these elite soldiers. The remaining 90,000 odd soldiers were epic tier soldiers. Zhou Zhou nodded in his heart. He did not waste his breath and led all the soldiers out. They entered the spatial teleportation array and headed for the Night Empire. Then, they turned into other spatial teleportation arrays and headed for the Green Bronze Mausoleum. Black Dragon Mountain Range. This was a huge mountain range winding for more than 5,000 kilometers. Its form was like an eastern black divine dragon lying on the vast ground. One could not help but exclaim at nature's uncanny workmanship. At this moment, Zhou Zhou and the others were at the core of the mountain range, looking at a squarish pit on the ground. The pit was deep and quiet. Just looking at it made one's blood run cold. A strange glint flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to hear a low and powerful dragon roar from it. There were some soldiers from the Night Empire guarding around Zhou Zhou and the others. At this moment, a man wearing the armor of a general of the Night Empire walked towards Zhou Zhou. His strength was at the epic tier. He had a square face and a friendly smile. You're the famous Emperor of the Blazing Sun, right? My name is Bai Chen. I'm in charge of guarding this place. Temple Lord Bai He has already conveyed his orders to me. From now on, this green bronze mausoleum will belong to you, Your Majesty of the Blazing Sunday. If you didn't bring any soldiers specially to be stationed this time, I can help you continue to be stationed for a while until you send the soldiers in charge of guarding over. At that time, we can officially change hands and I can go back to report. I really didn't bring any soldiers in charge of guarding this time. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble General Bai for a while more. Zhou Zhou also said politely. It's no trouble at all. This is the deepest part of the Black Dragon Mountain Range. The most dangerous fog monsters have long been eliminated by our night temple. What trouble would there be other than just standing around guarding it? Bai Chen smiled. He clicked his tongue in wonder. In just a few words, he was already certain that the other party was not a young and frivolous person. To a young man who could make such a name and status at such a young age, it was unbelievable that Zhou Zhou could have such a calm temperament. Heroes came from young people. He sighed. General Bai, has anything happened to this green bronze mausoleum recently? Zhou Zhou pointed at the cave below. No. Bai Chen shook his head and took the initiative to say, Your Majesty of the Blazing Sun, this is your first time here. Let me bring you around to take a look. Sure. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he called Bai Yun and the other soldiers and asked them to follow behind him. Then, the two of them walked into the cave one after another while the others followed closely behind. As the two of them walked, Bai Chen asked, How much does your Majesty know about this green bronze mausoleum? I'm ashamed. I only asked about the requirements to enter the green bronze mausoleum before coming. I didn't ask further. Zhou Zhou said. Haha, that's enough. The others are insignificant. Bai Chen smiled and said. This green bronze mausoleum is a tomb accidentally discovered by an expert of our human race, Zhou Rong, when he went deep into the Black Dragon Mountain range to train. He sold this place to us because he's not a lord and the green bronze mausoleum can only be opened by lords. Our human race has been in charge of this green bronze mausoleum for more than 2,000 years. In the past 2,000 years, this green bronze mausoleum has provided 26 special soldier types to our human race. It can be considered a great contribution. He sighed. Pretty good. Zhou Zhou nodded. Actually, it's only so-so. Bai Chen shook his head. Even though special soldier types are precious, our human race is not so short of them. What our human race lacks are kingdom-level soldiers and even empire-level soldiers. Especially empire-level soldier types. As long as we humans have empire-level soldier types, our strength will increase significantly. Otherwise, even kingdom-level soldier types won't increase the strength of our human race much. Are there very few empire-level soldier types in our human race? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. Yes, very few. Our human race only has 2 empire-level soldier types. They are the army extermination knights nurtured by the Night Temple of our Night Empire. The other is the Fire Dragon Sword Immortal from the Divine Sword Empire's Fire Dragon Army. Moreover, it's extremely difficult to nurture these 2 empire-level soldier types. There are 2 difficulties in nurturing an army extermination knight. One is that an army extermination knight needs to pile up a large amount of resources to create an army extermination knight. The second is, due to their special constitution, the army extermination knight can only be an elite of our human race, the virtuous Titan race. However, the virtuous Titan race is only a small branch of the human race with a population of about 100 million. Even if our human race helps it reproduce with all our might, they won't be able to produce a new population every year, let alone hire them to build an army extermination knight legion. As for Fire Dragon Sword Immortal, the requirements are even higher. It has 3 specific requirements. The first requirement is, require the Fire Dragon Sword Immortal to have a Fire Elemental Heavenly Spirit root. The second requirement is, the Fire Dragon Sword Immortal has to have at least 1 personal talent in the Sword Dao. The third and most difficult request, the Fire Dragon Sword Immortal has to possess the Sword Dao heart. Bai Chen shook his head at the end. With the huge population of the human race, he could actually find some suitable talents for the first 2 requirements. However, the third Sword Dao heart required such a talent to have the temperament and will that only true sword cultivators had. With such a will, the rarity of the owner of the Sword Dao heart was almost equivalent to a genius with the aptitude to become a god. With the combination of the 3, the Fire Dragon Sword Immortal was even rarer than the Army Extermination Knight. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. He did not expect requirements to become a fire dragon sword immortal to be so ridiculously high. Chapter 780, Entering the Green Bronze Mausoleum. After walking for a full 15 minutes, the two of them finally arrived at a green bronze door. Its main color was bronze green, but in the middle of the door was a black dragon that looked like an Eastern dragon. The black dragon looked into the distance. Even though its face was dignified, it carried an obvious ferocious anger, as if it was angry at someone. It's said that legendary Tyr is a grand unity golden immortal realm black dragon from the immortal world. Later, it died on the high continent for some reason. Then, its dragon body turned into this black dragon mountain range after its death. However, we've already sent people to investigate this black dragon mountain range from beginning to end. We realized that it's only a normal mountain range and is nothing special from the other mountain ranges. Bai Chen looked at the black dragon carving and said. Zhou Zhou nodded and placed his hand in a circular and ancient groove in the middle of the black dragon stone gate. Then, he felt a slight pain in his hand. A drop of blood flowed out and was absorbed by the black dragon stone gate. Then, lines of notifications in black text slowly appeared in front of him. Green Bronze Mausoleum Hint 1, detected that you have the status of an official lord and the qualifications to enter the Green Bronze Mausoleum. Green Bronze Mausoleum Hint 2, you can bring 100,000 soldiers into the Green Bronze Mausoleum together. Prompt, the strength of the 100,000 Green Bronze Knights and 1 Green Bronze General in the Green Bronze Mausoleum will be determined by the strength of you and the soldiers you lead. Do you want to enter the Green Bronze Mausoleum? Zhou Zhou did not confirm immediately. Instead, he looked at Bai Chen. There's no time to lose. I'll bring the soldiers into the Green Bronze Mausoleum first. He said. I'll bring troops to guard the vicinity. Bai Chen said. The Green Bronze Mausoleum was not dangerous, so he was not worried that His Majesty, the King of the Blazing Sun, would encounter any danger. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not waste any more time. After choosing Bai Yun and the other 100,000 soldiers in his heart, he saw them emit a faint green bronze light. Then, they disappeared from the spot. I hope this King of the Blazing Sun can drop the green bronze book at once. Bai Chen looked at the spot where Zhou Zhou had disappeared and sighed. If he could not drop the green bronze book at once, he could only wait for the next green bronze mausoleum to open, which would be 10 years later. Inside the green bronze mausoleum. This corridor was completely made of bronze, and bronze lamps that emitted the light of candlelight hung on the wall. Under the illumination of the light, Zhou Zhou and the others saw ancient and bloody murals engraved on the bronze on both sides of the corridor. Zhou Zhou walked over and looked at the murals. After looking at them for a while, he even touched the content of the murals. The moment he touched the mural, his eyes suddenly emitted invisible time fluctuations. His eyes became ancient, as if he had witnessed the changes in the world. Eye of Time. Activate. The next second, an illusory image that only Zhou Zhou could see appeared in his eyes. A huge shocking black dragon that meandered for thousands of miles descended from the sky and arrived on the high continent. Behind him was a huge white creature with a dog head, a human body, and wings on its back. After the two of them came to the high continent, they each established an empire after many years of development. The Black Dragon Empire was called the Dragon Qin Empire. As for the huge white creature with a dog head, a human body, and wings on its back, it established the Canine Sealing Empire. The two empires had been fighting openly and covertly for many years, but there had never been a victor. Later on, the Dragon Qin Empire had gathered enough resources to advance to the Dragon Qin Divine Kingdom. The Lord of the Canine Sealing Empire discovered the other party's plan. Therefore, he used the spy lying in ambush in the Dragon Qin Empire to destroy the other party's Divine Kingdom promotion ceremony. The Lord of the Dragon Qin Empire was severely injured on the spot and died not long after. Even though the Lord of the Canine Sealing Empire had achieved his goal, they did not expect that the Dragon Qin Empire, which had lost its lord, would counterattack crazily. Coupled with it encouraging the other surrounding empires, the lord of the Canine Sealing Empire, and the Canine Sealing Empire had actually perished on the High Continent first. Not long after, the Dragon Qin Empire, which had lost the protection of the Black Dragon, was destroyed by the joint attack of hundreds of surrounding kingdom-level lord factions. Later on, the descendants of the Dragon Qin Empire scattered everywhere with the inheritance of the Dragon Qin Empire. This green bronze mausoleum was one of the empire's inheritances left behind by the Dragon Qin Empire. So this is the origin of the green bronze mausoleum. He touched his eyes, not expecting this personal talent of an archaeologist to work at this time. He did not mind and led Bai Yun and the other 100,000 soldiers to the end of the corridor. The soldiers present were either at the epic tier or the legendary tier. Therefore, they were naturally extremely fast. After a while, they arrived at the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a flat green bronze tier land. The ground was made of ancient green bronze and was carved with mountains, rivers, and mithril adamantine as river rocks. It looked magnificent and dignified. At the top of the sky, there were also arranged star meteors that emitted faint starlight. It was as if there were stars filling the sky suppressing the green bronze mausoleum. Zhou Zhou also saw their opponents on this trip. They were green bronze soldiers made entirely of ancient bronze. They wore standard armor and held all kinds of soldier-type weapons. Some of them were even riding green bronze ferocious beasts, some were driving bronze carriages, some were holding array discs, and there were even chi practitioners riding flying swords. In front of them was an existence more than 100 meters tall. It was wearing black general armor and had dragon horns on its head and a black dragon tail on its tailbone. Zhou Zhou looked at him. A text notification appeared. Name, Green Bronze General Bai Ling. Strength level, Legendary tier advance grade. Introduction, the general guarding the Green Bronze Mausoleum. He was one of the trusted subordinates of the Black Dragon Emperor when he was alive. After his death, he led 100,000 Green Bronze Knights to protect this place day after day, year after year, waiting for their Black Dragon Emperor to be reborn. Loot's drop rate, 20 legendary tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 legendary tier advance grade Black Dragon Bloodline armor, drop rate, 1%, 1 legendary tier advance grade Army Formation skill book, 10 directional invincible army formation, 1 special grade treasure, green bronze book, drop rate, 0.1%, 1 special building blueprint, Black Dragon Blood Pool, drop rate, 0.01%, 1 mid-tier deity level advance grade Black Dragon Remnant Soul, drop rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the other party's loot drop rate list. There was nothing worth noting about the other loots. What the hell was this mid-tier deity level advance grade Black Dragon Remnant Soul? Could there be an accident? Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. However, he had many trump cards in his hands, so he was not afraid of accidents. He would bring everyone out of this place through his return to the city lord talent if all else failed. He had already tested it when he first entered. This green bronze mausoleum could not restrict him from using his return to the city lord talent. Chapter 781, Battle of the Military Formation. Zhou Zhou stopped thinking about it. His gaze swept across the 100,000 Green Bronze Knights and the extraordinary tier advance grade Green Bronze General. Then, a smile appeared on his face. There were 689 legendary tier Green Bronze Knights. The rest were all epic tier Green Bronze Knights. That Green Bronze General in the Black Dragon Bloodline armor was at the legendary tier elementary grade like him. It was not in vain that I brought all the legendary tier soldiers. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Then, he took a step forward. It was as if he had touched a mechanism with this one step. Rumble. The bronze ground trembled. Dragon roars could be vaguely heard from under the bronze ground. It was as if a pure-blooded dragon had woken up from the bronze tier ground and was venting its anger at the outside world. At the same time, the Green Bronze General standing at the front of all the Green Bronze Knights also slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were also of ancient bronze and he looked a little dazed. At that moment, he was staring at Zhou Zhou. The 100,000 green bronze knights behind him slowly opened their eyes. Then, they raised their bronze weapons almost at the same time and pointed them at Zhou Zhou and the others. "Those who barge into the green bronze mausoleum, die," they said expressionlessly in unison. Facing this scene, Zhou Zhou did not feel nervous at all. This was because even though both sides were epic tier and legendary tier experts, moreover, the other party was a special soldier type. However, half of them were special tier soldiers King of Yellow Gold, and the other half were kingdom level soldiers Violent Storm Spirits. Coupled with the military merit exchange system, every soldier had a large number of skills. If both sides dared to fight, they would definitely win. Just as he was thinking, this green bronze general called Bai Ling suddenly made an offensive gesture. Then, he saw the 100,000 green bronze knights behind him charging towards Zhou Zhou and the others with heavy and powerful steps. The green bronze earth was trembling slightly, giving the 100,000 green bronze knights an unstoppable aura. "Attack! Destroy them!" When Zhou Zhou saw this, he ordered expressionlessly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Bai Yun immediately led the subjects and all the soldiers to rush towards the other party. Just as both sides were running towards each other, the green bronze general suddenly made another hand gesture. Then, the formation of the 100,000 green bronze knights suddenly changed smoothly, forming a special array. Right on the heels of that, wisps of military formation with a murderous aura with traces of green bronze appeared from every green bronze knights and condensed in the sky. Finally, they condensed into a spirit of the military formation that was more than 3,000 meters tall. The spirit of this military formation was a general standing on a bronze chariot. In front of him was a horseman in soldier armor driving a carriage. Horseman was nothing special. The specialness was on this general, the spirit of the military formation. This general was wearing dignified and extravagant black dragon armor. He held a spear in his hand and carried a weapon box, a large shield, and an arrow on his back. He looked majestic, like an all-rounded king of war standing on a carriage and rampaging on the battlefield. Facing this scene, Bai Yun snorted. With a thought, a large amount of silver sword energy appeared on each soldier's body. Then, it quickly gathered and formed a huge figure of a mysterious swordsman who was 10,000 meters tall. He was wearing a silver raincoat and holding a silver divine sword. His entire body was wrapped in silver sword energy, enveloping the 100,000 extraordinary tier soldiers. It was the spirit of the small god army formation Sura Myriad Spirit Army Formation Sura Swordsman. "Kill!" The soldiers on both sides roared and charged forward. Then, they quickly collided and fought crazily, inviting the other party's death. Clang! The sword and the spear collided. The two spirits of the Sura swordsman and the invincible general were also officially fighting under the charge and shouts of the soldiers. Right on the heels of that, this invincible general was directly sent flying by the Sura swordsman's sword. Even the 100,000 green bronze knights and the green bronze general were sent flying uncontrollably before falling heavily to the ground. Even though these green bronze knights and the green bronze general did not die directly because of the invincible army formation, it also weakened their aura. On the other side, the Sura swordsman was still expressionless. He held the silver divine sword in his hand and quickly walked towards the spirit of the invincible military formation. Thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. The green bronze generals and green bronze knights forcefully stood up one after another. Then, they rode on the spirits of the invincible military formation and stabbed their spears back into their weapons boxes. Then, they pulled out the bows on their backs and shot an arrow at the Sura swordsman. The bow was like a thunderbolt. This sudden arrow shot over extremely quickly and arrived in front of the Sura swordsman in the blink of an eye. However, the Sura swordsman still reacted. It raised its hand extremely quickly and waved a Shinra sword chi. The Shinra sword chi easily cut through the ancient bronze arrow and shot towards the spirit of the invincible army formation. When the spirit of the invincible military formation saw this scene, it immediately threw away the bow and arrow in its hand. Then, it pulled out the huge green bronze shield on its back and in the blink of an eye, posed in front of it in a perfect defense posture, perfectly protecting the body of the spirit of its military formation and the 100,000 green bronze knights and green bronze generals inside. Seeing this scene, Zhou Zhou seized the opportunity to raise his hand and activate insight defection. An invisible fluctuation instantly covered the 100,000 green bronze knights and the green bronze general. A text notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Notification: a total of 24,879 epic tier green bronze knights and 121 legendary tier green bronze knights have betrayed their Lord faction and become your loyal subordinates. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. This was why he brought so many top soldiers over. He wanted the result of this insight defection. More than 24,000 epic tier soldiers and 121 legendary tier soldiers. The military strength of the army he had with him now was weak. At the same time, just after his insight defection succeeded, the spirit of the invincible army formation instantly dissipated, revealing the 75,000 green bronze knights and green bronze generals inside. As for the 25,000 green bronze knights that he had insight defection on, Zhou Zhou had already ordered them to retreat the moment he succeeded. The remaining green bronze knights clearly could not react for a moment in the face of the Shinra sword chi that had already flown into their faces. In the next moment, boom! This sword chi that was equivalent to a low-tier deity-level intermediate grade god spirit smashed into these green bronze knights, shattering more than 1,000 of them on the spot. The nearby green bronze knights were also affected by the sword chi, and their bronze bodies more or less became a little incomplete. The green bronze general wanted to control the crowd control army to counterattack again. However, the Sura swordsman walked forward again and slashed at them again. Boom! The bronze ground trembled. Another 1,000 green bronze knights were shattered. The Sura swordsman did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He slashed down again and again, killing these green bronze knights in the blink of an eye. The last strike. He decapitated the green bronze general with a single slash. The green bronze general's eyes widened slightly before he slowly closed them. The battlefield returned to calm. Chapter 782, Book of Silver and Dragon Transformation Pool. The Sura swordsman swept his gaze across the battlefield. After confirming that he had not missed any green bronze knights, his body turned into countless silver sword chi and gradually dissipated, revealing Bai Yun and the other 100,000 elite soldiers inside the spirit of the military formation. Bai Yun left the soldiers and walked to the green bronze general. She picked up his head and body and turned around to return to Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty, the enemy has been defeated. Bai Yun put down the green bronze general's corpse and said respectfully. Go clean up the battlefield. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully and turned to leave. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his gaze landed on the green bronze general's corpse. He pondered for a long time and finally raised his right hand, preparing to retrieve this guy's loot. Soon, the green bronze general's corpse quickly turned into a large amount of loot and flew into his king's treasure box. At the same time, Zhou Zhou also looked at the text notification in front of him. Lord Talent Notification: your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint: your loots have been affected by the title of the strongest lord. The number of loots has increased by 150%. Lord Talent Notification: you have obtained Perfect Loots 50 Divine Crystals, Low Tier Deity Advance Grade, 3 sets of Low Tier Deity Advance Grade Black Dragon Bloodline Divine Artifact Outfits, 3 Soldier God Battle Formation Skill Books, Low Tier Advance Grade, 3 Silver Book, Special Tier, 3 Dragon Transformation Pool Special Building Blueprints, Special Tier, 1 Black Dragon Remnant Soul, High Tier Deity Level Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou began to check the loots. There was naturally no need to mention the Divine Crystals and the low-tier Advance Grade Divine Artifact outfits. The Soldier God Battle Formation Skill Book was an upgraded version of the 10-directional Invincible Battle Formation. It could summon the spirit of a military formation with the strength of an advance-grade low-tier deity with just 100 legendary tier soldiers and 100 million epic tier soldiers. The abilities that the weapon god had were very comprehensive. Whether it was bows, spears, shields, swords, daggers, or even abilities like controlling chariots, the spirit of the military formation the soldier god could perfectly master and use them on his opponent. Moreover, its consumption was extremely low. Manipulating the spirit of such a military formation for an hour only required one low-tier deity advance-grade god spirit. An hour was enough for an existence with the combat strength of an advance-grade low-tier deity to do many things. This was a military formation that was better than the small god Suram myriad spirit army formation in terms of combat strength and endurance. Zhou Zhou decided to send it to Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and Luo Sheng. The first two were naturally geniuses in military formations. As a ghost god general, Luo Sheng also had a very high understanding and talent in military formations. Coupled with the high-level secret manual of the hero inheritance and the book of the god spirit he had recently given him, giving the other party a chance to learn this higher-level military formation was their last choice. Zhou Zhou did not learn any of them. As a lord, he would not go to the battlefield often after all. He almost had no use for this military formation. Moreover, there was a chance that he would be able to directly master the abilities of his subordinates through the Lord Shop or the King's Lord talent in the future. Since that was the case, there was actually no need for him to keep it to learn. After making up his mind, he looked at the next loots. Treasure Name, Book of Silver. Treasure Grade, Special Tier. Treasure Effect, fuse it with the Territory Stone Tablet and you can specify the quality of a soldier type in the Territory +1. It cannot exceed the Kingdom level soldier type. Treasure Description, a top-grade rare treasure that can increase the quality of soldier types. It is extremely loved by thousands of lords. When Zhou Zhou saw this information, he immediately revealed a look of joy. As expected of the Book of Silver that had been enhanced by the King of Loots. Now, he could actually strengthen his soldier type to a kingdom-level soldier type. This was much stronger than the Green Bronze Book. The only enhancement target in Zhou Zhou's heart was naturally the King of Yellow Gold. The King of Yellow Gold's current performance on the battlefield was quite satisfactory to him. Not only could it resist and fight, but Zhou Zhou had no reason to refute if the Book of Silver was used to strengthen it after all. As for the other two books of silver, Zhou Zhou planned to keep them for now and wait until he encountered a suitable target in the future. Then, he looked at the three identical special building blueprints. Building Blueprint Name, Dragon Transformation Pool. Building Blueprint Level, Special. Building Blueprint Effect Pure Bloodline. Non-pure blooded dragon life forms with dragon bloodline can purify the dragon bloodline in their bodies through the baptism of the dragon transformation pool and advance to a pure-blooded dragon. Materials needed to make the dragon transformation pool: pure-blooded dragon blood of low-tier deity level elementary grade at the very least, pure-blooded dragon soul of low-tier deity level elementary grade at the very least, low-tier deity level elementary grade fruit scarlet dragon fruit, low-tier deity level elementary grade medicinal herbs, blood dragon wood, low-tier deity level elementary grade medicinal herbs 9-leaf divine flower, low-tier deity level intermediate grade fruit jade exquisite. Building Blueprint Description, one of the inheritance treasures of the dragon race. It is an important bloodline building for the dragon race to increase the number of their members and continue the inheritance of the race. It's actually a building blueprint for purifying the dragon bloodline. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that this building was also useful to his territory. After all, even though he had a pure-blooded dragon, he also had the 100 drake seeds that the Dragon Lady Lord had sent over to buy his kingdom token. In addition, the other party would send over 50 drake cubs tomorrow. These were all good seedlings that could be promoted to pure-blooded dragons. He just did not know how many pure-blooded dragons this dragon transformation pool could create after he built it. Then, he looked at the last loot. Black Dragon Remnant Soul. Treasure name, Black Dragon Remnant Soul. Treasure grade, High Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade. Treasure effect, the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor who had fallen into a dormant state. He was once the founder of the Dragon Qin Empire. Later, during the Divine Kingdom Advancement Ceremony, he was assassinated and severely injured by a spy planted in the empire by the Canine Sealing Empire. Not long after, he died completely. The descendants of the Dragon Qin Empire were unwilling to let the ancestor leave just like that, so they used the 9-9 life wheel reincarnation restriction technique to split the Black Dragon's soul into 81 portions and placed them in the 81 green bronze mausoleums. They also sent a portion of soldiers to guard the guardian mausoleums and wait for the future resurrection of the Black Dragon Emperor. Treasure description: the Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul is awakening. Zhou Zhou's pupils constricted. Without thinking, he threw the 3 remnant souls of the Black Dragon Emperor into the distance. However, not long after he threw it out, he saw 3 palm-sized remnant souls of the Black Dragon Emperor suddenly hover strangely in the sky of the green bronze mausoleum. Countless black energy turned into thick and dignified black dragons. They swept over from all directions. Some simply appeared from the void. Then, they surged into the remnant souls of the 3 Black Dragon Emperors like whales. The corporeal pressure of a high-tier deity level and the pressure of the pure-blooded dragon bloodline swept in all directions with an invincible aura. Chapter 783, The Awakened Remnant Soul of the Black Dragon Emperor. In the blink of an eye, this majestic aura enveloped Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, and the other 100,000 soldiers. At 3 low and surprised voices sounded from the remnant souls of the 3 Black Dragon Emperors. Right on the heels of that, the 3 palm-sized remnant souls of the Black Dragon Emperor expanded rapidly with the help of a large amount of natural energy. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1000 meters. 10 kilometers. 100 kilometers. 1000 kilometers. When they increased to more than 1000 kilometers tall, the bodies of the 3 Black Dragon Emperors gradually stopped growing. Such a shocking scene made Zhou Zhou and the others, who looked up at the Black Dragon Emperor's divine body, speechless. It was magical. This green bronze mausoleum seemed to be augmented by a portion of the law of space, so much so that the Black Dragon Emperor's body had expanded to such an extent. Its size seemed to be able to increase with it, and it would not restrict the Black Dragon Remnant Soul's body at all. I'm very satisfied. In the sky, the Black Dragon Emperor's low and dignified voice suddenly sounded. I don't know how you did it. However, if you can create 3 more remnant souls like me, I can promise you that I can help you build a new empire that belongs to your human race. Before I died, I remember that there were only 5 empire-level lord factions in your entire human race. I think the condition I raised is already quite superior. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he had to admit that he was tempted. However, he quickly forgot about this temptation. If you don't give me any practical benefits, why are you talking about Hook 8? Where did your habit of flattery come from? Zhou Zhou said directly. He fell silent for a few seconds before saying, there aren't many practical benefits in this green bronze mausoleum. Those green bronze knights have also been defeated by you. The loots on them have also been taken away by you. I'm only a remnant soul now. I have nothing to give you. However, if you promise me, I can tell you the location of the other green bronze mausoleums and the way to control them. At that time, I only wanted my dragon soul. As for the other treasures of the Dragon Qin Empire in the green bronze mausoleum, you can take them all. How about that? That sounds good. Zhou Zhou pretended to be deep in thought while raising his vigilance to the highest level. This was because just as he tried to agree to the other party's request, his epic tier lord talent intuition suddenly gave him a huge warning sign. This meant that even though the other party's words sounded good, there was actually great danger hidden. Old silver coins black dragon. Zhou Zhou cursed in his heart. If it were any other lord, they might really not be able to resist the other party's temptation and fall into his trap. Fortunately, he had a lord talent like intuition, which could avoid danger. Just as he was thinking about how to restore the old silver coin's black dragon, an urgent alarm suddenly sounded in his heart. At the same time, the regal sage Dao sword at his waist vibrated crazily. Boom! A huge explosion shook. The entire green bronze mausoleum was shattered at this moment. Even in the outside world, the entire Black Dragon mountain range shook violently. The collapse of the mountain happened everywhere. Fearful roars came from the monsters, streams were cut off, and the beast tide surged. At this moment, the entire Black Dragon mountain range was in chaos. What happened? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation after guarding the green bronze mausoleum for so many years. Oh no! Your Majesty of the Blazing Sun! He suddenly thought of something and his expression changed as he looked at the entrance of the green bronze mausoleum. Inside the green bronze mausoleum, after the aftershock of the explosion and the dust dissipated, he saw a human and 3 black dragons confronting each other from afar. The person was naturally Zhou Zhou. At this moment, he was unharmed, but his emperor dragon robe fluttered in the wind. He looked coldly at the 3 black dragon remnant souls in front of him. These 3 black dragon remnant souls were naturally the remnant souls of the black dragon emperor. At this moment, they were looking at Zhou Zhou and the regal sage Dao sword that was blocking he. The regal sage Dao sword was like an incomparably sturdy wall, blocking their thoughts of taking another step forward. The remnant souls of the 3 black dragon emperors looked at the sword and then at Zhou Zhou. They suddenly laughed softly. Then, their laughter became louder and louder. In the blink of an eye, it spread throughout the entire dilapidated green bronze mausoleum. Even the Black Dragon mountain range outside the green bronze mausoleum and even further away could be heard. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor in the middle looked at Zhou Zhou as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. Unbelievable! It's unbelievable! Chaos Human Bloodline, Original Spirit Race Bloodline, Light Sacred Dragon Bloodline, and this regal sage Dao sword that protects its master. You, a human, actually occupy so many of the world's top treasures. What a waste! What a waste! If I possess your body, not to mention dominating the high continent, I would even have the guts to fight for the Lord of all races. I really didn't expect this. Back then, Hound Feng and I came to the high continent from the immortal world. We originally only wanted to become lords and obtain the recognition of the supreme will in the Lord War for supremacy, thereby advancing further. I'm only thinking about the position of the Lord of all races, but I know that I have no hope at all facing those top-notch lords and veteran race civilizations. I didn't expect. Now, I actually see my hope of achieving the Dao from you. The heavens are helping me. Ha 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 ha. Give up resisting. As soon as he finished speaking, the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor in the middle raised its head and roared. Then, it bit Zhou Zhou again. A terrifying pressure swept over, as if the air had become as heavy as a mountain. Zhou Zhou's expression turned cold. Then, he activated the king's innate ability without hesitation and augmented all of Guo Jiao's strength on himself, increasing his strength to the low-tier deity level intermediate grade. Then, he used Guo Jiao's low potential to directly activate the power of the Dragon Slayer, allowing the strength enhanced on him to jump to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. At this moment, Guo Jiao's strength, coupled with Zhou Zhou's own strength, made Zhou Zhou quickly realize that his current combat strength was one of the best even among high-tier deity levels. Then, with the thought, he recalled the regal sage Dao sword that was protecting its master. Then, he held the regal sage Dao sword and slashed at the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor that was rushing towards him with all his might. Chapter 784, Fighting the Remnant Soul of the Black Dragon Emperor, 1. The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul, 6 senses, was also very shocking. He immediately felt that there was something wrong with the power of this strike and that it might severely injure him. Therefore, he immediately turned around and dodged this attack without thinking. He looked down at Zhou Zhou after successfully dodging. You humans really have many surprising methods. But... And now? The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul sneered. Then, the other 2 Black Dragon Emperor remnant souls behind he flew over and flew side by side with the Black Dragon Emperor. The remnant souls of the 3 Black Dragon Emperors with the strength of high-tier deity level advance grade stared at Zhou Zhou with indifferent eyes. It was as if he was looking at a dead person. Facing this scene, Zhou Zhou first took out the pillar of the Empire puppet expressionlessly and summoned Gerard, who had the strength of a high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and muttered something. Then, his right hand suddenly slapped the void under his feet. The next second, a huge purple teleportation array appeared under Zhou Zhou's feet. Right on the heels of that, a huge snake with purple jade eyes and a snake body that was also more than 1,000 kilometers tall appeared from the teleportation array. It glanced at Zhou Zhou and then looked solemnly at the Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul. It was the high-tier deity advance grade divine insect, the purple jade heavenly king snake god that Zhou Zhou had summoned from the affinity of the poison god. The 3 high-tier deity level existences actually seemed to suppress the Black Dragon remnant soul, which also had 3 advance grade high-tier deity level existences. The remnant souls of the 3 Black Dragon Emperors narrowed their eyes slightly as they watched this scene. He was a little surprised. Where did this kid come from? Not only did he have so many high-level bloodlines, but he could also rely on his legendary tier elementary grade strength to have so many high-tier deity level helpers? Could this be a son of a divine kingdom from some divine kingdom? He muttered in his heart. However, he was naturally not afraid. He was an existence that had almost successfully established its own divine kingdom back then. Even if it was only 1, no, 3 remnant souls now, it would not be afraid of an existence at the level of a son of the divine kingdom. He stopped thinking about it and his gaze landed on Zhou Zhou and the others. Looking at Zhou Zhou's expression, he could tell that he had no intention of giving up. Extremely stubborn. Forget it. I can still snatch your body even if I kill you. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor in the middle said. Then, the 3 Black Dragon remnant souls rushed towards Zhou Zhou and the others. Kill. Gerard knew that he relied on the existence of the pillar of the Empire puppet. As long as the pillar of the Empire puppet was not spoilt, he would not really die. At most, he would lose the divine power of this body. Therefore, he was not afraid at all when facing this Black Dragon remnant soul that gave he a lot of pressure. He directly raised his space-splitting blade, grinned, and rushed towards it. However, even though his courage was commendable, there was still a huge difference in strength between the 2 sides. Even though Gerard had a high-tier deity-level divine artifact, he was still suppressed by the remnant soul of this Black Dragon Emperor. On the other side, the high-tier deity-level advance grade purple jade heavenly king snake god looked at the remnant soul of the other Black Dragon Emperor rushing towards it, and fear flashed in its purple jade eyes. Even though he was a top-notch divine gu, he still felt fear from his bloodline even though he was only a remnant soul facing an existence like the Black Dragon who was born at the top of his bloodline. However, there was no suppression. This was because he had some Dragon Slayer characteristics to a certain extent as a divine gu summoned by Zhou Zhou. The next second, the purple jade heavenly king snake god suppressed the fear in its heart and let out a sharp hiss. Then, it pounced on the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor. The 2 of them quickly fought in close combat. Even though their bodies were similar and their realms were the same, the Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul was clearly stronger than the purple jade heavenly king snake god. However, the purple jade heavenly king snake god had sharp poisonous teeth and could inject soul venom into the Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul, weakening its strength. Therefore, at this moment, the Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul had some advantage in the beginning. However, gradually, the Purple Jade Heavenly King Snake God actually showed signs of turning the tables, making it look like the two sides were actually fighting back and forth. On Zhou Zhou's side. At this moment, they were also fighting the Black Dragon Remnant Soul in the middle. The strength of a high-tier deity level intermediate grade coupled with top-notch bloodlines like the Chaos Human Bloodline, the Light Sacred Dragon Bloodline, the Original Spirit Race Bloodline, and the 10,000 Gu Emperor Clan Bloodline. Chaos Intimidation, Chaos Breath, Light Sacred Dragon Armor, Light Sacred Dragon Crown, All Things Burn, Extreme Dragon Power, World Fisher, Thunder God Spear. He used all kinds of top-notch bloodline abilities at will to deal with this Black Dragon Remnant Soul. The more Zhou Zhou fought, the more satisfied he felt. He suddenly had an epiphany. Using chaotic origin power above the God Spirit level to use these top-notch bloodline abilities was the correct way to open these top-notch bloodline abilities. In the past, his ability to use these top-notch bloodlines without reaching the God Spirit level had never displayed the true power of these abilities. At the same time, he realized the power of a command-type law skill. Just the Black Iron Tier Lord Talent, King, had caused his strength to soar to this extent. What if he comprehended the incomplete Lord Law skill behind it? What if he comprehended the Lord Law skill behind the extraordinary Tier King? Zhou Zhou could not imagine how much his strength would increase. At the same time, facing Zhou Zhou and the other Black Dragon Emperor's remnant souls, he was also a little shocked. He never expected that this human lord's strength could actually increase to such a level in a short period of time. The other party's original strength was only at the legendary tier elementary grade, but it could already do this. What would happen if he advanced to the God Spirit level? The more the Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul thought about it, the greedier he looked at Zhou Zhou. I must take his body and use it as my new body. When the time comes, he could completely use this body as a basis to create a great undertaking that he didn't even dare to think about before. Moreover, he might even be able to counterattack the immortal world and wash away the humiliation he had suffered in the immortal world back then. At the thought of this, he no longer hesitated. Roar! He let out an earth-shattering dragon roar at the sky. The next second, the other two Black Dragon remnant souls suddenly shook off Gerard and the Purple Jade Heavenly King Snake God. Then, they rushed towards this Black Dragon remnant soul and rushed into his body. Boom! An incomparable aura erupted from him. Then, the body of the Black Dragon remnant soul began to grow again. 1,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers. 3,000 kilometers. 5,000 kilometers. 7,000 kilometers. 9,000 kilometers. It was only when his dragon body expanded to 9,999 kilometers that he seemed to have reached a limit and stopped growing. At the same time, his aura and might had reached an extremely astonishing level. At this moment, it was as if it could tear through space with a gentle move of its sharp claws. A look could make a low-tier deity level or even a mid-tier deity level stiffen. Chapter 785, Fighting the Remnant Soul of the Black Dragon Emperor, 2. Roar! The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul roared at the sky. The space inside the green bronze mausoleum suddenly shattered. Then, under the control of a huge divine power, it turned into a completely different deep black space in the blink of an eye. Reforge the space. I'm only a step away from refining the world. Zhou Zhou looked up at the Black Dragon remnant soul with a solemn expression. This guy's strength is probably infinitely close to the true God tier. He muttered. At this moment, the Black Dragon remnant soul, which was as huge as a pillar, slowly lowered its head and looked down at Zhou Zhou, the little worm. He looked at Zhou Zhou, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Two blood-colored pillars of light shot out of his eyes, enveloping Zhou Zhou in them at lightning speed. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly felt that his soul was about to be forcefully pulled out of his body, and another unfamiliar and cold soul was about to take the opportunity to enter his body and become the new owner of this body. You want to possess me? Zhou Zhou's expression turned cold. Haha. What's the use of your struggle? Back then, I held the Divine Kingdom advancement ceremony and was already a true God tier elementary grade existence. Even though I'm only a remnant soul now, my essence is still at the true God tier. What's so difficult about possessing a high tier deity level like you? The Black Dragon remnant soul laughed. In fact, with his previous experience, he naturally wouldn't be so smug if it was just an ordinary possession. However, he knew that once he succeeded in this possession, his future would be unimaginably bright. Not to mention returning to the body of a life form and rebuilding the divine kingdom that he had not built back then. Even if he counterattacked the immortal world and became the lord of the immortal world, there was even a chance of becoming the lord of all races. Thinking of such a future, that was why the Black Dragon remnant soul was so excited. On the other side, facing such a dangerous situation, Zhou Zhou did not panic at all. He placed the regal Sage Dao sword back at his waist and took out the sword of new dimension creation, holding it in his hand. The spatio-temporal region. In an instant, the blood-colored pillar of light that enveloped Zhou Zhou was isolated by the spatio-temporal region's independent world. Zhou Zhou immediately felt his soul steadily return to his body. The Black Dragon remnant soul's surprised voice came from the sky. His blood-red gaze swept across and quickly landed on Zhou Zhou in the spatio-temporal region, and the sword of new dimension creation in his hand. True God tier divine artifacts. The Black Dragon remnant soul exclaimed. His voice was filled with unconcealable fanaticism and greed. True God tier divine artifacts. It had to be known that even those true God tier might not have a divine artifact of this level. Only those lords of the divine kingdom might have true God tier divine artifacts. As for those true God tier experts who had true God tier artifacts, all of them were absolute experts among true God tier experts. Even Master God tier had to show a certain amount of respect to true God tiers who had true God tier artifacts. If it was a true God tier advanced grade true God tier who had a true God tier divine artifacts that matched him, even Master God tier would have to treat such an existence as an equal. This was because such a true God tier already had the qualifications to fight a Master God tier who had just entered the Master God tier. Back then, when he held the Divine Kingdom advancement ceremony, if he had a true God tier divine artifacts in his hands, he could protect his Divine Kingdom advancement ceremony while directly killing the attacking true God tier, let alone that dog seal. A true God tier with a true God tier was that strong. Then, he suddenly realized something. Then, after a few seconds of silence, he suddenly used his dragon claws to tear at the space in front of him, wanting to open a spatial passageway to escape. This human lord had top-notch combat strength comparable to a high-tier deity level to begin with. Now that he had the help of this true God-tier divine artifacts, at this moment, this human lord was already far superior to him. If he wanted to fight him forcefully and possess his body, not only would he fail to possess it, but he would also lose his powerful remnant soul body. With my current remnant soul body, as long as I find another portion of the green bronze mausoleum and fuse with the incomplete dragon soul inside, I can restore the complete dragon soul divine body. At that time, I will have half of my strength at my peak. A true God tier with half of his strength is also a true God tier. At that time, even if this human lord has true God tier divine artifacts, he won't be able to pose any threat to me. When the time comes, I can snatch his body, bloodline, and true God tier divine artifacts. The Black Dragon remnant soul thought. However, in the next second, his expression suddenly turned ugly. This was because he realized that he actually could not break through this space he had created. How is that possible? My current strength is infinitely close to that of a true God tier. How can I not open this space? The Black Dragon remnant soul looked at the space in front of it in disbelief. Then, he thought of something and looked at Zhou Zhou below. Zhou Zhou was looking at it with the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. On his right hand, blood-colored streams of light seemed to be half alive. They kept spinning and dancing in his palm, finally forming an impenetrable blood-colored cage. This cage was clearly in Zhou Zhou's hands. However, from the perspective of the Black Dragon Remnant Soul, which was once a true god tier, this cage had clearly imprisoned the entire space. It was the heaven-sealing void life concealment technique that Zhou Zhou had once obtained from the illusory fate race. Zhou Zhou had already used the heaven-sealing void life concealment technique to seal this world just now. The grade of the heaven-sealing void life concealment technique was so high that even the true god tiers of the many top races who participated in the Broken Battle Axe event back then could not discover the illusory life race that was hiding with this method. Only the space-time true god tier and a few other master god tier existences happened to catch a glimpse of the world of the illusory life race. The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul was naturally not something that a high-tier deity-level advance-grade remnant soul infinitely close to the true god tier could remove. You sealed you and me in this closed-off space that we can't leave. You shouldn't be trying to die with me. Which means, you have the method to leave this closed-off space. It seems. I can only try to kill you. The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul said in a low voice, "Human Lord, you're too arrogant. Even if you have the true god tier divine artifacts, once I really attack with all my might and risk being seriously injured, you will only die at my hands." Oh! Zhou Zhou looked at him with some interest. Then let this king see the methods of a former true god tier like you. Aren't you afraid of death? The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul could not help but ask when it saw Zhou Zhou's confident expression. This king just wants to experience what it's like to die. Zhou Zhou said sincerely. The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul misunderstood Zhou Zhou. A little lord from the lowly slut race. He just doesn't know how high the sky is. I'll make you regret saying this. The Black Dragon Remnant Soul was really angry. Chapter 786, The Trump Card of the Dark Emperor's Remnant Soul. Summoning the Dark Holy Dragon Dafaraj. At this moment, the Black Dragon Emperor's Remnant Soul actually felt a sense of fearless confidence from this little bug. I'm a true god tier god spirit. He opened his dragon mouth and bit Zhou Zhou. However, Zhou Zhou casually slashed out a silver sword that was more than 10,000 kilometers long, splitting the Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul in half. This Black Dragon remnant soul, which was infinitely close to becoming a true god tier, could not even withstand a single strike from Zhou Zhou. It's infinitely close to a true god tier, but it's only infinitely close to a true god tier. In front of the might of a true god tier, if you don't have any trump cards, you can say goodbye to this world. Zhou Zhou said coldly. The chaotic power source in his body had already reached the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Chaotic power source at this level could already perfectly use the power of the Sword of New Dimension Creation. Which meant, at this moment, it already had the destructive power of a casual attack from a true god tier elementary grade. Still, it was not without flaws. Zhou Zhou sensed the promotion energy in his body. The sword had consumed 80% of his chaotic energy. The remaining chaotic power source would not be as powerful as before even if he could swing his sword again. He felt a dull pain in his chaos physique. He even felt like it was cracking and collapsing. He had a premonition. If he swung his sword again without any scruples, his body would directly collapse and he would die. However, his expression was calm and he was not afraid at all. This was because he could sense it. Even if he used 20% of his chaotic power source to launch the next attack, this sword could still kill the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor, whose strength had been greatly reduced. Courting death. You forced me. The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul was enraged once again. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Sacred Ancestor, please show yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon soul pressure emitted by the Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul rapidly decreased. At the same time, his body began to shrink rapidly. 9,000 kilometers. 8,000 kilometers. 5,000 kilometers. 3,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. When the black dragon remnant soul's body shrunk to a height of 700 to 800 kilometers, he stopped shrinking. At the same time, the aura of another incomparably terrifying existence quietly appeared in this space. He didn't reveal a specific form. However, even an illusory body was more than 100,000 kilometers tall. And this was only because the reforged spatial world was more than 100,000 kilometers wide. Zhou Zhou looked at this existence and had a feeling. If he appeared in the real world, then, his body would immediately expand to billions of kilometers in size. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he blotted out the sky. Soon, when he appeared, all the light in the world seemed to have lost its meaning. The entire space fell into extreme darkness. Only the pair of dragon eyes that contained a deep black-purple light stared at the vast refining world, becoming the only source of light in this dark world. Legendary dragon, dark holy dragon. Zhou Zhou muttered. This existence that seemed to have gathered the extreme darkness of the endless heavens was the legendary dragon of the dragon race, the dark holy dragon. It was on the same level as the former extreme world-honored dragon and the light sacred dragon under Zhou Zhou. Of course, the same level here only referred to the bloodline level. In terms of strength, the light sacred dragon was only at the epic tier. Regardless of whether it was the extreme world-honored dragon or the dark holy dragon, they were both master god tier existences that had been famous for a long time. Even though his reputation was inferior to the 10 master god tiers, it was still much stronger than ordinary master god tier. Interesting. Inj Sal's bloodline actually appeared on a human. The dark holy dragon, Dafarach, looked at Zhou Zhou in wonder. Following that, he turned his gaze, wanting to investigate Zhou Zhou's past. Then, he seemed to have discovered something. His gaze landed on the regal Saint Deo sword at Zhou Zhou's waist and he raised his brows slightly. He looked at the sword in silence for a long time before finally suppressing the thought of investigating the other party's past. Divine Ancestor, please kill this human lord. Junior Qin Wuxi, in the future, I will build the temple His Majesty needs wherever the Divine Ancestor can reach in the myriad worlds and provide the Divine Ancestor with eternal faith. Even though the Black Dragon remnant soul Qin Wuxi's voice was very weak, his attitude was very firm. On the other side, Your Holiness Dafarach. Zhou Zhou looked at the possessed Black Dragon remnant soul and said politely. The Dark Holy Dragon was a legendary dragon of the dragon race and the ancestor of all black dragons. It was naturally worthy of respect. However, the only bad news for him was, it was recorded in the legendary dragon secrets of the Light Sacred Dragon. The Dark Holy Dragon bloodline and the Light Sacred Dragon bloodline had never been on good terms. Unlike the extreme world-honored dragon, who could give the Light Sacred Dragon face and let him off. Zhou Zhou looked at the Dark Holy Dragon and had a bad feeling. However, he was not afraid. This was because his innate intuition and danger prediction did not warn him that danger would appear next. The owner of the Light Sacred Dragon's bloodline. Even though you and I can be considered to have a certain relationship, due to the contract, I have to attack you once. After one, I'll leave. Life and death are up to fate. I hope you can handle it. The Dark Holy Dragon said calmly. Then, he saw a huge purple dragon eye suddenly appear above Zhou Zhou. The dragon's eye spanned thousands of square kilometers. From afar, it looked as if the heavens had opened their eyes. The next second, drops of black liquid flowed out of the dragon's eyes. Then, more and more black liquid appeared. It was as if it was raining black. The rain fell on Zhou Zhou's body. Sizzle. Zhou Zhou's eyes narrowed. Traces of corrosion appeared on the Emperor Dragon robe he was wearing. Some parts of it even cracked. Every drop of rainwater can easily kill a god spirit. Zhou Zhou was secretly alarmed. The next second. Crash. It was like a downpour. Dense black rain fell from the sky and covered Zhou Zhou's entire body. From the outside, Zhou Zhou's existence could not even be observed. At this moment, boom! A five-colored light erupted from the black rainwater and directly broke through the slanting black water pillar, forming an illusory sword domain formed by the five-colored five-elements sword chi in the surroundings. High-tier deity intermediate grade sword formation Great 5 elements sword formation. Even though this 5 elements sword array was originally an epic tier advanced grade sword array, it was only limited by Chi Suanation's cultivation back then. In fact, in the sword Dao inheritance in his mind, there was a 5 elements sword array that led directly to the high-tier deity level advanced grade. Zhou Zhou had previously obtained Chi Suanation's sword Dao inheritance through the Lord Shop. Now that his strength had temporarily increased to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade, he could naturally use this higher level 5 elements sword array. Chapter 787, Power of Final Nirvana. Breakthrough. Under the support of the 5 elements sword array, the black rainwater that fell from the sky was finally isolated from the 5 elements sword array. Zhou Zhou was not surprised that it could achieve such an effect. However, the dark holy dragon, which was standing in the sky, did not think so. He looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. Sword Chi Thread. How long has it been since the King of the Blazing Sun arrived in the High Continent? He has already reached such a level. As a legendary dragon that had never died and reincarnated. He understood almost 90% of the matters in the myriad worlds after living countless years. He naturally understood the sword cultivator's realm of sword chi thread. One had to know that some sword cultivators might not be able to comprehend such a realm after living for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. And once one comprehended this realm, normal life forms could kill gods above their level. Something as ridiculous as killing a high-tier deity-level expert could happen. It could be seen how terrifying sword chi thread was. This King of the Blazing Sun had actually comprehended such a realm in such a short period of time after coming to the High Continent. It truly surprised him. With such great comprehension, great opportunity, and great will, it is no wonder he could obtain the attention of the extreme world-honored dragon, the light sacred dragon, and even the regal dragon. The dark holy dragon's eyes were deep. Legendary dragons almost never appeared in the eyes of life forms. Their main activity place was the Chaos Sea or even the world outside the Chaos Sea. Such a place, even Master God tier rarely ventured there, what more a true God tier. It was unbelievable that the King of the Blazing Sun could be related to so many legendary dragons on the High Continent. Interesting. Then show me what you're made of. The next second, the amount of black rainwater that fell from the sky increased by 10 times. Zhou Zhou, who was the first to bear the brunt, immediately changed his expression. His first thought was, he would definitely not be able to block it. The second thought was, let's give it our all. He did as he said. Without thinking, he restrained the regal dragon resistance in the regal sage Dao sword and told he not to attack. On the other hand, he extracted all the energy in his body and even extracted the power in his body and poured it all into the sword of new dimension creation in his hand. Buzz! The sword of new dimension creation trembled violently, especially the silver wheel at the center of the hilt. It emitted a crisp ring that seemed to be able to transmigrate time and space. At the same time, silver-gray power of time and space surged out of the silver light wheel, independently dividing the space around Zhou Zhou into a complete spatio-temporal region. Zhou Zhou's expression changed slightly as he held the sword of new dimension creation. At this moment, he felt that this true god-tier divine artifacts seemed to have the weight of a world. He actually had a faint feeling that he could not lift it. He gritted his teeth. Regardless of the fact that his body was already crumbling more and more, and hideous cracks had even appeared on his body, he forcefully lifted it up with difficulty and raised it above his head. Then, he activated the myriad sword immortal formation at the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Wisps of sword chi mixed with blood light quickly interweaved and gathered under the realm of sword chi thread. Then, in the blink of an eye, they formed a huge silver-grey sword chi that was 10,000 miles long with blood threads. Thick space-time fluctuations spread out in all directions from this huge silver-grey sword chi. Wherever it passed, space shattered and time slowed down. Its power was astonishing. High up in the sky, when the Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul saw this scene, he was secretly shocked. This sword was even stronger than the previous attack. Was this guy a monster? The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul couldn't help but think. However, he soon became envious. The better this human lord performed, the more it proved that he had made the right choice. The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul licked his lips as he thought. At this moment, Zhou Zhou, whose clothes were tattered and covered in blood, used his last bit of strength to finally slash out with the sword that he had accumulated all his strength. The black rainwater was cut into two wherever the sword chi passed. Then, in the manner of space-time leap, it charged towards the dark holy dragon in the sky. The dark holy dragon also saw the sword. A look of admiration flashed in his eyes. Then, he once again used 1/1000th of his strength. The total amount of black rainwater increased by 10 times, and the quality also increased by 10 times. Rumble. It was suspected that a divine river had descended from the 9 heavens. The myriad sword immortal formation that Zhou Zhou had just released was directly suppressed and obliterated by the black rain that had increased in power. Right on the heels of that, the black rain continued to tilt towards Zhou Zhou, enveloping him before he could escape. Boom! Space destroyed. Time shattered. Under this attack, even a small world would be destroyed. Dead. When the Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul saw this scene, he was shocked and secretly worried. At least leave one drop of his blood. This way, he could use his own means to reconstruct Zhou Zhou's body before possessing it. He wouldn't be able to obtain anything if there was not even a drop of blood left. Is he dead? On the other side, when the Dark Holy Dragon saw this scene, it could not help but think. Then, he immediately threw away this thought. He could sense it. Even at the last moment, this human did not feel any despair. He must have his own trump card. Thinking of this, the Dark Holy Dragon had a thought. The black rainwater that had already covered half of the green bronze mausoleum suddenly vanished. He looked over at the spot where Zhou Zhou had been floating. A grayish-white crown stood there quietly. Wisps of grayish-white aura continued to rise from the crown, carrying traces of dense final aura. Right on the heels of that, wisps of final power gathered together and gradually gathered into a complete human figure. Then, the human figure's face and clothes gradually became clear and finally condensed into Zhou Zhou's appearance. Boom! A legendary cultivation aura erupted from his body. Zhou Zhou felt that his strength had increased by a small level and a smile appeared on his face. Even though it only increased by a small level, it also verifies what I've always thought. This power of final nirvana can indeed revive one's strength without any side effects. Even my damaged Emperor Dragon robe has recovered. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! His eyes lit up as he thought. And he could feel the power of final nirvana could have the same revival effect even if he entered the God Spirit realm in the future. And now, the number of times he could revive was 24 times. It was enough for him to safely survive 24 death crises. Since the power of final nirvana is so superb, it's better to die as little as possible in the future. At least I can't die just to increase my strength. It wouldn't be worth it. I have to use the power of final nirvana in a true life and death crisis. Zhou Zhou muttered. Chapter 788, Using the Book of Silver. He was just experimenting with the use of the power of final nirvana. He would let it be since it had been used. Zhou Zhou stopped thinking and looked up at the Dark Holy Dragon. The contract has been completed. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. You're an interesting lord. I hope we meet again in the future. The Dark Holy Dragon was about to leave after saying that. Divine Ancestor. Lord Divine Ancestor, you can't leave. You haven't killed that human lord yet. When the black dragon remnant soul saw that the dark holy dragon was about to leave, it immediately panicked. Not only was this human not dead, but his strength had also increased. He would definitely not be able to defeat him. Wouldn't he only have a dead end facing this human lord alone now that his backer was about to leave? The dark holy dragon glanced coldly at him. Boom! The huge divine sense impact instantly obliterated the consciousness of the black dragon remnant soul. Before the black dragon remnant soul could react, its eyes became lifeless, and its face became very dull. After doing all this, the dark holy dragon seemed to have done nothing and its body gradually disappeared into the void. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. After seeing the dark holy dragon completely disappear, he flew up and came to the stunned black dragon remnant soul. After another inspection and confirming that the other party's consciousness had really been erased, Zhou Zhou could not help but shake his head. This black dragon remnant soul was really stupid. Did he really think that an existence like the legendary Tear Dragon race could be commanded by him? You're teaching the legendary Tear Dragon race? This black dragon remnant soul only had itself to blame for falling to such a state. He put it away and prepared to use it as a building material for the dragon transformation pool after it was built in the future. Zhou Zhou did not care about the treasures in the other green bronze mausoleums mentioned by the black dragon remnant soul. It was only a partial treasure of an empire-level lord faction. In the high continent, it was neither too much nor too little. With the luck he had now, there was no need to spend so much effort on the treasures of an empire-level lord faction. If he had that time, he might as well develop his Blazing Sun Kingdom in peace. He would leave treasures to fate. To Zhou Zhou, the greatest treasure was actually the many lord talents on him and the lord laws behind them. Then, he called out a mysterious merchant from his internal world and used the mysterious merchant to open a spatial passageway and left this lonely world. However, the moment he came out, Zhou Zhou was stunned by the scene in front of him. He was actually standing on a ruin. When he looked into the distance, he could barely see the traces of the distant mountain range. The Black Dragon mountain range that was here previously had actually disappeared. Just as he was in a daze, a sword light and a golden light descended from the sky in front of him, revealing the figures of two god spirits. They were the Lord of the Night Empire, Ji Yun, and the Lord of the Divine Sword Empire, Liu Zhen. The two of them sized Zhou Zhou up from head to toe before Liu Zhen laughed. I knew it. This kid is so lucky. How could he die in a small green bronze mausoleum? He smiled. Ji Yun heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that Zhou Zhou was really not injured. Then, he smiled and said, as long as nothing happened. But you did scare us. Especially old Liu. When this guy heard that you were in danger in the green bronze mausoleum I gave you, he immediately rushed over and quarreled with me. Then, he directly slashed this Black Dragon mountain range into pieces just to save you. But it's strange. After old Liu shattered the entire Black Dragon mountain range, we didn't even see the green bronze mausoleum, let alone you. We were so frightened that we thought you had encountered some danger that even we couldn't discover. I didn't expect you to appear in front of us in the blink of an eye. Can you tell me what happened? Ji Yun looked at Zhou Zhou curiously. Liu Zhen also looked at Zhou Zhou. He was also curious about how Zhou Zhou appeared again. Of course, he would not force the question if the other party was unwilling to say it. Would you believe me if I said that I fought with the Master God Tier? Zhou Zhou sighed. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun looked at each other at the same time and smiled. When did this kid become so humorous? The two of them did not ask further. In any case, it was fine as long as Zhou Zhou returned safely. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else. He knew that they would not believe him. But to be honest, Zhou Zhou was quite touched that these two came over together and even shattered the Black Dragon mountain range for him. The green bronze mausoleum is gone. He thought for a moment and said. If it's gone, so be it. As long as you're safe. Ji Yun said indifferently. Liu Zhen nodded. A mystic realm that could only provide special grade soldier types was indeed nothing to them. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else. After that, he did not stay any longer. After bidding farewell to the two majesties, he left and returned to the back blazing Sun Kingdom. On the way, Zhou Zhou happened to encounter an intermediate kingdom Scarlet Army with more than 10 million soldiers. With the intention of not wasting it, he used the remaining incite defection. A total of 2,785,522 fog monsters. At this point, the number of soldiers under Zhou Zhou had reached 2,066,397,64 fog monsters. The number of Star Alliance soldiers under his command had reached more than 216 million. In total, he could control more than 2,282 million troops. A moment later. Blazing Sun Kingdom. In front of the kingdom's golden tablet. Zhou Zhou stood in front of it and looked at the book of silver in his hand. A text notification appeared. Do you want to fuse with the current kingdom's golden token, Blazing Sun Kingdom? Yes. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. The next second, the book of silver in his hand turned into wisps of silver light and fused into the kingdom's golden tablet in front of him. After all the silver-white light spots fused in, a new text notification appeared. Book of Silver hint, please choose the soldier type you want to advance to. 1. Special soldier type King of Yellow Gold. 2. Special soldier type Mammoth Halberd Soldiers. 3. Special soldier type Blood Berserker. 4. Advanced grade soldier type Wind Knight. Zhou Zhou took a look and chose the King of Yellow Gold without hesitation. As for the Mammoth Halberd Soldiers and the Blood Berserkers, the former was just a special soldier type that Zhou Zhou had created on the spot with the soldier type class change certificate in order to check the abilities of this soldier type. As for the latter, they were refugees who had come to the Blazing Sun Kingdom because of their beauty talent and could not be manufactured on a large scale. Therefore, King of Yellow Gold was still the best choice. The next second, a new text notification appeared again. Book of Silver hint, you have chosen the special grade soldier type King of Yellow Gold as the promotion target. Upgrading in progress. Chapter 789, Kingdom Level Soldier Type Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant. In the world of Galaxy number 7. King of Yellow Gold's camp. Nearly a billion Yellow Gold King soldiers were stationed here. However, even though there were many King of Yellow Gold soldiers, this place did not seem crowded. The King of Yellow Gold soldiers had plenty of space to train, exercise, entertain, and rest here. At this moment, all the King of Yellow Gold soldiers' bodies suddenly trembled. Then, dark golden light flew out of their bodies and quickly enveloped them. Wu Xin, who was preparing to advance to a god spirit in the main camp, quickly sensed this scene through his perception that was about to transform into his divine sense. His expression immediately changed and he was about to go out to see what was going on. A message from his lord came from his personal terminal. Wu Xin took a look and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, a smile appeared on his face. There's actually such a good thing. He smiled. Then, he did not continue to advance to a god spirit. Instead, he walked out of the military camp and looked at the Yellow Gold Kings who had fallen into an advanced state, preparing to protect them. Even though they would almost not encounter any danger in the folded space of the galaxy. However, Wu Xin felt that he would only be truly at ease if he protected them until they advanced successfully. A moment later, the dark golden light on a white silver tier King of Yellow Gold gradually dissipated. A human soldier more than 20 meters tall appeared in front of him. He was wearing dark golden armor and a dark golden mountain-shaped helmet. He wore a dark golden mask and held a huge dark golden sword in one hand and a huge dark golden mountain shield in the other. The phantom of a tall mountain surrounded his body. Just standing there gave people a huge sense of oppression. Oh my god, it's simply like a mountain. Is this the advanced soldier type of the King of Yellow Gold that His Majesty mentioned? Wu Xin clicked his tongue in wonder. Just by looking at its size and aura, he knew that this soldier type's combat strength was not weak. He walked over and opened the soldier's details. Subject, Lian Xiaju. Territory, Blazing Sun Kingdom. Soldier class name, Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant, Kingdom Level Soldier Type. Strength Level, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Ability Overview, the top soldier type of the extinct Yellow Gold Kingdom, and also the strongest combat strength soldier type in the Yellow Gold Tier Kingdom. A kingdom level soldier type created by the god of Yellow Gold Tier, Trickle, with his own divine power. He originally created this soldier type to protect himself and the kingdom, but in the end, he still fell under the siege of the gods. Not only was the kingdom destroyed, but he was also dismembered by the gods. Skills: Kingdom Level Combat Talent Yellow Gold Tier Divine Body, Kingdom Level Combat Talent Yellow Gold Tier Mountain Giant, Kingdom Level Combat Skill Yellow Gold Tier Protection, Talent Divine Power Weakening, Talent Creation of Yellow Gold Tier Creation of Original Gold, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Mountain Guardian, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Sturdy as a Rock, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Unyielding, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Gravity Manipulation, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Flying, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Loyalty, 90. Potential, Epic Tier Advance Grade. My good lord! Wu Xin clicked his tongue. This skill list looked ridiculous. It was not inferior to the Violent Storm Spirit at all. Then, a smile appeared on his face. The Blazing Sun Kingdom already had 2 kingdom-level soldier types. Coupled with the huge number of soldiers, it could be said that the current military strength of the Blazing Sun Kingdom had increased by 2 to 3 times. At the same time, in a study room in the Advanced Grade Lord's Paradise, in front of the kingdom's golden tablet, Zhou Zhou looked at the text notification in front of him. Book of Silver Hint: your special soldier type King of Yellow Gold has officially advanced to the kingdom level soldier type Yellow Gold God Attendant. Here is the specific class information of the kingdom level soldier type Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant. Class name: Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant. Soldier type class grade: Kingdom level soldier type. Skills of soldier class: Kingdom level combat talent Yellow Gold Tier Divine Body, Kingdom level combat talent Yellow Gold Tier Mountain Giant, Kingdom level combat skill Yellow Gold Tier Protection. Zhou Zhou roughly looked at the general class ability information of this kingdom level class. Then, he opened the information of each class skill and read them carefully. Then, a smile appeared on his face. As expected of an advanced soldier type of the King of Yellow Gold, all the skills were completely upgraded versions of the King of Yellow Gold. Moreover, compared to the King of Yellow Gold, not only did the Yellow Gold God Attendant retain its previous ability to fight in all aspects, but it was also stronger in terms of defense. It could defend against the attacks of the enemies on the way and was better at protecting its allies at the back. They were completely the soldier type that Zhou Zhou wanted to be able to fight perfectly with the Violent Storm Spirit. A top-grade ideal soldier type. Zhou Zhou sighed but felt a little regretful instantly. Now that the green bronze mausoleum had disappeared, he could not obtain a second book of silver. As for the other green bronze mausoleums, firstly, Zhou Zhou did not know anything about them. He had also asked Liu Zhen and Ji Yun. The 2 human emperors did not know anything about them either. It could be seen that this was the only green bronze mausoleum in the human race. Secondly, the loots in the other green bronze mausoleum might not be the green bronze book or the book of silver that could increase the level of soldiers. I hope I can encounter such a treasure that can increase the quality of my soldier type in the future. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. With the enhancement of his King of Loots and various luck abilities, he might really encounter such treasures again in the future. After that, Zhou Zhou called Alia and Atli over and asked them to call all the higher UPS in the territory, including but not limited to generals, civil servants, heroes, god spirits, high-level lifestyle professionals, high-level combat professionals, people who had contributed to the development of the territory, people with high potential, people with high talent. In terms of loyalty, he had to be absolutely dead loyal. The venue was set to be the meeting hall of the advance grade Lord's Paradise. As for the number, Zhou Zhou temporarily set it at 100. A moment later, Xiao Xian, Bai Yun, Feng Luo, Qi Xiantian, Wu Xian, Guardian of Death Zhong'an, Vicky, Guo Jiao, Zhao Chongshao. A total of 100 subjects gathered in the council hall. A moment later, Zhou Zhou also walked in. "Greetings, Your Majesty," everyone said respectfully and fanatically. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked everyone to sit down. "I summoned everyone here today because I have something very important to announce to you." A towering and vast netherworld palace appeared behind him. It was the reincarnation sacred palace. Everyone's bodies trembled as they looked at the palace in shock. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath and told them the ability to activate the reincarnation sacred palace. As soon as he finished speaking, all the life forms and god spirits present quickly reacted with excitement on their faces. Chapter 790, Various Usages of the Time World. There's actually such a strange treasure in the world. It's not just a strange treasure. No matter how knowledgeable Heraus was, he was so excited that he was incoherent. Even if it's a high-tier deity-level divine artifact, no, true god-tier divine artifacts, that's not right either. It should be a legendary master divine artifact. I'm afraid its ability is only so-so. I've never seen a master divine artifact before. I'm just guessing. However, although it's just a guess, I feel that the ability of this reincarnation sacred palace should really be similar to a master divine artifact. As soon as these words were spoken, the others were stunned. What kind of existence was a master god divine artifact? It could be said that there were fewer master god tiers than master divine artifacts. Heraus actually said that the reincarnation sacred palace was actually comparable to a master god divine artifact. How could they not be shocked? With the ability of the reincarnation sacred palace? Wouldn't I be able to participate in the construction of those famous buildings in history? Zhao Chongshao was also very excited. If he could participate in the construction of the buildings of the races, miracles, god-tier buildings, and even those unbelievable buildings in history, even if he was only an assistant, his architect level would probably increase rapidly. It would not be difficult for him to even advance to a higher level. However, after thinking about it, he realized that it was very difficult to do this. Not to mention the upper limit of his potential and whether he could participate. The third difficulty was, according to His Majesty, the time tickets were randomly condensed. The identity and year created could not be specified. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to randomly choose the years where top-notch buildings had appeared. The cost would be too high if he were to forcibly reforge the time ticket he wanted. No matter how much mist core he had, he couldn't create it like that. On the other side, Bai Yun was also extremely excited. After all, even if it was just one night, if the time ratio was infinite, it was equivalent to 13 years of time in the world. At the same time, she thought of something else. The biggest difference between existences below the God Spirit level was ordinary extraordinary tier life forms below the God Spirit realm could continuously increase their realms as long as they accumulated enough promotion energy and had high potential until they reached the limit of their potential. On the other hand, existences above the God Spirit level not only required promotion energy and potential, but most importantly, God spirits also needed comprehension of laws to continue to advance their God Spirit realm. She had been a little worried before. After these top combatants of the Blazing Sun Kingdom broke through to the God Spirit level, the speed at which their strength increased might instantly slow down. God spirits needed a lot of time to improve their comprehension of Lord's law after all. However, she was no longer worried. There was enough time. Time was no longer a problem. Lack of law comprehension? She could just enter the time world and stay for a few days. In 7 days in the real world, nearly 100 years had passed. I'm asking if you're ridiculously divorced. The others also voiced out many of their unique thoughts. For example, he could train his troops in the years, practice his medical skills in the years, sharpen his temperament in the years, practice his skills in the years, rest in the years, and practice mastering the military formation in the years. All kinds of thoughts made Zhou Zhou, who had heard everything, smile. The reason why he asked these higher UPS to come over was to let them develop the abilities of the time world to the greatest extent. Now, it seemed that this group of people had a good imagination. Some people even suggested strange usages that Zhou Zhou had never thought of before. He did not say anything. Instead, he let everyone use their imaginations to their heart's content and discuss the use of time. After a while, when Zhou Zhou saw that their discussion had gradually calmed down, he clapped his hands and focused everyone's attention on himself again. I heard everything you said. This time world was originally for you to use. Therefore, from tonight onwards, you can enter the time world and use your methods to improve yourselves. But it's only limited to improving myself. If I find out that you used a precious treasure like the reincarnation sacred palace to play around, not only will I revoke his authority to use the reincarnation sacred palace, but I will also punish him. I believe you all know that. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. The sovereign's might was as deep as the ocean. At this moment, everyone's expressions turned stern. No one dared to ignore Zhou Zhou's words, let alone think that Zhou Zhou would not do such a thing. Yes, Your Majesty. We will definitely not do such a thing. Your Majesty, don't worry. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We won't mess around with such a supreme treasure. Everyone expressed their stance seriously. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Actually, he was just casually mentioning this. They were all his dead loyal subjects. It was almost impossible for them to do something as ridiculous as wasting the country's resources. A faint smile appeared on his face as he talked about another matter. As for the expenses of the reincarnation sacred palace, because it is for your nurturing, the Blazing Sun Kingdom's officials will bear 75% of the total expenses of using the reincarnation sacred palace. As for the remaining 25%, you will spend it yourself. Long live His Majesty! As soon as he finished speaking, all the living beings and god spirits shouted in surprise. 75%! What a high ratio! It was enough to leave them with a large sum of mist core. Your Majesty, can the divine crystals be reimbursed? Vicky couldn't help but ask. As a god spirit, he had to consume divine crystals to enter the passage of time to condense a ticket to the passage of time, reconstruct the ticket to the passage of time, and choose the ratio of the passage of time to the passage of time. If he was in charge of these divine crystals, he wouldn't be able to last long. Sure. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Even though he did not have many divine crystals, it was not a problem for the few god spirits in his territory to enter the time world to cultivate. Thank you, Your Majesty. Vicky, Qi Xiantian, Feng Luo, and the other god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were overjoyed. Your Majesty, other than us, can the other Blazing Sun Kingdom subjects enter the time world? Zheng Yuankai asked. The other subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom also have the full strength to enter the time world. But there are two conditions. The first condition is that the loyalty of the Blazing Sun Kingdom subjects who enter the time world must be above 90 points. The second condition is that the Blazing Sun Kingdom subjects who want to enter the time world have to sign a confidentiality contract before entering to ensure that they don't leak any secrets. As for the expenses of normal subjects entering the time world, as long as they enter the time world for personal development and territory development, our Blazing Sun Kingdom's officials can still bear 75% of the expenses for them after inspection and approval. Zhou Zhou had a plan in mind. Your Majesty is wise. Everyone said in unison. Chapter 791, Divine Dragon Spear Cavalry Wu Xin. The God of 10,000 Arrows in Arrays by Yun. Zhou Zhou nodded and said in a deep voice. From today onwards, everyone, try your best to stay in the time world every night. It's not an exaggeration to say that our territory is developing at an astonishing speed every day. If you don't hurry up and improve yourselves in the future, if something happens to me, don't blame me for not reminding you today. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone agreed solemnly. Zhou Zhou nodded and entered the time world with everyone. Others began to do what they wanted in the time world. They could either comprehend laws, master military formations, practice their skills, or improve their class abilities. Zhou Zhou continued to study the Lord's laws. However, he had completely comprehended the incomplete Lord talent contained in the Black Iron Tier Hand of Wealth. Therefore, he planned to officially comprehend the Lord talent contained in the Black Iron Tier Lord talent, King. The world he entered was still the Saha Empire from 1,000 years ago. He planned to use up all the time in the time world that he had not used up last time. Time passed quickly. The next morning, in a study room in the advanced grade Lord's Paradise, Zhou Zhou and the others' souls returned to their bodies from the time world. Then, Zhou Zhou was the first to open his eyes. The others also opened their eyes one after another. They looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. It's hard to imagine. 1 second, I was still in the Great Xia Empire from more than 300 years ago. In the next second, I returned to the country from more than 300 years ago. There are always transmigrators in the myriad worlds. I can be considered a transmigrator now. Wu Xin, no, it should be said that Divine Dragon Spear Cavalry Wu Xin lamented. He emitted waves of divine power. Even though it was a little unstable, he was already at the level of a low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit. On the other side, a smile appeared on Bai Yun's face as she felt the surging divine power in her body. She raised her head and looked at the other Blazing Sun Kingdom god spirits around her. The pressure in her heart quietly disappeared. He was finally a god spirit of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. 10,000 Arrows and Formation Control God. This was the god spirit title that she had naturally understood after breaking through to the god spirit realm. At the same time, it was also her hero title. Even though there's still a gap between him and the other god spirits. But I will work hard to catch up until I become the strongest Blazing Sun Kingdom god spirit apart from His Majesty. Grit flashed across Bai Yun's eyes. He had no choice. He had to do this. Otherwise, he would be letting down his position as the Legion Commander of the Blazing Sun Army. On the other side, Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Architect Master Zhao Chongshao smiled. Over the course of the night, after 10,000 times acceleration, he had stayed in time for a total of 13 years. In the past 13 years, he had finally perfectly digested the building foundation he had accumulated in the Blazing Sun Kingdom and successfully advanced to the Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Architect Master. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought about the bumps he had encountered along the way. He was originally just an architect with the potential of a White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. When he first arrived at the Blazing Sun Kingdom, as a White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade Architect, he was also the highest level architect in the territory. It could be said that His Majesty relied heavily on him. No matter what kind of important building it was, His Majesty trusted him unreservedly and gave him all kinds of precious building blueprints and materials to preside over the construction. Walls, Monster Ranch, Imperial Ancestral Temple, God of Death Statue, War Hero Monument. He had presided over the construction of these buildings, and the names of the builders with him as the leader were engraved on them. When he broke through to the limit of his potential and could no longer make another breakthrough, His Majesty did not give up on him. Instead, he thought of ways to increase his potential. He did not let down His Majesty's expectations. The architect's level increased step by step. Diamond Tier, Extraordinary Tier, Epic Tier, and even today's Legendary Elementary Grade. Even though he had reached the limit of his potential again, he no longer had any regrets like before. He was already very satisfied. If there was any hope in the future, it would be to enter the time world a few more times and experience the construction process of those legendary buildings. I have to bring a few disciples into the time world in the future. Zhao Chongshao thought. His potential had been exhausted. It was time to nurture top-notch architects for the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou looked at the expressions of the 100 people and could tell that everyone had benefited greatly. A smile appeared on his face. This reincarnation sacred palace was simply a top-grade lord talent. In just one night, he had shortened the growth time of his subjects by 13 years. If this continued, how effective would the effect be? Let's go. Everyone has worked hard all night. Let's go out for a meal. Zhou Zhou smiled. Everyone was in a good mood. They walked out of the cultivation hall one after another. Under the operation of the legendary tier chefs in the capital, table after table of delicious food appeared in front of everyone. After everyone ate to their heart's content, Bai Yun and the others brought the soldiers to clean up the monster ranch. Zhou Zhou walked out of Advanced Grade Lord's Paradise and walked towards the Gate of Summoning. Today is the 7th day of the King of 10,000 Kings event. Zhou Zhou opened the World Channel as he walked and looked at the current situation of the Lords of Cerulean Planet. The result made him frown slightly. At the moment when the Lord of the Scarlet Fog invaded the Supreme Continent and even the myriad worlds, all the lords of the myriad races were in a bad situation. The human lords of the Cerulean Planet, who were below average in strength, were no exception. Most of the lords of Cerulean Planet who were talking on the World Channel were worried or even desperate about their future. The Scarlet Lord's invasion gave them too much pressure. However, there were also things that made him relax slightly. After Dragon Lady Lord, Mystic Heaven Lord, Military Industry Lord, and the others established the kingdom, they used the kingdom's cohesiveness and protection ability to obtain their favor. Their situation was much better than other lords. After recruiting the soldiers, let's continue with the kingdom token auction. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. He was not a saint. However, he would naturally do what was beneficial to him, the human race on the Cerulean Planet, and the entire human race. Then, he recalled his gains in the time world last night. Soon, he arrived in front of the Gate of Summoning and chanted in his heart. The next second, the Gate of Summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of new subjects walked out. After spending 100 extraordinary tier mist cores to accelerate, the 18,800 new subjects quickly walked out of the Gate of Summoning. Greetings, my lord, X18,800. The 18,800 new subjects said respectfully. Hello, everyone. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 592 professionals. Among them were an extraordinary tier advance grade space gardener, an extraordinary tier advance grade sword shield soldier, an extraordinary tier advance grade ice magician, an extraordinary tier advance grade sorcerer, an extraordinary tier advance grade array master, an extraordinary tier advance grade curse master, and an extraordinary tier advance grade blessing master. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals below extraordinary tier. Zhou Zhou looked at the last two extraordinary tier advance grade curse masters and extraordinary tier advance grade blessing masters. He clicked on their attribute information curiously and realized that their skills were all a bunch of curse skills and a bunch of blessing faculty skills. The skill is not bad. It's just that the class level is too low. After reading it, Zhou Zhou thought regretfully. If only they were legendary tier curse masters and blessing masters. At the level of extraordinary tier advance grade, no matter how good their abilities were, they would not be of much use on a battlefield involving god spirits. As for legendary tier curse masters and blessing masters, they could already control the situation on the battlefield. He did not mind and walked towards the Lord shop. Chapter 792, Game Helmet officially sold. 1,050,000,000 recruits. Soon, Zhou Zhou arrived at the lord's shop. To his surprise, Zhou Zhenmin, who used to play games in his room in the morning, was standing at the door with an anxious expression. When he saw Zhou Zhou, his eyes lit up. He walked over quickly and said quickly, "Your Majesty, you're finally here. Let's go and buy today's goods. After that, I have other things to do." "What is it? Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhou Zhou was stunned. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Today is the official launch of the VR helmet." As Zhou Zhenmin walked towards the lord's shop, he said excitedly, "All the regional territories in the Blazing Sun Kingdom will be sold at the same time. What's more, the Star Alliance Masters faction market, the Human Lords faction market on Cerulean Planet, the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire's market, and even some of the surrounding people of foreign races will officially release virtual reality game helmets today. I've already gone to the sales venue just now. Oh my god, it's filled with people. After His Majesty buys the goods, I have to queue up too. Ha ha ha, this time I can finally play the complete version of Samsara. The experience of my own standalone Samsara is definitely different from that of having a real teammate." As the two of them spoke, they had returned to the lord's shop. "But didn't I give you a VR helmet? Why are you queuing up?" Zhou Zhou stopped in his tracks and asked curiously. "His Majesty gave me a beta version of helmet. When you released an open beta helmet today. Moreover, it has open beta benefits. Moreover, as an old player, how can I miss such a memorable day?" Zhou Zhenmin said with a yearning expression. "Zhou Zhou." What he said made sense. I was speechless. At this moment, Zhou Zhenmin had already returned to the lord's shop. He took out 3 silver boxes from under the counter and placed them in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou opened them one by one. The first silver box contained an extraordinary tier advanced grade skill book called Fatal Immunity. It could allow the user to be immune to lethal damage below the level of an extraordinary tier advanced grade. The second box contained another extraordinary tier advanced grade skill book called Cursed Blood. It could create wounds on the enemy's body, causing the enemy's wounds to not heal for a long time. It was easy to bleed and increased the risk of contracting the infest virus. Zhou Zhou looked at the 2 skill books with a strange expression. These 2 skill books seemed to be the skills of the 2 Blessing Masters and the Curse Master he had just seen. He did not expect to see it in the lord's shop in the blink of an eye. The efficiency of the lord's shop was really high. He didn't mind and looked at the last item. This item was also a skill book. However, it was not an ordinary skill book. Instead, it was a military formation skill book. It was the battle formation skill book that he had given to Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and Luo Sheng last night. When Zhou Zhou saw this military formation skill book, he was stunned for a moment before the corners of his lips curled up. Finally, something good came out. "How much are these 3 goods?" Zhou Zhou looked up and asked. The extraordinary tier advanced grade skill books Fatal Immunity and Cursed Blood are each worth 30 extraordinary mist cores. Low-level deity advanced grade battle formation skill book, Soldier God. It's worth 1,500 legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhenmin said. Small amount of money. Without another word, Zhou Zhou took out 1,560 legendary tier mist cores and handed them to the other party. Zhou Zhenmin didn't look at it and kept it. Then, he said to Zhou Zhou, "Your Majesty, I'm going to line up." He directly ignored his shop and jogged to the launch point of the virtual reality helmet. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's back and suddenly had the thought of following him. Anyway, Bai Yun should not have finished cleaning up the Wrenchland continent yet. It would not delay anything if he went to take a look. At the thought of this, he decided to go. However, he did not go immediately. Instead, he learned all 3 skill books before leisurely walking to the selling point. The first generation virtual reality helmet is currently on sale. There's a limited number of them. First come, first served. There are even mysterious open beta rewards in individual virtual reality game helmets. On a tall building that was 300 to 400 meters tall, there was a huge billboard with colorful words written on it. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene in wonder. The scene in front of him made him feel like he had returned to modern society. He glanced around. Personal terminals, virtual games, cars, roads, tall buildings, personal aircraft, robots, spaceships. Humans could live harmoniously with the people of foreign races and even the fog monsters. It looked strange, but it was actually orderly. So my blazing sun kingdom has already developed to this extent. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He suddenly felt an uncontrollable sense of accomplishment and joy. The technological development of the territory in front of him. Even the cerulean planet or Earth could no longer compare. Who would have thought that there was only a lonely lord's wooden house, a short gate of summoning, an unfamiliar lord, and a group of subjects who were terrified and uneasy about the future less than a month ago. The world of juggernauts with extraordinary tier power is so unbelievable. Zhou Zhou lamented. Chapter 793, Game Helmet officially sold. 1,050,000,000 recruits. In the real world. What kind of dream was this? And that could be done here. By him. Zhou Zhou looked into the distance. In front of a virtual reality helmet release point, there was a line of 2 to 3 kilometers. They were all subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. There were humans and people of foreign races. At this moment, some of them looked excited, some were impatient from waiting, and some simply set up a tent on the ground and prepared to fight a protracted battle. Zhou Zhou also saw someone familiar among them. Zhou Zhenmin didn't say anything else. Xiao Xian was actually inside. Behind him was the youth who had automatically changed his profession to Guardian of Death some time ago. Zhou Zhou remembered that the other party's name was Zhong'an. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not mind. He was just a child, not an adult. It was normal to play games. Zhou Zhou believed that they would be able to control themselves. This was because people with extraordinary talents like them often had far greater self-control than ordinary people. Even if they played games, they would not really be immersed in the game. And before they completely grew up. Actually, Zhou Zhou did not intend to give them too much pressure, so he would not ask them to go out and train every day. How many virtual reality helmets have you prepared? Your Majesty. Due to time constraints, Wenya only prepared 1 billion virtual reality gaming helmets. Among them, 300 million helmets were sent to the Blazing Sun Kingdom's market, 200 million helmets were sent to the Star Alliance's market, 200 million helmets were placed in the Blazing Sun Kingdom's official shop on the World Channel, 200 million helmets were sent to the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire, and 100 million helmets were sent to the Lord of the People of Foreign Races market. Currently, the manufacturing factories of the 10 virtual reality gaming helmets in the Blazing Sun Kingdom's territory are working hard to create more virtual reality gaming helmets. Based on current production, it is estimated that 500 million virtual reality helmets can be produced every day. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Zhou's mind. Zhou Zhou nodded. This production was not bad. Make a profit statement for me tonight on the revenue of the VR helmet business. I want to see the future of this business. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Wenya said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he took one last look at the long queue. His expression changed slightly as his gaze landed on a young man sitting in a wheelchair. Interesting. He's only at the Black Iron tier. His providence is actually comparable to the providence of a legendary tier life form. From the looks of it, he wants to buy a virtual reality helmet to play games. Could this guy be an esports protagonist? Zhou Zhou's expression was strange. He controlled the Regal Sage Deo sword and had more than 10,000 legendary tier skills on him. Naturally, he had some ability to see luck. At this moment, he sensed that this young man, who only had the strength of a Black Iron tier, was surprisingly lucky. He was even comparable to a legendary tier expert. The mind divination was the bloodline talent of the illusory life race. It could make simple calculations about the future. In addition, the illusory life race had another bloodline talent, fate perception. The combination of these two talents might not allow him to see the fate of some experts clearly. However, it was not a problem to see the fate trajectory of some weaker living beings. Thousands of fate images flashed in his eyes before gradually returning to nothingness. Zhou Zhou looked at the youth and a faint smile appeared on his face. Even though he can't become a super expert who can dominate an area, his achievements in another field are enough for him to be remembered by the world and history. He looked at him one last time, gave his blessing in his heart, and turned to leave. At the same time, just as he was leaving, the youth also looked in the direction where Zhou Zhou had left in confusion. Was someone looking at me just now? He didn't think too much about it. His gaze landed on the VR helmet release point in the distance. When I was on Cerulean Planet, I was already a top-notch player. Even though after coming to this world, my potential was not high, and I was destined to not have much of a future on the extraordinary tier path. However, in the field of games, I might have a chance to showcase my strengths. In fact, I might even be able to use the game industry to let little sister and I embark on a higher level of extraordinary tier. At the very least, we also have to earn enough mist cores in the game and hire high-level doctors or clergymen in the territory to treat little sister's illness. Shannon, oh Shan-an. You have nowhere to go. You can't lose again in the familiar field of gaming. Shannon thought to himself. And his gaze gradually became firm. On the other side, just as Zhou Zhou was about to look for Mu Gu and Bai Yi, he saw Bai Yun walking towards the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. When she saw Zhou Zhou, she immediately walked over. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Bai Yun said respectfully. "Has the Wrenchland continent been cleaned up?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Yes, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, please take a look. This is a detailed list of the profits of the Wrenchland continent. This spatial ring contains all the gains of the Wrenchland continent." After Bai Yun finished speaking, she handed a list of profits and a spatial ring to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at the profit list. Under the effect of the titles of King of Lutes and Strongest Lord. In terms of the Mist Core, he had obtained a total of more than 2,750,000,000 green bronze tier mist cores, more than 2,310,000 white silver tier mist cores, more than 1,650,000 yellow gold tier mist cores, more than 1,380,000,000 white platinum tier mist cores, more than 1,390,000,000 diamond tier mist cores, more than 810 million extraordinary tier mist cores, and more than 150 million epic tier mist cores. There were also 420 million yellow gold tier god attendant recruitment books. 42000, 63000, 63000, 38,000 proof of legion fragments. Over 210 million true faith tier scarlet crystals. Over 168 million pious tier scarlet crystals. Over 110 million fanatic tier scarlet crystals. 215 Holy Spirit tier scarlet crystals. 120 million iron-eating bear pet eggs. 260 million Fear Falcon wings and Type 3 Fear Falcon radar. As for the other unimportant spoils of war, Zhou Zhou skipped them. He looked at the Wrenchland continent's income list and could not help but smile. 420 million yellow gold tier god attendant recruitment books. 630 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books. In total, there were a total of 1,050,000,000 recruitment books. If he threw them all into the gate of summoning, he could summon 1,050,000,000 soldiers at once. 1,050,000,000 soldiers a day. An uncontrollable smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. This smile was even a little arrogant. But then again, this efficiency of recruiting soldiers indeed had the right to be arrogant. After all, not to mention a kingdom-level lord faction, even an empire-level lord faction would be stunned for a while when they heard this number. Recruiting the entire army of a beginner-level empire lord faction in a day. Wasn't he afraid? Then, Bai Yun told him about how the King of Yellow Gold recruitment books and the King of Yellow Gold class change certificate had become Golden God attendant recruitment books and class change certificates. Based on what Bai Yun saw. In the beginning, the moment the Golden King monster in the monster ranch died and extracted the loots, it indeed dropped the King of Yellow Gold recruitment books and King of Yellow Gold class change certificate. However, they only lasted for less than a second before they suddenly flashed and turned into the Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant Recruitment Books and the Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant Class Change Certificate. As for the skills and gold dropped by the other King of Yellow Gold monsters, they had also become the skills of the Golden God Attendant and higher level raw gold. Zhou Zhou nodded. This was naturally the effect of the Book of Silver. Then, Zhou Zhou did not waste any time. He took the spatial ring containing the 1,050,000,000 recruitment books and came to the Gate of Summoning. He used 100 extraordinary tier mist cores to recruit all 1,050,000,000 new recruits at once. Because there were too many of them, the open space in front of the Gate of Summoning could not accommodate these recruits. Therefore, Zhou Zhou had no choice but to place them in the internal world of the galaxy. But even so, it also took 2 galaxy ships to settle them down. One ship was loaded with 1 billion yuan, and the other was loaded with 50 million. Chapter 794, Life Profession Hero. The Kingdom Token Auction begins. I have to hurry up and create more galaxy. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He originally had 2,066,397,644 soldiers under his command. Now that he had 1,050,000,000 soldiers, his soldiers directly exceeded 3 billion, reaching a shocking number of 3,116,397,640 soldiers. With so many soldiers around, I can complete the Holy Sword Empire's faction quests in a day. Zhou Zhou thought. Currently, he still has 2.5 faction quests. Putting aside the faction quests of the Elven Empire, the Elven Empress had yet to send him a message. It was likely that the Battle of the Gods had yet to begin. The Divine Sword Empire still had a Save the Divine Sword Empire faction quest. In addition, killing the Scarlet God Spirit from the Divine Sword Empire could be considered half a faction quest. If I get rid of all the Scarlet Fog monsters and Scarlet God Spirits from the Divine Sword Empire today, I can complete this 1.5 faction quests. Zhou Zhou thought. He felt that it was not a big problem. A moment later, Zheng Yuankai came in front of Zhou Zhou. He said happily. Your Majesty, the refugees have arrived today. There are about 120 million of them. I've already ordered the various states of the kingdom to fully accept these refugees and officially settle them down as subjects of our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Apart from that, among these 64 heroes, there are a total of 12 human heroes. The rest are heroes of the people of foreign races. There are also 3 people of foreign race heroes from the Volcanic Dwarf clan and the Nature Elves clan. They are all rare life profession heroes who achieved achievement as blacksmiths. Zhou Zhou's eyes immediately lit up. A lifestyle class hero for blacksmiths. Such existences were quite rare. An existence that could achieve the hero slot with the blacksmith class was either a weapon forged by oneself, leaving behind illustrious deeds and reputation in history or war. These deeds and reputations were passed down by the life forms and passed down for countless years. Gradually, they became a hero's biography. And the blacksmith master who forged this legendary weapon naturally became a blacksmith-type hero under the support of the hero's biography. If this kind of achievement hero method relied more on timing and opportunities, then the other way to become a hero was more dependent on talent. If a blacksmith-type lifestyle professionals gradually reached the level of skills close to Dao in the process of honing their class skills, they might even comprehend their own lifestyle class hero skills. Such life profession professionals did not need a hero biography. They could rely on themselves to become life profession heroes. Moreover, once they became heroes in this way, not only could they easily create their own hero biographies among the life forms with their hero skills, in fact, because it was a hero skill that they had comprehended, they still had the potential to reach a higher level on their own path. Such a lifestyle hero could be said to have a limitless future on the path of a God spirit. In the past, the existence of achievement heroes in one way could not be said to be bad. However, in terms of evaluation, one had to say, time creates heroes. It could not be said that he had become a hero by himself. Both of them had their own strengths, but there was actually no difference. It was just that they looked at heroes from different perspectives. What kind of heroes are they? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. The blacksmith hero of the volcanic dwarves clan is called Chongshan. His hero title is Sound of Fire. He's a blacksmith hero with an extraordinary tier hero's fate level based on his comprehension talent and race inheritance achievement. As for the two nature elves, one is called Hroth and the other is called Gade. Their hero titles are Unbreakable Famous Forger and Blood Forger. They are now more than 3,000 years old. These two had once forged hero armor and weapons that were widely circulated in a Supreme Will event in the past. They are called Hroth Spirit Armor and Bloody Blade. They also became heroes because of these two legendary tier weapons. Zhou Zhou nodded. It was easy to live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Even though they were naturally lazy because of this. However, it was indeed easy for such heroes to appear in such long-lived races. Take care of them. Those who should be incorporated into the army will be incorporated into the army. Those who should be assigned positions will be assigned. Let them not regret coming to our blazing sun kingdom. In the future, depending on their performance, you can reward them with the higher level secret manual of the hero inheritance and book of the God spirit. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, of course. Zhang Yuankai nodded seriously. Then, he bade farewell and left. Zhou Zhou watched Zhang Yuankai leave with a faint smile. With the addition of these 64 new heroes, the number of heroes under his command had reached 242. This number was already comparable to the number of heroes of some weaker beginner Empire Lord factions. In the future, there will be more and more heroes and even god spirits under my command. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. His heart was filled with endless anticipation for the future. Chapter 795, Life Profession Hero. The Kingdom Token Auction begins. After that, he gathered all the generals and assigned them what to do today. First matter. He ordered the two high-tier deity levels, led by Heraus and Qi Xiantian, to lead the other god spirits, including Guo Jiao, and the more than 3,116 million soldiers in the territory to the Divine Sword Empire through the teleportation array to deal with all the fog monsters around the Divine Sword Empire's territory. Heraus, Qi Xiantian, and the other god spirits assisted Liu Zhen, Ji Yun, and the other god spirits of the two empires to deal with the scarlet god spirits surrounding the Divine Sword Empire. He would strive to restore the Divine Sword Empire to the situation before the calamity of the myriad races within 2 days. From there, he would complete 1.5 of Zhou Zhou's faction quests regarding the Divine Sword Empire. The second matter. Guo Jiao led the original spirit race Ansel, the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario, the Dragon King of War and Strength Jilong, and their Dragon God army, a total of 68 pure-blooded dragons, including spectral dragons, extreme dragon race, light spirit dragons, and other dragons, the Star Alliance Master, and their more than 216 million soldiers. Through the teleportation array, he would head to Ling'er's spiritual medicine city and assist her in conquering a beginner kingdom around the spiritual medicine city's territory. This would be the foundation for Ling'er to establish her spiritual medicine kingdom. Even though there was only one god spirit, Guo Jiao. The original spirit race Ansel, Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario, and the Dragon King of War and Strength Jilong had all broken through to the legendary tier level. As possessors of high-level bloodlines, even if they were at the legendary tier level, they already had combat strength comparable to god spirits. Therefore, in this operation, it seemed like Guo Jiao was the only god spirit leading the team, but in fact, there were a total of 4 god spirit level combatants leading the team. Furthermore, Guo Jiao had the combat power of a high-tier deity level. Zhou Zhou refused to believe it. With such a powerful lineup helping Ling'er attack a beginner kingdom, how could there be any accidents? Of course, if they successfully took down a beginner kingdom for Ling'er, Zhou Zhou would also let them go to the neighboring people of foreign races or the Crimson Kingdom to take advantage of them. Zhou Zhou didn't have to worry about any accidents as long as they did not provoke an empire-level lord faction. It would naturally be best if he could take down 2 beginner-level Crimson Kingdoms while he was at it. At the same time, he could also fulfill the last requirement for the Blazing Sun Kingdom to advance to an intermediate-grade kingdom. There were only so many temporary arrangements. As for more arrangements, they would wait until they were done with these 2 things. After Bai Yun and the rest received Zhou Zhou's order, they did not waste any time and left. After they left, Zhou Zhou opened the Kingdom Token auction and looked at the situation of the members in the group. There were a total of 15 Kingdom Tokens in this auction, and there were more than 10,000 top-notch human lords participating in the auction. There were more than 100 times more members than when Zhou Zhou looked at the group yesterday. Among these 10,000 lords, other than the top lords of Cerulean Planet in the World Channel, there were also some top lord members of the Star Alliance. As the Lord of the Star Alliance was his subordinate, Zhou Zhou naturally gave them a portion of the spots so that they could participate in the Kingdom Token auction. Even though the auction had yet to begin, the group chat was already very lively. Overlord Lord, I must get the Kingdom Token this time. Huge Axe Lord, sorry, I'm also interested in this Kingdom Token. Void Demon Lord, I want to build the first Void Demon Kingdom. Blue Dragon Lord, over 10,000 top lords participated, but there are only 15 Kingdom Tokens. This ratio, good Lord, I feel like I'm participating in the examination. Thunderstorm Lord, as a lord, it would be a pity if I don't have the craving to be a king once. Cabbage Lord, let's watch the big shots brag. Dust Lord, the Kingdom Token isn't important. I just want to join His Majesty Jiaoyang and make him my backer. Lord of the Night, F***ck, I think so too. No matter how fragrant the Kingdom Token is, isn't it better to be working with His Majesty? Zhou Zhou watched these top-notch lords of Cerulean Planet chat. To be honest, it was quite interesting. Soon, it was 8 o'clock. Military Industry Lord, the Kingdom Token auction officially begins. Military Industry Lord, I am the host of this Kingdom Token auction, personally appointed by His Majesty. Military Industry Lord, before the auction officially begins, let me emphasize once again. Since everyone has come to participate in the auction, it is tacitly agreed that once the auction is successful, the lords and the newly established kingdoms will follow the Blazing Sun Kingdom's lead. Furthermore, when the lords under you encounter the army of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, they will have to hand over the territory and a third of the kingdom's wealth. Military Industry Lord, apart from this is the only way you can auction it. If anyone is dissatisfied with this, you can leave the Kingdom Token auction group now. We will not stop you. Military Industry Lord, but if someone gets the Kingdom Token after the auction and regrets it, be careful of His Majesty's ruthless methods. Military Industry Lord, does anyone want to quit now? No one answered. 3 minutes later. Military Industry Lord, all right, since everyone has tacitly agreed, let's cut to the chase. Let's begin the auction of the first Kingdom Token. Everyone, you can bid now. Overlord Lord, 1,000 pieces of legendary tier mist core. In addition, 10 mutant beast mount cubs with legendary tier potential, tamed. Void Demon Lord. Fire Spirit Lord. Blue Dragon Lord. Cabbage Lord. As expected of a big shot. Gold Merchant Lord, it's only the first Kingdom Token, not the last. I won't fight for it. The others had the same thought. 1,000 legendary tier mist cores was naturally nothing to Zhou Zhou. However, to other lords, this was an unimaginably high price. Even the top lords of the cerulean planet would feel the pinch for a period of time if they could take it out. After the military industry lord said 3, 2, 1 and no one offered a higher price, the first kingdom token successfully fell into the Overlord Lord's pocket. Overlord Lord, bye-bye, everyone. I hope you can address me as Your Majesty the Overlord the next time we meet. It could be seen that this guy was very excited. However, the others were obviously not going to tolerate his arrogant behavior. Everyone spat in the group chat. The Overlord Lord did not care at all. He did not even participate in the subsequent auctions and directly went offline. Military Industry Lord, it seems that the Overlord Lord is eager to establish a country. I wish him success. Now, let's auction the second kingdom token. A moment later. This kingdom token was auctioned off by a cerulean planet human called Lord Zun Shang. He spent a total of 1,500 legendary tier mist cores. It was said that this lord possessed a white platinum tier merchant lord talent. Coupled with his rich vendor experience when he was on the cerulean planet, he quickly earned his first bucket of gold on the high continent and began to replicate successfully. A long time ago, he had used this mode to become a wealthy lord. Later on, after obtaining the legacy of the country-destroying faction, his capital increased greatly. It was not unbelievable even though it was a little surprising that he could obtain a second kingdom token. And then, the third piece, the fourth piece, the seventh piece, 13th piece, 15th piece. After more than 3 hours of auctioning, all 15 kingdom tokens were finally sold. These 15 kingdom tokens brought more than 15,000 legendary tier mist cores to Zhou Zhou. In addition, there were all kinds of high-level equipment, high-level building blueprints, high-level rare materials, beauties of the other races, pet cubs with high potential. There were all kinds of treasures. However, with Zhou Zhou's current horizons, he naturally did not care much about the mist core and treasures. The main reason why he held this auction was not only to see the human lord of the cerulean planet living too miserably, but also to sell the extra kingdom token in his hand. In any case, these things were useless to him. He might as well exchange them for some benefits. After auctioning off all the kingdom tokens, Zhou Zhou did not say anything else. After bidding farewell to Dragon Lady Lord and the others, he summoned a galaxy and boarded it, flying towards the Divine Sword Empire. Chapter 796, Baihe's Crisis. Divine Sword Empire. Transparent ripples suddenly appeared above the space teleportation array, which was guarded by a large number of soldiers. Then, a galaxy slowly appeared from the transparent ripples. After seeing the galaxy, all the guards around were excited. They turned around and bowed respectfully to the galaxy. "Greetings, King of the Blazing Sun!" All the soldiers shouted excitedly. They had already heard about the King of the Blazing Sun leading the Blazing Sun Kingdom's army to eliminate all the Scarlet Fog monsters around the Night Empire and assist in killing the Scarlet God spirits that besieged the Night Empire. The current Zhou Zhou could be said to be the savior praised by everyone. In the eyes of the subjects of the Night Empire. Meanwhile, in the Divine Sword Empire, which was also surrounded by the Scarlet Fog monster army, the subjects of the Divine Sword Empire naturally hoped that the King of the Blazing Sun could come to the Divine Sword Empire and help them save them from the abyss of suffering. And now, they saw that the King of the Blazing Sun had really come. How could they not be excited? The next second, a figure appeared in front of Galaxy out of thin air. It was Zhou Zhou. He smiled and nodded at the crowd. Then, he looked at the crowd for a few seconds before his gaze landed on a beautiful figure in the crowd. It was Princess Yuling, who was looking at him with a smile and bright eyes. He sent a telepathic message to Princess Yuling and asked her to come to the galaxy for a chat. Then, he returned to the galaxy cabin. A moment later. in the galaxy. So Uncle Lu and Uncle G have already set off to deal with the Scarlet God spirits around the Divine Sword Empire. Exactly. Yu Ling nodded and smiled. My father specially asked me to stay here and wait for you to come. Then, he asked us to go over together. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, Yu Ling, please point the way. Wen Yi, we'll follow the direction Yu Ling pointed out as the next flight. When he reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly froze. At this moment, individual talents danger prediction, Lord talent intuition, bloodline talent fate perception were activated. Illusory scenes of fate that only he could see appeared before Zhou Zhou's eyes before gradually dissipating. Why? Yu Ling asked curiously when she saw that Zhou Zhou was silent for a while. It's okay. I just saw something about the future. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. What is it? Did we encounter danger on this trip? Yu Ling immediately became nervous when she heard that. She was not even curious about how Zhou Zhou saw the future. That's not it. Even though there were some twists and turns along the way, we still successfully resolved what we wanted to accomplish in the end. The Divine Sword Empire also returned to its previous peaceful state. Zhou Zhou said. That's good. Yu Ling heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously, then what did you see in the future? Temple Lord Baihe is in danger. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. In the end, because of Baihe's death, the top combat power of the human race had decreased. The people of foreign races were like greedy hunters, coming to the human territory from time to time to take advantage of the situation. The human race's situation was instantly 100 times worse than before, and they were living a very uncomfortable life. It was not until Yu Ling was personally killed by a high-tier deity level from the people of foreign race during one of her expeditions that the future development disappeared. However, even if he used his feet to guess, he knew that the future would not be too good. It looks like Baihe was the only one who died. However, if it continues to develop according to the fate I see in the future, it might turn into a crisis of extermination. Zhou Zhou muttered. His blood ran cold. This fate perception talent from the phantom race usually did not have much of a presence, but he did not expect it to give him such a huge surprise as soon as it appeared. What? When Princess Yu Ling heard Zhou Zhou's words, her expression changed drastically. In less than a few seconds, her face turned pale and her body trembled. Not only was Baihe the strongest person in the entire Divine Sword Empire, he was also the protector of the Abyss. His status was comparable to the Sword Emperor Fuyu of the Divine Sword Empire. As one of the very few human true god tier, he was also the strongest person in the entire human race. He was an existence that was the pillar of humanity. If Baihe was in danger and something really happened, it would definitely be a devastating blow to the human race. It was possible that the strength of the entire human race would decrease by 20%. Even though 20% was not much. If it were to be used on all the trillions of human clansmen, it might be the future of the trillions of human clansmen. This kind of thing could be deduced without any fate perception. How could Yu Ling not be afraid? Quick! Tell my father and His Majesty Liu Zhen. We must save Uncle Baihe. Nothing must happen to him. Yu Ling said with a pale face. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. At this point, faction quests were no longer important. In any case, those Scarlet God spirits would not leave. It would not be a problem to deal with them another day. The most important thing was to save Baihe first. Otherwise, once Baihe died, the strength of all the top experts of the human race would be weakened. Then, the strength of the entire human race would decrease greatly, and the human race would also fall into the danger he saw. As for Zhou Zhou, as the target of protection, once the power protecting him was weakened, he would be in countless dangers in the future. Just for the sake of his future, he had to save Baihe and let Baihe and the other human experts withstand the pressure from the people of foreign races for him. Besides, Zhou Zhou's eyes were deep. As he opened his personal terminal to contact Liu Zhen and the others, he thought of something else. From what he could see in the future, he was actually the main reason why Bai He was in danger. This was because his performance in the King of 10,000 Kings event was too outstanding. As a normal lord of 1,000 races, he could actually surpass many top-notch bloodline lords, the true lord who was far ahead on the rankings, second only to the original spirit race. This, coupled with his victory in the previous event, had long made the civilization of the races behind the lords of countless top-notch races unable to stand it. However, due to the Supreme Agreement, they could not easily attack him. Therefore, they wanted to attack the human experts. At this moment, for the sake of Zhou Zhou's needs, White River, who had entered the abyss to search for the corpse of the demon god spirit alone, entered their field of vision. Then, Bai He became the target. We must save Temple Lord Bai He. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Chapter 797, The Current Situation of the Five Great Empires. At this moment, Liu Zhen and Ji Yun's faces appeared on the screen of Zhou Zhou's personal terminal. Nephew, have you arrived? Liu Zhen smiled. He could tell that he was in a good mood. Ji Yun had a smile on his face. With Zhou Zhou's help, the crisis between the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire was about to be resolved. It also meant that the human race would not suffer too many losses during this calamity. As the higher UPS of the human race, the two of them were naturally in a good mood. However, they soon realized that something was wrong with Zhou Zhou's expression. What happened? Ji Yun asked solemnly. Liu Zhen also stopped smiling and looked at Zhou Zhou solemnly. I have the ability to detect the future fate of life forms with a small probability. Just now, I accidentally triggered this ability on Yu Ling. The Lord of the Hall of Knights, Bai He, may be in danger. Zhou Zhou went straight to the point. The expressions of the two empire lords instantly changed. What danger? Liu Zhen immediately asked. Ji Yun also looked anxious. Bai He was the guardian of the Night Empire, and his status in the empire was comparable to the Sword Emperor Fuyu of the Holy Sword Empire. If something really happened to Bai He simply didn't dare to imagine what the future of the Night Empire and even the human race would be like. Neither of them doubted Zhou Zhou's words. The human lord's past style and personality made they believe in Zhou Zhou without reservation. They believed that Zhou Zhou would not lie to them about such matters. 3 abyssal true god tiers ambushed Temple Lord Bai He in advance. They are the tyranny and despotic ruler of the Dark Crow Ashgrad, the Queen of Spiders, Lorsi, and the Undying King Orcus. With the top-notch bloodline inheritance in his mind, Zhou Zhou easily recognized the identities of the 3 true god-tier existences in the fate scene. Liu Zhen and Ji Yun's expressions changed when they heard that. They're all super experts from the abyss. Ji Yun's expression was ugly. The Night Temple belonged to the Night Empire. As the ruler of the empire, he understood the power of these abyss gods the best. They looked at each other. I'll go get the emperor. Liu Zhen said in a low voice. No way. When Ji Yun heard this, he rejected without hesitation. We can't alarm the emperor. What if they only dealt with His Excellency Bai He as a cover and their real goal is to lure the emperor out? Liu Zhen also looked hesitant and struggled. Go and invite Patriarch Liu. See if you can invite Patriarch Liu back to help. Ji Yun said. Fine. Liu Zhen nodded and immediately meditated with his eyes closed. A faint sword aura surrounded his body, as if he was using some secret technique to communicate with Sword Emperor Fuyu Liu Yan who was far away in the immortal world. Ji Yun looked at Zhou Zhou and realized that Zhou Zhou seemed to have a lot to ask. He sighed and said. You guys come over first. I sent you our location. Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling looked at each other and did not say anything else. They let Wenyu pilot the galaxy and fly at full speed in the direction Ji Yun had sent them. Soon, they arrived at a forest area filled with vitality. This was also a diamond tier territory. At this moment, Ji Yun, Lu Zhen, Heras, Qi Xiantian, and the god spirits of the two empires and the Blazing Sun Kingdom were gathered here. At the same time, Zhou Zhou could sense that his 3.1 billion Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers were rapidly clearing out the fog monsters in the nearby area with astonishing efficiency. Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling immediately flew out of the galaxy and quickly arrived in front of Ji Yun. Lu Zhen and I are going to find someone to save His Excellency Bai He. I'll leave this place to you. Continue to eliminate the fog monsters and the scarlet god spirits here. If we encounter an enemy that we can't deal with, don't worry. We can deal with it together when we come back. Ji Yun said. Shouldn't we save His Excellency Bai He at a time like this? Yu Ling could not help but ask. 3 true god tiers working together to deal with His Excellency Bai He. I'm afraid that the abyss is already filled with traps. Only a true god tier has a chance to break out of a battlefield of this level. What's the use of a group of low-tier and mid-tier deity-level god spirits? A high-tier deity level might be able to help a little, but this little help doesn't mean much. If that's the case, why don't you stay in the territory of the two empires and protect our human territory? This way, after we leave, at least we won't have to worry about danger at the back. What if His Holiness Bai He is just a bait? What if their real purpose is to ambush the empire when we come out in full force? Ji Yun shook his head. Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling fell silent. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that what Ji Yun said made sense. A high-tier deity level might be able to help a little, but this little help doesn't mean much. But that was all. He was not stupid enough to think that he could fight a true god tier head-on just because he had the strength of a true god tier. Zhou Zhou waved his hand and asked Qi Xiantian and the others to continue killing the scarlet god spirits who were besieging the Divine Sword Empire. When Heras and the others saw this, they bowed to Zhou Zhou from afar. Then, they boarded a galaxy with the other god spirits and flew into the distance. There were no outsiders around. Ji Yun looked at Zhou Zhou and said, I know you have a lot of questions. There are no outsiders now. Go ahead. Since our human race has 5 empires, we should have 5 true god tiers backing us. Now that Temple Lord Bai He is in danger, why did he only invite Sword Emperor Fuyu and not the true god tiers of the other 3 empires? Zhou Zhou asked. This was indeed his greatest doubt. When Ji Yun heard this, he had a helpless expression. You're right. Our human race does have 5 empires. Behind each empire, there is indeed a true god tier combat power guarding it. But it's not as simple as you think. It's not like our human race has not paid a price for surviving until now. For example, Lu Zhen's ancestor, Sword Emperor Fuyu. Do you know why he has been floating in the immortal world? Even Lu Zhen doesn't know the exact location of Sword Emperor Fuyu. Ji Yun said. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Because Sword Emperor Fuyu is afraid, and so are we humans. Ji Yun said in a low voice, there are 5 true god tier existences in our human race. This means that if we satisfy the conditions for building a few other divine kingdoms, we can directly establish a divine kingdom. At that time, the status of our human race will increase by leaps and bounds. But firstly, we can't gather so many extremely harsh divine kingdom conditions. Secondly, those people of foreign races don't dare to let us advance to the divine kingdom. At this point, a trace of blood flashed across Ji Yun's eyes. It was a deep hatred that had accumulated over thousands of years. Only by exterminating billions of people of foreign races' life forms or even their entire race could they be eliminated. After those people of foreign races learned that the 5 human empires had 5 true god tier combatants, they thought of ways to harm them. The Lord of the Saha Empire, the Buddha Lord, underwent nirvana and entered endless reincarnation. The master of the Great Xia Empire, Xian Yuan, was sealed in the Xian Yuan tomb. He has been sleeping until now. The Lord of the Night Empire, Bai He, was forced to resign from his position as the Lord of the Empire. He left human territory and moved to the front line of the abyss to guard the abyss for countless years. The lord of the Divine Sword Empire, Liu Yan, was also forced to resign from his position as the lord of the empire and hide in the immortal world. He was afraid of being found and killed. At the same time, he secretly searched for resources for the development of our human race. As for the master of the heavenly barbarian empire, Pangu, he was the founding master of our human race. The history of our human race also began with Pangu. But he is now forced to seal himself in the primordial world. I hate it. Towards the end, Ji Yun's entire body emitted a terrifying vicious aura. Chapter 798, Pangu. Zhou Zhou looked at Ji Yun, who was emitting a shocking aura, and could not help but fall silent. He had long guessed that there were 5 true god-tier existences in the human race. He had always wondered why the human race did not take another step forward to establish a divine kingdom. At first, he only thought that the humans could not meet the other harsh conditions for establishing a divine kingdom. He did not expect there to be so many secrets behind it. The rulers of the 5 human empires had actually fallen to such a state? At the same time, he was also curious about the identity of the rulers of the 5 empires. Especially the lord of the heavenly barbarian empire, Pangu. Pangu? Is that the Pangu who created the world? Zhou Zhou could not help but ask. Ji Yun had already restrained his emotions. Upon hearing this, he looked at Zhou Zhou and nodded with a smile. Then, he sighed. That's right. Pangu was the first lord of our human race. He was originally called Pan. In that barbaric era where humans didn't have any language, he was the one who held a stone axe and led the human subjects to overcome all obstacles in the barbaric lands. He fought with countless creatures of the races and developed our human territory step by step. That's how we humans are where we are today. After countless years, Pan is still the most powerful and unquestionable guardian of the human race. Therefore, we added the word ancient after his name to express our respect for him. After countless years, Pan is still the most powerful and unquestionable guardian of the human race. Therefore, we added the word Gu, meaning ancient after his name to express our respect for him. You've heard of it in your world, haven't you? Ji Yun asked in the end. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Pangu's creation of the world could be said to be the most famous legend in his hometown. How could he not know? There are 3 meanings to the creation of the world. The first meaning is that Pangu led us humans and established our territory, allowing us humans to continue until now. This is also the most important meaning, even though it's not widely spread. The second meaning is that as the strongest true god of our human race, Pangu has grasped a true god-tier mystic technique to create a world. He once used his body as a law to personally create a real world called the primordial world. This is the second meaning. That's pretty widespread. As for the third meaning. At this point, Ji Yun's expression suddenly darkened. As the strongest expert of our human race and also a possessor of Master God-tier potential, Pangu has actually been working hard to break through to the Master God-tier realm. Once we succeed in breaking through and officially advance to the Master God-tier realm, not only can we easily build a divine kingdom, but even the bloodline potential of our entire human race will also be collectively advanced because of Pangu's main divine position slot. From there, we will jump to a high-level bloodline race. Originally, Pangu could have successfully advanced. But just as Pangu was about to approach the Master God-tier realm, 3,000 experts of the people of foreign races suddenly descended to the primordial world and surrounded Pangu, who was cultivating in seclusion. Even though Pangu defeated them and expelled them from the primordial world, he was severely injured because of this. He had no choice but to transform into the world and seal himself in the primordial world to recover from his injuries. While he can still hear our voices and break through the barrier, once he does so, it means that his recovery process will be interrupted. All his previous restoration will be in vain. We humans really need to recover to our original state, Imperial Lord Pangu, to protect us humans again. That's why I stopped Lu Zhen when he wanted to ask the Emperor to help. That's right. At this moment, Liu Zhen had already opened his eyes and came to Ji Yun's side. His Excellency Bai He needs to be saved, but we can't interrupt Imperial Lord Pangu's recovery process. I've already contacted the Patriarch. The Patriarch is rushing over. In addition, the Ancestor has also contacted that Excellency from the Xianyuan tomb. At that time, if a war breaks out, His Majesty from the Xianyuan tomb will cross over to help. He said in a deep voice. That's good. With the help of the 3 members of royalty from the Xianyuan tomb and Patriarch Liu, we should have a higher chance of saving His Excellency Bai He. Ji Yun heaved a sigh of relief. But even so, the 2 of them still did not look too happy. After all, even if Patriarch Liu and the Yellow Emperor from the Xianyuan tomb were both true god-tier existences, together with Bai He whose life and death were unknown, they could barely be considered 3 true god-tier combatants. However, it was hard to say who would win against the 3 true god-tiers of the abyss. The other party was not weak after all. At the same time, when Zhou Zhou heard Liu Zhen mention the member of royalty, he subconsciously touched the sword of Xianyuan at his waist. Speaking of which, this sword of Xianyuan was born according to the myths and legends of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. He did not expect to hear news of that existence today. Myths are becoming reality. Zhou Zhou muttered. He thought for a moment and could not help but say to the 2 rulers of the empire, "Can I go with you?" Actually, the reason why Bai He is in danger this time has a lot to do with me. I also want to go and take a look. Perhaps there will be something I can help with. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Zhen and Ji Yun were stunned. Nonsense! When Liu Zhen reacted, he immediately frowned. Don't think that you're invincible just because you have some attainments in the Sword Dao. Didn't you hear what I just said? Even if a high-tier deity-level god spirit were to enter a true god-tier battlefield, they would only be able to help a little. You're just a child who's not even in the god spirit realm. On such a battlefield, the aftershock of a casual strike from them can destroy your soul. Won't you be tempting fate if you go? Your uncle Liu is right. Ji Yun nodded as well. He looked at Zhou Zhou and said gently, I know you want to save His Excellency Bai He, but you have to do everything within your means. We've already invited Patriarch Liu and His Excellency Xianyuan. Only they have the right and ability to save His Excellency Bai He. Even your uncle Liu and I don't dare to interfere. We only dare to prepare support from the back. How are you going to go? If you're unwilling, develop your territory well and strive to reach the level of Patriarch Liu or even Imperial Lord Pangu as soon as possible. At that time, no one will stop you from doing whatever you want, and no one will be able to stop you. Uncles, I have the confidence to protect myself on a true god-tier battlefield. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Not only was he confident that he could save himself, but he was also confident that he could save Bai He alone. However, if that was the case, he might use the strongest trump card he had always kept. Therefore, he did not want to use this trump card unless he had no choice. However, Bai He had taken great care of him. At this critical moment, he felt that he couldn't just stand by and do nothing when he was confident that he could save Bai He. This went against his principles and bottom line. At this moment, he looked serious and did not seem to be lying. Ji Yun and Liu Zhen were stunned. The 2 of them looked at each other before looking at Zhou Zhou. Then, Liu Zhen said solemnly. Are you serious? For real? The 2 of them fell into deep thought. A moment later, Ji Yun and Liu Zhen shook their heads slowly. No. You still can't go. Ji Yun said. Why? Zhou Zhou was not angry. He just wanted to ask for the reason. Chapter 799, Undying God Scroll and Confidence. The reason is simple. But not for the tyranny and despotic ruler of the Dark Crow Ashgrad Kant. He ruled the 45th, 46th, and 47th levels of the Abyss, forming the 3 domains of Ashglad. He then advanced to become the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. Once you provoke he, it means that you, a mere lord of a beginner kingdom, have provoked a divine kingdom lord faction. In such a situation, even the supreme agreement can't stop him from attacking you. Even if Ashglad doesn't make a move personally, the divine kingdom lords under him can still easily crush you with other methods. You won't be able to withstand the attack of a divine kingdom lord. Even the entire human race can't stop it. Ji Yun said softly. Zhou Zhou. Okay, I won't go. Zhou Zhou said. He didn't have any other merits, but to listen to advice. At this point, he could not say anything else. However, he felt that it was a pity. He had never used the dragon sacrifice holy tower of the extreme dragon race until now. He really wanted to be like the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor and ask his enemy if he was afraid of the divine ancestors' relocation. However, since Ji Yun and company were trying their best to dissuade him, there was no harm in keeping this trump card. In the future, he might be able to give those enemies who wanted to deal with him a surprise. After some thought, Zhou Zhou handed a scroll to Ji Yun. This was originally a spoil of war that he had occasionally obtained from the Ice Demon Kingdom. It should come in handy now. At the same time, Ji Yun and Liu Zhen were shocked when they saw this scroll. This was because they could sense that the law of life aura emitted by this scroll was actually the aura of a true god tier nomological law. This was actually a treasure at the true god tier level. The two of them immediately looked over. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Undead God. Treasure grade, True God tier elementary grade. Treasure effect, after using it, if the user is a life form, this life form will have an inexhaustible life aura in its body for the next 24 hours. No matter what physical injuries it suffers, it can instantly recover. No existence below the Master God tier can kill this life form in these 23 hours. Treasure introduction, the work of the Goddess of Life, Tritus. For some reason, it fell into the hands of the Ice Demon Kingdom and later became one of the treasures in the collection of the King of the Blazing Sunday. The two of them gaped. He was completely shocked. There was only one thought in their minds. What a top-grade true god tier treasure! If a true god tier used this scroll and equipped it with a treasure that could protect the soul, wouldn't he be invincible against existences below the Master God tier? Even though it was only invincible for a short period of time, it was still very valuable. It's too valuable. You should keep it for yourself. In the future, if you encounter an enemy that you can't resist, this treasure can save your life. Ji Yun and Liu Zhen's gazes met many times. In the end, Ji Yun reluctantly handed the scroll back to Zhou Zhou. However, Zhou Zhou did not take it. Saving Senior Bai He will be of no less help to me in the future than this Undying God scroll. The future Lord of all races contest was bound to involve the race behind the Lord. If the race behind the Lord was weak, then this Lord of all races would definitely be at a disadvantage in the Lord of all races competition in the future. Zhou Zhou didn't think that he could ignore the help of the races alone and fight against the lords of the myriad races and the race civilization behind them. In fact, if he did not have the help of the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire in this King of 10,000 Kings event, it would be almost impossible for him to be so far ahead on the rankings. Therefore, from now on, preserving and improving the strength of the human race as much as possible was also an investment in his future. Therefore, it was necessary to give them the scroll of the Undying God. In any case, he barely had the strength of a true god tier casual attack now. In addition, the dragon sacrifice holy tower could summon the Master God level extreme world honored dragon to help him. Even if he could only help once, the effect was far better than this Undying God scroll. When Ji Yun and Liu Zhen heard that, they thought for a long time before finally nodding solemnly. Then, they put away the Undying God scroll. They looked at this true god tier scroll and could not help but relax. Previously, they were less than 30% confident in saving Bai He, but now that they had the scroll of the Undying God, their confidence had suddenly increased to 70%. This was the power of a top-grade true god tier treasure. After that, the two deities didn't say anything else and directly went to find Patriarch Lu, preparing to head into the abyss to save Baihe. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to meet Patriarch Lu and His Excellency, the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan. Zhou Zhou looked at their backs as they left and said regretfully. We'll meet again. I'm sure it won't take long. Yu Ling looked at Zhou Zhou, her eyes shining. She, who had been watching from the sidelines the entire time, never expected that the current Zhou Zhou actually had the ability to interfere in a true god-tier battle. Even though he was only using treasures to interfere, it could be seen how fast Zhou Zhou had grown. No. It was so fast that it was scary. Zhou Zhou did not notice Yu Ling's expression. After seeing the two of them leave, he did not waste any time and boarded the galaxy with Yu Ling, heading to the nearest location where the Scarlet God spirits were. As soon as he arrived, he saw Heraus fighting with a high-tier deity-level advance-grade Scarlet God spirit. Even though Heraus was suppressed by this Scarlet God spirit in terms of strength and realm, but Heraus had a full set of divine artifacts on him, he was actually suppressing this Scarlet God spirit who was an advance-grade high-tier deity level. Beside him, Qi Xiantian, Feng Luo, and the others were watching the battle from the side. They had no intention of interfering. Clearly, they wanted the belligerent Heraus to complete this battle alone. Great! Great! Ha 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 ha! After sending the high-tier deity-level advance-grade Scarlet God Spirit flying with another attack, Heraus laughed heartily. The temperature within a radius of 500 kilometers rose rapidly with Heraus' excitement. As for the Scarlet God Spirit, after stabilizing itself, it looked at Heraus with a sullen and resentful expression. That's unfair. If it weren't for the fact that you have the power of divine artifacts and nomological laws, how could you have defeated me in a head-on battle? He said angrily. So what? Divine artifacts are a part of strength to begin with? Could it be that it's only fair that I have divine artifacts and don't use them? Then if you have the ability to suppress your strength to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade, I can put away the divine artifact and have a fair battle with you. Heraus was extremely heroic. He was never afraid of a battle of equal strength. The Scarlet God Spirit's eyes moved slightly when it heard this, and some bad thoughts appeared in its mind. Just as he was about to agree after weighing the pros and cons, a voice suddenly sounded. Heraus! Leave this guy to this king. It was Zhou Zhou. He descended from the sky and arrived in front of Heraus. Then, he slowly walked towards the Scarlet God Spirit who was an advance-grade high-tier deity level. At the same time, he gradually condensed a chaotic phantom of the sword of Xian Yuan with the chaotic power source in his hand. I'll give you a chance. You can use anything. I don't need a divine artifact. I can even fight you without any equipment. If you win, I'll let you go. Do you dare? Zhou Zhou said. At first, the Scarlet God Spirit was a little surprised, but when he saw Zhou Zhou's strength clearly, he was immediately stunned. There was only one thought in his mind. Legendary tier intermediate grade? Is this human crazy? Chapter 800, Black Iron Tier Law Skill King. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's almost laughing expression and his expression was very calm. The reason why he dared to raise this challenge was naturally because he had his own confidence. He looked at the law skill that he had comprehended in the time world for a full 2 years yesterday. Law skill name, King. Law skill quality, Black Iron Tier. King, as the king of subjects, you can mark a subject that belongs to you and control everything they have, including but not limited to appearance, bloodline, skills, weapons, law skills, and even illusory fate. When you control everything that the marked subject has, the subject doesn't have to suffer any negative effects. Zhou Zhou had a faint smile on his face. This law skill that he had comprehended not only did not damage any of the effects of the original Lord Talent, but the number of subjects marked had also increased from 1 to 2. At the same time, when he used the power of the King's Law skill, the marked subjects could not be affected at all. This was strengthened. It could be said that the greatest drawback of the Lord Talent, the King, had been eliminated, making the king's law skill a perfect black iron tier law skill without any flaws. This was also the reason why he had the courage to challenge this high-tier deity-level advance-grade Scarlet God Spirit without borrowing any divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou never did anything that he wasn't confident in. For today's battle, he had even specially honed his combat skills for a full 10 years in the Time World last night. Just the number of deaths in the Time World alone was no less than 100. However, this Scarlet God Spirit did not know. Hence, he looked at Zhou Zhou as a sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. Scared? How can I be afraid? Since you have a death wish, I'll send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a sharp cry and emitted an extremely terrifying sound wave attack. Then, he flashed and appeared in front of Zhou Zhou in the blink of an eye. He then swung a purple hammer at Zhou Zhou. Facing the sound wave attack released by the other party first, Zhou Zhou, who had the chaos will, was immune to the soul attack without even having his eyes explode. Then, under the other party's shocked gaze, Zhou Zhou directly activated his king talent and augmented the strength of the two subjects on himself. One of them was naturally Guo Jiao. After Zhou Zhou added his strength to himself, he used the dragon-slaying will to directly raise his strength to the high-tier deity-level intermediate grade. Then, he added the strength of another god spirit to his body. He was no other god spirit. It was Heros, who had the strength of a high-tier deity-level intermediate grade. As the most powerful god spirit in the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Zhou Zhou naturally wouldn't forget he. At this moment, two high-tier deity-level intermediate grade gods added to his body, instantly raising Zhou Zhou's current strength to the high-tier deity-level advanced grade. Boom! Fire and lightning erupted from his body, making him look like the god of lightning and fire. Behind him, the phantom of a world intertwined with lightning and fire appeared, blotting out the sky. A shocking aura erupted from Zhou Zhou's body. Everything within a radius of 5,000 kilometers was enveloped by Zhou Zhou's terrifying divine might. The world was silent. All the living beings and god spirits looked at Zhou Zhou in shock and even reverence. In the eyes of all living beings, Zhou Zhou's aura was countless times stronger than that of a high-tier deity level. Perhaps only the legendary true god tier could compare to him. At the same time, facing this shocking aura, the high-tier deity-level advanced grade Scarlet God Spirit that was charging at him was naturally the first to bear the brunt. He immediately felt that something was amiss. He only felt a great fear surge into his heart. Run! Run! This thought surfaced in his mind. Then, he even gave up on attacking and turned around to tear open a silver scroll. He saw ripples suddenly appear in space before a spatial rift was suddenly opened. He wanted to enter without thinking. Law skill space imprisonment. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. The next second, a power that sealed the space instantly spread out within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. The spatial crack that had just been opened recovered at an even faster speed. In fact, the space was even stronger than before. The Scarlet God Spirit's expression darkened. He turned to look at Zhou Zhou and saw him looking at him with a calm expression. "Why are you running? We haven't even fought yet," he said. As for the nomological skill he had just used space imprisonment, it was unknown which unlucky enemy he had obtained it from. Even legendary tier life forms could drop divine spark fragments. He already had hundreds of law skills on him. Spatial imprisonment was just one of the law skills. The Scarlet God Spirit looked at him without saying a word. He sensed the majestic aura on Zhou Zhou's body and understood something. This guy who looked like a human on the surface was definitely from a high-level bloodline race. Otherwise, it would be impossible for both sides to be high-tier deity-level advanced-grade existences. His aura and pressure were actually so strong that he could be said to be close to a true god tier. He realized that he had no way out. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his purple hammer with both hands and raised it high above his head. The divine power in his entire body erupted, and all of it was instilled into this mid-tier deity-level divine artifact. An aura of pressure, heaviness, attraction, and rejection emanated from him. At this moment, all the life forms present had an illusion. The heavy hammer in the Scarlet God Spirit's hand seemed to be a huge star in a daze. Its weight was probably more than 1 trillion tons. Heraus, Guoqiao, and Qi Xiantian had solemn expressions. They all had combat power comparable to a high-tier deity level. But at this moment, facing this hammer that contained the law of gravity, they felt that they could not withstand it. Now that's interesting. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Buzz! The illusory sword of Xian Yuan in his hand suddenly emitted boundless sword light. One could vaguely see the sun, moon, stars, mountains, plants, farming, and livestock, as well as the phenomenon of the illusory unification of the four seas. Boom! He raised the sword of Xian Yuan high and saw the sword beam shoot straight for 1,500 kilometers, illuminating a radius of billions of kilometers. Right on the heels of that, another explosion sounded. The scorching divine power of fire from Heraus appeared in the void and attached to the 9,000 kilometer long majestic sword aura, causing the sword aura to flash with golden flames. It was as if a towering sword aura pillar had appeared out of thin air. Heraus, Guoqiao, and Qi Xuanation's eyes sparkled when they saw this scene. They even had some comprehension in their hearts. The abilities of the three people on Zhou Zhou were indeed obtained from them. However, when Zhou Zhou used these abilities at a higher level, he would naturally give them some guidance. At the same time, when the Scarlet God Spirit saw Zhou Zhou's attack, it could not help but feel a sense of fear. However, he quickly came to his senses and was alarmed. He knew that if this continued, he might not even have the courage to use this final move. He didn't dare to think too much about it. He struck with all his might, smashing his strongest law skill, Falling Star, at Zhou Zhou.